Chapter 1. The initial acquisition of Super Scion energy. On a planet dominated by mountains and sparse trees, Yinfeng surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, reflecting on how he should have been at home perusing Dragon Ball comics. Suddenly, a fire erupted in his house, and he was overcome by smoke, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in this strange place. Congratulations, host, on binding to the latest Huaxia 2080 system. Please confirm. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yinfeng felt a surge of joy and promptly declared, "Bind the system." A mechanical voice resonated. Binding successful. You have acquired pure Scion bloodline and Super Scion Stage 1 energy. You have obtained instant transmission, Kaioken, and the ability to restore physical stamina instantly. System, where is this place? This is the Dragon Ball world, Namek. Namek, the very site where Sun Wukong first achieved Super Saiyan status, undoubtedly. The energy he had acquired would allow him to stand tall on Namek. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Yinfeng recognized that in the Dragon Ball universe, powerful beings abound, but to survive, he must continuously cultivate his strength to confront formidable foes ahead. Realizing he was on Namek, the stronghold of Frisia, Yinfeng felt a surge of determination. If he was here, he would undoubtedly make a grand entrance, ensuring that his name echoed throughout the Dragon Ball universe. Of course, he also yearned to encounter the legendary warrior, Sun Wukong, the Scion from the cosmos. Yunfeng's body began to levitate as he harnessed the power of Super Saiyan for the first time, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of his newfound strength. He sensed a formidable energy nearby, akin to that of a monstrous entity, compelling him to join the fray. With a resounding boom, Yunfeng vanished from his location. Frisia had completed his final transformation, though his form had diminished. His power had grown exponentially. Piccolo lay incapacitated, having been struck by an unseen attack that pierced his chest, while Goku was utterly exhausted. Gohan and Krillin's combat abilities were negligible at this point. Goku shouted, "Gohan, Krillin, take Piccolo and flee quickly. I'll hold off Frisia." Frisia's sinister voice echoed, "Do you think you can escape? You detestable Science. This time, I shall eradicate you completely." The mere thought of Science ignited Frisia's fury. Just then, a terrifying energy approached. Both Goku and Frisia were struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from that direction. "Whose energy is this? It is incredibly powerful," Goku remarked. With a thunderous roar, the air seemed to vibrate, heralding the arrival of a vague figure on the battlefield. Frisia and Goku turned to behold this unfamiliar presence. Frisia's teeth clenched in rage. "What is this? Another challenger daring to defy my cosmic sovereignty?" Yinfeng regarded Frisia. "You are Frisia, indeed a formidable monster." Frisia's eerie laughter filled the air. "I never imagined my name would reach the far corners of the universe. What an honor it is." Yinfeng gazed upon the battered figure of Goku, saying, "Goku, take Gohan and Krillin and leave at once. I shall handle this." Goku, bewildered by the unfamiliar person who knew their names, suddenly noticed a golden aura emanating from Yinfeng, akin to flames, causing the very planet Namek to tremble. "Go quickly," Yinfeng urged. Without hesitation, Goku replied, "Be careful," as he led Gohan to a distance where they could observe the unfolding battle, yet did not depart. Yunfeng's energy surged to unprecedented levels, so formidable that even Frisia began to sweat in trepidation. "Frisia, let us commence. I have only recently acquired this power, and am still becoming accustomed to it. I have wasted far too much time." Frisia scoffed, "You don't intend to utter the preposterous words of defeating me, do you?" Yinfeng smiled faintly. "No, my intention is to end your life." Frisia's eyes glinted with icy disdain. "Arrogant fool, you shall perish." An invisible energy projectile was unleashed as Yunfeng's form became indistinct, reappearing directly before Frisia, who frantically searched for his opponent's whereabouts. With a resounding crash, Yunfeng collided with Frisia, sending him hurtling backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Frisia gritted his teeth. "Damn it, where did this brat emerge from? Since you meddle in the affairs between me and the Science, you shall die here." "Death Ball," Frisia proclaimed, leaping into the air as a menacing black energy sphere materialized in his hand. Frisia maniacally declared, "You will vanish along with this planet." Yinfeng regarded Frisia with indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the impending attack. With a powerful shout, Yunfeng's Super Saiyan aura intensified, resembling a blazing golden flame. He enveloped himself in radiant light and charged directly at Frisia's death ball. The impact sent a brilliant surge of gold colliding with the black energy sphere. The planet Namek began to shudder, rocks levitating and shattering, while the ground cracked like a spider's web. The force of the golden aura intensified, gradually pushing the black energy sphere back, causing Frisia's expression to contort in terror. "Impossible, impossible," he exclaimed. As he was engulfed by the very energy he had unleashed, the thunderous explosion resonated, creating a vast chasm in the ground, which was immediately inundated by the surrounding waters. Yinfeng stood there, impassive, while Goku and Gohan stared in astonishment at his figure. Gohan spoke up, "Dad, that uncle's power is extraordinary. He is likely even stronger than Frisia. Frisia seems like a mere child in his presence." Krillin, rendered speechless by the overwhelming strength of this unfamiliar youth, could only marvel at the power he had witnessed, perhaps the mightiest he had ever encountered. Yinfeng was aware that Frisia had not perished after all. He was a fearsome creature of the Ice Clan and could not be so easily vanquished. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the water, blood streaming from its body, glaring fiercely at Yinfeng. Damn it, I am the great cosmic emperor Frisia, destined to be a ruler from birth. How could you, mere mortals, ever hope to defeat me?" Then, Frisia's form swelled as his aura surged once more, indicating that he was now unleashing his full power. "I can send Frisia on his way now," I thought, as golden scion energy erupted from my hands, the flames of gold compressing toward Frisia. Frisia, in a frenzy, unleashed several energy spheres in an attempt to repel the advancing golden energy, but to no avail. Gradually, the golden aura pressed down upon Frisia, culminating in a tremendous explosion that lit up the skies above Namek. Frisia's energy dissipated, and Goku and Krillin gazed in astonishment at the youth who had so effortlessly vanquished Frisia, mustering their courage to approach. Chapter 2. Taking on Disciples. On Namek, Goku slowly approached, with Gohan and Krillin following closely behind. Goku smiled and said, "Brother, do you recognize us? Why did you come to help us defeat Frisia?" Yinfeng chuckled in response. "Mr. Goku, please do not doubt me. I am your friend. Have you ever heard of the Omni King?" Goku paused. "The Omni King? I haven't heard of him. I trained under King Kai." Yinfeng, uninterested in explaining further, replied, "Goku, just know that the Omni King is a deity far superior to King Kai, and I am his disciple." With a serious demeanor, Yinfeng continued, "I was sent by the Omni King to deal with Frisia. Also, Goku, you are a pure scion from a proud warrior lineage, and I wish to take you as my disciple, as I too am a scion." Goku's jaw dropped in surprise. "You're also a scion?" Yinfeng replied, "I transformed into a super scion to defeat Frisia just now. Do you wish to become a super scion like me?" Driven by an insatiable desire for strength, Goku immediately knelt. "Master, please allow your disciple Goku to pay his respects." Yinfeng beamed at Goku. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Yinfeng will protect you in this world." Turning to Krillin and Gohan, Yinfeng instructed, "Hurry and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Frisia. Return to Earth and train diligently, for Frisia will seek vengeance." Goku, astonished, nearly stumbled, "But Master, didn't you kill Frisia?" "Goku, Frisia hails from the formidable Frost Demon race. His life force is remarkably resilient, allowing him to survive in the cosmos. He surely did not perish and will return," Yinfeng cautioned. "Come, Goku, train with me, and we shall return to Earth in a year." Goku nodded, then turned to Gohan and Krillin. "Gohan, you must train hard, do not become complacent. Otherwise, the events of Namek may repeat themselves on Earth. Tell everyone that I will return in a year to fight alongside you." With that, Gohan and Krillin supported Piccolo and slowly took to the skies, heading to resurrect those who had fallen to Frisia. "Wukong, let us depart to Frisia spacecraft 4. Alongside it lies the spaceship of the Jinyu Force." Yinfeng was aware that this journey led to the planet of the Yard Rats, where he intended to instruct Wukong in mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Grasping Wukong's hand, Yinfeng swiftly returned to Frisia's spacecraft. The two entered, initiated the launch sequence, and like two spherical orbs, their crafts ascended into the cosmos. During their voyage to Yardrat, Yinfeng devised a rigorous training regimen for himself, aspiring to attain Super Saiyan 2 swiftly, thus gaining the means for self-preservation. In the vastness of space, Frisia transformed into countless fragments of flesh, persistently writhing in a display of tenacious vitality. Suddenly, a spacecraft resembling Frisia's approached and absorbed him within its confines. This vessel belonged to the Patriarch of the Frost Demons, Frisia's father, where scientists had commenced the revival project for Frisia, unbeknownst to Wukong and Yinfeng, who were soaring through the void. With a resounding crash, Wukong and Yunfeng's spacecraft touched down, and they emerged, with Yinfeng gesturing for Wukong to follow. Yinfeng led Wukong to a cavern, adjacent to a vast clearing, and proclaimed, "Wukong, I shall now impart to you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. As he spoke, Yinfeng transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair shimmering a brilliant gold, engulfed in golden flames. Observing his master's transformation, Wukong listened intently. Wukong, first, internalize this aura, and we shall progress gradually. The essence of becoming a Super Saiyan lies in fury and vision, the most cherished person in your life being slain by Frieza, and on the brink of despair, you shall achieve the transformation. Wukong attempted the transformation several times, only to feel his energy expand without successfully becoming a Super Saiyan. Do not rush, Wukong. Remember my words and the essence of my Super Saiyan form. Take your time. Once you succeed in your transformation, seek out a technique known as instant transmission on this planet, which I assign as your task. Upon completing these objectives, you may return to Earth, where your master will await you. Should you fail to fulfill my assignment, do not return. Wukong nodded respectfully, and Yunfeng departed aboard his spacecraft. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, the system scanned for sources to enhance combat prowess. After a thorough search, it announced on the frigid planet Vaya, there exists a plant known as Blood Spirit Fruit, capable of augmenting combat strength. The spacecraft promptly altered its course towards Vaya, while aboard a massive cosmic vessel. A Namekian named Shiragu inquired of his subordinate, "Is the Blood Spirit Fruit nearing maturity?" The subordinate replied respectfully, "My lord, it is almost time for it to ripen." "Excellent. Our target is Vaya." Upon arriving at the planet Vaya, Yunfeng discovered that its climate was particularly harsh, seemingly perpetually buffeted by winds. It was astonishing that such a hostile environment could nurture the miraculous Blood Spirit Fruit. Nature is truly wondrous. As he spoke, Yunfeng began his quest for the Blood Spirit Fruit, sensing an abundance of energy nearby, along with several formidable auras. He immediately employed instant teleportation to reach the location, which appeared to be preparing for a sacrificial ritual. 10 individuals, both male and female, were bound upon an altar, their words incomprehensible to Yunfeng. After a while, the 10 were led to the precipice of a mountain peak, where one person's head was forcefully pressed down, and with a swift stroke, blood gushed forth. To Yunfeng's astonishment, 5 blood-red fruits were growing at the mountain's edge. They were evidently using human blood to ripen the fruits. Stunned into silence, Yunfeng could only observe quietly as the Blood Spirit Fruit gradually absorbed the fresh blood, seemingly growing larger. It appeared that in 10 days, the fruits would reach maturity. For the next few days, Yunfeng remained concealed, watching as they sacrificed 10 individuals daily to nourish the Blood Spirit Fruit. On the 9th day, an unexpected event transpired. A colossal spaceship descended. As it landed, a Namekian emerged, accompanied by a retinue of subordinates. The Vaya inhabitants were certainly not welcoming to this extraterrestrial visitor. The planet's warriors launched an assault against the newcomers. However, the leader refrained from intervening, and his subordinates swiftly incapacitated the Vaya warriors. Just as Yunfeng contemplated intervening, a powerful energy surged from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was another Vaya inhabitant, whose battle prowess exceeded 1 million, rivaling that of Frieza's initial transformation. Indeed, the subordinates of a Namekian leader were swiftly vanquished. "Your strength is impressive. Would you consider becoming my loyal aide, so we may conquer the world together?" The Namekian, Shalagu, proposed. Enraged, the Vaya warrior retorted in the universal tongue, "Extraterrestrial, I care not for your intentions. I advise you to leave this place immediately." Seeing that reason had failed, Shalagu acted decisively. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, causing the ground to fracture truly. He was a super Namekian, with a power that even Piccolo could not match. With a single punch, he sent the Vaya warrior flying. Shalagu's speed was astounding, leaving the Vaya warrior no time to evade. As Shalagu's arms elongated and his body swelled, he seized the Vaya inhabitant in his grasp, slowly applying pressure. Witnessing the Vaya warrior's anguished cries, Shalagu wore a sinister smile indeed. He was a devil. Chapter 3. Confronting Shalagu. On the planet Vaya, as Yunfeng observed the increasingly feeble energy of the Vaya warrior, he was awestruck by Shalagu's formidable combat prowess. Shalagu, relishing the fear he instilled in the Vaya inhabitants, began to stride toward the Blood Spirit Fruit. "This Blood Spirit Fruit is likely not so easily obtained," a calm voice emanated from behind. Shalagu's expression darkened immediately. "Who dares to speak? Step forward if you possess the courage." Just as Yunfeng was about to step outside, the system chimed in. "Beep! Host, a hidden mission has been detected. Mission, defeat Shalagu." Yunfeng clicked to accept. After all, he was already planning to vanquish Shalagu, and such a reward presented itself so fortuitously. Yinfeng slowly emerged, and with the passage of time, the scion blood coursing through him gradually melded with his being, giving rise to a tail at his rear. Shalagu gazed at the black-haired youth stepping forth, clad entirely in dark attire, with his tail swaying in the breeze. "Are you a scion? Wasn't the entire race annihilated by Frisia?" Yinfeng replied, "Do you overestimate Frisia? Is he truly so formidable as to eradicate the scions?" Shalagu's expression darkened. "He is at best on par with Frisia. This brat clearly seems to dismiss Frisia, but is it merely bluster?" A traveler embarks on a journey across the Douluo Continent, where the rise of mountains and rivers unfolds. Shanchuan, an ordinary modern individual, led a life marked by routine and predictability. However, an unexpected event drastically altered the course of his destiny. One fateful night, as he walked home, a peculiar beam of light streaked across the sky, and he suddenly lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by lush forests and enveloped in an air of mystery. Bewildered and disoriented, Shanchuan had no idea where he had ended up. Just as he was grappling with confusion, a torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the world of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent? Isn't that from a novel I've read? I have truly crossed over. A mixture of excitement and trepidation coursed through him. Thus began his exploration of this new world, armed with knowledge from the stories he cherished. He understood that to thrive in this realm, one must possess formidable strength. Consequently, Shanchuan resolved to embark on a journey to become a powerful being. Along the way, he encountered a girl named Lingo, vivacious and kind-hearted, who, like him, harbored dreams of her own. "Brother Shanchuan, do you think we can become formidable soul masters?" Lingo inquired, her large eyes sparkling with hope. Mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly at her and declared, "We shall certainly succeed, as long as we strive together." The two companions journeyed forth, supporting one another. Before long, they arrived at a place known as Nodding City. Here, they learned of Nodding Academy, an esteemed institution dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters. "Let us venture to Nodding Academy. Perhaps we shall acquire formidable skills there," suggested Mountains. With eager consent, Spirit followed, and they proceeded towards the academy. During the admissions assessment at the academy, Mountains exhibited remarkable perseverance and courage, successfully passing the evaluation and becoming a student of Nodding Academy. Spirit, too, gained admission due to her innate talent. Within the academy, Mountains diligently trained, continuously enhancing his prowess. His unwavering dedication caught the attention of the faculty, and a teacher named Qin Ming offered to mentor him. "Mountains, your talent is commendable, yet to become a true powerhouse, you must exert even greater effort," Qin Ming stated with seriousness. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Teacher Qin, I shall strive with utmost diligence." Under Qin Ming's guidance, the prowess of mountains and rivers surged remarkably. Yet, rather than succumbing to arrogance, he immersed himself even more fervently in his training. As time flowed on, both mountains and rivers and Linger gradually matured. During a trial organized by the academy, they encountered a formidable soul beast. "Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is not to be trifled with," Mountains and Rivers proclaimed loudly. The group braced themselves, engaging in a fierce battle against the soul beast. Throughout the skirmish, Mountains and Rivers showcased his strength, skillfully maneuvering against the creature. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the soul beast. This trial not only tested their mettle but also deepened the bond between Mountains and Rivers and Linger. They made a pact to forge their own brilliance on the Douluo Continent together. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. During an expedition, Mountains and Rivers and Linger fell victim to an assault by a band of nefarious forces. "Hand over your treasures, or you shall not leave here alive," the ringleader of the villains menaced. Mountains and Rivers stood resolutely, shielding Linger and declaring, "Not on my watch. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Linger." A fierce battle erupted once more. They fought valiantly, yet the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries gradually ensnared them in a dire predicament. At the critical moment, a mysterious and formidable figure emerged, aiding them in repelling the villains. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder," Mountain River expressed with heartfelt gratitude. The enigmatic powerhouse cast a glance his way and replied, "Young man, possessing courage is commendable, yet true strength is paramount. Strive diligently." With that, the figure vanished into thin air. This encounter deepened Mountain River's understanding of the significance of power. Upon returning to the academy, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, relentlessly pushing his limits. Eventually, during a grand competition for soul masters across the continent, Mountain River, fueled by his formidable strength and indomitable spirit, led his teammates through a series of victories, ultimately claiming the championship. At that moment, Mountain River had ascended to the status of a renowned powerhouse in the Douluo Continent. Moreover, his bond with Linger, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more resolute. Together, they continued to pin their legendary tale across the Douluo Continent. Following their triumph in the Continental Soul Master Tournament, the names of Mountain River and Linger echoed throughout the realm. However, they remained unfulfilled by their accomplishments and chose to press onward in pursuit of even loftier realms. One day, while wandering through an ancient town, Mountain River and Linger chanced upon a mysterious legend. It was said that in the distant northern reaches, there lay a hidden relic, harboring unparalleled treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's power. In the depths of the mountains, a flicker of determination crossed Shanchuan's eyes. Linger, I yearn to explore that ancient ruin. Perhaps it will empower us. Linger nodded gently. Brother Shanchuan, I shall accompany you. Together, they embarked on the arduous journey to the farthest northern reaches. Along the way, they faced inclement weather and formidable spirit beasts. Yet the companionship and encouragement they offered one another kept their spirits unyielding. At long last, they arrived at the fabled entrance of the ruins. Be cautious, Linger, Shanchuan urged, gripping her hand tightly. As they stepped into the ruins, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The walls around them shimmered with strange lights, as if whispering ancient secrets. This place feels peculiar, Linger remarked nervously. Fear not, for I am here, Shanchuan reassured her. They proceeded with utmost care in their exploration, when suddenly, a trap was triggered, unleashing a hail of deadly arrows upon them. Mountains and rivers swiftly shielded Linger behind him, conjuring a formidable spirit power barrier to deflect the incoming arrows. Are you unharmed, Linger? He inquired with genuine concern. I am fine, Brother Shanchuan, but do take care. Linger replied, her heart still trembling with apprehension. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they encountered a perplexing riddle. How shall we unravel this? Linger pondered, furrowing her brow. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan, leveraging his intellect and knowledge of the Douluo Continent, successfully uncovered the answer. Deep within the ruins, the unparalleled treasure, a soul orb radiating immense energy, finally revealed itself. Just as Shanchuan prepared to reach for it, a mysterious figure emerged. Humph. This treasure is not something you can easily take, the enigmatic individual remarked coldly. Mountains and rivers stand unyielding. Those destined to possess this treasure shall attain it. We have endured countless hardships to arrive here, and we shall not relinquish our pursuit lightly. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In an instant, the mysterious figure launched an assault. An intense battle ensued, with Shanchuan and Linger working in perfect harmony, locked in a fierce struggle against the enigmatic assailant. Linger, let us employ our combined technique, Shanchuan declared. All right, Linger replied. The duo unleashed a formidable joint attack, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. They successfully obtained the Soul Pearl. However, just as they prepared to depart the ruins, they discovered that the exit was sealed by a powerful force. What shall we do? Brother Shanchuan? Linger inquired, her anxiety palpable. The mountains and rivers pondered quietly. There must be a way to unravel this. After considerable effort, they discovered the flaw in the seal and successfully opened the exit. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, they, with the aid of the Soul Pearl, experienced a substantial enhancement in their prowess. Their names became legendary among the people. However, new perils soon emerged. A nefarious organization had set its sights on them, seeking to usurp their power. As long as you join us, you shall share in wealth and glory, proclaimed the leader of the wicked organization. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly. Never. We shall not conspire with you. A life-and-death battle ensued, with the mountains and rivers fighting side by side with Linger, their bond growing ever stronger amidst the chaos of combat. Linger, I will not allow anyone to harm you, declared the mountains and rivers with fervor. Brother Shanchuan, I have faith in you, Linger replied. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent organization, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent. Their tale became an eternal legend, inspiring generations of soul masters to forge ahead in pursuit of justice and strength. Following their victory over the dark forces, Shanchuan and Lingo relished a rare moment of tranquility. Yet, the ever-shifting tides of the Douluo Continent never ceased, and new challenges quietly loomed. One day, while strolling through the streets, Shanchuan and Linger were confronted with startling news. It was said that a mysterious island had emerged in the distant depths of the sea, harboring enigmatic powers that beckoned formidable warriors from all corners to seek its secrets. Linger turned to Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Brother Shanchuan, let us venture forth as well. Perhaps new opportunities await us. The mountains and rivers nodded with a smile. Very well. Let us embark on an adventure to this mysterious island. The two set forth on their journey into the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered fierce winds and towering waves, yet with unwavering determination and exceptional spiritual strength, they ultimately reached the enigmatic isle. Upon setting foot on the island, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The surroundings brimmed with the unknown and peril. Linger, proceed with caution, Shanchuan advised. Indeed, Brother Shanchuan. You must also be vigilant, Linger replied. They explored the island with utmost care, when suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed through the air. A colossal soul beast lunged from the thicket, claws bared and poised to attack. Shanchuan instantly entered a state of combat, exclaiming loudly, Linger, step back. Linger, filled with concern, replied, Brother Shanchuan, please be careful. The mountains and rivers unleashed their formidable soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beasts. After a strenuous struggle, they finally managed to repel the beasts. Linger, it is all right now, Shanchuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The two continued their journey. And deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand entrance stood firmly closed, yet it emanated a mysterious glow from within. This must be the secret of the island, Shanchuan remarked. They attempted to push open the door, only to discover intricate seals adorning it. Linger furrowed her brow and asked, What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan spoke. Let me see if I can unravel this seal. Through a considerable effort, Shanchuan, utilizing his intellect and precise manipulation of soul energy, successfully deciphered the seal. The door creaked open, revealing a spectacle that left them utterly astonished. Countless precious treasures and formidable soul technique manuals were displayed within. This is truly astounding, Linger exclaimed in awe, just as they were about to select their coveted items. A mysterious voice resonated. To obtain these treasures, you must first pass my trial. Mountains and rivers stand resolutely. Come, we shall not fear. The trial commences. And they are confronted with a myriad of arduous challenges, including formidable illusions and intricate riddles. Brother Shanchuan, I find myself somewhat bewildered, Linger expressed with a hint of anxiety. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, offering encouragement. Linger, have faith that we shall surely overcome this adversity. Bolstered by this support, Linger regained her composure. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial. Just as they prepared to depart from the palace, they discovered that the island's power had begun to spiral out of control, triggering violent tremors and a devastating tsunami. This is dire. We must devise a means to halt this calamity, Mountains declared. They scoured their surroundings for a solution and realized that only by resealing the mysterious core within the palace could they quell the impending disaster. Lingo, I shall seal the core. You must find a safe refuge, Mountains resolutely stated. Linger firmly shook her head. No, Brother Mountains, I will stand by your side. Together, they joined forces, diligently working to seal the core, ultimately saving the island and its surrounding regions. Through this adventure, the bond between Mountains and Linger deepened, and their renown grew ever more illustrious across the Douluo Continent. Upon returning to the mainland, they resolved to wield their strength to protect this land brimming with wonders and challenges, continuing to inscribe their own legendary narrative. The peak path of Douluo, Mountains and Rivers. Upon their return from the enigmatic island, Shanchuan and Linger became renowned heroes, their valiant deeds celebrated throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet, behind the veil of glory often lurk greater challenges and perils. One day, Shanchuan received a mysterious invitation, summoning him to the most secretive organization in Douluo, the Shadow Pavilion. It is said that this organization holds the most profound secrets and formidable powers of the continent. Linger gazed at Shanchuan with concern. Brother Shanchuan, could this be a trap? Mountains and Rivers, with unwavering determination, regardless of whether it is a trap, I am resolute in my desire to investigate. Perhaps there, we might discover ways to become stronger and better protect this land. Lingo grasped Shanchuan's hand tightly. Then I shall accompany you. The Mountains and Rivers smiled gently and nodded as the two embarked on their journey to the Shadow Pavilion. Upon their arrival at the site of the Shadow Pavilion, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering black castle loomed into the clouds, enveloped in an enigmatic mist. At the entrance of the castle, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Welcome, Mountains and Rivers, and Linger. Mountains and Rivers cautiously inquired, Who are you? Why have you summoned us here? The shadow chuckled softly. I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion. I have invited you because of your potential and courage. However, to enter the Shadow Pavilion, you must first endure our trials. Linga furrowed her brow. What trials? The master waved his hand, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously, enveloping Shanchuan and Linger in a realm brimming with illusions. In this illusion, the master's voice resonated throughout the space. You shall confront the deepest fears and desires within your souls. Only by conquering them can you pass the trial. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, reassuring Linger, do not fear, we shall prevail. Linger nodded, and hand in hand, they ventured into the realm of illusions. Within this ethereal landscape, mountains and rivers beheld the echoes of his once mundane existence, witnessing the torment endured due to his frailty. This is my past, yet I shall not allow such occurrences to transpire again, he bellowed, shattering the illusion. Linger, confronted by the dread of losing him, felt tears welling in her eyes. Brother Shanchuan will not abandon me. I must be strong. With gritted teeth, she overcame her trepidation. As they successfully emerged from the realm of illusions, the master appeared before them. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Upon entering the Shadow Pavilion, mountains and rivers and Linger discovered an abundance of invaluable cultivation resources and profound scriptures. However, they also encountered stringent regulations and fierce competition. From this day forth, you shall strive for growth here. Serving the Shadow Pavilion, the master proclaimed. Mountains and rivers responded, as long as it is for the sake of justice, we are willing. During their time in the Shadow Pavilion, both mountains and rivers and Linger diligently honed their skills, experiencing a rapid enhancement of their abilities. However, they gradually uncovered some of the dark secrets concealed within the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Mountains, I sense something amiss with the Shadow Pavilion. It appears they are scheming something dreadful. Linga said with a heavy heart. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I share this sentiment. We must proceed with caution in our investigation. By a stroke of serendipity, Mountains and Linger uncovered that the master of the Shadow Pavilion was scheming to harness a forbidden power to dominate the Douluo Continent. We cannot allow him to succeed. Mountains proclaimed with indignation. Linger nodded in agreement. But what shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan resolved that they must unite with other noble souls to thwart him. Thus, Shanchuan and Lingo stealthily departed from the Shadow Pavilion, embarking on a quest to seek allies. Their endeavors, however, provoked the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion. Shanchuan, Linger, there is no escape for you. The assassins from the Shadow Pavilion relentlessly pursued from behind. Mountains and rivers grasped Linger's hand and reassured her, fear not, for I am by your side. During their flight, they encountered a band of like-minded companions, and together they resolved to confront the nefarious schemes of the Shadow Pavilion. At long last, the moment for their decisive battle arrived. Mountains and rivers led their comrades into a breathtaking clash against the Shadow Pavilion. Your machinations shall not prevail, he proclaimed defiantly. The pavilion master sneered. Is it merely you who dares to oppose me? The battle raged with unparalleled intensity, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Yet, mountains and rivers and Linger remained steadfast, their unwavering faith and deep bond propelling them to fight until the very end. Ultimately, through the collective effort of all, they succeeded in vanquishing the pavilion master, thwarting the sinister plot of the Shadow Pavilion. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace, and mountains and rivers, along with Linger, became eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Together, they continued to safeguard this land, embarking on a journey towards an even more glorious future. After Shanchuan and Linger successfully thwarted the sinister plot of the Shadow Pavilion, they relished a period of tranquility on the Douluo Continent. However, the wheels of fate never ceased their relentless turning. A new mission was quietly approaching. One day, while strolling through the forest, Shanchuan and Linger chanced upon a mysterious elder. The elder's gaze was profound, as if he could perceive all truths. Young ones, your mission is far from complete. The elder spoke slowly. Mountains and rivers inquired with a hint of perplexity. Esteemed elder, what do you mean by that? The old man gently stroked his beard and replied, deep within the Douluo Continent, a dark force lies dormant, awakening as we speak. If we do not intervene, the entire continent shall succumb to endless calamity. Linger anxiously grasped Shanchuan's arm and exclaimed, Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do? The mountains and rivers reflected a resolute gaze. In that case, we have an obligation to act. Esteemed elder, we kindly request your guidance. The old man nodded slightly. In the farthest southern reaches of the continent lies an ancient ruin. where one may uncover the key to combating the forces of darkness. However, the journey is fraught with peril, so you must be well prepared. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a knowing glance and spoke in unison. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. We shall exercise utmost caution. After bidding farewell to the old man, Shanchuan and Linger immediately embarked on their journey to the southernmost land. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of treacherous weather conditions and formidable soul beasts. Be careful, Linger, Shanchuan exclaimed, swiftly pulling her behind him to evade the strike of a colossal venomous scorpion. Linger, still trembling from the encounter, replied, Brother Shanchuan, this journey has truly been fraught with challenges. The mountains and rivers consoled, saying, do not fear, as long as we are together, we shall surely overcome any adversity. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The entrance to the ruins stood firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. The mountains and rivers took a deep breath. Linger, are you ready? Linger nodded. Yes, let us proceed. As they stepped into the ruins, a chilling laughter echoed around them. Ha ha, yet another batch of the fearless has arrived at my doorstep. The mountains and rivers thundered. Who goes there? Step forth. A dark figure slowly emerged from the shadows, declaring, to pass through here, you must first overcome me. With that, the shadow launched an attack. Mountain River and Ling Air swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark figure. Ling Air, let us employ our combined technique. Mountain River shouted. All right. Ling Air replied. Through their harmonious collaboration, they ultimately vanquished the shadow. They delved deeper into the ruins, unraveling one mechanism and puzzle after another. In the depths of the ruins, they discovered an ancient scroll, inscribed with secrets of dark power and methods to counter it. So it is, Mountain River remarked. We must find 5 mystical gemstones to seal the dark force. Ling Air, with a note of concern, responded, but these 5 gemstones are located in perilous places. What shall we do? Mountains and rivers clasped Ling Air's hand, saying, no matter how arduous the journey, we must endeavor to try. Their first destination was the Valley of Flames, in pursuit of the first gem, the fiery crystal. The valley was engulfed in flames, radiating unbearable heat. Be cautious, Ling Air, lest you get scorched, mountains and rivers expressed with concern. Ling Air wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, Brother Shanchuan, you must also take care. After a challenging search, they finally discovered the fiery crystal at the valley's base. Without pausing, they hastened to the realm of ice and snow, seeking the second gem. The icy crystal. It is so cold here, Brother Shanchuan, Ling Air exclaimed, unable to suppress her shivering. The mountains and rivers embraced Ling Air, whispering, you shall find warmth in my embrace. After surmounting numerous challenges, they triumphantly acquired the ice crystal. Subsequently, after enduring great hardships, they discovered the remaining 3 gemstones. As they gathered all 5 gems, preparing to return, they were ambushed by a group of enigmatic figures. Surrender the gems, and we shall spare your lives, proclaimed the leader of the mysterious assailants. The mountains and rivers glared defiantly. Absolutely not. This is the hope for saving the continent, and we shall never surrender it to you. A fierce battle erupted once more, as the mountains and Linger exerted their utmost strength in a desperate struggle against the mysterious figure. Just as their stamina began to wane, the elder who had appeared earlier suddenly reemerged, assisting them in driving back the enigmatic adversary. Well done, young ones. Hurry back and seal away the dark forces, the elder proclaimed. Shanchuan and Linger were overwhelmed with gratitude as they returned to the Douluo Continent with the precious gemstones in hand. Following the instructions inscribed in the ancient scroll, they successfully sealed away the dark forces, thereby rescuing the Douluo Continent. From that moment forth, the names of Shanchuan and Linger became eternal legends within the realm. Their love, having weathered countless storms, grew ever more unbreakable. The sovereign of Douluo, Shanchuan. After uniting the various forces of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan initially believed they could enjoy a period of tranquility. However, a new crisis loomed in the shadows. One day, while exploring the mountains, Shanchuan and Lingo stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave emitted an unusual radiance, drawing them in to investigate further. Linger, be cautious. This place feels peculiar, Shanchuan advised warily. Linger nodded and followed closely behind him. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they beheld a colossal sleeping soul beast, resembling the legendary Devourer Beast. The powerful aura radiating from the Devourer Beast enveloped them, causing a sensation of suffocation. Could this truly be the Devourer Beast? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, seemingly aware, yet perplexed by the reason for this slumber. Just then, the celestial devourer suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. It unleashed a deafening roar directed at the mountains and Linger. "This is bad, we must flee," exclaimed Shanchuan as he seized Linger's hand and turned to escape. However, the celestial devourer moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly obstructing their path. "Humans, intruding upon my territory. You shall not leave here alive," it proclaimed in a chilling human tongue. "Mountains and rivers stand resolute. The devouring beast, we mean no offense. We have merely stumbled into this place by chance." The devouring beast snorted disdainfully. "Humph, words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the devouring beast launched its assault. Mountains and rivers, along with Linger, could only muster their utmost strength to defend themselves. After a fierce battle, they gradually found themselves on the brink of exhaustion. "Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do?" Linger inquired anxiously. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Linger, do not be afraid. I shall protect you." At that critical moment, Shanchuan's martial spirit unexpectedly awakened, unleashing a formidable force that erupted from within him. As the formidable soul technique was unleashed, Shanchuan temporarily repelled the devouring beast. Seizing the moment, he urged Linger, "Let us depart swiftly." Together, they hastily fled the cavern. Upon returning to their dwelling, Shanchuan fell into deep contemplation. "Lingo, I believe the emergence of the devouring beast is no mere coincidence. It may hold a significant connection to the future of Douluo Continent," he remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. "Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do next?" With unwavering determination, Shanchuan proclaimed, "We must devise a way to locate it once more and unravel its mysteries." After thorough preparations, Shanchuan and Lingo embarked anew on their quest to find the Devourer of Worlds. After several days of searching, they finally discovered the creature within a secluded valley. "Devourer of Worlds, we do not come to confront you this time. We seek only a meaningful dialogue," Shanchuan declared. The Devourer regarded them, its hostility diminishing slightly. "What is it that you wish to convey?" The mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. "It seems that the Douluo Continent is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, and I sense that you may hold the key." The sky-devouring beast fell silent for a moment before responding. "In truth, I am sealed within this place, and only by finding someone who can resonate with my spirit can the seal be broken, allowing us to confront the impending peril together." Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, and a resolution formed within their hearts. "Heaven-swallowing beast, we are willing to attempt a connection with you," Shanchuan declared. After considerable effort, Shanchuan successfully established a bond with the heaven-swallowing beast, lifting its seal. In gratitude, the heaven-swallowing beast resolved to assist them in enhancing their strength. It bestowed upon Shanchuan a formidable soul ring, while Linger received a precious soul artifact. "With these gifts, you shall be better equipped to confront the impending crisis," the heaven-swallowing beast proclaimed. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sky-devouring beast." In the days that followed, Mountains and Linger diligently practiced, continually enhancing their strength. However, the crisis arrived sooner than anticipated. A dark force invaded the Douluo Continent, plunging countless soul beasts and humans into calamity. "Linger, it is time to demonstrate our power and protect this land," Mountains declared. Linger resolutely replied, "Brother Mountains, we shall fight together." Mountains and rivers led the multitude into a breathtaking confrontation against the forces of darkness. In the midst of battle, the mountains and rivers showcased their formidable prowess, seamlessly coordinating with the devourer beast to repel the onslaught of the malevolent forces time and again. "Do not be too proud, mountains and rivers. We shall not surrender easily," growled the leader of the dark forces with fierce intent. Shanchuan coldly declared, "As long as I am here, you shall not disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent." After a grueling battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the forces of darkness, rescuing Douluo Continent. From that moment on, he became the sovereign of Douluo, and his love for Lingo grew ever more unassailable. Together, they safeguarded this land, forging a promising future. Following their victorious conquest against the dark forces and the salvation of Douluo, Shanchuan and Linger enjoyed a tranquil and blissful existence. However, this serenity was not destined to last. One day, while engaged in his cultivation, Shanchuan suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of power. He opened his eyes, a profound unease swelling within him. "Lingo, I feel that something is about to happen," Shanchuan said, furrowing his brow. Linger gently grasped his hand, offering solace. "Do not worry too much, Brother Shanchuan. Perhaps it is merely your imagination. Yet, Shanchuan's intuition warned him that matters were far from simple. At that moment, a massive rift abruptly appeared in the sky, emanating a formidable force of suction. "This is bad. It's a spatial rift," Shanchuan exclaimed. He quickly embraced Linger, attempting to resist the pull. However, the force was overwhelming, and they were ultimately drawn into the rift. When Shanchuan opened his eyes again, he found himself and Linger in an unfamiliar realm. They were surrounded by a desolate desert, the heat unbearable. "Lingo, are you all right?" Shanchuan inquired with concern. Lingo shook her head. "I am fine, brother Shanchuan." "Where are we?" Shanchuan gazed around thoughtfully for a moment and remarked, "I am uncertain, but we must devise a way to find our way back." Just as they prepared to move forward, a colossal sand scorpion spirit beast erupted from the sands, launching an attack upon them. "Linger, be cautious." Shanchuan instantly summoned his martial spirit and engaged in a fierce battle with the sand scorpion spirit beast. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan emerged victorious, vanquishing the creature and acquiring a yellow soul ring. "Linger, this soul ring may enhance my strength and assist us in facing the dangers that lie ahead," Shanchuan stated. Linger smiled and nodded. "Brother Shanchuan, you should absorb it quickly." After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan continued his journey through the desert alongside Linger. Before long, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Shanchuan, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Young man, you possess an extraordinary aura." The mountains and rivers gracefully inclined as they spoke. "Esteemed elder, we have inadvertently arrived in this place and are uncertain how to return." The old man chuckled softly. "This is a world long forgotten. To find your way back, you must seek 3 sacred artifacts." "3 sacred artifacts?" Linger inquired. The elder nodded. "They are the soul-devouring sword, the spirit heart shield, and the star pearl. Only by gathering these 3 artifacts can you unlock the passage to the Douluo Continent." Shanchuan and Lingo expressed their gratitude to the elder and embarked on their quest for the divine artifact. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. Yet, they steadfastly supported one another, unwavering in their commitment. "Brother Shanchuan, if we fail to locate the artifact, will we be unable to return?" Linger said with a tone of concern. The mountains and rivers steadfastly gazed upon her. "Linger, do not worry. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall undoubtedly bring you back." At last, they discovered the soul-devouring sword within an ancient castle. "Linger, we are one step closer to success," exclaimed Shanchuan with excitement. Subsequently, they obtained the Lingxin shield in a mysterious forest. Only the starry pearl remained, and filled with hope, Shanchuan and Linger continued their quest. At the edge of a precipice, they uncovered a clue to the starry pearl. However, to acquire it, they must endure a formidable trial. "Linger, this may prove perilous, but I have faith in our success," Shanchuan declared. Linger nestled closely beside him. "Brother Shanchuan, I am unafraid." Together, they confronted the challenge and ultimately secured the starry pearl. With the 3 sacred artifacts gathered, Shanchuan and Linger, following the elder's guidance, opened the portal to the Douluo Continent. As they once again set foot on its soil, their hearts brimmed with emotion. "Linger, we have finally returned," Shanchuan said. Tears glistened in Lingo's eyes. "Indeed, brother Shanchuan, we shall never part again." Yet, unbeknownst to them, a new mission awaited on the horizon, a journey of glory. Upon their return to the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan and Lingo had yet to enjoy a moment of respite before they discerned some peculiar signs manifesting across the land. The once tranquil soul beast forest had become agitated, with rare and formidable soul beasts making frequent appearances. "Brother Shanchuan, what on earth is happening?" Linger inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The mountains furrowed their brows, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "I sense that a mysterious force seems to be at work behind this. We must investigate thoroughly." The two resolved to delve into the soul beast forest to uncover the truth. Within the depths of the forest, they encountered a 2-headed flame lion, a soul beast endowed with formidable firepower, causing the surrounding air to sear with heat. "Linger, keep your distance. I shall confront it," exclaimed the mountains with a commanding voice. Linger, filled with concern, replied, "Brother Shanchuan, please be careful." The mountains and rivers unleashed their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce battle with the 2-headed flame lion. After a grueling struggle, the mountains and rivers triumphed, securing a precious purple soul ring. "With the soul ring, my strength will significantly increase," remarked Shanchuan. "That's wonderful, brother Shanchuan. Let us press on," replied Linger with a smile. As they ventured deeper, The soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a colossal frost dragon, its scales shimmering with an icy brilliance. And the frigid breath it exhaled sent shivers down their spines. This soul beast is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance, Ling Er expressed, her voice tinged with apprehension. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, offering solace. Do not fear. Let us devise a solution together. At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck Mountains and Rivers as he recalled the newly acquired soul ring skill. Perhaps it was worth a try. Linger, stand guard for me. I shall attempt to employ my new skill, he declared. Linger nodded resolutely. Very well, brother Shanchuan. Do your best. Mountains and Rivers focused their spirit, unleashing the soul ring's power, engaging in a final confrontation with the frost dragon. After a heart-stopping battle, the Mountains and Rivers triumphed over the frost dragon, earning a Millennium Soul Ring. Linger, we have succeeded, exclaimed Mountains and Rivers with exhilaration. Linger rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, Brother Mountains, you are truly amazing. However, just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious figure materialized. Did you think you could leave so easily? The enigmatic individual stated coldly. The Mountains and Rivers gazed at him with vigilance. Who are you? Why do you appear here? The mysterious figure smiled softly. I have come to thwart your plans of destruction. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with confusion. What plan? Speak clearly, Shanchuan bellowed. However, the mysterious figure offered no further explanation and launched an assault. Reluctantly, Shanchuan and Lingo found themselves re-engaged in battle. Amidst the conflict, Shanchuan realized the formidable strength of the enigmatic adversary, as he and Linger gradually fell into a disadvantage. Linger, you must flee. I will hold him off, Shanchuan urged. Linger resolutely replied, No, brother Shanchuan, I shall fight alongside you. At that critical moment, Shanchuan's soul weapon suddenly radiated a brilliant light, infusing him with an overwhelming power. The Mountains and Rivers, harnessing this newfound power, triumphed over the mysterious figure in a single stroke. What could this possibly mean? Mountain River gazed at the soul weapon in his hand, murmuring to himself. Just before his demise, the mysterious figure unveiled a shocking secret. An insidious force sought to exploit the powers of soul beasts to dominate the Douluo Continent. Having been secretly orchestrating the actions of these soul beasts all along, Shanchuan and Ling Er were acutely aware of the monumental responsibility they bore in saving the continent. Ling Er, no matter how arduous the path ahead, we must not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Ling Er nodded in agreement. Brother Shanchuan, I will stand by your side always. Thus, they embarked on a new journey, courageously confronting the unknown challenges that lay ahead in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the Douluo Continent. Upon discovering the nefarious machinations of the malevolent forces, Shanchuan and Linger dared not linger for a moment, tirelessly embarking on a quest to gather further intelligence in preparation for the impending conflict. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder who appeared to possess profound knowledge regarding the sinister powers at play. Young ones, the elder intoned, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Shanchuan and Linger. To confront such wickedness, you are still woefully inadequate. The Mountains and Rivers humbly beseech. We kindly request your guidance. Esteemed elder, the old man nodded slightly. In the realm of extreme cold, there exists an ancient soul beast, the Ice Chelan. If you can earn its acknowledgement and acquire its power, perhaps you may still glimpse a thread of hope. Mountains and Rivers set forth towards the land of eternal frost without the slightest hesitation. Along the way, Linger could not help but inquire, Brother Shanchuan, will this journey prove perilous? The Mountains and Rivers held Linger's hand tightly, offering solace. Do not fear, Linger, as long as we are together, we can overcome any hardship. At last, they arrived at the realm of utmost cold, where the Ice Chelan materialized before them, emanating a frigid aura that rendered it nearly impossible to approach. Insignificant humans, what brings you to this place? The voice of the Ice Chelan resonated in their minds. The Mountains and Rivers proclaimed with fervor, Elder Chelan, the Douluo Continent is facing an immense crisis. We require your strength to aid us. The Ice Chelan snorted disdainfully. Do you truly believe that I would lend my assistance to you? Linger hastily interjected. Elder Chelan, we possess unwavering faith and a resolute determination to safeguard our continent. After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Chelan replied, Very well, if you can pass my trial, I shall extend my support to you. The test proved to be exceptionally arduous, as Shanchuan and Linger struggled against the biting cold, encouraging one another through their tribulations. Linger, hold on, Shanchuan shouted. Brother Shanchuan, I can do it. Linger responded with determination. Ultimately, they triumphed over the challenge, and the ice Qilin bestowed upon Shanchuan a unique soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Meanwhile, the malevolent forces hastened their nefarious plans. On their journey back, Shanchuan and Lingo encountered multiple assaults from these dark entities. Shanchuan, you cannot escape from our grasp, the enemy taunted. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. As long as I stand, you shall not prevail. Intense battles unfold continuously, with Shanchuan and Ling Er relying on their unwavering resolve and ever-increasing strength to turn peril into safety time and again. As time passes, the day of reckoning draws ever closer. Ling Er, are you afraid as the great battle approaches? Shanchuan inquired. Ling Er gazed steadfastly at Shanchuan and replied, with you by my side, I fear nothing. On the day of the final confrontation, Shanchuan and Ling Er led the righteous against the forces of evil on a vast plain for their ultimate clash. On the battlefield, soul power surged and light intertwined. Ling Er, be careful. Shanchuan shielded Ling Er from a deadly strike. With concern etched on her face, Ling Er implored, Brother Shanchuan, please don't get hurt. Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth and persevered in battle, as his martial soul radiated brilliance, repelling foes time and again. In a crucial moment, both Mountain River and Linger unleashed their formidable soul skill, honed through their joint cultivation, decisively turning the tide of the conflict. After a protracted and intense struggle, justice ultimately triumphed over evil, restoring the peace and tranquility of the Douluo Continent to its former glory. Mountains and rivers embraced each other, weeping, their bond fortified amidst the ravages of war. Linger, we shall never part again. Together we will safeguard this land, declared mountains. Linger nodded with blissful affirmation, yes, together forever. Following the great battle, the Douluo Continent was graced with a long-awaited tranquility. Mountains and Linger resolved to traverse the land, aiding those who had been scarred by the conflict in rebuilding their homes. In a remote village, they encountered an injured rare spirit beast, the phantom cat. Brother Mountains, it looks so pitiable, Lingo said, her eyes brimming with compassion. Shanchuan stepped forward, gently assessing the injuries of the phantom cat. We must lend our assistance to it. Under their attentive care, the phantom cat gradually regained its health. In gratitude, the phantom cat bestowed upon Shanchuan a mysterious soul artifact. This must be an invaluable treasure, Linga remarked. The mountain smiled upon her, perhaps foreseeing their significant role in the future. As they pressed onward, they heard whispers of a peculiar flower hidden within an ancient mountain range, one said to enhance the abilities of one's martial spirit. Linger, I wish to seek it out, declared the mountains. Linger nodded, I shall accompany you. The mountains were fraught with perilous soul beasts, yet they relied on one another, triumphing over numerous adversities. Shanchuan, be cautious. Linger timely cautioned Shanchuan to evade a sudden assault from a soul beast. At long last, they discovered the extraordinary flower. Shanchuan absorbed its essence, leading to a further evolution of his martial soul, while simultaneously acquiring a formidable soul ring. As time unfolded, the renown of Shanchuan and Linger spread across the entire Douluo Continent, instilling in the hearts of the people a profound respect and gratitude towards them. However, the days of tranquility did not endure. A dark force emanating from a mysterious island began to encroach upon the Douluo Continent. Linger, it appears we face new challenges, Shanchuan remarked with a grave expression. Lingo grasped his hand and declared, no matter what comes, we shall confront it together. Upon arriving at the mysterious island, they discovered that the soul beasts there had been ensnared by the dark power, turning ferociously savage. What on earth is happening? Lingo exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings, sensing that a formidable source was orchestrating all of this. During their exploration, they encountered a powerful adversary, one endowed with an enigmatic soul essence and formidable soul skills. You stand no chance of defeating me, the enemy declared arrogantly. Mountains and rivers, undaunted, declared, let us see. In the midst of a fierce battle, Shanchuan and Ling Er coordinated their efforts seamlessly. Ling Er, let us unleash our combined soul technique, Shanchuan shouted. All right, Ling Er responded. With unwavering conviction and profound synergy, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, Shanchuan discovered the source of the dark power and sealed it with a mysterious soul artifact. We have succeeded, Ling Er exclaimed, embracing Shanchuan with joy. Through this trial, their bond deepened significantly. Upon returning to the continent, they continued to protect this land with their strength. Shanchuan, I shall always stand by your side, Ling'er said tenderly. The mountains and rivers embraced her tightly. Ling'er, you are my eternal inspiration. Their tale became a cherished legend on the Douluo Continent. And both the mountains and Ling'er emerged as everlasting guardians, bestowing peace and hope upon the land. After Shanchuan and Ling'er successfully sealed the source of dark power, their renown in the Douluo Continent grew ever more prominent. Numerous young soul masters began to regard them as idols and paragons, eagerly yearning for their guidance. In a bid to cultivate more exceptional soul masters, Shanchuan and Ling'er resolved to establish a soul master academy. Upon the announcement, aspiring individuals from all corners of the land flocked to them, inspired by their deeds. Ling'er, look at how many people place their faith in us. We must ensure the academy flourishes, Shanchuan declared with unwavering confidence. Ling'er smiled and nodded. Indeed, we shall. During the construction of the academy, they encountered numerous challenges: a shortage of funds, insufficient faculty, and inadequate teaching facilities, among others. Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do? Ling'er inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The mountains and rivers reassured her, saying, do not worry. We shall tackle our challenges step by step. I firmly believe that with perseverance, there is no difficulty we cannot surmount. They tirelessly sought support and assistance from various sources. At last, through their relentless efforts, the Soul Master Academy gradually found its footing. Within the academy, Shanchuan personally guided the students in the cultivation of their martial souls, while Ling'er imparted knowledge about soul beasts and strategies for dealing with them. The students displayed remarkable diligence and made rapid progress. One day, a mysterious guest arrived at the academy, adorned in a splendid robe and exuding an extraordinary presence. Pray tell, is this the Soul Master Academy founded by Shanchuan and Ling'er? Inquired the guest. Mountains and rivers beckon. Indeed, may I inquire who you are? The guest smiled faintly. I am an envoy from the Douluo Hall, having heard of your remarkable deeds. I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the hall for a discussion. Shanchuan and Ling'er exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at the Douluo Palace, they were awestruck by its grandeur and solemnity. This magnificent hall had borne witness to the brilliance and glory of countless soul masters. The envoy elaborated. Within the palace, they unearthed numerous ancient secrets of the Douluo Continent and the enigmatic soul techniques. Ling'er, the knowledge here is invaluable. If we could bring it back to the academy, it would greatly benefit the students' growth, Shanchuan remarked. Ling'er nodded in agreement. However, acquiring this knowledge was no simple feat. They were tasked with the formidable challenge of locating a lost soul weapon. It was said that this weapon possessed immense power, yet it lay concealed in a perilous location, teeming with formidable soul beasts. Brother Shanchuan, regardless of the dangers, we must attempt it, Ling'er asserted with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand. Very well. Let us embark together. They set forth on a journey to seek the soul artifact. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts. Ling'er, be cautious. Mountains and rivers shielded Ling'er from an attack by a soul beast. Ling'er, with concern etched on her face, gazed at him. Are you unharmed? The mountains and rivers shook their heads with a smile, proclaiming, I am quite well, do not fret. After enduring a series of arduous battles and relentless searches, they ultimately discovered the long-lost soul artifact. Upon returning to the Douluo Palace with the artifact in hand, they were met with the palace's acknowledgement and generous rewards. This experience has bestowed upon us an abundance of treasures, Ling'er remarked with heartfelt sentiment. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her. Indeed, we must bring all of this back to the academy, so that more individuals may benefit. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan and Ling'er imparted their knowledge and insights to the students, bolstering the institution's strength. During a competition hosted by the academy, the students exhibited remarkable prowess and teamwork. Witnessing their growth, Shanchuan expressed his satisfaction, affirming that their efforts had not been in vain. Ling'er leaned against his shoulder, remarking, this is the fruit of our joint endeavors. As the academy continued to flourish, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling'er deepened. Together, they nurtured generations of exceptional soul masters for the Douluo Continent, scripting a glorious chapter that belonged to them. The path of Douluo's legacy. Shanchuan, behold this list. This year, many exceptionally gifted children have enrolled. Ling'er excitedly presented a lengthy list to Shanchuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. As Shanchuan perused the list with great care, a satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, our academy is gaining increasing influence. However, with the rise in student numbers, it is imperative that we further expand our teaching resources. I share the same sentiment. Linger nodded, expressing the need for more distinguished educators and advanced teaching equipment. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a simple robe entered the assembly hall of the academy. His face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. President Shanchuan, President Linger, he spoke with a deep and powerful voice. I have traveled from the distant southern borders. I have heard of the illustrious reputation of your academy and have come specifically to pay my respects. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance and politely rose to greet the old gentleman. Please, have a seat. What brings you here today? The elder smiled faintly. I come bearing news that may greatly aid the development of your academy, though it is accompanied by significant challenges. Oh, please, do share, Shanchuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly, yet his tone remained composed. In the depths of the southern mountains lies an ancient ruin. It is said that within it is concealed a relic of antiquity, known as the Wheel of Stars. This artifact possesses formidable power, capable of bestowing immense enhancements upon soul masters. However, the area surrounding the ruin is fraught with perilous soul beasts, as well as numerous mechanisms and traps. In my youth, I endeavored to explore it, but returned empty-handed. Today, I wish to impart this information to you, hoping that you will succeed in acquiring the Wheel of Stars, thereby benefiting the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing the words, Shanchuan and Lingo felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of acquiring the ancient soul artifact, which would undoubtedly elevate the academy's prowess. However, the perilous nature described by the elder instilled a profound awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. Esteemed elder, we are truly grateful for your trust. We shall give this proposal due consideration, Shanchuan replied earnestly. After extensive deliberation, Shanchuan and Linger resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the southern border in search of the celestial wheel. They meticulously selected 10 formidable and resolute students from the academy, each distinguished in their respective martial spirit domains, possessing remarkable combat abilities and a commendable spirit of teamwork. Brother Shanchuan, please exercise utmost caution during this expedition, Linger implored with genuine concern. The mountains and rivers gently clasped Linger's hand, reassuring her with the words, rest assured. I shall take good care of myself. Moreover, with so many outstanding companions by our side, we shall undoubtedly overcome any obstacles and retrieve the Wheel of Stars. Under the guidance of the mountains and rivers, the expedition team embarked on their journey to the southern frontier. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and faced countless trials and tribulations. The students, under the mentorship of their leader, continually enhanced their capabilities while also learning to support one another in times of adversity. At last, the expedition team arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. However, as they drew near, they were suddenly beset by a horde of soul beasts. A formidable group of soul beasts surged from all directions, encircling the expedition team. Everyone, be cautious. The strength of these soul beasts should not be underestimated. The leader warned loudly. The students swiftly formed a defensive formation, each showcasing their unique martial souls and soul skills. The leader's martial soul manifested as a colossal long sword, which he wielded to carve a path through the fray. The students also displayed their talents. Some unleashed powerful soul ring attacks, while others adeptly evaded and counterattacked using their soul skills. Teacher, I am here to assist you. One student exclaimed upon seeing the leader ensnared by several soul beasts, rushing forward to unleash their own soul skill and drive the beasts back. Well done. Let us all work together. We will surely break through this encirclement. The leader encouraged, rallying his team. After a fierce battle, the expedition team finally repelled the soul beasts. Though a few students sustained minor injuries, the leader promptly organized a rest for everyone, preparing them for the exploration that lay ahead. Teacher, the strength of these soul beasts is overwhelming. Can we still proceed? One student inquired with a hint of trepidation. Shanchuan resolutely stated, of course we can. Since we have arrived, we cannot easily surrender. As long as we unite our hearts and minds, there are no difficulties we cannot overcome. After repelling the soul beasts, the expedition team cautiously entered the ruins. The interior of the ruins was dim and damp, filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. The walls were adorned with strange symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating tales of old. Everyone, be cautious. The mechanisms here may be triggered at any moment, Shanchuan reminded them. They proceeded with utmost care, each step as if treading on thin ice. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms echoed throughout the ruins, and a massive stone slab descended from above, sealing their path. Quickly, scatter and search for the switch. Shanchuan reacted swiftly. The students immediately sprang into action, scouring for possible clues. One student discovered a small recess in the wall, seemingly designed to hold something. Teacher Shanchuan, there is a recess here. Could it require something to activate the mechanism? The student exclaimed excitedly. Shanchuan proceeded to examine the surroundings with great care. Indeed, it appeared that they needed to locate the corresponding artifact to activate this mechanism. They continued their search within the ruins and eventually stumbled upon a peculiar stone nestled in a hidden corner. Upon placing the stone into the recess, the mechanism gradually engaged, causing a stone slab to rise slowly, unveiling a pathway leading into the depths. Splendid. Let us press onward. Shanchuan took the lead into the abyss. After a challenging exploration, the expedition team finally arrived at the core of the ruins. There, they beheld a soul artifact known as the Celestial Wheel, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It hovered serenely in the air, surrounded by enigmatic rings of light. Is this truly the Celestial Wheel? Its power is utterly formidable. The students were left in awe. As Shanchuan stepped forward, he reached out to touch the Wheel of Stars. Suddenly, a formidable force surged forth from the soul artifact, enveloping his entire being. His body began to tremble, and a grimace of agony crossed his face. Shanchuan, teacher! The students exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. Do not approach. Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the Wheel of Stars testing me. I must face it alone. Amidst his painful struggle, Shanchuan, through unwavering determination and immense soul strength, gradually acclimated to the power of the Wheel of Stars. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing the wheel, and at that moment, his strength saw a tremendous enhancement. We have succeeded. The students cheered, rushing forward to congratulate Shanchuan. Indeed, we have triumphed. This adventure was fraught with peril and challenges. Yet through our unity and courage, we have emerged victorious, Shanchuan reflected with deep emotion. Upon returning to the academy with the Wheel of Stars, Shanchuan and Linger were warmly welcomed by the entire faculty and student body. They integrated the power of the wheel into the academy's teachings, providing students with an unprecedented enhancement. During the celebratory assembly held at the academy, Shanchuan stood upon a raised platform, gazing down at the expectant faces below, his heart brimming with pride and contentment. Dear students, today we have achieved a monumental milestone, yet this is but a small chapter in the illustrious journey of our academy. In the future, we shall encounter even more challenges and opportunities. I hope you will inherit our resolve and courageously pursue your dreams, contributing your strength to the cause of soul masters on Douluo Continent. The students were profoundly inspired by Shanchuan's words, fervently shouting, "We will." Linger stood beside Shanchuan, her eyes filled with pride and affection. She recognized that Shanchuan was not only a magnificent soul master, but also an exceptional leader and custodian of their legacy. Under his guidance, the academy's future was destined to shine even brighter. Shanchuan clasped Linger's hand tightly, silently vowing to perpetuate this brilliance, ensuring that the soul masters of Douluo Continent would forever illuminate the annals of history. Beneath the skies of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy founded by Shanchuan and Linger stood like a towering lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Their story would eternally resonate in every corner of the continent, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue excellence and pen their own magnificent sagas. Teacher Shanchuan, behold this list of newly enrolled disciples. Each possesses extraordinary talents and holds great promise for the future, exclaimed the Academy's academic supervisor, an elder soul master over 50, as he excitedly presented a list to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers received the list, and as their gaze swept over it, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in their eyes. Indeed, it appears that our Academy's allure grows ever stronger. However, this also signifies that we must bear a greater responsibility for our legacy. Yes, the weight of that legacy. The old soul master remarked, you and Dean Linger have worked tirelessly, sacrificing so much for the advancement of the Academy and the future of the soul masters. The mountains and rivers smiled faintly as one's gaze turned towards the training grounds outside the window. There, youthful soul masters diligently exerted themselves, striving to enhance their abilities. All our endeavors aim to broaden the path for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. It is only through the cultivation of more exceptional soul masters that the peace and prosperity of this land can be sustained. At that moment, a messenger clad in a resplendent robe hurried into the hall of the academy. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Director Shanchuan, I am the envoy from the Douluo Hall. There are pressing matters to discuss at the Douluo Hall, and I have been specially commissioned to invite you for a conversation. The messenger's voice carried an undeniable authority. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. The Douluo Palace, the most enigmatic and authoritative soul master organization on the Douluo Continent, seldom extends invitations to outsiders. This unexpected summons must pertain to a matter of great significance. Please wait a moment, esteemed envoy. I require a brief period for preparation. Mountain River spoke in a low voice, though internally he was already contemplating the implications of the Douluo Palace's invitation, which perhaps bore a crucial connection to the future development of the academy. Shanchuan, accompanied by several formidable disciples, followed the envoy to the Douluo Hall. This ancient edifice, concealed in the deepest recesses of the continent, was surrounded by a mysterious barrier, imbuing the atmosphere with a profound solemnity. Upon entering the hall, Shanchuan was immediately awestruck by the spectacle before him. Towering stone pillars adorned with ancient soul master runes reached skyward, while the walls were graced with portraits of illustrious soul masters from epochs past, each exuding a potent aura of soul power. Welcome, President Shanchuan, intoned the hall's master, a venerable elder with flowing white hair, as he slowly rose from his throne and offered a respectful gesture. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Shanchuan asked with utmost reverence, fully aware that even the slightest matter within the Douluo Hall could bear significant consequences for the continent's stability. In a grave tone, the master responded, President Shanchuan, are you aware that the peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting? A dark force is quietly awakening, threatening the very balance of our realm. Through countless years of research, we at the Douluo Hall have discovered a means to counter this encroaching darkness, but it necessitates a unique soul artifact. A unique soul artifact? Shanchuan's heart stirred. Could this be related to their academy? Indeed, the master continued. This artifact is known as the Heart of Light, possessing the power to purify all malevolence. However, the Heart of Light has been lost to the annals of time, and our extensive searches have yielded no results. Yet, we believe that with your strength and that of your academy, you may be able to uncover its whereabouts. The master's gaze was fixed intently upon Shanchuan, as if awaiting his response. The mountains and rivers fell silent for a moment. He understood that this was a formidable task. Yet, for the sake of peace in the Douluo Continent, he must shoulder this responsibility. Master, I am willing to accept this mission. I shall do everything within my power to locate the Heart of Light and safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent. Shanchuan's voice resonated with determination and strength. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan promptly summoned all the core disciples to inform them of the quest to find the Heart of Light. Teacher Shan, where exactly is the Heart of Light? How shall we embark on this search? One disciple inquired eagerly. Mountains and rivers shook their heads, and I too was uncertain of the precise location of the Heart of Light. However, according to the ancient texts of the Douluo Hall, its last recorded appearance was in the farthest northern reaches of the continent. That region is fraught with perilous conditions, teeming with soul beasts and imbued with unknown dangers. Yet, for the sake of peace on the continent, we must embark on this journey. Teacher Shanchuan, we are willing to follow you in the quest for the Heart of Light. The disciples expressed their determination, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage. Shanchuan nodded, affirming their immediate departure. However, prior to setting off, thorough preparations were imperative. They needed to meticulously study the geographical conditions of the far north, comprehend the habits of the soul beasts inhabiting that realm, and amass sufficient supplies and medicinal provisions. In the ensuing days, the academy buzzed with activity. Shanchuan guided his disciples in perusing numerous ancient texts, delving into the research concerning the far north. Concurrently, they carefully selected a range of soul equipment and medicines suitable for the frigid environment. At long last, all preparations were in place. Shanchuan led an expedition team composed of elite disciples, embarking on their journey to the far north. The far north, a desolate expanse blanketed in ice and snow, presented an inhospitable climate. The temperatures plummeted and fierce winds howled, with each step akin to treading upon blades. The expedition team trudged through the tempest, determination etched on each face. Teacher Shanchuan, the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Can we continue onward? One disciple could not help but inquire, his voice barely discernible amidst the howling winds and swirling snow. The mountains turned and, with unwavering resolve, gazed upon the crowd. We must press onward. The heart of light lies ahead. We cannot falter. As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable. Inspired by the mountain's words, the disciples revitalized their spirits and continued their journey through the snowstorm. However, a more formidable crisis loomed ahead. A formidable group of frost soul beasts suddenly erupted from the snow, encircling the expedition team. Everyone, be cautious. These frost soul beasts are formidable. We must not underestimate them. The mountain swiftly drew forth his long sword, unleashing potent soul power in preparation for battle. The disciples too summoned their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the frost soul beasts. In the heat of battle, the mountains moved like a flash of lightning, weaving through the throng of soul beasts, and with each gleam of his sword, another beast fell. The disciples, undeterred, relied on their harmonious coordination and formidable soul techniques to repel the beasts one by one. After a grueling struggle, the expedition team finally drove back the assault of the frost soul beasts, though several disciples sustained injuries. The mountains promptly organized the group to recuperate, preparing for the exploration that lay ahead. Teacher, shall we continue deeper? These frost soul beasts are merely an appetizer. There may be even more powerful entities awaiting us, voiced a concerned disciple, nursing their wounds. Shanchuan nodded, aware that the path ahead would be fraught with greater hardships, yet the heart of light awaited us. We must not falter, otherwise, the peace of Douluo Continent would remain unassured. After enduring countless crises and challenges, the expedition team finally reached the deepest recesses of the far north. Here, a colossal iceberg stood majestically, its summit radiating a gentle luminescence. That is the heart of light. Shanchuan, filled with excitement, pointed towards the glowing apex of the iceberg, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Master Shanchuan, how shall we ascend? This iceberg towers too high, and its surroundings are sheer, smooth ice walls, offering no foothold to climb. The disciples expressed with troubled faces. The mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck. I have a plan, they said. We can utilize our spiritual energy to create grooves in the icy wall, and then ascend along these channels. Without delay, the mountains and rivers unleashed their formidable spiritual power, carving out grooves upon the ice wall. The disciples followed closely behind, employing their own spiritual energy to ascend slowly along the grooves. During their climb, shards of ice occasionally tumbled down, presenting numerous dangers. Yet, through unwavering determination and robust spiritual strength, the mountains and rivers and their disciples ultimately reached the pinnacle of the ice mountain. There, they beheld the heart of light, quietly suspended in the air, emanating a gentle yet potent radiance, as if awaiting their arrival. Is this truly the heart of light? They marveled. Its power is indeed extraordinary. Shanchuan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the heart of light. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and a pained expression twisted his features. Teacher Shanchuan, the disciples exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. Do not come closer. Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the heart of light testing me. I must confront it alone. Amidst the agonizing struggle, Shanchuan, with unwavering resolve and immense soul power, gradually acclimated to the force of the heart of light. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing its essence, greatly enhancing his strength in that very moment. We have triumphed. The disciples cheered exuberantly, flocking to congratulate Shanchuan. Indeed, we have succeeded, he reflected. This expedition, fraught with peril and challenges, has culminated in victory through our unity and courage. Upon returning to the academy with the heart of light, Shanchuan received a warm welcome from the entire faculty and student body. They celebrated the glory of the Douluo Continent, where peace seemed but a fragile veneer, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Standing atop the highest point of the academy, Shanchuan gazed into the distant sky, a wave of inexplicable unease swelling within him. Since bringing back the heart of light, the academy's strength had markedly increased. Yet, Shanchuan understood that the true challenges were only just beginning. Teacher Shanchuan, look over there. A disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. As Shanchuan directed his gaze along the path indicated by his disciple, he discerned a shadow swiftly sweeping across the horizon, vanishing beyond the distant peaks. What could that be? A sense of unease gripped Shanchuan's heart as he promptly summoned the core disciples of the academy. Did any of you catch a glimpse of that shadow? He inquired with gravity. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never witnessed such an enigmatic phenomenon. It seems that new uncertainties may arise upon the continent, Shanchuan stated solemnly. We must remain vigilant and fortify the academy's defenses. Additionally, I require you to investigate discreetly to ascertain if there are any malevolent forces at play. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. As Shanchuan intensified the academy's defenses, a mysterious challenge letter arrived at the institution. The letter bore no signature, only a chilling line of text. The peace of Douluo Continent is on the brink of disruption, and your academy shall be the first casualty. Upon reading the challenge letter, Shanchuan's countenance darkened with foreboding. He promptly summoned all the faculty and core disciples of the academy to deliberate on a response. This letter was evidently a deliberate provocation. Yet we must not take it lightly. Shanchuan stated gravely, we must prepare ourselves to face the impending challenge. Master Shanchuan, what course of action should we undertake? Inquired one disciple. First and foremost, we must fortify the academy's defenses. All faculty members and senior disciples shall be divided into groups to conduct patrols around the perimeter of the academy in shifts. Secondly, we must stockpile ample supplies and medicinal resources to contend with any potential conflict. Lastly, I urge you to remain vigilant. Should any irregularities arise, report them immediately. Shanchuan swiftly issued his commands. Understood. The assembly responded in unison, promptly setting their plans into motion. As night fell, the academy was enveloped in tranquility. However, this serenity was soon shattered. A cadre of shadowy figures clad in black suddenly materialized around the academy, unleashing formidable spiritual energy as they launched a fierce assault. Alert! We are under attack. The patrolling disciples swiftly raised the alarm. Upon hearing the alarm, Shanchuan promptly led his core disciples out of the dormitory to confront the adversaries. He unsheathed his long sword, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power as he struck towards a dark-clad soul master. The clash between the sword light and soul power echoed like thunder. The dark-clad soul master was sent flying by Shanchuan's blade. However, more foes surged forth from all directions. Be cautious, everyone. These enemies possess considerable strength. Shanchuan warned his disciples with a commanding voice. The disciples, in turn, summoned their martial spirits and engaged in fierce combat with the dark-clad soul masters. Throughout the battle, Shanchuan moved like a flash of lightning, weaving through the enemy ranks. With each sweep of his sword, another foe fell. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious coordination and potent soul skills, managed to repel the adversaries one by one. Yet, the enemies appeared to be endless, coming in relentless waves. Shanchuan and his disciples gradually felt overwhelmed, the situation growing increasingly dire. Master Shanchuan, what should we do? One disciple asked anxiously. Mountains and rivers paused for a moment, suddenly struck by inspiration. I have a solution. We can harness the power of the Heart of Light to vanquish these foes in one fell swoop. Without delay, he retrieved the Heart of Light and raised it high. Instantly, a powerful radiance surged forth from the soul artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. The force of the Heart of Light erupted, enveloping all the dark-clad soul masters. They emitted piercing cries of anguish as their forms gradually dissipated within the glow. Wonderful, Teacher Shanchuan, you have succeeded. The disciples cheered exuberantly, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have triumphed. Yet, this skirmish was merely a preliminary test. The true challenge lies ahead, Shanchuan remarked with a sense of poignancy. After the battle concluded, Shanchuan promptly dispatched a report regarding the encounter to the Douluo Palace. Shortly thereafter, an envoy from the Douluo Palace arrived at the academy once more. Principal Shanchuan, we are already aware of the recent conflict. These dark-clad soul masters belong to a mysterious, malevolent force that has been secretly plotting to disrupt the peace of the Douluo Continent. The envoy spoke gravely. A malevolent force? What could be their motive? Shanchuan inquired. The envoy shook his head. We are uncertain of their exact intentions, but it is evident that they shall not relent easily. The Douluo Palace has resolved to offer full support to your academy in combating this dark force. Thank you for the support of the Douluo Palace, Shanchuan expressed gratefully. Principal Shanchuan, We at the Douluo Palace also possess a formidable soul artifact known as the Shield of Protection. This artifact boasts immense defensive power, capable of safeguarding the Academy from the incursions of the Dark Force. We have decided to lend the Shield of Protection for your Academy's use. The envoy produced an artifact radiating a golden glow from his robes and presented it to Shanchuan. The Shield of Protection? Shanchuan received the artifact, feeling a surge of formidable energy emanating from it. Indeed, with the Shield of Protection, your Academy's defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced, the envoy affirmed. Thank you for the trust and support of the Douluo Palace. Shanchuan solemnly accepted the Shield of Protection, his heart brimming with gratitude. With the Shield of Protection's enhancement, the Academy's defenses were significantly bolstered. However, the malevolent force did not retreat. Rather, they intensified their assaults on the Academy. One night, the Dark Force launched another large-scale attack. This time, their onslaught was fiercer, comprising not only dark-clad soul masters, but also a variety of powerful soul beasts. The Academy was shrouded in dark energy, and the situation grew perilous. All disciples, prepare for battle. Shanchuan commanded loudly, leading his students out of the Academy to confront the enemy. As the battle loomed, Shanchuan unsheathed his sword, unleashing potent soul power and striking at the leader of the dark-clad soul masters with a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the disciples unleashed their martial souls, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The powers of the Heart of Light and the Shield of Guardians played a significant role in the battle. They not only safeguarded the disciples of the Academy, but also inflicted considerable damage upon the adversaries. However, the onslaught of dark forces continued to surge relentlessly, seemingly without end. Teacher Shanchuan, can we prevail? A disciple anxiously inquired amidst the fray. Mountains and rivers turned, their gaze resolutely fixed upon the multitude. We must prevail. For the peace of Douluo Continent, for the glory of our Academy, we cannot afford to lose. Inspired by this fervent declaration, the disciples regained their spirits and resumed their fierce battle against the adversary. In the heat of combat, with formidable soul power and exquisite swordsmanship, the master felled one enemy after another. The disciples, through their harmonious cooperation and potent soul skills, repelled each foe in succession. After an arduous struggle, the dark forces finally faltered and began to retreat. Leading his disciples in a triumphant pursuit, the master drove the enemy from the Academy's territory. We have triumphed. The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, flocking to congratulate their master. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. Yet, this victory is but a fleeting moment. The dark forces shall not relent. We must continue to strive, enhancing our strength to truly safeguard the peace of Douluo Continent, the master reflected. Once the battle concluded, the master promptly gathered all disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this confrontation has imparted a crucial lesson. The peace of Douluo Continent is not eternal. The dark forces are ever watchful, coveting our tranquil existence. We must remain vigilant, he intoned gravely. Master Shanchuan, what should we do? Inquired one disciple. Firstly, we must persist in our cultivation, fortifying our abilities. Only with formidable strength can we face the dark forces with confidence. Secondly, we must unite as one, supporting each other. In battle, it is our seamless coordination that enables us to repel our enemies time and again. Lastly, we must maintain vigilance, ever prepared to embrace new challenges. The master articulated earnestly. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers gazed upon these vibrant disciples, their hearts brimming with hope. He understood that these students would represent the future of the Douluo Continent, destined to bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding peace across the land. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent rests in your hands. I firmly believe that with relentless effort and determination, you will forge your own glorious chapters. Mountains and rivers encouraged his disciples, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The students were profoundly inspired by his words, collectively proclaiming, "We will." Beneath the sky of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by mountains and rivers stood tall like a magnificent lighthouse, illuminating the path for countless soul masters. Moreover, Mountains and Rivers himself was revered as a legendary figure among them. He was not only a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and a custodian of tradition. Under his guidance, the Academy's future would undoubtedly shine brighter, and the peace of Douluo Continent would be better preserved. Mountains and rivers would continue to uphold the mission of inheritance, guiding the soul masters of Douluo Continent and penning their legendary tales. The awakening path of Douluo once more. The skies of Douluo Continent were shrouded in ominous clouds, as an inexplicable sense of oppression pervaded the air. Standing in the training grounds of the academy, mountains and rivers gazed towards the distant horizon, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. Since the last confrontation with the dark forces, the continent had seemingly returned to a state of tranquility, yet mountains and rivers recognized that this calmness was merely the serenity before the storm. Teacher, mountains and rivers, look over there, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. As the mountains followed the direction indicated by the disciple's finger, a peculiar beam of light flickered on the horizon, only to vanish behind the distant peaks. What could it be? A sense of unease gripped the heart of the elder, Shanchuan, who promptly summoned the core disciples of the academy. Does anyone recall that beam of light we just witnessed? Shanchuan inquired gravely. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon before. It seems that new variables may be emerging on the continent. Shanchuan remarked solemnly. We must remain vigilant and fortify the academy's defenses. Additionally, I require you to conduct a discreet investigation to ascertain whether anyone is orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in chorus, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Just as Shanchuan was reinforcing the academy's defenses, that mysterious beam of light reappeared, this time swirling above the academy for a moment before slowly descending and ultimately disappearing into the mountains at the back of the academy. Master Shanchuan, the light has landed in the rear mountains, one disciple reported hastily. Upon sensing a stirring in their hearts, the leader promptly guided several core disciples towards the back mountain for investigation. They traversed through the dense forest and arrived at the location where the radiance had vanished. There, they discovered an extraordinary stone emanating a faint glow, as if beckoning them closer. What could this be? One disciple inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan stepped forward, meticulously examining the stone. Suddenly, he felt a surge of formidable soul power emanating from it, resonating powerfully with the soul energy within him. This was a soul stone, and indeed, a remarkably rare one. Shanchuan spoke solemnly, suggesting it may be connected to the future of our academy. A soul stone? What purpose does it serve? The disciples inquired with curiosity. The soul stone is an essential auxiliary item for soul masters. It can enhance their soul power and even aid in awakening new soul skills. Shanchuan elucidated. We must transport this soul stone back to the academy for in-depth study. Yes, Teacher Shanchuan. The disciples replied in unison, carefully carrying the soul stone back to the academy. Upon their return, Shanchuan immediately convened a clandestine meeting, inviting several senior faculty members and core disciples to collectively investigate this enigmatic soul stone. Director Shanchuan, the soul power of this stone is exceedingly potent. Yet we are still unable to ascertain its specific applications, remarked one senior teacher. I have a notion. We could attempt to fuse the soul stone with the academy's soul tools to see if any new effects might emerge, Shanchuan proposed. That is an excellent idea. We should certainly give it a try, the senior teachers concurred enthusiastically. Through their combined efforts, the soul stone was successfully fused with the academy's soul tools. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the soul tool, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. Within the radiance, a figure gradually materialized, an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remarkably clear and resolute. I am the guardian of the soul stone. You have finally uncovered my presence. The old man's voice resonated deeply. Who are you? Shanchuan asked, astonished. I am an ancestor of the Douluo Continent. To safeguard this soul stone, I have slumbered for countless years. Now, you have awakened me, proving your potential. The elder replied with a smile. Can you reveal the secrets of the soul stone to us? Shanchuan inquired eagerly. Certainly. The soul stone is known as the Stone of Awakening. It possesses formidable power, capable of aiding soul masters in awakening new soul skills and even enhancing the quality of their martial souls, the elder explained slowly. However, to harness its power, you must undergo a series of trials. Trials? Shanchuan and the disciples exchanged glances, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Yes, trials. Only by overcoming these challenges can you truly obtain the power of the Stone of Awakening, the elder concluded, his form gradually fading into the luminous glow. Teacher Shanchuan, how shall we pass these trials? The disciples asked excitedly. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan remarked, the elder spoke of trials. It must be intricately linked to our martial souls and soul power. Our foremost task is to enhance our own strength to be worthy of facing such trials. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, immediately immersing themselves in rigorous training. In the ensuing months, the Academy's disciples dedicated themselves day and night, relentlessly honing their soul power and martial soul skills. Shanchuan personally guided them, assisting in their breakthroughs and elevation of strength. At last, one fateful night, while immersed in his own cultivation, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of soul power. He swiftly opened his eyes to find the awakening stone radiating an intense brilliance. Disciples, the awakening stone is reacting, Shanchuan exclaimed loudly. The disciples promptly ceased their training and gathered around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the awakening stone, enveloping Shanchuan entirely. He felt a powerful force surging within him as his martial soul began to transform, awakening an unprecedented strength from within. Master Shanchuan, what has happened to you? The disciples inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the profound changes occurring within. His martial spirit, a mere long sword, suddenly transformed into a resplendent light blade, its surface inscribed with enigmatic runes radiating powerful waves of soul energy. I have awakened a new soul skill, exclaimed Yinchuan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Splendid, Master Yinchuan. The disciples cheered joyously, flocking to congratulate him. Disciples, it is now your turn. The power of the awakening stone is finite. You must seize the moment to undergo the trials and awaken your own soul skills, Yinchuan encouraged. Yes, Master Yinchuan. The disciples responded in unison, eagerly attempting to communicate with the awakening stone. Under Yinchuan's encouragement, the disciples began their endeavors to awaken new soul skills. Some sat cross-legged, while others wielded their martial spirits, fervently feeling the awakening stone's power. One disciple, whose martial spirit was a fire phoenix, suddenly sensed a ferocious flame igniting within him. In an instant, his fire phoenix martial spirit transformed into a dazzling firebird, enveloped in searing flames. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had awakened the new soul skill, Heavenly Flame of Destruction. Another disciple, whose martial spirit was a colossal hammer, felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. His giant hammer martial spirit instantly morphed into a brilliant light hammer, emanating potent waves of soul energy. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had awakened the new soul skill, Cataclysmic Quake. As time progressed, an increasing number of disciples successfully awakened their new soul skills. Their strength experienced tremendous enhancement, and the atmosphere within the entire academy grew ever more fervent and intense. Master Yinchuan, we have succeeded. The disciples excitedly gathered around, showcasing their newly awakened soul skills. Mountains and rivers brimmed with pride and solace as he gazed upon his vibrant disciples. He understood that these students would embody the hope for the future of Douluo Continent, destined to shoulder the noble responsibility of safeguarding its peace. My dear students, you have all performed admirably. This awakening has not only enhanced your individual prowess, but has also significantly bolstered the overall strength of our academy. Yet, you must remember that the true challenges lie ahead. We cannot afford to be complacent, he imparted with earnest gravity. Indeed, Teacher Shanchuan. The disciples replied in unison, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. With the awakening of the students, the academy's strength experienced a remarkable elevation. Shanchuan recognized that they were poised to confront the forthcoming trials. He resolved to lead his disciples to the farthest reaches of Douluo Continent to seek out additional soul stones and soul tools, thereby augmenting the academy's collective power. Students, our journey has merely begun. Countless enigmatic locales reside within Douluo Continent, concealing potent soul stones and soul tools. Our mission is to uncover them, enhance our capabilities, and protect the peace of Douluo Continent. Shanchuan inspired his disciples. Yes, Teacher Shanchuan. They echoed fervently, their eyes alight with anticipation and fervor. Under Shanchuan's guidance, the academy's disciples embarked upon a new odyssey. They traversed dense jungles, forded swift rivers, and endured innumerable trials and tribulations. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable spirit beasts and perilous challenges, yet they overcame each obstacle through unwavering resolve and formidable strength. Teacher Shanchuan, ahead lies an ancient relic. Let us investigate. One disciple exclaimed with excitement. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. Very well, let us take a look. They approached the ruins, where ancient runes and mechanisms adorned the surroundings. With great care, Mountains and rivers led the disciples into the ruins, embarking on a quest to uncover its secrets. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a soul artifact. The wheel of time and space, radiating an overwhelming spiritual energy. This artifact possessed immense power, capable of manipulating both time and space, making it an extraordinarily rare treasure. Master Mountains and Rivers, is this the wheel of time and space? Its power is truly magnificent. The disciples marveled in awe. As Shanchuan stepped forward, he carefully scrutinized the wheel of time and space. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and a painful expression contorted his face. Teacher Shanchuan, the disciples exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. Do not approach. Shanchuan managed to utter with great effort. This is the power of the wheel of time and space testing me. I must confront it alone. In the midst of his agonizing struggle, Shanchuan, fortified by his unwavering will and immense soul power, gradually acclimated to the forces of the wheel. His form became encircled by layers of enigmatic halos. As time appeared to stagnate around him and space subtly warped. I can feel it, Shanchuan's voice echoed through the void, his consciousness gradually merging with the wheel of time and space. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the wheel, illuminating the entire ruins as if it were midday. In that brilliance, Shanchuan's silhouette ascended slowly, and his martial soul, the resplendent sword of light, underwent a profound transformation. The sword was surrounded by ripples of time and space. With each swing, it seemed capable of tearing through dimensions and distorting time itself. I did it. Shanchuan's voice brimmed with elation and excitement, as he successfully integrated the power of the wheel of time and space into his martial soul. Teacher Shanchuan, you are remarkable. The disciples cheered, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have triumphed. This trial has not only enhanced my strength, but has also deepened our understanding of the power of time and space. Shanchuan reflected with a sense of awe. With Shanchuan's successful fusion with the wheel of time and space, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly fervent. The disciples gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired about the mysteries of this newfound power. Teacher Shanchuan, what is the power of time and space? What purpose does it serve? One disciple asked with intrigue. The mountains and rivers smiled as they elucidated. The power of time and space is an extraordinarily enigmatic force, capable of manipulating both time and space. In battle, we can harness this power to induce a temporal stasis, ensnaring our adversaries in a fleeting halt and thereby gaining the upper hand. Simultaneously, we can employ the power of time and space for spatial leaps, enabling swift movement to any location on the battlefield or even transporting our foes to distant realms. How wondrous! The disciples marveled, their eyes shimmering with a fervent yearning for power. However, the utilization of time and space power demands an exceedingly high level of soul force and precise control. A moment's carelessness could precipitate temporal chaos, endangering oneself. The mountains and rivers solemnly cautioned. Master Shanchuan, we shall strive diligently in our training. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes brimming with resolute determination. After successfully merging with the power of the wheel of time and space, Shanchuan resolved to lead his disciples on a temporal journey. They would exploit the power of time and space to explore the past and future of the Douluo Continent, seeking additional soul stones and soul tools to enhance the Academy's overall strength. Students, our journey through time and space is about to commence. During this expedition, we shall traverse through the fabric of time, delving into uncharted realms. This is not merely an adventure. It is also a rare opportunity for learning. Are you prepared? Shanchuan inspired his disciples. Ready, Master Shanchuan. The disciples replied in chorus, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Under the guidance of Shanchuan, the disciples activated the power of time and space, ripples of temporal energy unfurling around them, enveloping them gently. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from their original location, embarking on their temporal journey. When Shanchuan and the disciples opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. It was a vast battlefield, thick with the haze of gunpowder, the sounds of war drums and clashing steel echoing around them. Where are we? One disciple queried in astonishment. The mountains and rivers encircled the surroundings, revealing an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. Soldiers clad in ancient armor, wielding long spears and shields, were engaged in fierce combat. We had traversed into an ancient battlefield. Master Shanchuan remarked, "It appears that the forces of time and space have transported us to the past of the Douluo Continent." "What shall we do, Master Shanchuan?" the disciples inquired anxiously. "Let us first observe the situation and see if we can discover a way to return to the modern era," Shanchuan replied. They cautiously concealed themselves in a corner of the battlefield, keenly observing the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a general adorned in golden armor caught Shanchuan's attention. This commanding figure, brandishing a massive battle axe with an imposing presence, was directing the soldiers in their fight. This general possesses considerable strength. His martial spirit appears to be a battle axe. Shanchuan whispered, "Should we offer him our assistance?" One disciple ventured to ask. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Very well, let us assist him. Perhaps he can impart some knowledge regarding the fabric of time and space." They stealthily approached the general and, with a sudden onslaught, aided him in repelling the surrounding foes. The general turned, astonished to behold the mountains, rivers, and their disciples. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" he inquired. Mountains and rivers bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "General, we are soul masters from the future. We have traversed through the power of time and space to arrive here, hoping you can assist us in finding a way back to the modern era." Upon hearing this, the general's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I see, you are time travelers. I have heard legends of time and space, yet I have never encountered true time travelers. Since you have aided me, I am willing to assist you." "Thank you, General," Mount Chuan expressed gratefully. With the general's guidance, Mount Chuan and his disciples sought out an ancient soul master. This master possessed formidable soul power and a wealth of knowledge regarding soul masters. After listening to Mount Chuan's intentions, he nodded in agreement to lend his assistance. The power of time and space is an exceedingly mysterious force. Your ability to wield it signifies your immense potential. I can impart to you some ancient soul master techniques to enhance your mastery over time and space, the soul master proclaimed. "Thank you, master." Mount Chuan and his disciples chorused in gratitude. In the days that followed, the soul master taught them numerous ancient techniques, including how to better control their soul power, how to utilize soul skills to create powerful attacks, and how to maintain composure and decisiveness in battle. These techniques greatly aided Mount Chuan and his disciples in their cultivation, further elevating their abilities. "Mount Chuan, your talents are truly remarkable. I believe you will undoubtedly become legends of the Douluo Continent in the future," the soul master remarked with admiration. "Thank you for your praise, master. We shall strive to live up to your expectations," Mount Chuan humbly replied. After a period of diligent study, Mount Chuan and his disciples finally acquired sufficient knowledge, preparing to return to the modern era. With the assistance of the Soul Master and the General, they activated the power of time and space, and waves of temporal ripples unfurled around them once more. Mount Chuan, I hope you will continue to carry forth the spirit of the Soul Masters and safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent in the future, the Soul Master advised. "We will, Master," Mount Chuan affirmed resolutely. In a flash of light, Mount Chuan and his disciples found themselves back in the modern era. They discovered they were still standing in the back mountain of the academy, as if nothing had transpired. "Teacher Mount Chuan, we have returned," the disciples exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, we have returned. This temporal journey has been immensely rewarding. However, we must not rest on our laurels. The future of the Douluo Continent requires our continued efforts." Mount Chuan reflected thoughtfully. "Teacher Mount Chuan, we will persevere." The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with steadfast determination. Upon returning to the academy, Mount Chuan promptly gathered all the disciples for a profound debriefing. "Dear students, this temporal journey has deepened our understanding of the ancient history of the Douluo Continent and the enduring spirit of the Soul Masters. As Soul Masters of the new era, we must not only inherit the techniques and spirit of our ancient predecessors, but also innovate continuously to enhance our own strength." Mount Chuan spoke solemnly. "Teacher Mount Chuan, what should we do?" a disciple inquired. "Firstly, we must diligently cultivate ourselves, enhancing our soul power and soul skills. Secondly, we should maintain an open mindset, absorbing the wisdom of ancient soul masters while integrating modern technology and knowledge to forge our unique path as soul masters. Lastly, we must unite as one, collectively safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent." Shanchuan spoke earnestly. "Indeed, Master Shanchuan," the disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Amidst the vibrant energy of his disciples, Shanchuan was filled with hope. He recognized that these young souls would embody the future of the Douluo Continent, entrusted with the noble duty of safeguarding its peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent rests in your hands. I firmly believe that through your relentless efforts, you shall forge your own illustrious chapters, Shanchuan encouraged, his eyes glimmering with expectation. His words profoundly inspired the disciples, who fervently responded, "We shall." Under the vast sky of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shanchuan stood as a majestic beacon, illuminating the paths for countless soul masters. Shanchuan himself was revered as a legendary figure among them, not only a formidable soul master but also an exceptional leader and custodian of tradition. Under his guidance, the Academy's future promised to be even more splendid, ensuring a more secure peace for the Douluo Continent. Shanchuan would continue to embrace the mission of inheritance, steering the soul masters of Douluo Continent towards their destinies and inscribing their legendary tales. Standing on the hillside of the Academy, Mountain River gazed into the distant sea of clouds, his heart brimming with reminiscence of his previous journey through time and space. Yet, fate seemed reluctant to grant him a tranquil existence. Suddenly, a strange black light pierced the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Before he could react, he was enveloped by the dark radiance. After a whirlwind of confusion, he found himself amidst an unfamiliar forest. Shanchuan was suddenly startled, realizing that he might have been ensnared in an unforeseen transdimensional event. He attempted to channel his soul energy, only to discover that the flow within him was sluggish, seemingly hindered by the oppressive environment. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Shanchuan murmured to himself. Just then, a deep growl resonated from ahead, prompting him to become alert as he unsheathed his luminous sword spirit. At that moment, due to the suppression of his soul energy, the brilliance of the sword was but a faint glimmer. A colossal soul beast came into view, resembling a wolf. Yet its size was several times that of an ordinary wolf, with its eyes radiating an eerie green luminescence. "Human, you have trespassed into my territory," the soul beast spoke, its voice echoing with authority. Shanchuan, feigning calmness, spoke, "Greetings, I did not intend to intrude. I was inexplicably brought here." The soul beast, however, showed no inclination to heed his explanation, declaring, "Regardless of how you arrived, you must perish in my territory." With that, the soul beast lunged toward Shanchuan. Although his soul power was suppressed, he was a seasoned individual who had endured numerous trials. Swiftly, he sidestepped the beast's attack and, wielding his light sword martial spirit, struck at the creature's back. Yet, the blade merely sparked against the beast's hide, inflicting no significant harm. Enraged, the soul beast pivoted and charged at Shanchuan once more, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Shanchuan understood that recklessly engaging in this battle was not a viable strategy. While evading the onslaught of the soul beast, he pondered potential tactics. He discerned that the creature's vulnerability might lie in its eyes, as it recoiled whenever an attack neared that sensitive area. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, a sudden thought illuminated his mind. He was immensely curious about the power of the soul ring. Perhaps absorbing the soul ring of this beast could enhance his own abilities. However, the process of absorption was fraught with peril, especially considering that his soul power was currently suppressed. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the risk. He deliberately created an opening, allowing the beast's attack to miss, and then summoned all his strength to charge toward the creature's eyes. The soul beast, taken aback by Shanchuan's unexpected assault on its vulnerable spot, instinctively recoiled in a state of confusion. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan thrust his sword into the eye of the soul beast, which let out a piercing scream. Without a moment's hesitation, Shanchuan swiftly withdrew his soul energy to begin absorbing the soul ring. The soul beast, sensing Shanchuan's intent, thrashed about wildly. However, as Shanchuan continued to absorb the soul ring, its strength gradually diminished. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the beast. Upon completion, a surge of formidable power coursed through his body. His soul energy began to recover rapidly, more robust than before. His light, sword martial spirit underwent a transformation, its blade shining more brilliantly, while the ripples of time and space surrounding him became increasingly pronounced. "Haha, it seems I am indeed a bit fortunate," Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns emerging on his body, reminiscent of ancient runes. After studying them for a while, Shanchuan discovered that these runes could enhance his control over soul energy. Just as he reveled in the joy of gaining the soul ring, He was suddenly alerted by a cacophony of noise. The mountains and rivers moved towards the direction of the clamor, discovering a group of spirit masters besieging a formidable spirit beast. This beast was indeed a prize of the highest order, and we must acquire its soul ring, one of the spirit masters proclaimed. However, the beast exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the hearts of the spirit masters, rendering them hesitant to approach it with ease. Shanchuan stepped forward and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The soul masters, upon seeing Shanchuan, asked cautiously, "Who are you? From whence do you come?" Shanchuan succinctly recounted his experiences. Upon listening, the soul masters exchanged glances, sensing that Shanchuan was not fabricating his tale. "If you can indeed assist us, it would be nothing short of ideal," the soul masters remarked. Shanchuan nodded slightly, and then made his way towards the formidable soul beast. After Shanchuan joined the fray, he swiftly harnessed the powers of his newly acquired soul ring and the forces of time and space to subdue the soul beast. Observing this, the soul masters unleashed even more ferocious assaults. With their collective strength, they ultimately subdued the soul beast. "Thank you for your assistance. You truly are remarkable," one of the soul masters remarked to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are all soul masters, and it is only natural for us to assist one another." After the battle concluded, the soul masters gathered together to engage in conversation. "Did you not suffer any backlash while absorbing the soul ring? I have heard that absorbing the soul rings of formidable soul beasts can be quite perilous," inquired a curious soul master. Shanchuan shared his experiences, detailing how he bravely ventured to absorb soul rings even when his soul power was suppressed. The soul masters, upon hearing his account, expressed profound admiration for Shanchuan's courage and wisdom. "What is the temporal power you utilize during combat? It appears to be extraordinarily fascinating," inquired another soul master. Shanchuan elucidated, "This is a power I have acquired from a mysterious realm, one that permits the manipulation of certain aspects of time and space." Upon hearing this, the soul masters were imbued with envy and longing. Following his discourse with the soul masters, Shanchuan discovered the existence of numerous formidable soul artifacts in this world. These artifacts possess the remarkable ability to significantly augment a soul master's prowess. Acquiring a fine soul artifact would be tantamount to securing an additional layer of assurance, as one of the soul masters remarked. The mountains and rivers were equally intrigued by the soul instruments, prompting them to embark on a quest alongside the soul masters to seek these enigmatic artifacts. They traversed the forest, diligently searching for locations that might conceal the soul instruments. At long last, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, where they detected an unusual aura. The mountains and the soul masters cautiously entered the cave. An air of mystery enveloped the cavern, and the walls were adorned with ancient runes. These runes exuded a complexity that was not to be underestimated. "Be careful," Shanchuan cautioned. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a sudden sound echoed, signaling the activation of a mechanism. "There is a trap," the soul masters exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment and discovered a loose stone. With great effort, he moved the stone aside, causing the mechanism to cease its operation. Continuing onward, they beheld a treasure chest. Could the soul artifact be contained within? An excited soul master exclaimed. Shanchuan stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a golden spear, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy. "This is the soul artifact we have been seeking," the soul masters exclaimed in unison. However, a dilemma soon arose. To whom should this soul artifact belong? "I discovered it first. It rightfully belongs to me," asserted one soul master. "Yet, each of us has made significant contributions. Why should you claim it solely for yourself?" Another soul master countered. As the mountains and rivers observed the quarreling soul masters, they spoke. "Let us not bicker any longer. This soul artifact should rightfully belong to the one most capable of wielding it. We can engage in a contest, and the victor shall claim the artifact." The soul masters found this proposal agreeable, and thus commenced their competition. After an intense series of trials, one soul master emerged triumphant. "Congratulations, this soul artifact is now yours," remarked the mountains and rivers. The fortunate soul master expressed his heartfelt gratitude to both the mountains and rivers, as well as to the other soul masters. "Let us continue to explore this world, for there are countless mysteries awaiting us," the mountains and rivers urged. Hence, they set forth once more on their journey, unaware of what lay ahead, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of challenges. contending with formidable soul beasts and intricate soul skill traps. However, through the bonds of friendship, wisdom, and courage they shared, the mountains and rivers and their companions consistently overcame each obstacle that arose. In this unfamiliar world, Shanchuan gradually matured, continuously absorbing soul rings, seeking soul artifacts, and enhancing his own strength. He realized that he might never return to his original world, yet he harbored no regrets. For he had discovered his own value and purpose on the Douluo Continent. As time passed, Shanchuan's reputation began to spread throughout this realm, earning him the admiration of many soul masters. The tales of him and his companions transformed into legends upon the Douluo Continent. One day, Shanchuan learned of a mysterious castle located at the edge of the continent, said to conceal secrets capable of altering the fate of the entire land. "Let us venture to that castle," Shanchuan proposed. Although the soul masters were aware that the journey to the castle would be fraught with peril, they unhesitatingly agreed. Thus, Shanchuan led the soul masters towards the continent's end, their silhouettes appearing particularly resolute against the setting sun. The path to the castle proved arduous. They had to traverse dense mountain ranges and navigate swift rivers. In the mountains, they encountered a formidable storm. The howling winds threatened to hurl them from the cliffs. "Stay close together, do not disperse," Shanchuan shouted. They clasped hands, struggling to withstand the tempest. Amid the storm, Shanchuan continually employed his time-space power to stabilize their bodies. At last, they successfully crossed the mountains. As they approached the river, they faced an onslaught from aquatic soul beasts lurking beneath the surface, launching sudden attacks that left several injured. "Be cautious," Shanchuan warned. Utilizing his light, sword martial spirit, he conjured time-space barriers in the water to fend off the soul beasts' assaults. Through their collective efforts, they managed to cross the river unscathed. After a prolonged journey, they finally beheld the enigmatic castle, towering into the clouds. It emanated an aura of mystery. "The castle appears so enigmatic, one wonders what secrets it holds within," remarked a soul master. Shanchuan suggested, "Let us venture inside." Upon entering the castle, they discovered it riddled with intricate mechanisms. "Be cautious of the traps," Shanchuan warned. They meticulously explored the castle, where the complexity of the contraptions posed a constant threat of triggering perilous traps. In a grand hall, they encountered a magnificent crystal orb, which radiated an air of mystery. "This orb appears quite extraordinary," remarked Shanchuan. As they approached, the orb suddenly emitted a blinding light. Within the brilliance, an image materialized, revealing the history and future of the Douluo Continent. It became evident that the continent faced an immense crisis. A looming cataclysm could lead to its annihilation. The arrival of Shanchuan and his companions was destined to avert this calamity. "We must discover a means to save the continent," Shanchuan declared resolutely. From the vision within the crystal orb, they learned of the necessity to gather fragments of powerful artifacts scattered across the world, which must then be united to ensure the continent's salvation. Thus, Shanchuan led the soul masters on a new quest, scattering them across the globe in pursuit of the artifact fragments. In the course of his quest, Shanchuan encountered innumerable difficulties and challenges. Yet, he remained steadfast and resolute. Upon an ancient continent, Shanchuan discovered the first fragment of a powerful artifact. This shard emanated a formidable energy, and as soon as he made contact, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into his mind. He comprehended the origins and purposes of this fragment. "It seems we have found what we seek," Shanchuan remarked. He carefully secured the fragment and continued his search. Through the collective efforts of his companions, they gradually unearthed additional shards. Once all the fragments were gathered, they ascended a mysterious peak where they commenced the assembly of the artifact. The mountains and rivers, alongside the other soul masters, meticulously assembled the fragments according to the guidance of the crystal orb. After considerable effort, the divine artifact was finally completed. It radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the entire Douluo Continent in its luminous embrace. At that moment, the force that triggered the impending crisis also emerged, culminating in a breathtaking final battle. Mountains and rivers wielded divine artifacts, leading the spirit masters into battle against their foes. During the conflict, the mountains and rivers adeptly harnessed the advantages of temporal and spatial powers, deftly traversing between the enemy and their allies. Ultimately, through their united efforts, they succeeded in rescuing the Douluo Continent. Once the battle concluded, the mountains and rivers emerged as heroes of the Douluo Continent. The tale of him and his companions was immortalized, becoming an everlasting legend on the Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers have finally found their sanctuary in this world. He continues to explore within this realm, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. The ascendance of soul power in Douluo. After successfully saving the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan became renowned, yet he remained humble and unassuming. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed the profound potential within his soul power, realizing that this world harbored many unknown realms awaiting his exploration. One day, while delving into a mysterious ancient ruin, Shanchuan stumbled upon a crystal emanating an extraordinary glow. As he touched the crystal, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, causing his soul power to fluctuate uncontrollably. What could this mean? Shanchuan felt a mix of astonishment and delight. At that moment, his companions were drawn to the energy disturbance surrounding him. "Shanchuan, are you all right?" one of his friends inquired anxiously. "I am uncertain, but I sense that my soul power is on the verge of transformation," Shanchuan replied. As the energy continued to flow in, the space around him began to warp, and a faint blue light enveloped him. Although he had already absorbed a considerable number of soul rings, at that instant, those rings seemed to respond to a calling, swirling around his body. "This is a sign of soul ring awakening," an experienced elder soul master exclaimed with excitement. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, concentrating on the subtle changes of soul power within. He discovered that his soul ring was gradually merging with a new force, one that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the cosmos, brimming with boundless mysteries. Suddenly, mountains and rivers opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. At that very moment, his first soul ring underwent a qualitative transformation. The once ordinary soul skill was significantly enhanced. "My first soul skill can now inflict double damage upon enemies, and it also carries a brief, stunning effect," mountains and rivers declared with excitement. His companions rejoiced for him, yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. With the awakening of his first soul ring, a powerful desire surged within mountains and rivers. He yearned to seek out new soul rings to further elevate his strength. "Let us embark on a quest for new soul beasts. I am certain there are soul rings that are perfectly suited to me," he urged his companions. They all nodded in agreement. Thus, they set forth on their journey to uncover soul beasts. Amidst a dense forest teeming with soul beasts, they encountered a colossal flame leopard. The beast radiated intense heat and possessed formidable strength. "That flame leopard's soul ring appears to be a fitting match for me, yet its prowess should not be underestimated," mountains and rivers observed, gazing at the majestic creature. "We are here to assist you," his companions replied. The mountains and rivers shook their heads and replied, "I must acquire this soul ring on my own. It is also a test of my abilities." The mountains and rivers advanced towards the flame leopard, which sensed the impending threat. It let out a fierce roar and lunged towards the mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned their luminous sword spirit, harnessing the power of time and space to impede the speed of the flame leopard. With precision, they lunged towards its head. The flame leopard, agile and swift, evaded the attack by sidestepping, then retaliated with a clawed swipe directed at mountains and rivers. Shanchuan leapt backward, evading the onslaught of the flame leopard. "Your speed is commendable, yet still insufficient," he remarked. The flame leopard appeared to comprehend his words, launching another assault, and this time, its speed was even swifter. The mountains and rivers ceaselessly harnessed the power of time and space to evade the onslaught of the flame leopard, all the while seeking out its vulnerabilities. At last, the mountains and rivers discerned that the flame leopard exhibited a brief pause during its pounce. Seizing this opportunity, they thrust the luminous blade fiercely into the belly of the flame leopard. Wounded, the creature became increasingly frenzied, yet its strength began to wane. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, the flame leopard ultimately collapsed to the ground. Mountains and rivers approached the flame leopard, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. He settled into a lotus position, channeling his own soul power into the flame leopard's soul ring, harboring hopes that this soul ring would bestow a significant enhancement to his strength. In his heart, he silently prayed. As his soul power flowed in, the flame leopard's soul ring began to gradually meld into his being. As Shanchuan felt a surge of intense energy flowing into his body, his soul power was continuously refined during this process. Shanchuan opened his eyes once more, having successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the flame leopard. "My second soul skill can unleash a formidable fiery impact. Its power is truly astonishing," he exclaimed with excitement. After assimilating the new spirit ring, Shanchuan conceived a new aspiration. "I wish to seek a soul tool that complements my new soul skill, enabling me to maximize my potential," he conveyed to his companions. They nodded in agreement, and together they began to gather information about soul tools. At last, they stumbled upon a legend regarding the whereabouts of fragments of divine artifacts. It was said that on a mysterious island, numerous powerful artifact shards lay hidden, perhaps offering the soul tools suited for Shanchuan. One companion proposed. They boarded a spirit master ship and set sail towards the enigmatic island. On the sea, they faced various perils, including fierce storms and assaults from sea spirit beasts. However, through their unwavering determination and mutual cooperation, they successfully reached the island. Upon arrival, they encountered many extraordinary creatures and formidable enchantments. This place seems perilous, but we must find the soul tool that is right for me, Shanchuan declared resolutely. They cautiously explored the island. Deep within, they discovered a shard radiating a brilliant light. Unlike any artifact fragment Shanchuan had encountered before, this shard emanated a warm energy. This fragment appears to be perfectly suited for me, he remarked. Approaching it, he reached out to grasp the shard. At the moment he touched it, a powerful force surged into his body. His soul power intertwined with the shard's energy, and slowly, it transformed into a sword in his hands. This sword possesses immense power. I feel an extraordinary connection with it, Shanchuan joyfully proclaimed. As Shanchuan continued to grow, his companions were not idle either. They diligently sought out suitable soul rings and tools throughout this journey, significantly enhancing their strength. Shanchuan, look at how strong we have all become. We are now ready to challenge even more formidable foes, one companion remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. However, we must not succumb to arrogance, for there remain countless unknown dangers in this world. Just as they were poised to depart from the island, a cohort of enigmatic warriors materialized before them. You have obtained fragments of the divine artifact on our island. They must be surrendered, declared one of the mysterious figures. Shanchuan, gripping the sword in his hand, declared, this sword belongs to me. We shall not surrender it. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic powerful beings launched their assault. Shanchuan and his companions displayed unwavering courage as they fought side by side, engaging in a fierce battle against the enigmatic powerful beings. Throughout the conflict, Shanchuan showcased the formidable prowess of his newly acquired soul skills and soul artifacts, harnessing the forces of time and space along with fiery assaults. He repelled the adversaries time and again. His comrades also utilized their unique talents, working in harmony to gradually gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the mysterious entities. You are formidable. We shall spare you this day, declared the enigmatic beings before retreating in defeat. Shanchuan and his companions successfully returned to the Douluo Continent. Their arrival was met with an enthusiastic reception from the populace. You are truly remarkable, bringing hope to our land, the people exclaimed. Mountains and rivers beheld the jubilant crowd, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that their mission was far from over. They must continue to safeguard this continent. Shanchuan realized that he had matured into a formidable soul master, and he felt compelled to impart his knowledge and experiences to a greater number of individuals. Consequently, along with his companions, established a Soul Master Academy. Within the hallowed halls of the academy, Shanchuan personally instructed the aspiring soul masters on the cultivation of soul power, the absorption of soul rings, and the selection of soul tools that best suited their unique abilities. I hope you will all become powerful soul masters like us. Safeguarding this continent, Shanchuan said to the young soul masters. Inspired by his words, the young aspirants brimmed with motivation. Under Shanchuan's mentorship, an increasing number of young soul masters flourished. Under their vigilant protection, the Douluo Continent thrived ever more splendidly. As Shanchuan gazed upon these young spirit masters, his heart brimmed with hope. I firmly believe that through our collective endeavors, the Douluo Continent shall endure in everlasting peace, he remarked with heartfelt sentiment. Standing atop the academy's rooftop, he surveyed the distant sky, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future. He understood that he, along with his companions and these budding spirit masters, would together compose a more resplendent chapter in the annals of the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the enigmatic starry great forest, Shanchuan lingered, his gaze reflecting both a vigilant awareness of the lurking dangers and an insatiable curiosity. He understood that this place was pivotal for him to acquire a spirit beast and awaken his spirit ring. Yet the terrifying forces concealed in the shadows instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Shanchuan, do you truly intend to venture in? Asked Xiao Wu, her voice laced with concern. Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old spirit beast transformed from a soft-boned rabbit, had been captivated by Shanchuan's resilience and uniqueness since their acquaintance, prompting her decision to accompany him on this perilous journey. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, resolutely declaring, "I must enter. Only in this way can I grow stronger and establish my footing in this world brimming with peril and opportunity." Xiao Wu shook her head in resignation. "Then you must stay close to me. The soul beasts within the Star Do Great Forest are far more complex than they appear." They cautiously ventured deeper into the Star Do Great Forest, where the towering trees stood tall and dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a low, menacing growl reverberated through the air as a white 10-year wind wolf emerged before them. The wolf's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, its form agile and predatory, clearly perceiving Shanchuan and Xiao Wu as its next prey. Shanchuan clenched his fist, acutely sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the wind wolf. Although a tinge of anxiety coursed through him, it was predominantly excitement that surged within. This was his inaugural encounter with the onslaught of a soul beast. The wind wolf was the first to strike, dashing towards Shanchuan like a bolt of white lightning. With a swift sidestep, Shanchuan evaded the creature's lunge. Beside him, Xiao Wu chuckled and remarked, "Shanchuan, while the wind wolf possesses remarkable speed, its attacks are relatively straightforward. All you need to do is exploit its weaknesses." Observing the actions of the wind wolf with keen attention, Shanchuan noticed that the creature would pause momentarily after each strike. Seizing the opportunity as the wind wolf lunged once more, he darted forward with remarkable agility, delivering a powerful blow to the beast's abdomen before it could pivot for another attack. The wind wolf yelped in pain. After an intense battle, Shanchuan emerged victorious, bearing several scratches inflicted by the creature, yet he paid them no mind, his face aglow with the joy of triumph. Xiao Wu regarded Shanchuan with admiration in her eyes, exclaiming, "You are quite brave and possess commendable combat awareness. However, this is merely the beginning. You will encounter even more formidable spirit beasts ahead." As they ventured deeper into the Star Do Forest, they encountered a century-old mandala snake. The serpent was a vivid green, adorned with black stripes, its venomous fangs glistening ominously. "Be cautious, Shanchuan. The venom of the mandala snake is quite potent," Xiao Wu cautioned. The mandala snake flicked its tongue, hissing menacingly before launching its attack. Its body slithered with remarkable speed. Shanchuan, aware of the danger, remained vigilant. As the snake approached, he kicked a nearby branch, striking the creature on the head, causing it to momentarily halt. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu sprang into action, her body coiling like a spring as she delivered a precise punch to the snake's vital spot. After struggling for a brief moment, the mandala snake collapsed to the ground. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Xiao Wu, thank you. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to confront it." Xiao Wu smiled and replied, "We are partners, after all." After relentless exploration and combat, Shanchuan finally discovered a Millennium Soul beast, the flame leopard, that suited him perfectly. The flame leopard radiated intense heat, and its power was formidable. "Shanchuan, the flames of this leopard are exceptionally potent. You must be cautious of its attack range," Xiao Wu cautioned earnestly. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, their eyes brimming with determination. The flame leopard was the first to launch an assault, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged toward the mountains and rivers. Swiftly, they rolled on the ground, evading the fiery onslaught. Then, with resolute spirit, they began their counterattack. A formidable surge of power erupted from their being as they charged at the flame leopard. Observing the approach, the flame leopard spewed flames once more. Yet, the mountains and rivers showed no sign of retreat. They focused their energy, enveloping themselves in a protective aura, and boldly surged into the inferno. The flame leopard, taken aback by their fearlessness, was momentarily astonished. As they drew near, a powerful punch was delivered to the flame leopard's head, forcing it to stagger back a few steps. Enraged and ready to retaliate, the mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with the flame leopard. Throughout the battle, the mountains and rivers continually surpassed their own limits, and their soul power steadily ascended. Ultimately, the mountains and rivers triumphed over the flame leopard. The creature collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant light that vanished, while a magnificent soul ring manifested around the mountains and rivers. "Congratulations, mountains and rivers. You have successfully acquired a Millennium Soul Ring," exclaimed Xiao Wu with palpable excitement. Shanchuan felt the surging power of his soul within, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this was a significant step towards his ascension to strength. After acquiring the soul ring, Shanchuan commenced his quest for a soul tool. He had heard whispers of ancient ruins hidden deep within the soul beast forest, where powerful soul tools might be concealed. They stumbled upon an ancient castle nestled in a secluded valley. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes. The atmosphere felt extraordinary within its walls. There may lie soul tools, but peril could also lurk. Be cautious, Xiao cautioned. The mountains and rivers showed no hesitation as he stepped forward, his hand brushing against the runes etched upon the grand door. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered, and the door creaked open slowly. They entered the castle, where an air of mystery enveloped them. Within the great hall, a sword radiating a chilling luminescence caught their attention. This sword appears to be quite extraordinary, remarked Shanchuan. As he approached the blade, an overwhelming force surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Shanchuan felt as though his very soul was being stretched by an unseen power, and he writhed in agony. Shanchuan, Xiaowu cried out in an attempt to assist, yet was thwarted by an unseen barrier. Shanchuan persevered through suffering, his willpower remarkably resilient. Gradually, that force began to be absorbed by him, and the brilliance of the sword softened progressively. Ultimately, Shanchuan successfully tamed the sword, transforming it into his soul weapon, thereby further enhancing his strength. Shanchuan departed from the castle with Xiaowu, continuing their exploration of the Douluo forest. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some exhibiting hostility towards them, while others displayed curiosity. On one occasion, they came across a small fox soul beast, whose leg was injured, presenting a pitiable sight. Mountains and rivers evoke a sense of compassion within him as he kneels down to tend to the wounds of the little fox. The fox, sensing his kindness, nuzzles its head against his hand. You are truly a benevolent soul, remarked Xiaowu. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Every life deserves respect. As time flowed, the mountains and rivers continually grew within the Douluo Continent. His name gradually spread, becoming a legend in the eyes of many. One day, a powerful team of soul masters arrived at the Douluo forest, intent on capturing a formidable soul beast. We were the first to discover this place. You cannot capture soul beasts here, Mountain River declared. The captain of the Soul Master team looked at Mountain River with disdain, saying, You, a mere mortal, dare to obstruct us? The mountains and rivers stand undaunted. I shall not permit you to act with impunity here. The Soul Master team launched their assault, and Shanchuan fought valiantly alongside Xiaowu. Wielding his soul sword, Shanchuan emanated an immense power, while Xiaowu showcased her agility, relentlessly striking at their foes. After an intense battle, they succeeded in repelling the Soul Master team. Shanchuan, you have grown stronger once again, Xiaowu remarked. Shanchuan gazed into the distance, cognizant that his journey through Douluo was far from over. He would encounter myriad challenges ahead, yet he remained steadfast in his conviction to grow ever stronger, aspiring to forge his own legend in this enchanting realm. In the days that followed, Shanchuan continued to traverse the Douluo Continent, relentlessly confronting more formidable spirit beasts to obtain superior spirit rings while seeking out powerful soul tools. His bond with Xiaowu deepened with each passing moment, as together they faced various perils, supporting one another in this world governed by the law of the jungle. The name of Shanchuan grows ever more illustrious across the Douluo Continent, his tale resonating within the hearts of many, becoming a source of inspiration for countless individuals in their pursuit of dreams. He himself continues to journey through this enchanting land, exploring the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon, crafting a magnificent saga that is uniquely his own. He understands that as long as he harbors belief in his heart and persists in his endeavors, there is nothing he cannot conquer. Like a resplendent star, he shines with a distinctive brilliance in the skies of Douluo. Whether confronting the terrifying legions of soul beasts or contending with envious soul masters seeking to undermine him, Shanchuan resolutely overcomes each challenge with his unwavering determination and exceptional prowess. He constantly transcends his limits, progressing ever further on the path of the Soul Master, and has truly become a legendary figure in every sense. The journey of Douluo's soul beasts and awakening unfolds. The reputation of Shanchuan and Xiaowu began to spread throughout the starry forest, becoming known to many soul masters and small creatures alike. One day, they ventured into a valley that had never been explored before. The valley was suffused with a rich aura of soul power, and it was home to an array of peculiar plants. This place feels quite unusual, Shanchuan, Xiao remarked, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Indeed, yet danger often accompanies opportunity, Shanchuan replied, gripping his soul sword tightly. Suddenly, a massive shadow leopard leaped out from the darkness. This shadow leopard was even larger than the flame leopard they had encountered previously, its fur resembling the shadows of the night, with eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. Be cautious of its shadow power, Xiao cautioned. The shadow leopard emitted no roar, but instead charged directly at Shanchuan. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the creature and swiftly summoned his soul power. As the shadow leopard approached, Shanchuan unleashed a new soul skill. A layer of blue radiance enveloped his light sword martial spirit, signifying the skill Ice Spike Impact that he had acquired upon merging with a new soul ring. Mountains and rivers infused their soul power into the luminous sword, thrusting it towards the shadow leopard. The azure radiance upon the blade transformed into a shard of ice, hurtling towards the shadowy creature. In a swift motion, the shadow leopard evaded the icy projectile, yet its claws grazed Shanchuan's arm. Such incredible speed. Shanchuan furrowed his brow. The shadow leopard launched another assault, its form flickering in and out of the shadows. Shanchuan focused intently, harnessing the power of time and space to discern the position of the elusive beast. Suddenly, he dashed in a direction, swinging the luminous sword and striking the leopard's tail. The creature yelped in pain, releasing a furious roar. Enraged, it charged at Shanchuan with even greater velocity. Shanchuan, wary and vigilant, fought alongside Xiao Wu. She gracefully leaped, dodging the shadow leopard's strikes while delivering blows to its eyes and abdomen. Meanwhile, Shanchuan employed the icy shards to continually restrict the leopard's movements. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the shadow leopard. The creature collapsed, transforming into a beam of light that vanished, granting Shanchuan a new enhancement of soul power. You have grown stronger once again, Shanchuan, Xiao Wu remarked with a smile. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, emanating waves of mysterious power. Perhaps there lies a treasure within, Shanchuan suggested. They cautiously ventured into the cave, where an ancient aura enveloped them, and the walls were adorned with intricate runes. At the center of the cave stood a crystal orb radiating light. Shanchuan approached the orb, and suddenly, it emitted a beam of brilliance that entered his body. The mountains and rivers felt an overwhelming influx of information surge into their minds, a revelation concerning an ancient soul technique. What is this soul technique? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of power. After departing from the cave, Shanchuan and Xiao Wu continued their exploration of the Douluo forest. They encountered a charming little squirrel spirit beast. The squirrel, upon seeing them, exhibited no fear. Instead, it scampered over to them. Greetings, I am Xiaosong, the squirrel said in a youthful voice. Hello, Xiaosong, Shanchuan replied with a smile. Xiaosong led them to the edge of a small lake, where an array of peculiar fish spirit beasts swam gracefully. The fish here are quite delectable. Would you care to sample them? Xiaosong inquired. Shanchuan and Xiao Wu shook their heads. Xiaosong gazed at them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You are not here to capture us, are you? The mountains shook their heads, assuring, we shall not harm you. Little Pine beamed with joy, declaring, then you are friends. The life of Shanchuan and Xiao Wu in the starry forest is replete with joy. One day, a mysterious soul beast approached Shanchuan. Are you Shanchuan? Inquired the enigmatic creature. Indeed. And who might you be? Shanchuan asked cautiously. I am the guardian of the starry forest, and I am aware of your extraordinary potential. I am willing to bestow upon you a soul ring, the mysterious soul beast proclaimed. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic spirit beast. Why? Because you share a profound connection with our Douluo forest, the mysterious spirit beast proclaimed. Mountains and rivers gazed gratefully at the enigmatic spirit beast, expressing their thanks. The mysterious spirit beast placed a colossal soul ring before the mountains and rivers. Sitting cross-legged, they began to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, mountains and rivers felt an overwhelming surge of power flowing into their body. Their soul power steadily ascended, and the awakening force of the soul ring continued to amplify. What is happening? Xiao Wu inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he concentrated on absorbing the soul ring. Once he had completed the absorption, a golden aura enveloped his body. My soul power has increased significantly, And I have awakened a new soul skill, he exclaimed with excitement. The new soul skill is the Radiant Shield, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Shanchuan and Xiaowu bid farewell to the Douluo Forest and embarked on a new journey. They arrived in a bustling city, teeming with various soul masters and soul beasts. It is indeed lively here, exclaimed Xiaowu. Yes, there are countless opportunities and challenges ahead, replied Shanchuan. They settled in a Soul Master Academy, where the students gazed at them with curiosity. Where do you hail from? One of the students inquired. We come from the Douluo Forest, Shanchuan responded. The students looked at them with envy. Within the academy, Shanchuan and Xiaowu continued their cultivation. Mountains and rivers continuously challenge more formidable disciples, and his prowess is perpetually on the rise. One day, a powerful soul master confronted the mountains and rivers. I have heard of your remarkable strength. Today, I shall witness the extent of your power, said the soul master. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he brandished his soul sword, prepared for battle. The clash commenced, with the soul master unleashing a formidable assault, while he countered with a radiant shield to deflect the strikes. In response, he unleashed a novel soul technique, forcing the soul master to retreat. You possess great strength, but I shall not concede, declared the soul master. Intensifying his onslaught, the soul master launched a more ferocious attack, yet he evaded each blow, meticulously seeking an opportunity. Ultimately, he combined the ice spike charge with the radiant shield, triumphantly vanquishing the soul master. You are truly impressive, the soul master remarked, filled with admiration. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, thank you. Within the academy, the mountains and rivers forged numerous friendships with Xiaowu. They practiced together, fought alongside one another, and grew together. The name of Shanchuan is increasingly resonating within the academy, and his tale has transformed into a legend among the students. One day, a mysterious figure approached Shanchuan. Are you Shanchuan? The enigmatic individual inquired. Indeed, and who might you be? Shanchuan responded. I am your adversary. The mysterious figure replied with a chilling smirk. The mountains and rivers vigilantly observed the enigmatic figure. What do you intend to do? They inquired. I seek to vanquish you and emerge as the mightiest soul master on the Douluo Continent, declared the mysterious individual. Mountains and rivers gripped the soul sword firmly, declaring, I shall not allow you to succeed. The mysterious figure launched an assault, prompting the united front of mountains and rivers alongside Xiaowu. The strength of the enigmatic adversary was formidable. However, the synergy between mountains and rivers and Xiaowu was exquisite. They employed a myriad of soul skills and strategies, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mysterious foe. After a protracted battle, mountains triumphed, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. You are indeed powerful, but I shall not concede, the mysterious figure proclaimed. The mountains and rivers declared with a smile, I shall grow ever stronger, leaving no opportunity for you. Within the confines of the academy, the mountains and rivers continued their arduous training, their prowess steadily ascending. They were acutely aware that their journey through the realm of Douluo was far from over, and that countless challenges lay ahead. Yet, fortified by an unwavering conviction to perpetually enhance their strength, they aspired to forge a legend uniquely their own in this enchanting world. Their camaraderie with Xiaowu deepened profoundly as they confronted various perils together, offering mutual support in a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The mountains and rivers shimmer like a resplendent star, radiating a unique brilliance in the skies of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronting the terrifying legions of soul beasts or contending with the envious soul masters seeking to suppress him, the protagonist employs his indomitable will and exceptional prowess to overcome every challenge. He continually transcends his limits, journeying further down the path of soul mastery, ultimately emerging as a true legend. His name shall be eternally etched in the annals of Douluo Continent's history, becoming an idol and a paragon for countless souls. The awakening of soul tools and soul rings unfolds. After the battle with the mysterious entity, Shanchuan's reputation within the academy soared to new heights. However, he remained undeterred by such acclaim. One day, he resolved to venture alone into a forbidden area on the academy's rear mountain, rumored to be imbued with ancient and formidable energy. As he stepped into the restricted zone, the atmosphere around him grew heavy with an inexplicable tension. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed hound spirit materialized before him, exuding a dark mist from its entire form, with each head issuing a deep and resonant growl in unison. Are you the guardian spirit of this place? Shanchuan inquired, taking a deep breath. One of the hound's heads snarled ferociously, "Mortal, this is not a realm meant for your kind. Depart at once." Shanchuan gripped the soul sword tightly in his hand, resolutely seeking ways to enhance his strength. Unwilling to retreat easily, the three-headed hound, upon sensing his presence, launched a direct assault. Each of its three heads unleashed a barrage of black flames, icy shards, and dark lightning. Swiftly, Shanchuan conjured a radiant shield, successfully deflecting these formidable attacks. This adversary proved to be quite challenging, Shanchuan contemplated inwardly. He continuously analyzed the attack patterns of the three-headed beast while mobilizing the soul energy within him. He noted that although the intervals between the attacks from each head were brief, there was a distinct overlap in the coverage of their simultaneous assaults. As the three-headed canine unleashed its flames and icy spikes, Mountain River seized a fleeting opportunity. He abruptly dispelled his radiant shield and, in a swift motion, lunged towards the creature. The three-headed beast, taken aback by Mountain River's audacity, found itself unable to evade the impending assault. Shanchuan fiercely plunged the soul sword into the central head of the three-headed canine. The creature howled in pain, angrily thrashing its massive body. Shanchuan was thrown off, but quickly regained his composure. During the fierce clash, he unexpectedly discerned a distinct vulnerability on the beast, an iridescent scale radiating a faint glow upon its chest. He resolved to seize the opportunity to strike there. After a series of evasive maneuvers and assaults, Shanchuan finally succeeded in driving the soul sword into the scale on the canine's chest. The creature emitted a haunting wail as its colossal form gradually succumbed to the ground. With its fall, a formidable soul ring materialized. As Shanchuan sensed the power contained within the ring, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation surged within him. Absorbing this soul ring could pose significant risks, yet the potential enhancement to his strength was undeniable. He reflected earnestly. Ultimately, steeling himself, he sat cross-legged to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The energy from the ring began to flood into his body, and he felt as though his meridians were ablaze with searing pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Amidst the anguish, he envisioned his soul power being continuously transformed and fortified. "I cannot give up," Shanchuan encouraged himself inwardly. As time wore on, he successfully absorbed the potent soul ring. "My soul power has undergone a qualitative leap, and I sense my mastery over it has become more precise," he exclaimed with excitement. After completing the absorption, Shanchuan discovered a peculiar soul artifact deep within the forbidden area. It was a longbow emanating a spectrum of colors, adorned with ancient runes etched upon its surface. As Shanchuan approached the longbow, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his entire being upon his touch. This bow was extraordinary, seemingly resonating with the soul force within him. "Who are you?" inquired the small fox-like spirit beast that suddenly appeared. "Why have you taken what we are sworn to protect?" Shanchuan explained, "I did not intend to cause any offense. I am merely here to explore and have discovered that this bow is intertwined with my fate." The little fox circled around Shanchuan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "This bow is a sacred relic of our clan. You may take it if you wish, but you must promise me to wield it wisely and ensure it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals," the little fox declared. Shanchuan nodded solemnly. "I promise you." The little fox glanced at Shanchuan and then turned to depart. Shanchuan meticulously examined the longbow he held in his hands. He discerned a certain connection between the power of the bow and the newly acquired soul ring, contemplating that their union might yield unforeseen results. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan commenced a period of seclusion, dedicating himself to the study of how to wield the longbow soul artifact more effectively. During this time of introspection, his friends expressed great concern for him. Shiwu frequently visited the place where Shanchuan was in seclusion, softly urging, "Shanchuan, you must succeed." In the confines of his secluded chamber, although unable to respond to Xiaowu, Shanchuan could still perceive the concern emanating from his friend. After a protracted period of exploration, he ultimately discovered the secret to harmonizing the power of the longbow with the essence of the soul rings. When he drew the bow once more, not only did the luminous arrows possess augmented might, but they also bore unique effects bestowed by the new soul rings, capable of impacting the very souls of his adversaries. After Shanchuan emerged from the confines of the academy, he shared the delightful news with his friends. "Shanchuan, you have indeed become more formidable." His friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. However, there were those within the academy who harbored jealousy towards Shanchuan. An individual named Jack, a fellow student, remarked Shanchuan. "Do not presume that your recent achievements make you exceptional. If you possess true skill, let us engage in a contest in the arena." Shanchuan was aware that Jack was deliberately provoking him, yet he was unwilling to show any sign of weakness. "Very well, I accept your challenge." In the arena of combat, Jack unleashed his most formidable soul technique, charging toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers remained unhurried as Shanchuan first employed a luminous shield to withstand Jack's assault. He then seized his longbow, launching a radiant arrow imbued with soul-shattering energy towards Jack. Upon being struck by the arrow, Jack trembled violently, as if his very essence had been brutally impacted, causing him to collapse onto the ground. This contest significantly elevated Shanchuan's reputation within the academy. Yet, he understood that this was merely a fleeting episode. His journey of self-improvement must continue. "My aspirations extend beyond mere supremacy within the academy. I aspire to become a foremost soul master across the entirety of the Douluo Continent," Shanchuan resolutely declared within himself. Thus, he resolved to depart from the academy and venture into the broader world. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu decided to accompany him. They embarked on a new odyssey, encountering a myriad of soul beasts along their path. On one occasion, they encountered a horde of soul beasts led by a millennium-old tree spirit. The ancient tree spirit, upon noticing Shanchuan and Xiao Wu, swung its colossal branches towards them. Shanchuan and Xiao Wu deftly evaded the onslaught of attacks. Mountains and rivers unleashed several luminous arrows from their longbows, striking the body of the tree monster, yet it appeared largely unscathed. Xiao Wu, utilizing her nimble agility, leaped onto the branches of the tree monster, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. Through their combined efforts, they ultimately vanquished the creature. Throughout this ordeal, mountains and rivers continuously absorbed lessons from the skirmish, honing his combat techniques and mastery over soul energy. As time passed, his name spread ever further across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at the ruins of an ancient castle, rumored to conceal higher secrets regarding soul beasts and soul tools. Upon entering the castle remnants, an aura of mystery and danger enveloped them. Mountains and rivers gripped tightly onto their longbows, while Xiao Wu also prepared for battle. Unknown dangers awaited them ahead. Yet within Shanchuan resided an unwavering courage. He understood that only through relentless challenges could he attain growth, ultimately crafting his own legend in the fantastical and perilous realm of Douluo Continent. Within the ruins of the castle, they encountered a myriad of intricate traps and faced formidable spirit beasts. However, Shanchuan, armed with his intellect, valor, and ever-evolving strength, adeptly transformed peril into safety time and again. Throughout this journey, he gained profound insights regarding his capabilities and the trajectory of his future. No longer content with mere personal prowess, he aspired to discover a path wherein spirit masters, spirit beasts, and spirit tools could coexist harmoniously, an endeavor of profound significance for the peaceful development of the entire Douluo Continent. As their exploration deepened, Shanchuan stumbled upon an ancient scroll, inscribed with long-lost spirit techniques and secrets regarding the evolution of spirit beasts. This discovery was undoubtedly a momentous treasure, and with it, Shanchuan and Xiao Wu continued their journey along the path laden with uncertainty and challenges, destined to pen an even more splendid tale of their own. The power of the spirit rings in Douluo. The mountains and rivers slowly opened their eyes, revealing the vast and mysterious expanse of the starry Great Forest. He understood that to survive in this perilous yet opportunity-laden Douluo Continent, he must swiftly enhance his strength. The recent awakening of his soul ring was merely the initial step on his path to becoming a formidable warrior, and now he yearned for greater power. He cautiously traversed the forest, surrounded by towering, dense trees, through which sunlight trickled in fragmented beams. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound captured his attention. He halted, alert, as a small white fox poked its head out from the underbrush. Its eyes sparkled like blue jewels, exuding an air of cleverness. The fox regarded him with curiosity, seemingly devoid of malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired softly. The little fox tilted its head in response, offering no answer, but instead bounded closer to him. He felt a stir within. This fox bore a unique aura. Perhaps it was a soul beast. Just then, a larger wild wolf sprang forth from the side. The wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity, clearly perceiving both him and the fox's prey. "Be cautious." He instinctively positioned himself in front of the fox. Drawing his short blade from his waist, he acknowledged that although it had yet to become a soul weapon, It remained an essential tool for his survival in this world. The wolf lunged ferociously, and he sidestepped, thrusting his blade toward it. The wolf reacted swiftly, twisting in midair to evade the strike. It then charged at him again, this time with even greater speed. He dared not underestimate it. He focused intently, channeling the faint soul power within him. In the throes of this life and death crisis, he sensed that his soul power flowed with newfound fluidity. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, a flash of blue light surged forth, and the little fox emitted a sharp cry. The wolf was momentarily stunned by the sound, its body trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he drove his blade into the wolf's vital spot, and it let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to glance at the little fox. "Thank you," he murmured. The little fox, with a playful flick of its tail, darted off into the depths of the forest. Though Shanchuan felt a twinge of curiosity, he recognized the futility of pressing for answers and continued on his journey. As he walked, he soon arrived at a tranquil valley. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and the air seemed to pulse with a rich resonance of spiritual energy. He understood that powerful soul beasts must inhabit this place. Suddenly, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure, and a colossal black panther emerged slowly from the swirling fog. The panther's coat shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its eyes blazed like twin flames. The mountains and rivers were aware that they were no match for the black panther, yet they were unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Taking a deep breath, they procured a pair of windstorm boots from the system. The moment they donned the boots, an exhilarating surge of speed coursed through them, multiplying their swiftness manifold. The black panther seemed to sense this transformation, emitting a low growl before lunging towards them. With a powerful push against the ground, they propelled themselves forward like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the panther. In a split second, they executed a sideways flip, thrusting their dagger towards the panther's back. The panther, stung by the pain, turned in fury to retaliate. As the struggle ensued, they discerned a pattern in the panther's formidable attacks. Remaining composed, they adeptly utilized the speed advantage granted by the windstorm boots to gradually wear down the panther's stamina. After a fierce battle, the panther's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportune moment, they summoned their inner soul power, channeling all their strength into the dagger. With a mighty shout, they charged towards the panther's vital point. The panther attempted to evade, but it was too late. The dagger found its mark, piercing the panther's heart. It let out a deafening roar before collapsing to the ground in a resounding thud. The mountains and rivers heaved with labored breaths, his body utterly exhausted from the considerable depletion of soul power. Yet, he recognized that this battle had yielded abundant rewards. From the Black Panther, he had acquired 2 soul rings in total, 1 yellow century soul ring and 1 purple millennium soul ring. Shanchuan sat cross-legged, commencing the cultivation of his techniques, poised to absorb the 2 soul rings. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that the absorption of these 2 soul rings would precipitate a qualitative leap in his prowess. As the yellow soul ring enveloped his martial spirit, he felt a wave of warm soul power surging within him, significantly enhancing both his strength and agility. However, when the purple soul ring encircled his martial spirit, he endured immense agony. The purple ring harbored formidable soul energy, threatening to rupture his very being. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, relying on his unwavering will, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the purple soul ring. Upon completing the absorption, Shanchuan rose, acutely aware that his soul power had ascended to a new zenith. He gazed towards the distant forest, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. He recognized that a long journey lay ahead, necessitating the continuous enhancement of his abilities as he ventured into the enigmatic Douluo Continent. As he pressed onward, he arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, and just as Shanchuan intended to kneel and drink, he noticed a luminous object nestled within. With considerable effort, he retrieved the item, revealing a delicate crystal necklace. The moment he grasped the necklace, a radiant light flashed, and the crystal seamlessly integrated into his being. To his astonishment, he discovered he had acquired a unique ability to sense the emotions of surrounding soul beasts. This newfound power allowed him to engage more adeptly with the soul beast he encountered. Wandering into a soul beast habitat teeming with diverse creatures, he spotted a young deer weeping sorrowfully, having lost its mother. A wave of compassion surged within Shanchuan, compelling him to aid the forlorn fawn. Utilizing his newly acquired ability, he set forth to trace the whereabouts of the deer's mother. Throughout his search, he encountered various other soul beasts. Some regarded him with suspicion, while others exhibited friendliness. Gradually, he came to understand that within the realm of soul beasts, a rich tapestry of emotions and relationships existed. At long last, he located the mother deer. In that moment of reunion, the fawn leaped joyfully, and its mother expressed profound gratitude towards Shanchuan. In that instant, he gained a deeper appreciation for the diversity of this world. Shanchuan continued to traverse the forest, yearning to discover more formidable soul beasts and acquire even more powerful soul rings. His aspiration was to become the most potent soul master on the Douluo Continent, safeguarding all that he held dear. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he encountered a colossal bear-like soul beast. This creature emanated an overwhelming aura, its sheer strength leaving Shanchuan breathless. "You little rascal, how dare you intrude upon my territory?" roared the bear-like soul beast. Shanchuan inhaled deeply. Fully aware that retreat was not an option, he retrieved another soul artifact, a protective bracelet, from his backpack, an item he had previously acquired. This bracelet possessed the remarkable ability to withstand formidable assaults in critical moments. "Senior, I merely passed through this place and harbor no ill intentions," Shanchuan respectfully articulated. The bear-like soul beast let out a disdainful snort, asserting, "Pass through? This territory belongs to me. Only the most powerful soul masters may traverse here." Shanchuan was acutely aware that he must demonstrate his prowess. He summoned the soul power within him, and the soul rings adorning his body shimmered with a resplendent radiance. "Predecessor, I am willing to embrace your trial." The bear-like soul beast regarded Shanchuan's resolute gaze and nodded in approval. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, the bear-like soul beast launched a fierce assault towards Shanchuan. Shanchuan utilized his shield bracelet to withstand the ferocious assault of the bear-type soul beast, and then unleashed his newly acquired soul skill in a counterattack. The clash between the two was nothing short of intense, with the surrounding environment succumbing to the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power. Throughout the battle, Shanchuan relentlessly tapped into his latent potential, honing his soul skills with increasing finesse. The bear-type soul beast regarded him with newfound respect, astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by this young soul master. After an arduous confrontation, Shanchuan finally discerned a weakness in the bear-type soul beast. He launched a decisive strike, and the beast, upon being struck, gradually collapsed. From its form, Shanchuan obtained an orange 10,000-year soul ring. As he absorbed this soul ring, he was enveloped by an unprecedented pressure. However, through sheer willpower and the experience he had amassed, he successfully assimilated the orange soul ring. Upon completing the absorption, Shanchuan's strength surged to new heights. He emerged as a formidable soul master, and his name began to resonate throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet, Shanchuan remained humble, aware that his journey was merely at its inception. He would continue to explore this enchanting Douluo Continent, perpetually challenging himself in pursuit of greater power. The Odyssey of Douluo, with its trials and growth, lay ahead. After successfully absorbing the orange 10,000-year soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He resolved to leave the familiar confines of the forest and venture towards the human settlements, seeking to acquire greater knowledge about soul masters in this world, as well as to discover soul tools and soul rings that might better suit him. He arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The town was bustling with life, predominantly filled with soul masters and their companions. Shanchuan's presence drew considerable attention, as he exuded a unique and enigmatic aura. "Look, that young man seems quite extraordinary," remarked a young soul master to his companion. "He might be a hidden expert," the companion responded. Shanchuan entered the soul master shop in the quaint town, where an array of peculiar soul tools adorned the shelves. His gaze was drawn to a long sword radiating an ethereal blue glow. The sword appeared to be exquisite. "This sword looks remarkable," Shanchuan remarked to the proprietor. The owner assessed him briefly, noting that this soul tool had been acquired from a formidable sea soul beast and thus commanded a hefty price. After contemplating the soul coins he currently possessed, Shanchuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give it a try. "Boss, may I test it out first?" he inquired. The proprietor pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. As Shanchuan grasped the long sword, he was instantly enveloped by a refreshing surge of energy coursing through his arm and into his being, sensing a profound resonance between the sword and his soul power. "Boss, I will purchase it," Shanchuan declared, gritting his teeth resolutely. Upon exiting the shop, he encountered an elderly man. The old man appeared ethereal and wise, emanating a formidable wave of soul power. Young man, that sword is commendable, but do you know how to unleash its utmost potential? The elder inquired. The mountains and rivers shook their heads. He had only just acquired this sword and was merely beginning to explore its capabilities. The old man smiled, revealing that the true power of this sword lies in its ability to merge with the user's soul technique and transform its form according to the user's will. With a heart full of joy, Shanchuan hurriedly sought the wisdom of the elderly sage. The elder, with great patience, began to impart his knowledge. Under the elder's guidance, Shanchuan gradually came to comprehend the unique abilities of the sword. After parting ways with the sage, Shanchuan continued to explore the quaint town. He heard whispers of a legend concerning soul beasts, rumored to have manifested in the nearby mountains, where a group of previously unseen soul beasts might possess extraordinary soul rings. Shanchuan resolved to venture into the mountains for a closer inspection. Upon his arrival, he indeed discovered several uniquely shaped soul beasts. These creatures resembled wolves, yet they emanated a golden radiance, their eyes twinkling like stars. The mountains and rivers approached cautiously, as the soul beasts seemed to sense his arrival, assuming defensive postures. I bear no malice. I merely wish to understand you. Shanchuan endeavored to convey goodwill through his soul power. One of the soul beasts stepped forward, regarding Shanchuan with a peculiar gaze. Human, you possess a unique aura, yet our soul rings are not for you to covet. The mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. I do not wish to usurp your soul rings. Rather, I yearn to acquire a deeper understanding of the soul beasts. Perhaps we could even forge a friendship. The soul beasts exchanged glances, seemingly communicating among themselves. After a moment, the leader of the soul beasts declared, "You may approach us, but refrain from any improper actions." The mountains gradually drew closer, and he began to interact with these spirit beasts. He discovered that these creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, rivaling that of humans. During his time spent with the spirit beasts, he unexpectedly uncovered a unique awakening ability of his soul ring, one of his yellow century-old soul rings. During a moment of friendly contact with the golden wolves, suddenly emitted a warm and comforting energy that instilled a sense of peace and tranquility in the surrounding beings. What could this phenomenon be? A sense of wonder filled his heart, yet he was equally delighted. He continued to engage in profound exchanges with the spirit beasts, acquiring extensive knowledge about their existence, evolution, and the formation of soul rings. Upon leaving the mountains, he arrived in a grand city where a soul master competition was taking place, drawing practitioners from all corners of the realm. Mountains and rivers also signed up for the competition. During the contest, he encountered a myriad of opponents. Among them was a noble scion who regarded him with haughty disdain. How dare you, a nameless nobody, participate in this competition? The mountains and rivers paid no heed to his provocation, plunging directly into a state of combat. Throughout the competition, Shanchuan wielded his unique soul skills, formidable soul weapons, and the wisdom acquired through communion with soul beasts, effortlessly overcoming each challenge. His ethereal blue sword played a pivotal role in the fray, constantly shifting forms, at times enhancing its sharpness, while at others transforming into a shield to deflect assaults. The profound emotional bond he forged with the soul beasts enabled him to comprehend his opponent's emotions during battle, allowing for more precise strikes and defenses. As the contest progressed, the adversaries he encountered grew increasingly formidable. One opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, rendering it nearly invincible in combat. The mountains and rivers were embroiled in a fierce battle, yet he did not yield. Calmly, he analyzed his opponent's attack patterns while summoning every ounce of strength within him. In a pivotal moment, he awakened a new soul skill. His entire being radiated with the brilliance of his soul rings, and a mysterious power erupted from his body. This force amalgamated the strength of his soul weapon, the wisdom gleaned from soul beasts, and the combat experience he had meticulously accumulated over time. As he unleashed this newfound skill, the tide of battle shifted instantly, culminating in his resounding victory over his adversary. His triumph elicited a chorus of cheers from the audience. As he emerged as a dazzling new star in the competition, the victory bestowed upon him numerous rewards, including a substantial monetary prize and the companionship of like-minded friends. However, he remained unsatisfied, fully aware that his ultimate aspiration was to become the most formidable soul master in the Douluo Continent. He pressed onward, embarking on a quest to discover more soul beasts and soul weapons, continually awakening the power of his soul rings. He understood that countless challenges awaited him. Yet he was imbued with confidence, for he believed that with relentless effort, he could indeed realize his dreams. Through interactions with various characters, he continued to evolve. The unique bond he formed with soul beasts deepened his understanding of the world, while his rivalries and exchanges with other soul masters propelled his growth. In this realm brimming with enchantment and trials, the saga of his journey on the Douluo Continent continues to unfold. The mountains and rivers have departed from the city, embarking on a new journey of exploration. He advances towards the fabled sanctuary of soul beasts in the far north. It is said that there reside soul beasts of such formidable strength that they can astonish the entirety of the Douluo Continent, concealing many precious secrets of soul rings and soul tools. During his voyage to the far north, he encounters a team of soul masters, also journeying to the same destination. "Greetings, my friend. Are you also bound for the far north?" inquired one of the soul masters from the team. Shanchuan nodded in agreement, affirming that he had indeed heard of the numerous formidable spirit beasts and precious resources that resided there. "Then let us journey together. It shall be far safer that way," remarked the soul master. After a moment of consideration, Shanchuan acquiesced. Throughout their journey, they exchanged insights and experiences with one another. Among the team was a soul master adept in healing techniques, who imparted to Shanchuan valuable knowledge on maintaining stamina and preventing injuries from worsening during combat. In return, Shanchuan shared the wisdom he had garnered from the soul beasts. As they approached the far north, the climate grew increasingly frigid, and Shanchuan sensed that the cold was affecting his soul power. Nevertheless, his determination propelled him forward. They entered the far north, a realm of perpetual ice and snow, where colossal glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains were omnipresent. Here, they encountered a massive ice spirit snow wolf, whose soul power emanated an exceedingly potent force, sending a bone-chilling cold through them merely by proximity. Mountains and rivers approached their challenges with utmost caution. Shanchuan drew forth his ethereal blue longsword, its blade emanating a warm glow that provided a measure of protection against the biting cold. Thus commenced a breathtaking battle against the ice spirit snow wolf. During the fray, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he deftly employed his agility and the power of his soul weapon to strike true at the wolf's eyes. The wounded ice spirit snow wolf became even more frenzied. Yet through the collective efforts of their team, it was ultimately vanquished. From the fallen beast, Shanchuan obtained a white 10,000-year soul ring. The process of absorbing this soul ring proved exceptionally arduous, as the frigid environment of the far north significantly hindered the flow of his soul power. Nevertheless, bolstered by unwavering determination, he persevered through the cold, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the soul ring. With this absorption, Shanchuan's soul abilities experienced a remarkable evolution. He discovered that his techniques could manifest unique effects in frigid conditions, such as immobilizing foes or camouflaging his presence with the chill of the air. After departing from the far north, Shanchuan and his companions parted ways. He continued on his solitary journey, with the ambition to explore uncharted territories and seek opportunities for further enhancement of his abilities. His path led him to a cursed island. Legend spoke of formidable malevolent beasts residing there, yet also whispered of treasures capable of altering one's destiny. Upon ascending the island, Shanchuan was enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. The soul beasts residing here exuded a malevolent aura, and upon sighting Shanchuan, they launched a ferocious assault. Mountains and rivers must exert their utmost efforts to confront the challenges ahead. In the midst of battling these malevolent beasts, his heart undergoes a profound trial. At times, he ponders the reason behind his relentless pursuit of power. Yet, whenever such thoughts arise, he recalls the friends he cherishes in this world, along with those he vows to protect. His conviction grows stronger, compelling him to surmount all obstacles in his quest for what he desires on this perilous island. Deep within the island, he discovers a dagger emanating a dark aura. This dagger seems to possess formidable magical power, yet he senses that it is not meant for him. Just as he intends to depart, an evil soul master materializes. "Boy, surrender all that you have acquired on this island, or today shall mark your demise," the malevolent soul master threatens. The mountains and rivers gripped the azure long sword firmly in hand, declaring that acquiring what belongs to me would not be an effortless endeavor. He engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent soul master, a confrontation marked not only by the clash of weapons, but also by the duel of soul techniques. With his wisdom and prowess, Shanchuan gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he vanquished the malevolent soul master and successfully purified the dagger, which exuded an aura of darkness, transforming it into his own soul weapon. This purified dagger became yet another formidable ally for Shanchuan. Shanchuan continues his adventures in the Douluo Continent, during which he experiences remarkable growth, engages with a myriad of characters, and delves into the mysteries of soul beasts and soul tools, awakening the power of his soul rings. His name gradually spreads across the Douluo Continent, becoming a legendary figure spoken of by many soul masters. However, Shanchuan remains unperturbed by this fame. Aware that his journey is far from over, he will persist in his ascent towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The conflict and growth of Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan in the Douluo Continent gradually transformed him into the focal point of attention from various factions, consequently sparking a series of conflicts. Upon arriving in a bustling city-state, a place where commerce and soul master culture intertwine, Shanchuan immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that the streets were abuzz with discussions about the sudden rise of this soul master. In the central square of the city-state stood a grand soul master tower, a gathering place for the city's soul masters and a battleground for the various factions vying for power. Curiously, Shanchuan approached the soul master tower, only to be halted at the entrance by a guard. Outsiders are not permitted entry without prior authorization, the guard stated coldly. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I merely wish to enter and behold within, for I hold a profound interest in the cultivation methods of soul masters. Humph. This is not a place for insignificant individuals like you to trespass. The guard regarded him with disdain. At that moment, a soul master adorned in opulent attire emerged. Oh, where does this country bumpkin come from, daring to be so presumptuous in the presence of this young master? Shanchuan cast a glance at him, expressing, I merely wish to enter and observe. There is no need for such arrogance. The young master, a scion of a wealthy family, seethed with indignation, declaring, if you do not present a sufficient amount of soul coins today, do not expect to leave this place. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan was seething with anger. Typically, he preferred not to engage in disputes over monetary matters, yet the unreasonable behavior of his opponent provoked him. I possess no soul currency to offer you, nor do you have the right to obstruct my path. Upon hearing this, the wealthy young soul master erupted in laughter. No soul currency? Then prepare to be taught a lesson. He summoned his martial spirit, a magnificent flame eagle. As the flame eagle materialized, it emanated an intense heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. The mountains and rivers summoned their own ethereal blue sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly luminescence. I am quite eager to witness the prowess of your fiery eagle. Just as the tension between the two escalated, an elder emerged from the soul master tower. What is transpiring here? Are you fighting on my territory, as if my soul master tower does not exist? The wealthy young soul master hurriedly replied, Elder, this fellow wishes to forcibly enter our soul master tower. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. The elder then turned his gaze to the young man. Why do you wish to enter the soul master tower? The mountains and rivers replied serenely, I am filled with a profound longing for the knowledge of soul masters, and I hope to learn more within. The elder pondered for a moment, and then said, if that is the case, then follow me inside. The young master from a wealthy family changed his expression. Elder, the elder shot him a glare, warning, if you continue to be so disrespectful, do not blame me for meting out punishment. Shanchuan followed the elder into the soul master tower, where he encountered an array of soul skill manuals and research materials concerning soul beasts and soul rings. During his study of these documents, Shanchuan gained a fresh perspective on soul rings. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a unique method for awakening soul rings, which required forging a contract with a particular soul beast. Shanchuan resolved to depart from the city-state in search of this soul beast. He ventured into an ancient forest, where legend spoke of a mysterious spirit deer, believed to be connected to the awakening of a unique soul ring. In the heart of the forest, Shanchuan treaded cautiously, his senses attuned to the world around him. Suddenly, a melodious call of a deer resonated through the trees. Following the sound, he beheld a magnificent spirit deer, radiating an ethereal white glow. Its eyes sparkled like distant stars. Are you the spirit deer I have been seeking? Shanchuan inquired softly. The spirit deer cast a glance his way and then nodded gently. I wish to forge a pact with you to awaken my soul ring, Shanchuan declared with sincerity. The spirit deer appeared to ponder for a moment, before approaching Shanchuan and nuzzling its head against his hand. Just then, a band of poachers emerged. The value of this spirit deer was immeasurable. They rushed forward, shouting to capture it. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned a cerulean sword, positioning it protectively before the spirit deer. "You shall not harm it." The poachers, upon noticing that Shanchuan was merely a young soul master, scoffed derisively. "You think you can stop us, boy?" They jeered, surging forward en masse. Yet, Shanchuan stood his ground resolutely. He unleashed his most formidable soul technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the poachers. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned the poachers' cunning. Their methods of attack were diverse and unpredictable. However, due to the profound bond he shared with the spirit deer, it utilized its unique abilities to disrupt the poachers' assaults, thereby enabling Shanchuan to respond more effectively. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately vanquished all the poachers. This encounter deepened the understanding between Shanchuan and the spirit deer. Upon returning to the city-state, Shanchuan prepared for his soul ring awakening, accompanied by the spirit deer to a vast meadow outside the city. Following the method observed earlier in the Soul Master Tower, Shanchuan entered into a contract with the spirit deer. Upon the conclusion of the pact, an extraordinary radiance enveloped his form. One of his blue soul rings, which he had previously awakened, began to shimmer with renewed vibrancy. As the light continued to infuse the ring, it underwent a remarkable transformation. It emanated a formidable icy blue power, a force that not only augmented his offensive capabilities, but also bestowed upon him a unique ability, the ephemeral domain of ice. Within this icy realm, Shanchuan's movements became increasingly agile, and his attacks were imbued with a freezing effect. The transformation of the mountains and rivers incited a sense of envy and apprehension among certain soul masters within the city-state. A formidable organization of soul masters commenced clandestine schemes to contend with the burgeoning power of the mountains and rivers. At the helm of this organization was a middle-aged soul master named Kronos. "The mountains and rivers are growing increasingly formidable. If we allow this to continue, they shall inevitably pose a threat to us in the future," Kronos remarked to his subordinates. "What shall we do to counter him, leader?" one subordinate inquired. With a cunning smile, Kronos replied, "Let us first disseminate some rumors, alleging that he is in collusion with malevolent soul beasts, and then we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Thus, whispers regarding the mountains and rivers swiftly spread throughout the city-state, leading many to cast disparaging glances at them. Upon learning of this rumor, Shanchuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. "I have never engaged in such actions. How can these people slander me so?" Shanchuan expressed to the spirit deer. The spirit deer responded with a low growl, seemingly conveying its support for him. Shanchuan resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. He commenced an investigation into the origins of the rumor, and after considerable effort, he ultimately unveiled the conspiracy orchestrated by Kronos. Shanchuan resolutely sought out Kronos. Arriving at his grand estate, "Kronos, why do you disseminate such slanderous rumors about me?" Shanchuan inquired, his voice laced with fury. Upon seeing Shanchuan, Kronos displayed a hint of disdain. "Humph, how audacious of you to come here. Do you truly believe you can threaten me? Your actions are utterly immoral. What compels you to behave in such a manner?" Shanchuan pressed. Kronos erupted into laughter, declaring, "This world is one governed by the law of the jungle. Your strength only compels me to eliminate you." With that, he summoned his formidable martial spirit, a colossal dark demonic wolf. The mountains and rivers summoned the ethereal azure sword and the spirit deer. "Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of slandering me," declared the mountains resolutely. The battle between the two was on the verge of eruption. Kronos was taken aback by the audacity of the mountains to launch a direct assault. An irritation welled within him. His dark magic wolf, imbued with formidable dark power, charged towards the mountains. The mountains and rivers harnessed the domain of ice, temporarily restraining the movements of the dark magic wolf. He then unleashed his most formidable soul technique, causing the ethereal blue sword to radiate with brilliance. A breathtaking battle ensued between him and Kronos. During the clash, he discerned that although Kronos possessed immense strength, his attacks were overly reliant on dark power, revealing significant vulnerabilities in his soul techniques. Mountains and rivers seized upon these vulnerabilities, relentlessly assaulting Kronos. Gradually, Kronos found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to panic. Under the onslaught of the formidable mountains and rivers, Kronos' dark wolf spirit was shattered, leaving him gravely injured. "You dare to harm me. I will not let you go unpunished, Kronos hissed menacingly. Shanchuan declared, it was you who first slandered me. Today serves merely as a lesson. This confrontation not only clarified Shanchuan's reputation within the city-state, but also allowed many to recognize him as a trustworthy spirit master. Subsequently, Shanchuan resumed his adventurous journey. His bond with the spirit deer grew ever closer as he continually enhanced his abilities, inscribing his own legend upon the challenging and opportunity-laden Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers are aware that many challenges await him in the future, yet as long as he possesses unwavering faith, he is confident in his ability to surmount all obstacles. He continues to delve into the realm of soul beasts, seeking out more formidable soul tools, persistently awakening his soul rings and engaging with a myriad of characters, whether through camaraderie or conflict. Each interaction serves as a stepping stone in his journey of growth. Throughout this process, he gradually comes to understand his mission, which transcends the mere pursuit of formidable power. It is also about safeguarding the peace and justice of the Douluo Continent. The emergence of soul tools in Douluo has begun. The mountains and rivers cautiously traverse the ruins, each step imbued with care. The surrounding walls were inscribed with ancient runes, emanating an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a concealed weapon shot towards the mountains and rivers. With swift reflexes, they sidestepped to avoid it. Who goes there? They called out warily. From the shadows emerged several figures cloaked in black, their faces obscured. Intruders, this is not a place for you, one of the figures stated coldly. The mountains and rivers clenched their fists, and he could sense the malevolent intentions of these individuals. I merely came to explore, without any intention of causing offense. Humph. The treasures here are not for your covetous eyes. Upon uttering these words, the shadows launched their assault. The mountains and rivers unfurled their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce struggle. Amidst the fray, the protagonist discerned that despite the seemingly chaotic nature of their assaults, a hidden intricacy lay beneath. As he gradually acclimatized to their rhythm of attack, a sudden realization struck him. Their strikes appeared to be guiding him toward a specific location. Where do they intend to lead me? He pondered in confusion. Feigning a retreat under their relentless onslaught, he moved in the direction they seemed to direct him. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with enigmatic engravings. As he approached, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a brilliant radiance emanating from within. Behind this threshold lay a sword imbued with an aura of ancient wisdom. It was a soul artifact. A jolt of astonishment coursed through him. Just as he prepared to draw near to the soul artifact, the shadowy figures intensified their attacks, seemingly intent on preventing him from claiming it. Thus began a psychological duel with the enigmatic adversaries. The mountains and rivers understand that to obtain the soul artifact, one must first confront these shadowy figures. Who are you? And why do you seek to hinder me? As he fought, the protagonist inquired. The shadows offered no response, only relentless assaults. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan began to analyze their psyche. He surmised that these individuals might be the guardians of the soul apparatus. Yet they were unwilling to allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Or perhaps there lay a more profound conspiracy behind their actions. If he could convince them of his benign intentions, he might be able to acquire the soul apparatus. Shanchuan contemplated this as he endeavored to soothe them with his words. I am genuinely interested in this soul apparatus. I harbor no ill will towards this place. I assure you, if I were to obtain it, I would safeguard it diligently. The shadows seemed to hesitate momentarily, but soon launched an even more ferocious assault. The mountains and rivers are aware that mere words are insufficient. He must demonstrate his prowess. He summoned the soul power within him and unleashed a relentless assault upon the shadows. His strikes grew increasingly fierce, and the shadows gradually found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. At a pivotal moment in the battle, one of the shadows suddenly spoke. If you can pass our test, we shall bestow upon you the soul artifact. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your trial. The test of the spirit beast and the essence of trust. After the shadows vanished, they were replaced by a colossal spirit beast. This creature, resembling a mountain, emanated an overwhelming aura. Only by passing its trial can one obtain the spirit artifact, echoed the voice of the previous shadows. As Shanchuan gazed upon the colossal spirit beast before him, a sense of trepidation enveloped his heart, yet he understood that this was a challenge he must confront. The spirit beast charged toward Shanchuan, but he did not falter. He unleashed his soul skills, endeavoring to strike at the creature's vulnerabilities. Amidst the clash, Shanchuan discerned that, despite its formidable might, There was an unmistakable glimmer of intelligence in the beast's eyes. This revelation evoked memories of the cunning fox spirit he had encountered previously. "I bear you no malice. We are merely engaged in a transaction," Shanchuan attempted to communicate with the spirit beast. Remarkably, it appeared to comprehend his words. Its onslaught easing slightly, mountains and rivers continued their interaction with the soul beast as he treated it with his gentle demeanor. Gradually, the soul beast began to accept him. Ultimately, the soul beast acknowledged the mountains and rivers, allowing him to pass. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the soul artifact, the moment he grasped it, a formidable surge of power coursed through his being. This soul artifact took the form of a long sword, its blade adorned with ancient runes. It resonated harmoniously with his martial soul. This sword would become an indispensable companion in his quest for survival in this world, he mused with excitement. After the awakening of the soul ring and the acquisition of newfound abilities, he departed from the ruins. Upon returning to the small town, he entered a period of seclusion to cultivate, striving to awaken a new soul ring. During this retreat, he sensed his soul power steadily increasing, a benefit derived from the soul artifact he had obtained. At long last, his soul power ascended to a new pinnacle, allowing him to successfully awaken a new soul ring. This ring shimmered in purple, symbolizing the strength of a millennium. In that moment of awakening, he felt his body brimming with vigor, and his soul skills were significantly enhanced. He unleashed a new soul technique, a brilliant radiance emanating from his longsword, warping the surrounding air with its overwhelming force. In the heart of Shanchuan, joy overflowed. He was acutely aware that he had ascended to a higher echelon. Engaging in a psychological duel with other characters, Shanchuan's rise provoked envy and trepidation in certain individuals. Among the most envious was Wang Ming, who had previously clashed with him. This fellow seethed inwardly, questioning why Shanchuan was bestowed with such a formidable soul weapon and had awakened a new soul ring. Consumed by jealousy, Wang Ming began to disseminate rumors throughout the town, insinuating that Shanchuan had acquired his soul weapon and soul ring through unscrupulous means. These rumors swiftly proliferated within the community. Upon hearing these rumors, Shanchuan felt a surge of indignation. How could these individuals tarnish my reputation in such a manner? He expressed to his friends. Determined, he resolved to confront Wang Ming about the matter. When Shanchuan found Wang Ming, however, he feigned innocence. "Wang Ming, why are you spreading these malicious rumors?" Shanchuan inquired, his voice laced with fury. Wang Ming replied, "I have not done so. It is your own conduct that is questionable." The mountains and rivers were aware of Wang Ming's cunning arguments. He resolved to let his strength speak for itself. The two engaged in a fervent debate in the town square. With his wisdom and factual evidence, Shanchuan refuted Wang Ming's rumors. Gradually, the townsfolk began to place their trust in Shanchuan. Witnessing the failure of his sinister plot, Wang Ming departed in disgrace. A new adventure awaited. Accompanied by his soul beast companions, the mountains and rivers did not cease their flow due to these events. He resolved to continue his exploration of the Douluo Continent. During one of his adventures, he encountered an injured little wolf spirit beast. This small wolf spirit beast had a wounded leg and appeared exceedingly pitiable. Mountains and rivers evoke a sense of compassion as he employs his soul power to mend the wounds of the little wolf spirit beast. The creature, sensing the kindness radiating from him, develops a fondness for the man. "You are truly a good person," the little wolf spirit beast articulates. The mountains and rivers smiled gently. "Are you not afraid of me? I am human." The little wolf spirit beast shook its head. "You are different from other humans." From that moment on, the little wolf spirit beast became a companion to Shanchuan. Together, they embarked on adventures across the Douluo Continent, facing various dangers side by side. During an encounter with a formidable spirit beast, the little wolf spirit beast employed its speed and agility to help Shanchuan evade the attack. Meanwhile, Shanchuan wielded his long sword and spirit abilities to retaliate against the foe. Their synergy proved effective, and they successfully repelled the powerful adversary. Inner growth and vision for the future. As time passed, Shanchuan experienced numerous events in this world. He transformed from an ignorant mortal into a formidable spirit master. He endured countless battles, engaged in psychological warfare, forged profound friendships with spirit beasts, and acquired precious spirit tools and rings. Throughout this journey, not only did his strength increase, but his inner self also matured significantly. "I will continue to explore this world, safeguarding those lives that require protection, while constantly enhancing my own abilities." Shanchuan vowed silently within his heart. He understood that the road ahead was long, and he would encounter many more challenges and opportunities. Yet, he believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly inscribe his own legend in this enchanting Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers accompany their companions as they embark on a new journey. Their silhouettes appear particularly resolute beneath the setting sun as they advance toward an uncertain future, ready to embrace new challenges and forge even greater glories. The latent crisis of Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan and the little wolf in the Douluo Continent continue unabated. One day, they ventured into an ancient and enigmatic forest. A delicate mist enveloped the area, and the towering, ancient trees seemed to conceal countless secrets yet to be uncovered. As they delved deeper into the woods, they encountered a mysterious group of soul masters. At the helm of this assembly was a soul master named Lingyu, distinguished by his flowing white hair and a gaze imbued with an air of arrogance. "Look, there's a little wolf-soul beast. Capturing it may yield a handsome profit," remarked one of Lingyu's subordinates. Mountain River furrowed his brow and positioned himself before the young wolf. "You shall not harm it." Lingyu cast a disdainful glance at Mountain River. "And who might you be? Dare a mere soul master impede our path?" Shanchuan declared, "It is my friend, and I shall not allow you to harm it." Lingyu chuckled disdainfully. "Then do not blame me for being ungracious." Behind him, a group of soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, preparing to launch an assault on Shanchuan and the little wolf. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he understood that for the sake of the little wolf, he must summon the courage to fight. Shanchuan gripped the long sword firmly in his hand. This soul weapon, acquired from the ruins, emitted a faint glow. The little wolf sensed the impending danger, growling softly. Its body tense and poised for battle. Lingyu was the first to strike, summoning a colossal fiery bird spirit that soared towards Shanchuan with fierce intent. Shanchuan deftly utilized the agility of his long sword, sidestepping the assault of the flaming bird. He understood that Lingyu possessed formidable strength, and he could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. Shanchuan began to contemplate a counter-strategy, noting that although Lingyu's assaults were formidable, there existed brief pauses between each strike. He resolved to exploit this vulnerability, seeking an opportune moment to retaliate. Meanwhile, the little wolf busied itself by harassing Lingyu's spirit master team, employing its speed and agility to incessantly disrupt the adversaries. Amidst the fray, the little wolf suddenly emitted a peculiar cry. Mountains and rivers were astonished to witness a faint halo surrounding the little wolf, a luminescence that seemed to enhance its speed and strength. Was this a newfound ability of the little wolf? A surge of joy filled the heart of mountains and rivers. With this extraordinary power, the little wolf launched a more ferocious assault on Lingyu's team. It lunged toward a soul master, who attempted to evade. But the little wolf's swiftness was overwhelming, and it pounced, pinning him to the ground. Lingyu, witnessing his subordinate being subdued by the little wolf, was consumed by fury. He intensified the assault of the firebird, its flames becoming even more fervent as they surged toward mountains and rivers. Shanchuan took a deep breath, channeling the soul power within him into the longsword. The blade emanated a dazzling radiance, colliding with the flames of the fiery bird. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan sensed his soul power steadily depleting. Yet, he also discerned that this intense conflict seemed to awaken the latent potential of his soul rings. His violet Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, indicating the emergence of a new ability. As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he recognized this as an opportunity. No longer hesitating, he focused his energy, directing his soul power to converge towards the soul ring. The surrounding soul masters gazed at him in astonishment, sensing the formidable waves of soul power emanating from his being. Lingyu felt a twinge of panic, taken aback by the unexpected transformation in Shanchuan under such circumstances. With the continuous accumulation of soul power, Shanchuan's purple soul ring suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force. This surge of power coursed through his entire body, enhancing his strength and fortifying his soul skills. Mountains and rivers unveiled a new soul skill as a radiant blade infused with formidable power shot forth from the longsword, directly cleaving towards Lingyu's fiery bird. Struck by the luminous blade, the firebird dissipated in an instant. Lingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such prowess from Shanchuan. After the battle concluded, Lingyu gazed at Shanchuan, his heart brimming with admiration. "You are truly formidable. I had underestimated you before," Lingyu remarked. Shanchuan remarked, "You should not harm the spirit beast for the sake of profit." Lingyu, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. I understand now. This time I was in the wrong. Shanchuan and Xiaoling graciously accepted their apologies. Through this confrontation, Shanchuan and Lingyu's team gained a deeper understanding of one another. Lingyu revealed to Shanchuan that they are a team dedicated to procuring rare soul beasts to obtain soul rings for their clients. Although their previous methods had indeed been somewhat unethical, Shanchuan advised them to alter their approach, emphasizing the importance of not merely pursuing profit, but also respecting the lives of spirit beasts. Lingyu contemplated Shanchuan's words and found them profoundly insightful. As they continued their exploration of the forest, Shanchuan and his companions encountered a spirit beast in distress. It was a white fox spirit beast, ensnared by a trap that had captured its leg. Mountain and Little Wolf hurriedly stepped forward to offer their assistance. The white fox, upon seeing them, was filled with a sense of vigilance. The mountains and rivers gently reassured him, "Do not fear, we shall assist you." With the aid of the Little Wolf, the mountains and rivers successfully unraveled the trap. The white fox gazed at the mountains and rivers, the vigilance in its eyes dissipating. "Thank you." It spoke with human words. The mountains and rivers spoke with warmth. "You are most welcome." The white fox, sensing the kindness emanating from the landscape, resolved to accompany it. Thus, the mountains and rivers gained another companion in the form of a soul beast. With this newfound ally, a fresh perspective on soul beasts blossomed within the heart of the landscape. It became apparent that not all soul beasts were malevolent. Many possessed their own emotions and wisdom. Deep within, the landscape's conviction to protect these creatures grew stronger. In this world, both humans and soul beasts ought to coexist in harmony, the landscape mused. Together with its soul beast companions, it continued to explore the forest. They encountered numerous breathtaking vistas, as well as some perilous soul beasts. Yet, through their mutual trust and cooperation, they successfully navigated each challenge. One day, they overheard a tale of ancient ruins. It was said that within those ruins lay powerful soul artifacts and precious soul rings. The group decided to embark on an exploration of the ancient ruins. Upon their arrival at the site, they discovered that it was sealed by a formidable force. The mountains and rivers endeavored to unravel the seal. Yet he discovered that this task was far from simple. Together with Little Wolf and other soul beast companions, they delved into the methods of breaking the seal. After considerable effort, they ultimately uncovered the means to dismantle the enchantment. As the seal was breached, a formidable surge of power surged forth. Upon entering the ruins, they beheld an array of precious artifacts, among which was a bow radiating with a spectrum of colors. As Shanchuan approached the bow, he sensed a profound connection between it and his own soul power. When he attempted to grasp the bow, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body the moment his hand made contact. This bow transformed into his new soul weapon. With the newfound soul weapon, Shanchuan's strength significantly increased. Upon departing from the ruins, they encountered a series of traps. Mountain and his team members collaborated harmoniously, successfully evading the traps. In the face of peril, they gained a profound appreciation for the strength of teamwork. Mountains and rivers, along with his companions, departed from the ruins, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown gradually spread, transforming them into legends in the eyes of many. Shanchuan is acutely aware that he has a long journey ahead. He must continually enhance his abilities to safeguard more soul beasts and delve into uncharted territories. Together with his soul beast companions, he strides towards broader horizons, ready to embrace new challenges and inscribe his own glorious narrative. In this enchanting yet perilous realm of Douluo Continent, the saga of Shanchuan and his comrades unfolds, their future brimming with boundless possibilities. The Odyssey of Resistance in Douluo. The legendary tale of Shanchuan in the Douluo Continent continues to unfold, yet a new crisis quietly approaches. At this moment, he is exploring a mysterious relic in search of a formidable soul device. This relic conceals ancient powers, and it is said that the soul devices within possess the ability to alter the very landscape of the continent. Shanchuan is acutely aware of this fact. Yet his intentions are not to seize control of the land. Rather, he hopes to harness this power to better safeguard the territory he cherishes. Just as he immerses himself in deciphering the mechanisms of the relic, a formidable aura suddenly envelopes the entire site. Shanchuan, alert, raises his gaze to witness the clouds above swiftly gathering, as several figures gracefully descend from the heavens, the deities of the Douluo Continent. Leading them is the god of thunder. Surrounded by dazzling flashes of electricity, his eyes brimming with authority and vigilance. Shanchuan, How dare you intrude here to seek the forbidden device? Do you comprehend the calamity this may unleash? The voice of the thunder god reverberates through the relic like a thunderclap. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a tightening sensation, realizing that the deities had undoubtedly misconstrued his intentions. He respectfully elucidated, "O Lord of Thunder, my sole purpose for entering this realm is to seek treasures that could aid in the protection of the continent. I harbor no ulterior motives. I hold this land in reverence and possess no thoughts of destruction." However, the gods appeared unconvinced by his words. The god of war stepped forward, exuding an intense aura of martial spirit. As a mere mortal, your rapid ascension in power and your continuous ventures into perilous territories leave us with little reason to trust you. The spirit beasts of the mountains and rivers sensed their master's predicament. The little wolf growled softly, while the white fox perked up its ears, assuming a defensive posture. The thunder god was the first to launch an assault, thrusting his palms forward as a formidable bolt of lightning surged towards the mountains and rivers. This lightning was imbued with a cataclysmic force, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Mountains and rivers left no time for contemplation as he swiftly summoned the newly acquired soul weapon, a great sword radiating a ghostly blue luminescence. Infusing it with his soul power, the sword erupted in a dazzling blue aura, colliding with the oncoming lightning. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire ruins to tremble. Observing that the thunder god's assault had been thwarted, the war god charged towards the mountainside, wielding his battle axe. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he appeared before the mountains, the axe slicing through the air with a piercing wind, aimed directly at him. Beneath the mountains, he moved with grace, sidestepping the onslaught of the war god. With a sweeping motion of his heavy sword, he conjured a silvery crescent blade, aimed directly at the war god's midsection. Just as the luminous blade was about to make contact, the god of light manifested. Extending a hand, a radiant shield of white light emerged before the war god, intercepting the attack from the mountains. Shanchuan, your actions have transcended our threshold of tolerance. Today, we must put an end to your recklessness, proclaimed the god of light with a commanding voice. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the deities before him, his heart brimming with resignation. He understood that unless this misunderstanding was resolutely addressed, his journey of guardianship could not proceed. O Lord of Light, I harbor no ill intent. I am willing to endure any trial you set forth to vindicate my innocence, mountains and rivers earnestly declared. Yet, the gods paid no heed to his words, believing that the might of mountains and rivers posed a significant threat to the equilibrium of the continent. At this moment, the spirit beast companions of Shanchuan played a crucial role. The little wolf clutched the hem of Shanchuan's garment, signaling him to flee deeper into the ruins. In an instant, Shanchuan comprehended the wolf's intent and sprinted toward the heart of the ancient site. The deities pursued relentlessly. During the chase, Shanchuan felt his soul power depleting continuously. Yet he also noticed a peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that his soul rings were undergoing a transformation in the face of such peril. His Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, as though influenced by an enigmatic force. A spark of realization ignited within Shanchuan. He understood that this could be an opportunity. He began to concentrate, channeling the power within the Soul Ring. With his guidance, the Millennium Soul Ring abruptly unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, which surged towards Shanchuan's consciousness. In Shanchuan's mind, ancient images began to surface, depicting a harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humanity. It seemed as though an ancient power was guiding him toward the rightful path. At that moment, the little wolf unexpectedly unleashed a peculiar soul skill, surrounding its body with a faint purple glow. This radiance transformed into chains, winding towards the deities. The gods were taken aback by the wolf's unexpected offensive, momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wolf's assault, Shanchuan halted his flight. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the deities with a resonant voice. Esteemed gods, you have long believed that I would disrupt the balance of the continent. Yet all my actions have been aimed at combating the dark forces lurking within. My quest for the soul device is not for dominion, but to fortify my own strength, enabling me to better safeguard all of you. Upon hearing Shanchuan's words, the thunder god softened his expression slightly, inquiring, Is what you speak truly so? The mountain and river solemnly nodded. I swear by my very soul that all my actions are motivated by goodwill. The gods began to converse amongst themselves, gradually discerning from the gaze of the mountain and river, as well as his past experiences, that he appeared to be truthful. After a moment of contemplation, the god of light spoke, "Mountain and river, while we place our trust in you, the sole vessel you hold indeed harbors perilous power. You must ensure that it never falls into the hands of the malevolent." Mountains and rivers quickly nodded in agreement. "I assure you, I guarantee it with my very life." Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the deities vanished. As Shanchuan gazed upon the heavy sword in his hands, a multitude of emotions surged within him. This soul weapon would serve as a crucial instrument in his quest to safeguard the continent. Together with his soul beast companions, he continued to delve into the ruins. Eventually, they stumbled upon the fabled soul weapon, a staff radiating with resplendent, multicolored light, crowned with a magnificent star gem at its pinnacle. The moment Shanchuan grasped the staff, he sensed a seamless fusion of his soul power with the artifact. His soul rings, too, were further enhanced by the staff's formidable energy. "I shall wield this power to protect the entire Douluo Continent," he mused inwardly. Armed with his newly acquired soul weapon, he departed the ruins alongside his soul beast companions. Yet, Shanchuan was acutely aware that numerous unknown dangers awaited him across the land. With this newfound strength, he would embark on a journey to defend the Douluo Continent, ready to embrace further challenges and inscribe his own legend. Upon acquiring a new spirit artifact, Shanchuan experienced a significant surge in power. He, along with his spirit beast companions, continued to explore the Douluo Continent, seeking further opportunities and challenges. One day, Shanchuan came across a piece of news. A vast expanse of ice was home to an abundance of rare spirit beasts, and a mysterious spirit ring was in the process of gestation. This revelation stirred his heart with excitement, prompting him to embark on a journey to the ice field to uncover the truth. The mountains and rivers embarked on a journey towards the icy expanse. The frigid winds howled across the glacial plains, with snowflakes swirling in a tempestuous dance. Undeterred by the biting cold, the mountains and their ethereal beast companions pressed onward. Deep within the heart of the frozen tundra, they encountered a pack of white ice spirit wolves, exuding an aura of chilling frost. Their eyes sparkled like azure gemstones. Upon sensing the arrival of the mountains and their companions, the ice spirit wolves assumed aggressive stances, ready to confront the intruders. Shanchuan promptly signaled his spirit beast companions to exercise caution. The little wolf stood beside Shanchuan, its eyes fixed intently on the ice soul wolves. Meanwhile, the white fox took refuge behind Shanchuan, sensing the perilous nature of the ice soul wolves. Mountains and rivers stepped forward, attempting to communicate with the frostfang wolves. "We bear no ill intent. We are merely passing through," said the mountains. The frostfang wolves appeared to comprehend his words, yet they remained on high alert. One particularly large frostfang wolf slowly emerged from the pack. "Humans, this expanse of ice is our territory. You must leave at once," the wolf articulated in human tongue. The mountains and rivers are aware that to traverse the icy expanse smoothly, one must earn the approval of the ice spirit wolves. He commenced by demonstrating his soul power and presented some precious items he had gathered during his journey, attempting to negotiate passage through the frozen terrain. The ice spirit wolves, upon witnessing his sincerity, began to waver in their resolve. Ultimately, the larger of the wolves spoke. "Very well, you may cross the ice fields, but you must not disturb anything in our realm." Shanchuan nodded in appreciation. During his journey across the icy expanse, he discovered a remarkable affinity with the ice spirit wolves. These majestic creatures exhibited little animosity towards him, the outsider. They traversed the frozen landscape with ease, and upon reaching the far end of the glacier, they encountered a colossal ice cavern. Shanchuan sensed a formidable wave of soul power emanating from the icy cavern, and he understood that the mysterious soul ring lay within its depths. As he stepped into the frigid hollow, the temperature plummeted further, an icy chill piercing through him. Deep within the cavern, a soul ring radiating a kaleidoscope of colors hovered gracefully in the air. The ring exuded immense power, and as Shanchuan approached, he felt his own soul energy being subdued by an overwhelming force. Mountains and rivers are aware that this presents a formidable opportunity, yet it also constitutes a significant challenge. He took a deep breath, summoning the soul power within him as he endeavored to absorb this soul ring. His soul beast companions, sensing his intentions, rallied around him to offer their protection. A faint halo began to manifest around Shanchuan's form, as his soul power steadily converged deep within his essence. The soul ring commenced its gradual approach towards him, and as the distance diminished, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. His body struggled to withstand this immense force. Yet he refused to relent. Clenching his teeth, he persevered in guiding the soul ring. At last, the soul ring merged with his being. With its assimilation, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable enhancement of his soul power. His soul ring awakened a new ability, soul freeze. This power grants him the capacity to instantly immobilize an enemy's soul, rendering them incapacitated. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan emerged from the icy cavern. The ice spirit wolves gazed upon Shanchuan with a flicker of envy in their eyes. Having witnessed his successful feat, human, you possess remarkable strength, remarked the leader of the ice spirit wolves. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been exceedingly challenging for me to absorb this soul ring." The leader of the ice soul wolf shook his head, responding, "This is your own endeavor." After bidding farewell to the mountains and the ice spirit wolves, the traveler continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance radiating kindness. "Young man, the aura surrounding you is indeed extraordinary," the old man remarked. The mountains and rivers curiously inquired, "Grandfather, who are you?" The old man smiled and replied, "I am merely a venerable elder who has dwelled in this land for many years. I see great strength within you. Yet I sense that there remains a wealth of untapped potential." The mountains and rivers stirred within him, and he realized that there was still much for him to learn. "Grandfather, could you impart some wisdom to me?" The old man nodded, "Certainly, but you must understand that the path of cultivation is long and arduous." Shanchuan nodded resolutely. Under the guidance of the elder, his soul power experienced a significant enhancement, and his proficiency in utilizing soul weapons became increasingly adept. However, Shanchuan's burgeoning strength attracted the attention of malevolent forces. An evil organization of soul masters set its sights on Shanchuan's soul weapon, dispatching a multitude of skilled individuals to seize it from him. Mountain and his spirit beast companions were beset by the assault of these individuals. "Surrender your soul artifacts, or today shall mark your demise," declared a malevolent spirit master with a fierce countenance. Mountains and rivers took up the heavy sword in his hand, while his soul beast companions prepared themselves for battle. "You shall not succeed," Mountains declared. The confrontation was imminent, and Mountains along with his companions faced formidable challenges. However, they did not falter. Leveraging their profound synergy and formidable strength, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the malevolent soul masters. Throughout this conflict, Mountains fully demonstrated his prowess and intellect. He harnessed his newly awakened soul skill, Soul Freeze, successfully immobilizing the souls of several evil soul masters, thus securing precious time for the battle. His soul beast companions played pivotal roles as well: the sharp attacks of the little wolf, the formidable defenses of the white fox, and the recently befriended ice spirit wolf all joined the fray, united in their resistance against the malevolent soul masters. After an intense battle, Mountains and his companions triumphed, successfully repelling the evil soul masters. Their heroic deeds resonated throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers have become heroes in the hearts of the people. He continues to explore the Douluo Continent alongside his soul beast companions, aware that greater challenges await him in the future. Yet, he remains unafraid. He will persist in his cultivation, striving to enhance his strength, wielding his power to protect the Douluo Continent. He believes that as long as faith resides within his heart, he can surmount any obstacle. In this realm brimming with enchantment and adventure, the legendary tale of the mountains and rivers is still being inscribed. He will embrace future challenges with his dreams and convictions, creating even more splendor. The Battle of the Soul Beast Body in Douluo. For several days, Shanchuan has wandered through the enigmatic starry great forest. He is acutely aware that danger lurks in every corner. Yet in his quest for a soul ring that resonates with him, he must proceed with utmost caution. At this moment, he tightly grips a rudimentary yet sharp iron sword, which stands as his soul weapon and the first of his soul devices. The genesis of this soul device is rather extraordinary. During a serendipitous encounter in an ancient mine, Shanchuan sensed a faint yet pure wave of metallic soul power. Utilizing his keen perception, he devoted several days to extracting the ore imbued with soul energy, diligently forging and refining it himself. Though the process was arduous, under his meticulous craftsmanship, the iron sword gradually emanated a unique luster, with faint patterns of soul energy flowing along the blade. When he first infused it with soul power, the iron sword trembled slightly as if it possessed a life of its own, and he could feel its yearning for that very essence. As Shanchuan traversed the rugged terrain, The surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the layered foliage, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground. Suddenly a low, ominous growl reverberated from ahead, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Emerging from the depths was a colossal wolf-like spirit beast, radiating an ethereal blue aura. Its eyes, akin to profound amethyst gems, glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Shanchuan recognized it as a purple shadow demon wolf, renowned for its agility and formidable offensive prowess, presenting a significant challenge for him at this moment. The purple shadow demon wolf initiated the assault, darting towards Shanchuan like a bolt of blue lightning. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped while thrusting his iron sword toward the beast. The wolf executed a deft maneuver in midair, evading the blade, and then lunged with its razor-sharp claws aimed at Shanchuan's face. He leaped backward, internally lamenting the creature's remarkable swiftness. I cannot remain a passive target, he pondered silently. Channeling his soul power into the iron sword, it erupted with a brilliant radiance. Shanchuan seized the initiative, unleashing the swordsmanship he had honed in the mortal realm. The shimmering sword strikes momentarily overwhelmed the purple shadow demon wolf, leaving it somewhat bewildered. Yet, being a spirit beast bolstered by soul energy, its combat experience far surpassed that of an ordinary opponent. Abruptly, it halted, then unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had been frozen in time. Is it preparing to deliver a fatal blow? A shock of alarm coursed through Shanchuan. Just as he braced himself to withstand the impending attack, the purple shadow demon wolf unexpectedly pivoted and bolted deeper into the forest. Shanchuan paused in astonishment, soon realizing that the wolf deemed him not yet worthy of a confrontation and chose to retreat. He refrained from pursuing, understanding that he lacked the requisite strength to vanquish such a formidable spirit beast at this juncture. The mountains continued to delve into the forest, leading him to the edge of a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, and upon a massive stone by the shore, he discovered a gem radiating a gentle glow. As he approached, a wave of warmth surged into his being upon his hand's contact with the stone. He realized that this could be a significant opportunity in his quest for a soul ring. Just as he became immersed in this surge of soul energy, the lake suddenly began to churn violently. A colossal water-type soul beast leaped from the depths, a frostbite water serpent. It spanned several dozen meters, its body adorned with translucent scales that shimmered and emitted an intense chill. Human, how dare you covet what belongs to my domain? The frostbite water serpent spoke, its voice as piercing as a cold blade. Shanchuan hastily remarked, I harbor no ill intent. I merely stumbled upon this stone and believed it might serve some purpose for me. The ice spirit water dragon scoffed. Do you think you can easily depart from here? You are the first human to dare intrude upon my territory. With that, the ice spirit water dragon swung its enormous tail menacingly toward Shanchuan. Aware that he could not withstand such force directly, Shanchuan channeled his soul energy, concentrating it in his legs, and leaped towards a nearby grand tree. The tail of the ice spirit water dragon struck the tree with tremendous force, causing it to shatter instantly. I cannot continue to evade like this, Shanchuan pondered. He once again infused his iron sword with soul energy and noticed that after absorbing his essence, peculiar runes manifested upon the blade. These runes radiated a formidable power, invigorating him with renewed strength. Shanchuan brandished his iron sword and charged towards the icy phantom water serpent, which opened its gaping maw to bite at him. In a swift maneuver, Shanchuan leapt through the serpent's jaws, simultaneously thrusting his iron sword towards its eye. The icy phantom water serpent, writhing in pain, angrily swiped its claws at Shanchuan. Struck by the claws, he was sent hurtling backwards, landing heavily upon the ground. Shanchuan felt as though his very organs had been displaced. Yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. I cannot perish here. I must become a formidable force. His heart brimmed with resolute determination. The ice soul water serpent lunged at him once more. Shanchuan took a deep breath, channeling all of his soul energy, and shouted, Sword of Demonic Break. A colossal beam of light erupted from his iron sword, cleaving directly towards the ice soul water serpent. Sensing the overwhelming power, the serpent attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The luminous blade struck the serpent with ferocity, shattering its scales and eliciting a wretched cry as its body gradually succumbed. As the ice soul water serpent fell, a blue soul ring ascended from its form. Shanchuan recognized this as the soul ring he had long sought, yet he remained cautious. Drawing upon the absorption techniques he had learned in the Douluo Continent, He approached the soul ring with utmost care. Just as he prepared to absorb it, the spirit of the ice soul water serpent materialized and warned, "Human, should you dare to absorb my soul ring, I shall haunt you even in death." Mountains and rivers gazed upon the soul of the ice spirit water flood dragon and spoke, "I possess no other choice. I must grow stronger to endure in this world." The soul of the ice spirit water flood dragon roared and charged towards the mountains and rivers, yet they closed their eyes, resolutely channeling their soul power to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The soul of the ice spirit water flood dragon relentlessly assailed their mental defenses, and the mountains and rivers felt as though their head might explode, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Time passed, though its measure was indiscernible, and gradually, the soul of the ice spirit water flood dragon began to dissipate, while the mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring. They sensed a qualitative leap in their strength. Their soul power became more robust, and they also acquired a new soul skill, the ice spirit shield. This skill could conjure a layer of icy blue protection around their body, capable not only of withstanding attacks, but also inflicting a freezing effect upon any foes that ventured too close. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan continued his exploration in the Douluo forest. He encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some exhibiting hostility while others observed him with curiosity. He learned to coexist peacefully with certain weaker soul beasts, gaining profound insights about the Douluo Continent from them. One day, he stumbled upon an injured little fox soul beast. Its leg was ensnared by a hunter's trap, blood flowing profusely. Shanchuan felt a surge of compassion and utilized his knowledge of herbal remedies to tend to the fox's wounds. The little fox gazed at Shanchuan, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, human." It spoke in a human tongue. The mountains and rivers chuckled softly, saying, "You're welcome. Do take care in the future." The little fox replied, "Do you know? Deep within the forest lies an ancient ruin, where it is said that numerous powerful treasures are hidden, yet many perilous traps also await." As the heart of Shanchuan stirred, he understood that the time for exploration had not yet arrived. He needed to first elevate his own strength. As time progressed, Shanchuan's experiences within the starry forest grew increasingly profound, and his iron sword, a soul weapon, underwent continuous evolution. Eventually, he stumbled upon a mysterious or within a soul beast's lair. Upon infusing this or into his iron sword, its power surged to new heights. The runes adorning the blade became more intricate, and it gained the ability to unleash various soul power skills. In a fierce battle, Shanchuan confronted a formidable flame leopard soul beast. The beast's attacks were ferocious, and its flames nearly engulfed him. Armed with an iron sword, Shanchuan summoned an ice spirit shield, which resounded with thunderous roars as the flames collided with it. Subsequently, he unleashed a newly acquired skill, the flame sword break. Igniting his sword in a blaze of fire, charging towards the flame leopard, he engaged in a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, through his intelligence and courage, Shanchuan triumphed over the flame leopard. From the vanquished beast, he acquired a crimson soul ring, which significantly enhanced his fire attribute soul power. The mountains and rivers have gradually transformed him into a formidable human warrior, one whom even soul beasts regard with reverence. No longer does he merely struggle for survival on the Douluo Continent. He has discovered his own aspirations and ideals. His ambition is to unveil the myriad secrets of this world and to ascend to the pinnacle of existence on the Douluo Continent. His legendary tale continues to unfold. The soul beast of the azure blue. Shanchuan's journey through the vast and enigmatic forest of stars has deepened significantly. He has transformed from a naive newcomer into a formidable soul master that instills fear in many low-tier soul beasts. On this day, he arrived near an ancient thicket within the forest, where an air of mystery enveloped the surroundings. He sensed that hidden within this place could lie precious treasures or powerful soul beasts. His gaze was drawn to a creature not far away, resembling a raccoon but with disproportionately large ears radiating a ghostly green luminescence. This was a phantom spirit raccoon. The phantom spirit raccoon regarded Shanchuan with a wary demeanor, its tiny eyes filled with suspicion. "Human, have you returned to seize our territory?" echoed its voice in Shanchuan's mind. Mountain River hastily waved his hand and said, "I did not mean any offense. I merely passed through this area." However, the ethereal light spirit fox coldly snorted in response. "You humans are never up to any good. Every time you come, it is solely to hunt us soul beasts." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he yearned to alter the ethereal fox spirit's perception of himself. Thus, He retrieved several spirit fruits from his storage soul tool, a remarkable artifact he had fortuitously acquired during his previous trials. Capable of storing items while possessing a degree of defensive prowess. I harbor no ill intentions. These spirit fruits are beneficial to me. Yet I believe they might serve to rejuvenate your soul power even more effectively, he earnestly expressed. The ethereal fox spirit regarded the spirit fruits he offered with a hint of surprise, hesitating briefly before accepting them. Do you truly harbor no ulterior motives? It inquired. Indeed. My sole desire is for us to coexist harmoniously, he replied with a warm smile. Perhaps the exquisite taste of the spirit fruits had subdued the fox spirit's wariness. As it began to engage in conversation with him, did you know? Deeper within this forest lie many wondrous places. There exists a spirit spring, whose waters possess the extraordinary ability to cleanse and rejuvenate the very essence of one's being. However, it is heavily guarded by formidable restrictions, as well as a powerful guardian beast. The mountains and rivers stirred within him. This presented a tremendous opportunity. Yet, he was reluctant to jeopardize the hard-won bond he had forged with the ethereal, luminescent spirit fox out of mere greed. Could you perhaps guide me on how to reach that place? He inquired. The luminescent spirit fox pondered for a moment and, moved by his earnestness, agreed to provide a general direction. However, you must exercise caution, for the path is indeed fraught with peril. After expressing his gratitude to the ethereal spirit fox, Mountain River proceeded in the direction it indicated. Not long after, he encountered his old friend, the once injured little fox spirit. The little fox had grown a bit since their last meeting, appearing more spirited and lively. Brother Mountain River, why do you venture into such perilous territory once more? The little fox inquired with concern. Mountain River conveyed his thoughts to the little fox, who furrowed her brow in concern. Brother Mountain River, that place is truly perilous. I have heard that many formidable soul masters have ventured there and never returned. Shanchuan said, I understand. However, I yearn to grow stronger. Only by continually challenging myself can I survive in this perilous world. The little fox gazed into Shanchuan's resolute eyes and ceased to dissuade him. Brother Shanchuan, then I shall accompany you on this journey. The mountains and rivers stirred with a touch of emotion. Thus, they proceeded with caution. They traversed the winding path, skillfully avoiding the territories of numerous formidable soul beasts. At last, they beheld the area described by the ethereal light spirit weasel. A delicate mist enveloped the surroundings, and the flora and trees appeared unusually colossal. Beside the spiritual spring, a soul beast resembling a qilin, radiating an enchanting azure glow, lay in slumber. This was the guardian beast of the spiritual spring, the azure qilin. Shanchuan and the little fox approached cautiously, striving to make no sound. However, just as they were nearing the spiritual spring, the ethereal blue qilin suddenly opened its eyes. From those orbs emanated two beams of azure light, and Shanchuan felt as though his very soul had been ensnared in ice. How dare you intrude upon my domain? Boomed the voice of the ethereal blue qilin within their minds, resonating like thunder. The mountain streams hastily elucidated, esteemed qilin, we harbor no intention of offense. We merely heard whispers of a spiritual spring in this vicinity, seeking to harness its powers to enhance our own abilities. Should you grant us permission, we are prepared to pay any price. The ethereal blue qilin let out a cold snort. Humans, in pursuit of their own strength, invariably resort to unscrupulous means. How can I place my trust in you? Shanchuan felt a tightening sensation in his heart, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead in persuading the azure qilin. At that moment, an idea struck him, his soul sword. He drew forth the iron blade, infusing it with his soul energy. Instantly, the sword emanated a dazzling radiance, its surface adorned with flickering runes. Esteemed qilin, Shanchuan proclaimed, this soul artifact is forged from my own essence, encapsulating my unwavering conviction. I wish to employ it as a testament to my sincerity. The azure qilin gazed at the sword, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in its eyes. Indeed, this soul artifact was extraordinary, yet it remained insufficient. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and recounted his experiences in the Douluo Continent, his original intentions, and his fervent desire for peaceful coexistence to the azure blue qilin. The qilin listened intently, and after a lengthy pause, it spoke with deliberation. In light of your earnestness, I shall grant you the opportunity to utilize the spirit spring. However, you may only absorb a small portion of its waters, and this shall be conducted under my vigilant supervision. The mountains and the little fox were filled with overwhelming joy, promptly expressing their gratitude to the azure Qilin. They approached the spiritual spring and, following the Qilin's guidance, began to absorb the water from the spring. Shanchuan felt a powerful force surging into his body, his soul power being continuously refined, while his physique grew increasingly robust. During this process of absorption, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a stirring force within him. He recognized this as the portent of his soul ring about to awaken. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, signaling that this was a pivotal moment. He quickly calmed his mind, channeling his soul power to guide the burgeoning force. Shanchuan, what is happening to you? The little fox inquired anxiously. I am fine. I am about to awaken a new soul ring, Shanchuan replied through clenched teeth. As time passed, a faint golden glow gradually enveloped Shanchuan's form. The radiance intensified until it culminated in a magnificent soul ring encircling his body. This is my fourth soul ring. I can feel my strength ascending to a new level. Shanchuan exclaimed with exhilaration. The azure Qilin regarded Shanchuan with a glimmer of approval in its eyes. You, human, are indeed remarkable. Make good use of your newfound power. After bidding farewell to the ethereal blue Qilin, Shanchuan departed from the spirit spring alongside the little fox. However, during their journey, they encountered a series of troubles. A hunting party composed of human soul masters spotted the little fox by Shanchuan's side and sought to capture it. Hand over that spirit beast, or you shall not leave, growled one of the leaders of the soul masters menacingly. The mountains and rivers gazed coldly upon them. Those who would resort to any means for their own benefit. I shall not allow you to succeed. The leader of the soul masters disdainfully remarked, You foolish creature. Do you truly believe we fear a solitary individual among our ranks? With that, he commanded his team members to launch an assault on the mountains and rivers, as well as the little fox. Shanchuan wielded his iron sword, demonstrating his newly comprehended soul technique. He first conjured an ice spirit shield, protecting the little fox behind him, and then charged towards the hunting party. His blade danced like lightning amidst the foes, leaving the members of the hunting team astonished by his formidable prowess, causing them to descend into a state of disarray. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, an inner monologue unfolded. These individuals are akin to the invaders of yore, driven solely by the desire to plunder. I cannot allow them to harm the little fox. After a fierce confrontation, the mountains and rivers successfully repelled the hunting party. The members of that hunting team fled in disarray. The little fox gazed at the mountains and rivers with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers smiled as they gently patted the little fox on the head, proclaiming, We are friends. Naturally, I shall protect you. After experiencing these events, Shanchuan became even more resolute in his determination to become a formidable force in the Douluo Continent, to protect the vulnerable and uphold peace. He continued on his journey, unaware of the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The journey of bonds in Douluo. The mountains and the little fox continued their journey through the starry forest, their bond growing ever more intimate. Shanchuan's affection for the little fox transcended mere companionship. It was a reflection of his attitude towards all soul beasts. They arrived at an area abundant with peculiar herbs, each exuding a captivating fragrance. Shanchuan immediately recognized several as precious materials capable of enhancing soul power. Just as he intended to gather some, a magnificent unicorn soul beast appeared before them. This unicorn, cloaked in pure white, bore a spiraled horn upon its forehead that radiated a sacred light. Observing Shanchuan's approach to the herbs, a look of fury flickered in its eyes. Human, these herbs are under my protection. You are forbidden to harvest them, declared the unicorn soul beast with an air of haughty authority. The mountain stream hastily replied, Dear unicorn, I am aware of the significance of these herbs to you. I merely wish to gather a small quantity for research purposes, harboring no ill intentions. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you a service in exchange for the privilege to utilize these herbs. The unicorn spirit, with an air of disdain, questioned, What could you possibly do for me? After a moment of contemplation, the mountainous landscape suggested, I can assist you in clearing away some of the lower-tier soul beasts that frequently disturb your tranquility. The unicorn soul beast pondered for a while before replying, Very well, but you may only gather a limited amount of herbs. Mountains and rivers nodded with delight, expressing gratitude to the noble unicorn. He began to cautiously gather herbs, with the little fox assisting by his side. During the collection process, the mountains and rivers inadvertently pricked his hand on a thorny herb. Brother Shanchuan, are you all right? The little fox inquired with concern. The mountains and rivers chuckled softly, shaking their heads. Such minor wounds were of no consequence. After they had gathered the herbs, the mountains and rivers did not forget their promise. He began to search the surroundings for those low-tier soul beasts. He soon discovered a few sharp-toothed rabbits indulging in the herbs of the unicorn soul beast. Shanchuan did not directly assault the sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts. Instead, he emanated a gentle voice infused with soul power. Sharp-toothed rabbits, you must refrain from consuming these herbs, for they belong to the esteemed unicorn. The sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts, sensing Shanchuan's lack of malice, huddled together in a state of trepidation. We are hungry and find ourselves with no alternatives. The mountains and rivers retrieved some provisions from their storage soul guide and tossed them to the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. You may consume this, and refrain from feasting on the herbs of the unicorn lord. The sharp-toothed rabbit soul beast joyfully devoured the provisions before scampering away. Shanchuan returned to the side of the unicorn spirit beast, sharing some provisions with it. Esteemed unicorn, he remarked, I have taken care of everything. The unicorn spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan with a hint of astonishment, uttering, You, human, are indeed remarkable. You may depart now. Take with you the herbs you desire. After expressing his gratitude to the unicorn spirit beast, Shanchuan departed with the little fox. In another part of the forest, Shanchuan stumbled upon an injured bear spirit beast. The creature appeared exceedingly frail, with several deep wounds marring its body. A wave of sympathy surged within the heart of the mountains and rivers as he approached the bear spirit beast alongside the little fox. Brother Bear, how have you come to be injured? The bear spirit beast cast a feeble glance in his direction and replied, I sustained these injuries while battling other spirit beasts and now lack the strength to move. Shanchuan promptly retrieved his medicinal herbs and began to tend to the wounds of the bear spirit beast, while the little fox assisted him. Brother Shanchuan, why are we aiding this bear spirit beast? It might attack us, the little fox inquired softly. Shanchuan expressed, every life deserves compassion, be it human or spirit beast. If we do not extend our help today, it may perish here. Under the tender care of Shanchuan and the little fox, the bear spirit beast's injuries gradually improved. It gazed at Shanchuan and the little fox with gratitude, saying, Thank you, humans. I have always believed that humans were malevolent, yet you have transformed my perspective. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Brother Bear, I hope you take good care of your injuries and continue to forge ahead. The mountains and rivers sensed that his spiritual power had reached yet another bottleneck. He understood that he needed to seek a new spirit ring to achieve a breakthrough. They arrived near an ancient ruin, which emanated an aura of mystery, surrounded by formidable restrictions. Shanchuan yearned to embark on an exploration of the ancient ruins. Yet he was acutely aware of the peril that awaited him within. Just as he hesitated, an ancient phoenix spirit beast materialized before him. This magnificent creature was enveloped in flames, and its gaze emanated an aura of inexorable majesty. Human, you ought not to tread here. The mountain stream respectfully remarked, Phoenix Lord, I am aware that this place is fraught with peril, yet I seek a means to transcend my own spiritual prowess. I require a formidable soul ring. The phoenix soul beast cast a glance at him, acknowledging that the soul rings within were not easily attained, and that numerous treacherous prohibitions and traps lay in wait. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, I am aware, yet I fear not the challenges ahead. I am willing to take the risk and attempt it. The phoenix soul beast pondered for a moment and replied, Very well. If you can overcome the trials within, you shall be rewarded with a formidable soul ring. However, should you fail, you will perish within. The mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude with a nod, thanking the great phoenix. He and the little fox cautiously entered the ruins. Within the ruins, an aura of mystery enveloped them, and the surrounding walls were adorned with ancient runes. As they ventured deeper, they suddenly encountered a trap mechanism. Countless arrows shot towards them. Shanchuan swiftly conjured an ice spirit shield, sheltering the little fox behind him. The arrows struck the shield, producing a series of thunderous booms. Little fox, remain behind me. I shall devise a plan, Shanchuan declared. Mountains and rivers converged their soul power, unleashing the skill of flame sword break. A blazing fire ignited upon the iron sword as he plunged it into the ground, causing flames to spread across the earth, melting the arrows that threatened them. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the location of the soul ring. However, a formidable soul beast stood guard over it. This beast resembled a glutton, its eyes gleaming with a covetous light. How dare you come to seize my soul ring? Shanchuan spoke, Lord Taotai, I do not come to seize anything. I merely seek to transcend my own soul power. I harbor no ulterior motives. The Taotai soul beast scoffed. Human, I have witnessed your malice too often. Today, I shall not allow you to easily claim the soul ring. With that, the Taotai soul beast lunged toward Shanchuan. Shanchuan wielded an iron sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the voracious soul beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned the beast's attacks were exceedingly ferocious, its jaws capable of devouring anything in their path. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, he pondered over his strategies. He recalled his ice soul shield. He could lure the gluttonous soul beast towards the shield and subsequently freeze it using his soul power. The mountains and rivers began to execute this plan, drawing the gluttonous soul beast towards the ice soul shield, and subsequently utilizing soul power to encase the gluttonous soul beast in ice. The gluttonous soul beast struggled, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the ice soul shield. Shanchuan staggered back a few steps from the tremors, yet he did not yield. Once more, he unleashed his soul technique, engaging in a final confrontation with the formidable Taotai soul beast. After an intense battle, Shanchuan triumphed, successfully subduing the Taotai. He removed the soul ring from the beast's form and began the arduous process of absorption. The endeavor was excruciating, as he felt as though his very body was on the verge of being torn asunder. I cannot fail. I must grow stronger, he intoned silently in his heart. With unwavering focus, he guided the power of the soul ring to merge with his being. Gradually, Shanchuan achieved the absorption of the ring, experiencing a significant enhancement in his soul power and a marked increase in his physical strength. He and the little fox departed the ruins, returning to the forest. In the heart of the woods, Shanchuan continued to express his affection for the little fox and other soul beasts. He utilized his herbs to aid the injured creatures and wielded his strength to protect the weaker ones. The mountains and rivers are aware that on this Douluo Continent, the bond between him and the spirit beasts will grow ever deeper. He shall persist in safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world with his own strength. The tale of him and the little fox continues, and his legend is perpetually recounted throughout the Douluo Continent, accompanied by the spirit beasts and spirit artifacts. After ascending in his soul power level, Shanchuan was acutely aware of the necessity to continually enhance his strength. One day, as he traversed a desolate expanse, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal avian soul beast circled ominously above. This creature emanated a pungent sulfuric odor, its vast wings stirring up a tempest. Shanchuan felt a jolt of fear. He had never encountered such a formidable soul beast. Insignificant human, how dare you intrude upon my territory? The avian soul beast screeched. Clutching his soul dagger tightly, Shanchuan replied, I am merely passing through, harboring no ill intentions. With a disdainful snort, the avian soul beast retorted, passing through is not permitted. This domain belongs solely to me. As the two parties found themselves at an impasse, a wolf-like soul beast suddenly leapt forth. Friend, let us confront it together. Shanchuan cast a grateful glance at the wolf-like soul beast. Upon noticing the newcomer, the avian soul beast roared with fury. You traitor! How dare you conspire with a human? In an instant, battle erupted. The avian soul beast swooped down, its razor-sharp claws aimed at Shanchuan. Swiftly, he sidestepped the attack while brandishing his dagger, unleashing a blade of soul power towards the avian soul beast. The creature adeptly flapped its wings, evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf-like soul beast lunged at the avian soul beast from the side. With a powerful flap of its wings, the avian soul beast sent the wolf-like creature tumbling several meters away. Shanchuan pondered, this avian soul beast is tremendously powerful. I must discern its weakness. He began to scrutinize the creature's movements and noted that it paused briefly after each attack, timing his actions meticulously. When the avian soul beast dove once more, he summoned all his strength and hurled the dagger. It transformed into a streak of light in the air, piercing precisely into the avian soul beast's eye. The avian soul beast let out a wretched cry, its strength waning. The wolf-like soul beast seized the moment, lunging forward to clamp its jaws around the avian soul beast's neck. After a fierce struggle, the avian soul beast finally succumbed. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for the presence of his companion. The wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail in response. After this fierce battle, Shanchuan realized he needed to acquire more soul skills. Thus, he resolved to seek a second soul ring that would suit him. They ventured into a marshland, a habitat for many formidable soul beasts. Shanchuan treaded cautiously, acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking around him. Suddenly, A colossal water snake spirit beast erupted from the swamp. Its massive body writhed as it flicked its long tongue. "Human, this is the death marsh. It is not a realm for you to tread," the water snake spirit beast growled menacingly. The mountains and rivers were not intimidated by its grandeur. "I have come here with a request. I wish to forge a pact with you. To have you as my spirit beast." The water serpent spirit beast, upon hearing this, erupted into a hearty laughter. "Is it really you?" it scoffed. "Do you not realize that I am one of the most formidable spirit beasts in this marshland?" Shanchuan sincerely remarked, "I am aware of your current strength. However, I possess immense potential. I firmly believe that our collaboration will lead to greater advancements." The water serpent soul beast glanced at Shanchuan and inquired, "What abilities do you possess that could earn my trust?" The mountains and rivers unveiled the might of their soul skills and soul devices. The water snake spirit beast pondered for a moment and consented, saying, "I am willing to forge a pact with you." During the process of signing the contract, Shanchuan felt a powerful force merge within him. He successfully absorbed the 200-year soul ring from the water snake spirit beast, acquiring a new soul skill, Water Snake Bind. This skill enables the summoning of countless water snakes to ensnare or assault adversaries. As Shanchuan's prowess continued to ascend, his reputation spread far and wide, instilling a sense of reverence among many soul masters. One day, in a small town, Shanchuan encountered an elderly man gravely injured. Approaching the old man, he inquired, "Elder, what has befallen you?" The old man weakly replied, "I am being pursued by a band of nefarious soul masters. My family possesses a precious soul device, and they seek to seize it." A profound sense of justice surged within Shanchuan. "Rest assured, venerable elder, I shall protect you," he declared. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a horde of malevolent soul masters pursued them. "Hand over the elder, or we shall take your life," one of the nefarious soul masters threatened. Shanchuan responded with a cold smile, "You wicked scoundrels shall not prevail today." As the battle loomed, Shanchuan unleashed his full array of soul skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the malevolent soul masters. His wolf-type soul beast and water serpent soul beast joined the fray, amplifying the intensity of the conflict. The evil soul masters were taken aback by Shanchuan's formidable strength, and a hint of panic crept into their ranks. Under the relentless assault from Shanchuan and his soul beasts, the malevolent soul masters gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shanchuan succeeded in repelling them. The elder, filled with gratitude, proclaimed, "Thank you, young man. You are truly a great hero. My family shall repay your kindness." Shanchuan smiled gently, "No need for thanks, elder. It is my duty." Later, the elder's family extended an invitation to Shanchuan to visit their clan. Within their abode, he encountered a wondrous soul artifact known as the Wheel of Time. This extraordinary artifact possessed the ability to transport individuals to the past or reveal glimpses of the future. Shanchuan was deeply intrigued by the soul artifact and sought the wisdom of the elders from the old man's lineage regarding its intricacies. Recognizing Shanchuan's kind heart and formidable strength, the elders graciously imparted to him the secrets of wielding the Wheel of Time. Shanchuan, accompanied by the cyclical essence of time, returned to the dwelling of his wolf spirit beast and water serpent spirit beast. He commenced an exploration into the enigmatic secrets of the Wheel of Time. After considerable effort, Shanchuan ultimately mastered the art of wielding the Wheel of Time. Through its power, he glimpsed fragments of his past life, granting him profound insights into his history. Concurrently, he beheld visions of the future of Douluo Continent, a future fraught with warfare and calamity. Resolute in his conviction, he pledged to avert such dire events from unfolding. Shanchuan commenced an unwavering journey of cultivation, aspiring to enhance his prowess in order to confront the challenges that lie ahead. Throughout this process, his spirit beast experienced significant growth as well. The wolf-type spirit beast evolved into the Wolf King, gaining immense strength and wisdom. Similarly, the water snake spirit beast transformed into the Water Snake King, its soul skills becoming remarkably more formidable. The synergy between Mountain River and his soul beasts grew increasingly harmonious. Together, they ventured into uncharted territories and confronted formidable foes. One day, Mountain River came across news regarding the relics of the gods. It was said that within this relic lay numerous powerful artifacts, as well as secrets that could enable soul masters to transcend their limits. Shanchuan resolved to embark on a journey to the ruins of the divine. Alongside his spirit beasts, he set forth on this expedition. Within the ruins, Shanchuan encountered numerous obstacles and formidable challenges. There were powerful mechanisms and terrifying spirit beasts awaiting him. However, Shanchuan and his spirit companions did not falter. With unwavering faith and remarkable strength, they overcame each trial they faced. At last, they discovered the heart of the ruins, where a colossal divine soul crystal resided, radiating immense divine power. Shanchuan felt the immense allure of this divine power, realizing that if he could harness it, his strength would experience a transformative leap. Thus, he commenced the absorption of the soul crystal of the divine. During this arduous process, his body endured excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His spirit beast stood vigil beside him, offering unwavering emotional support. After a grueling struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in assimilating the energy of the divine soul crystal, elevating his soul power to an unprecedented pinnacle. He departed from the remnants of the divine, returning to the Douluo Continent. At this juncture, Shanchuan had ascended to become one of the most formidable soul masters on the continent. With his newfound strength, he averted several impending calamities. He established a peaceful organization, uniting soul masters across Douluo to collectively safeguard their world. The saga of his bond with his spirit beasts and soul tools became a legendary tale, eternally etched in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Standing at the highest peak of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed upon the breathtaking landscape before him, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that his mission remained unfinished, and he would strive tirelessly to make this world a more splendid place. He recognized that in the days to come, numerous challenges awaited him. Yet, he held an unwavering belief that, with the companionship of his spirit beast and soul tools, he would undoubtedly overcome all adversities. The tale of the mountains and rivers continues to unfold, and his legend shall be eternally celebrated by the people. Under the profound influence of the mountains and rivers, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent have ceased their conflicts driven by self-interest, learning instead the virtues of unity and mutual assistance. Inspired by the mountains and rivers, children strive diligently in their cultivation, aspiring to become great soul masters akin to him. As the mountains and rivers bear witness to these transformations, a profound sense of solace fills his heart. He recognizes that this is the very aspiration he has tirelessly pursued. Moreover, he is resolute in his commitment to inscribe his own legendary tale upon the enigmatic and challenging Douluo Continent. His gaze is unwavering and luminous, as though he has already glimpsed the boundless hope of the future. With this hope in his heart, he shall continue his journey forward, delving into the mysterious realm of soul beasts. At the edge of the ancient forest on the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood, his heart brimming with an insatiable desire to delve deeper into the realm of soul beasts. This forest marked his initial foray into the world of soul beasts. Yet he was acutely aware that the distant unknown held even more marvels and perils awaiting him. Companions, let us embark on our journey. Today we shall explore the depths of the forest, Shanchuan announced to the wolf-like soul beast by his side. The creature wagged its tail joyfully, its eyes sparkling with excitement. As they traversed the winding path, the surrounding trees grew ever taller and sturdier, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated through the air, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. Shanchuan's instincts heightened, and he drew forth a long sword-shaped soul weapon from his back. This blade, a serendipitous find from an ancient ruin, bore enigmatic runes that amplified his soul power during combat. Before long, a colossal bear-like soul beast emerged before them, its form reminiscent of a mountain, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Intruders, you are not welcome here," the bear-like soul beast intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Shanchuan inhaled deeply and spoke, "We harbor no ill will. We merely seek to explore this forest and comprehend the realm of the spirit beasts." The bear-like spirit beast snorted dismissively, replying, "You humans are always driven by insatiable greed." Shanchuan hastily clarified, "I am not like those other individuals. My companions and I sincerely wish to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts." Meanwhile, the wolf-like spirit beast barked in agreement, seemingly validating Shanchuan's words. The bear-like spirit beast regarded them, its hostility slightly diminishing. I hope you truly mean what you say." As Shanchuan ventured forth, he discovered that the soul beasts inhabiting this region possessed distinct and unique traits. Some soul beasts excelled in concealing their presence, effortlessly weaving through the branches, while others had the remarkable ability to traverse the earth in an instant. Throughout his exploration, Shanchuan felt his soul power being continuously nourished by the surrounding environment. He understood that the deeper he delved into the realm of soul beasts, the more beneficial it would be for the enhancement of his own strength. Suddenly, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The waters shimmered with an extraordinary azure hue, emanating gentle waves of soul power. Driven by curiosity, Shanchuan approached the lake. But the wolf-like soul beast behind him emitted a warning growl. At that moment, a colossal fish-shaped soul beast leapt from the depths of the lake. Its body appeared as if sculpted from crystal, radiating an enchanting brilliance. "You should not encroach upon my territory," echoed the voice of the fish-shaped soul beast within Shanchuan's mind. Shanchuan hurriedly apologized, expressing, "I am truly sorry. We merely happened upon this extraordinary lake and were compelled to take a closer look." The fish-shaped spirit beast chided him. "Your insatiable curiosity as humans often leads you into peril." As Shanchuan was about to explain, he suddenly noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the lake's depths. He contemplated that it might be a precious artifact or a clue related to the soul ring. Unable to resist the urge to investigate further, he felt compelled to descend. The wolf-like spirit beast seemed to comprehend his intentions, anxiously pacing around the lake's edge. Shanchuan gently patted its head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, I shall proceed with caution." The mountains and rivers gradually descended into the lake's depths. The further he ventured downward, the greater the water pressure became, yet his soul power sustained him. Upon reaching a place where shimmering lights danced, he discovered a soul ring emanating a resplendent blue glow. The age of this soul ring appeared to be remarkably ancient. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a surge of excitement, for he recognized that this could be an opportunity to significantly enhance his strength. However, he was also acutely aware that absorbing this soul ring would not be a simple task. He cautiously approached the soul ring, initiating an attempt to communicate with it. The soul ring appeared to possess its own consciousness, morphing continuously under the touch of his soul power. "Do you wish to absorb me? Do you possess the capability?" It seemed to be testing him. Shanchuan resolutely declared, "I am willing to attempt this. I believe I possess the potential." He continuously infused his soul power into the soul ring, striving to establish a connection with it. On the shore, the wolf-type spirit beast awaited anxiously, while the fish-type spirit beast observed quietly from the side, seemingly assessing whether Shanchuan would succeed. The body of Shanchuan began to endure immense pressure. As the power of the soul ring incessantly surged through him, he felt as though his soul power might burst, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "I cannot give up. This is a splendid opportunity to enhance my strength," Shanchuan silently encouraged himself. After a significant struggle, he finally succeeded in establishing a connection with the soul ring, commencing the absorption of its power. Under the transformative influence of the soul ring, his body grew increasingly robust, and the capacity of his soul power witnessed a remarkable enhancement. When he emerged from the depths of the lake, he had transformed into a soul master endowed with a new soul ring. The wolf-type soul beast joyfully leaped onto him, while the fish-type soul beast cast a glance of approval. "Thank you, my friend. Without your consent, I would not have attained this formidable soul ring," Shanchuan expressed to the fish-type soul beast. The fish-type soul beast flicked its tail, acknowledging, "Since you have successfully absorbed the soul ring, it signifies that you possess this destiny. I hope you will treat soul beasts with kindness in this world." Mountains and rivers continue to advance, and he, accompanied by a wolf-like spirit beast, arrived at a secluded valley. A mysterious aura pervaded the air, suggesting that the spirit beasts dwelling within possessed remarkable intelligence. In the valley, he encountered a white fox-like spirit beast, its eyes gleaming with cunning. "Human, your arrival here signifies that you possess a certain degree of skill," spoke the white fox-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers smiled as they spoke. "I merely wish to explore more realms and comprehend the world of spirit beasts." The white fox spirit beast circled around him, remarking, "You possess many intriguing items, such as your soul apparatus." Shanchuan caressed the sword-shaped soul artifact in his hand, a treasure he had acquired from an ancient ruin. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the white fox soul beast. "May I have a look?" After pondering for a moment, Shanchuan believed it would be appropriate to showcase his abilities, as he desired to foster a harmonious relationship with the spirit beasts. He drew his sword, its blade shimmering with radiant runes. Upon witnessing the weapon, the white fox spirit beast exhibited an expression of astonishment. Could it be crafted from fragments of an ancient divine artifact? Shanchuan was taken aback and inquired, How do you know? The proud white fox spirit beast replied. We spirit beasts have existed in this world far longer than humans. Thus we are naturally aware of certain ancient matters. The mountain ranges conversed with the white fox spirit beast, discussing numerous secrets of the spirit beast realm. The white fox spirit revealed to him that deep within the valley lies an ancient palace, housing formidable spirit artifacts, yet fraught with perilous traps. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River felt a stir of curiosity towards the formidable soul artifacts. Yet, he was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Should he venture forth to explore? A tumult of conflicting thoughts whirled within him. If he could acquire those soul artifacts, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the prospect of becoming ensnared by traps or being vanquished by powerful guardian soul beasts loomed ominously, rendering the endeavor potentially futile. The white fox-shaped soul beast perceived his hesitation and remarked, "If you possess sufficient strength and courage, you may dare to try. However, be prepared for what lies ahead." After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan gazed at his companion, the wolf-type soul beast, and inquired, "Would you accompany me?" The wolf-type soul beast responded with resolute howls, affirming its willingness. Thus, Shanchuan and the wolf-type soul beast ventured deeper into the valley. They cautiously navigated past numerous traps and, at last, arrived before the formidable entrance of an ancient palace. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. Utilizing his acquired knowledge, Shanchuan endeavored to decipher the runes inscribed upon the door. After considerable effort, the doors creaked open, revealing a powerful surge of soul energy that enveloped them. Inside the palace lay a myriad of soul artifacts that captivated Shanchuan's gaze. However, he remained steadfast, aware that peril still lurked within these walls. Indeed, a colossal stone gargoyle soul beast materialized before them, wielding a massive stone axe, declaring, "Intruders, this is not a place for your kind." Mountains and Rivers tightly grasped the sword-shaped soul weapon in his hand, expressing a desire to pay a visit, devoid of any malice. The gargoyle spirit beast, however, was not deceived by his words. It brandished a stone axe and charged towards Mountains and Rivers. Mountains and Rivers unleashed their soul abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the stone gargoyle spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast joined the fray, deftly exploiting its agility to incessantly strike at the vulnerabilities of the stone gargoyle. Amidst the tumult of combat, the Mountains and Rivers discerned that while the stone gargoyle possessed formidable defenses, its offensive speed was relatively sluggish. Mountains and Rivers seized the opportunity to channel their soul power into the sword-shaped soul device, unleashing a formidable blade of soul energy that struck directly at the vital point of the gargoyle soul beast. The gargoyle soul beast collapsed with a resounding thud. Shanchuan let out a long breath, beginning to select a soul artifact that suited him. He chose a bracelet-shaped soul artifact, which could enhance his defensive capabilities and, at crucial moments, unleash a formidable shield. Shanchuan departed from the ancient palace, accompanied by his newly acquired soul artifact and a wolf-like spirit beast. Following this adventure, his exploration of the spirit beast realm continues unabated. He is acutely aware that numerous uncharted territories await his discovery, and many formidable spirit beasts are poised for him to encounter. With each step, he is destined to evolve, inscribing his own legendary narrative within this enigmatic world of spirit beasts. His heart brims with anticipation, and he has resolutely reaffirmed his commitment to treat spirit beasts with peace, embarking on a shared journey of exploration alongside them. Each interaction with a spirit beast, each acquisition of a novel soul artifact, and every awakening of a new soul ring strengthens his resolve and imbues him with greater confidence within this wondrous realm. The bond he shares with the wolf-like spirit beast deepens continually, akin to that of fraternal brothers, mutually supporting one another as they confront the challenges of the unknown. In the days to come, Shanchuan shall persist in his quest through the spirit beast world, carrying with him his beliefs, soul artifacts, and spirit beast companions, in pursuit of uncovering more secrets of this realm, ultimately striving to become a human soul master acknowledged by the spirit beast world. The odyssey of adventures within the spirit beast realm awaits. The Mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their journey through the world of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, the scenery around them becoming increasingly primitive and enigmatic. They entered an ancient maple forest, where the leaves blazed like fire, carpeting the ground in a thick layer that rustled softly beneath their feet. "The beauty of this place is truly mesmerizing," Mountain River remarked in awe. However, There may also be hidden perils, the wolf-like spirit beast cautioned, its keen ears swiveling alertly. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. Mountain River and the wolf-like spirit beast exchanged glances, their hearts filled with curiosity. How could there be the sound of a flute deep within this maple grove? Following the direction of the music, they discovered a peculiar little wooden cottage. In front of the cottage sat an elderly man dressed in unusual attire, holding a verdant flute, the very source of the enchanting melody. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Mountain River approached respectfully. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a profound light shining within them. "Young one, what brings you to this perilous maple forest?" The mountains and rivers elucidated. "I am delving into the realm of spirit beasts, yearning to uncover more knowledge." The elder chuckled softly. "Your courage is indeed commendable. However, this place is far from the simplicity you envision." Behind the mountains and rivers, a wolf-like spirit beast growled softly, seemingly harboring a measure of wariness towards the elder. The elder glanced at the wolf-like spirit beast and remarked, "You, little cub, appear quite astute. Yet, I perceive a unique aura emanating from you, a human." As the mountains and rivers stirred within, a peculiar aura lingered in the air. The elder rose to his feet, remarking upon the distinctive essence that enveloped you, one that draws the soul beasts near, a rare and invaluable trait indeed. The mountains and rivers seemed to ponder. "And I too find myself uncertain. I merely wish to coexist harmoniously with the spirit beasts." The elder nodded and inquired, "Are you aware of the secrets that lie within this maple forest?" The mountains and rivers gently shook their heads. The old man pointed towards the depths of the maple forest, where an ancient maple tree stood, adorned with a formidable soul ring. However, acquiring it was no simple task, for it was fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts and shrouded in unique restrictions. As the heart of Shanchuan stirred, he expressed his desire to give it a try. The old man gazed at him and remarked, "You, young one, possess a remarkable vigor. However, before you proceed, I must bestow upon you a token." From within his robe, the elder produced a small cloth pouch and handed it to Shanchuan. "Within lies a seed. In times of peril, it may very well save your life." Shanchuan gratefully accepted the bag, expressing his thanks to the elderly man. With the old man's blessings, Shanchuan and the wolf-like soul beast ventured deeper into the maple forest. The further they journeyed, the more formidable the pressure became. Suddenly, a colossal firebird soul beast emerged before them. Its feathers blazed with flames, and its eyes emanated a scorching light. "How dare you trespass into my territory, seeking to covet the soul ring upon that maple tree?" The firebird soul beast thundered in fury. Shanchuan spoke calmly, "We mean no offense, but that soul ring is of utmost importance to us." The firebird soul beast, however, paid no heed to his words and lunged directly toward Shanchuan. Mountains and rivers unsheathed their sword-shaped soul weapon, engaging in a fierce battle with the firebird soul beast. The wolf-shaped soul beast also assisted from the sidelines, employing its swiftness to disrupt the firebird soul beast. Shanchuan discovered the vulnerability of the firebird soul beast lay in the sparsest feathers on its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, as the beast dove down, he summoned all his strength and thrust his sword-shaped soul device towards its belly. The firebird soul beast, wounded, let out an enraged shriek. It flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Shanchuan. He swiftly evaded, feeling the searing heat of the flames nearly engulfing him. Just as despair began to creep in, he recalled the seeds bestowed upon him by the elder. Hastily, he retrieved the cloth bag and cast the seeds upon the ground. In an instant, they took root and sprouted, transforming into a colossal vine-like plant that ensnared the firebird soul beast, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the moment, the mountains and rivers launched another assault, successfully vanquishing the firebird soul beast. He approached the ancient maple tree, under which the soul rings shimmered even more brilliantly than he had witnessed before. Shanchuan began to endeavor in absorbing the soul ring. He settled onto the ground and infused his soul power into the ring. Everything around him seemed to come to a standstill as he immersed himself in the process of absorption. His body was continuously transformed by the power of the soul ring, and his capacity for soul power experienced a significant enhancement. Upon completing the absorption, he acquired a new soul skill, the Maple Leaf Shield. This skill enables him to instantaneously summon countless maple leaves to form a formidable shield, which not only boasts remarkable defensive strength, but also inflicts rebounding damage upon any assailant. Shanchuan departed from the maple forest, enriched with newfound treasures. As they continued along their path, they encountered a peculiar duo of spirit masters. One, diminutive yet possessing a shrewd gaze, and the other, towering but rather simple-minded. "Oh, what do we have here?" A lad accompanied by a spirit beast, adorned with quite a few trinkets. The shorter spirit master remarked with a sly demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" Shanchuan inquired warily. The taller spirit master brandished a hefty club, declaring, "We shall do as we please, surrender the valuables upon you." The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, disapproving of your actions. The diminutive soul master chuckled, asserting that this world operates on the principle of might. With that, he initiated the assault. The mountains and rivers effortlessly evaded his assault, subsequently unleashing their own soul abilities. His maple leaf shield successfully deflected the towering soul master's attack, after which he directed a blade of soul power towards the diminutive soul master. The latter, taken aback by the formidable strength of the mountains and rivers, hastily sought refuge. Thus commenced a chaotic skirmish between the two soul masters and the formidable duo of mountains and a wolf-type soul beast. Amidst the fray, the mountains and rivers discerned that while the two soul masters lacked harmonious cooperation, their individual soul techniques possessed a certain degree of menace. Shanchuan calmly confronted the situation, wielding his sword-shaped soul weapon while relentlessly assaulting the two soul masters with his unique soul skills. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan triumphed over his adversaries. "You ought to mend your ways. Resorting to violence to seize what belongs to others is unjust," he admonished them. The two soul masters fled in disgrace. Shanchuan continues his exploration of the soul beast world, and his reputation spreads ever further across this vast land. It is widely known that a benevolent and formidable soul master traverses the realm of soul beasts, coexisting harmoniously with them while continuously enhancing his prowess. As his strength grows, so too do the challenges he encounters. Yet, time and again, he triumphs over adversity through a combination of his intellect, the might of his soul tools, and the invaluable assistance of his soul beast companions. His inner conviction strengthens with each trial. He aspires to become a great soul master capable of fostering harmony between humanity and soul beasts. Along his journey, he encounters many fascinating soul beasts, such as a loquacious squirrel soul beast that reveals to Shanchuan the locations of precious herbs, and a simple-minded wild boar soul beast, whose seemingly clumsy demeanor belies an astonishing power in battle. The legendary tale of Shanchuan continues to unfold within this enigmatic and challenging realm of soul beasts, akin to a resplendent star illuminating the sky of Douluo Continent with its unique brilliance. Each new discovery and interaction with soul beasts and new characters deepens his understanding of this world, enriching his very soul. He is acutely aware that countless unknowns await his exploration ahead, and with unwavering belief, courage, and the companionship of his allies, he shall persist in crafting his own legend across the enchanting Douluo Continent. The journey of soul beast encounters beckons. Shanchuan and the wolf-type spirit beast continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a place known as the Misty Forest, a realm perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil of fog, where the light was dim and visibility was severely hampered. Upon entering the forest, Shanchuan felt a chilling breeze enveloping him. "Something feels amiss here, my companion," he remarked to the wolf-type spirit beast. The wolf-type spirit beast, alert, perked up its ears and tail. They proceeded cautiously when suddenly they heard a faint whimpering sound. Exchanging a glance, Shanchuan and the wolf-type spirit beast followed the sound to a clearing. There, they discovered a small fox spirit beast, its body marred by several wounds, curled up in a corner, weeping. "What troubles you, little fox?" Shanchuan inquired as he knelt down. The small fox lifted its head, its eyes filled with terror. "I became separated from my mother, and then a pack of wild wolves attacked me." Shanchuan's heart tightened at the sight of the wolf-like spirit beast. Glancing towards it, he noticed the creature shook its head, indicating that it was not one of its kind. "Fear not, we shall protect you," Shanchuan reassured. Just then, the surrounding trees began to sway, as if something ominous was approaching. Before long, a pack of wild wolf spirit beasts emerged before them, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, drool dripping from their mouths. "Haha, we found a meal," one of the wild wolf spirit beasts exclaimed with a grin. Shanchuan gripped the sword-shaped soul artifact tightly in his hand, declaring that anyone wishing to harm the little fox must first contend with him. The wild wolf soul beasts erupted into laughter, questioning how a mere human dared to oppose them. In an instant, battle broke out. Shanchuan summoned the maple leaf shield and charged towards the wild wolf soul beasts. The wolf-like soul beast, undeterred, utilized its speed to weave through the ranks of the wild wolf soul beasts, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Shanchuan discovered that although these wild wolf soul beasts were numerous, their attacks were rather singular. He adeptly utilized the agility of his sword-shaped soul weapon to evade the assaults of the wild wolves while simultaneously launching counterattacks. Under the watchful gaze of the little fox soul beast, Shanchuan grew increasingly courageous in battle. He unleashed a new soul skill, transforming the maple leaf shield into a flurry of sharp maple leaf blades that soared towards the wild wolf soul beasts. Upon being struck by the maple leaf blades, the wild wolves sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, a wolf-type soul beast pounced upon the leading wild wolf soul beast and severed its throat, witnessing their leader's defeat. The remaining wild wolf soul beasts fled in disarray. Shanchuan let out a long sigh of relief as he approached the little fox spirit beast. "Do not be afraid. The danger has passed." The little fox spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan with gratitude. "Thank you, dear human brother." Shanchuan, accompanied by the little fox spirit beast, continued their journey. As they ventured deeper into the misty forest, they stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet. It bore inscriptions of archaic characters, which Shanchuan meticulously deciphered. The tablet contained a unique method for awakening spirit rings, prompting an exclamation of delight from Shanchuan. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged, seizing the little fox spirit beast. "Little fox!" Shanchuan cried out. The wolf-shaped spirit beast darted towards the shadow, with Shanchuan closely trailing behind. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the shadow vanished within. Cautiously, Shanchuan stepped into the cave, only to be met by a putrid stench. Deep within the cave, they encountered a massive shadow leopard spirit beast, its claws gripping the little fox spirit beast. "Why have you kidnapped the little fox?" Shanchuan demanded angrily. The shadow leopard spirit beast let out a disdainful laugh, replying, "This little fox is a rare spirit beast, and I intend to offer it to my master, who will reward me handsomely." In a fit of rage, Mountain River declared, "You shall not prevail." He launched an assault alongside the wolf-like spirit beast against the shadow leopard spirit beast. The shadow leopard, possessing remarkable speed, deftly maneuvered within the confines of the cave, evading the onslaughts of both Mountain River and the wolf-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers unleashed their full prowess as the sword-shaped soul weapon relentlessly emitted attacks. The wolf-shaped soul beast encircled the shadow leopard soul beast, persistently tearing at it. However, the defenses of the shadow leopard soul beast were formidable, making it difficult for them to vanquish it in that moment. Mountains and rivers in my heart, it is imperative to uncover the weakness of the shadow leopard soul beast. He meticulously observed the creature's movements and discerned that its abdomen was relatively vulnerable. He exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf-type soul beast, who understood the unspoken cue. Intentionally, he exposed a flaw, prompting the shadow leopard soul beast to leap towards him. Just as the beast soared through the air, the wolf-type soul beast lunged from the side, seizing the shadow leopard's abdomen in its jaws. The shadow leopard soul beast roared in agony, and seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword-shaped soul tool towards the creature's vital point. The shadow leopard soul beast collapsed to the ground, and the little fox soul beast was rescued by the wolf-type soul beast. "Thank you," the little fox soul beast expressed gratefully. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "No need for thanks." They continued to explore the inscriptions on the stone tablet. After considerable effort, the mountains and rivers finally succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. As described in the tablet's instructions, this soul ring bestowed upon him the new soul skill, misconcealment. This skill enabled him and his companions to shroud their forms in mist, rendering them undetectable to their foes. With this newfound ability, the mountains and rivers felt a significant enhancement in their strength. Together with the wolf-like spirit beast, they emerged from the misty forest accompanied by the little fox spirit beast, who was about to part ways with them in search of its mother. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-like spirit beast, bid farewell to the little fox spirit beast. As they continued on their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder seated beneath a grand tree, eyes closed in meditation. "Young one." The elder suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "You possess commendable strength, yet there remains much for you to learn." Shanchuan stepped forward and inquired, "Grandfather, could you offer me some guidance?" The elder smiled and replied, "I can bestow upon you an item, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Shanchuan asked. "You must pledge to use your strength to safeguard the peace of this continent." The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, "I promise you." The elder retrieved a necklace from his bosom, upon which hung a blue crystal. This necklace is a formidable soul artifact, capable of amplifying your spiritual power and, in critical moments, safeguarding your life. The mountains and rivers accepted the necklace, adorning their necks. Thank you, dear grandfather. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their adventurous journey. They arrived near a volcanic crater, where the environment was exceedingly harsh, filled with seething molten lava. How could there be so much magma here? Mountain Stream inquired with curiosity, while the wolf-like spirit beast remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a flame dragon spirit beast erupted from the lava. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, and its emergence caused the surrounding temperature to surge dramatically. How dare you trespass into my territory? The flame dragon spirit beast roared. The mountains and rivers cloaked themselves in a shroud of mist. As the wolf-like spirit beast stealthily approached the flame dragon spirit beast, they launched a sudden assault, catching the flame dragon spirit beast off guard, unprepared for their unexpected appearance. The mountain and river wielded a sword-shaped soul weapon, thrusting towards the head of the flame dragon soul beast. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast lunged at the legs of the flame dragon soul beast. Upon realizing the attack, the flame dragon soul beast retaliated with an enraged burst of fire. Shanchuan swiftly evaded, conjuring a shield of maple leaves to fend off the fiery onslaught. Amidst the fierce clash, he discerned the vulnerability of the flame dragon soul beast lay within its eyes. He bided his time, and when the beast unleashed a torrent of flames, momentarily closing its eyes, he surged forward towards its gaze. With all his might, he thrust his sword-shaped soul weapon into the creature's eye. The flame dragon soul beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly with its claws. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beasts evaded the assaults of the fiery dragon spirit beast while simultaneously seeking opportunities. After a fierce struggle, the mountains ultimately triumphed over the fiery dragon spirit beast. Within the lair of the fiery dragon spirit beast, he discovered a crimson soul ring. Upon absorbing this soul ring, the mountains acquired a new soul skill, Flame Impact. This skill empowers him to unleash a formidable wave of fiery energy, inflicting substantial damage upon his adversaries. With newfound soul skills, the young hero departed from the volcanic crater alongside his wolf-like soul beast. His adventurous saga continues, marked by his relentless growth and his unwavering resolve to confront ever more formidable adversaries, his name echoing ever farther across the Douluo Continent. Utilizing his own strength, he safeguards the peace of this land, and the bond he shares with the soul beast deepens with each passing day. Every adventure he undertakes and every new discovery he makes enriches his understanding of the world, fortifying his spirit in the process. He is acutely aware that countless challenges lie ahead, yet he remains undaunted, determined to forge his own legend upon this wondrous Douluo Continent, accompanied by his convictions, soul tools, and soul beast companions. Throughout this journey, he encounters a myriad of intriguing individuals and events, his tale unfolding like an endlessly captivating series, inviting ever more souls to explore the mysteries and challenges of the Douluo Continent, the secrets of soul beasts and the legends of soul tools. After departing from the volcanic crater, the mountain ranges and the wolf-type soul beast continued their journey towards uncharted territories. Their footsteps led them into a realm known as the Forest of Starlight. This forest earned its name because, with the arrival of night, the branches and leaves of the trees shimmered with twinkling lights, resembling the scattered stars of the night sky descending upon the earth. The mountains and rivers curiously surveyed their surroundings, their hearts brimming with a desire to explore the mysteries of this enchanting forest. "My companion, this place appears remarkably different," he murmured to the wolf-like spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast, meanwhile, was sniffing the air, its tail occasionally swaying, seemingly acclimating to this extraordinary environment. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a spirit deer emanating a blue glow appeared ahead. Its antlers were exquisitely crafted, resembling coral, and its fur shimmered with a silky luster. "Intruders, what brings you to the starry forest?" The voice of the spirit deer resonated in the mountains and rivers' mind like a crystal-clear spring. The mountains and rivers reverently replied, "We merely seek to explore this forest and comprehend the realm of the spirit beasts, harboring no ill intentions." The spirit deer beast gazed at him for a moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Your aura is quite peculiar, unlike that of the avaricious humans. However, this forest conceals many perilous secrets, so you must exercise caution." After expressing gratitude to the ethereal deer spirit beast for its guidance, Shanchuan pressed onward. As they delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple emanated a sacred aura, with the surrounding soul energy fluctuations being remarkably intense. Perhaps there are treasures within, Shanchuan mused. He glanced at the wolf-shaped soul beast, which nodded in agreement to explore the temple. Upon entering the temple, a formidable force surged towards them, nearly toppling them over. Shanchuan steadied himself and observed a stone platform at the center of the temple's grand hall, upon which rested a gem radiating with iridescent hues. What is this? Shanchuan approached the stone platform with curiosity. The moment he reached out to grasp the gem, surrounding runes illuminated, and a barrage of soul energy attacks shot towards him. In haste, Shanchuan conjured a maple leaf shield to defend himself. This must be a mechanism guarding the treasure, he thought. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast sought to uncover the mechanism's flaw, scratching the wall with its claws while occasionally emitting low growls. After a thorough examination, the wolf-shaped soul beast identified a symbol on the wall that differed from the others. Following the wolf's indication, Shanchuan destroyed the symbol. The attack ceased, allowing him to successfully retrieve the iridescent gem. The instant he grasped the gem, a powerful surge of soul energy flowed into his body, causing his soul rings to begin shimmering. It turned out to be a special treasure capable of facilitating the awakening of soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan sat down to absorb the gem's power, initiating the awakening of his soul rings. During the absorption process, he felt as though his soul had entered a peculiar realm filled with numerous flickering orbs of light, each representing a legacy of a soul skill or power. The consciousness of the mountains and rivers weaves through him, continuously absorbing these formidable energies. His physique undergoes a profound transformation, his soul power growing ever more robust, and his soul rings becoming increasingly substantial. Upon emerging from his awakened state, he discovers that he has acquired two new soul abilities. The first is the power of starlight, enabling him to summon radiance akin to the stars, which can be wielded to assail adversaries or illuminate the shrouded realms. The second is the guardian of the spirit deer, a soul ability that grants him a fleeting semblance of the defensive prowess of the spirit deer, allowing him to engage in a unique communion with the surrounding soul beasts. Shanchuan rose with exhilaration, feeling the transformation brought about by newfound strength. "Companion, we have grown stronger," he remarked with a smile to the wolf-like spirit beast, which wagged its tail joyfully. After departing from the temple, they paused by the edge of a stream to rest. As Shanchuan gazed into the water, reflecting on his image, myriad thoughts stirred within him. "I am continuously evolving, yet this world harbors countless mysteries awaiting my discovery. I must become a more formidable spirit master to safeguard the beautiful things and to delve deeper into the realm of spirit beasts," he contemplated silently. As they ventured further into the starry forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. Cloaked in shadows beneath a dark robe, the elder's visage remained obscured. "Young one, the spirit tool you possess is quite remarkable." The elder's voice emerged, raspy and profound. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the old man. "Who are you?" The elderly figure slowly raised his hand, pointing to the sword-shaped soul artifact that lay beside the mountains and rivers. This sword possessed ancient power, yet it could still be further enhanced. "As the mountains and rivers stir within your heart, could you impart to me the means to strengthen it?" The elder chuckled softly. "In the distant, far northern realm lies a castle of ice. Within this fortress resides a crystal of icy essence, which resonates with the soul of your sword-shaped artifact, empowering it manifold." In the heart of the mountains, a sense of hesitation lingered within Shanchuan. The far northern lands sounded both remote and perilous. Yet, in pursuit of strength, he resolved to embark on this venture. "Companion, do you wish to join me?" Shanchuan inquired, casting a glance at the wolf-like spirit beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail, signifying its willingness to accompany him. Thus, they commenced their journey toward the frigid north. Along the way, they encountered tempestuous storms and faced various cold attribute spirit beasts that sought to devour them. However, through Shanchuan's spirit techniques and the wolf-like spirit beast's agility, they repeatedly transformed danger into safety. At long last, they arrived at the ice castle of the far north. The castle emanated an excruciating chill, and Shanchuan felt as though his very blood was on the verge of freezing solid. Cautiously, they explored the castle in search of the ice soul crystal. Within a grand hall, they discovered a colossal ice pillar with the elusive crystal perched atop it. Yet, surrounding the pillar was a massive ice bear spirit beast standing guard. Upon noticing Shanchuan and his companion, The ice bear let out a thunderous roar and charged toward them. The mountains and rivers unfolded as the ethereal deer guardian enhanced its own defenses, then charged towards the ice bear soul beast. The sword-shaped soul artifact appeared to undergo some peculiar transformation in the frigid surroundings, its strikes imbued with a piercing chill. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle with the ice bear soul beast. The beast's strength was formidable, each of its assaults forcing the mountains and rivers to retreat several paces. However, leveraging his agile prowess and the coordination with his wolf-like soul beast, he incessantly sought the ice bear's vulnerabilities. He discerned that the ice bear would experience a fleeting pause immediately after launching an attack. Seizing this opportunity, he thrust his sword-like soul weapon fiercely towards the creature's eye. Injured, the ice bear furiously lashed out with its claws. Seizing this opportunity, the mountains and rivers unleashed the radiant power of the stars, enveloping the ice bear soul beast in a celestial glow that temporarily disoriented it. The wolf-like soul beast took advantage of this moment, lunging forward to seize the hind leg of the ice bear soul beast. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to ascend the icy pillar and obtain the ice soul crystal. When he placed the ice soul crystal alongside the sword-shaped soul artifact, the latter emanated a dazzling radiance. The sword-shaped artifact absorbed the power of the ice soul crystal, becoming even sharper, with its runes rendered more distinct. The mountains and rivers sensed that this soul artifact had undergone a profound transformation. During this arduous journey, he had acquired a formidable weapon. Armed with the newfound power of the soul artifact, Shanchuan and the wolf-like soul beast embarked on their journey home. They understood that countless adventures awaited them on the Douluo Continent, along with more secrets of soul beasts yearning to be unveiled. With great anticipation and ever-increasing strength, they would continue to inscribe their own legendary tale. As they journeyed back, Shanchuan's heart brimmed with visions of the future. Now endowed with greater abilities, he could better safeguard all that exists upon this earth. Both humans and soul beasts should coexist harmoniously within this world, he silently vowed to himself. Each step he took became more resolute, his gaze filled with an insatiable thirst for exploration of the unknown. The wolf-like soul beast by his side seemed to sense his determination, closely following him, as if they were two eternal companions. Forging ahead in the enchanting and challenging realm of the Douluo Continent, the mountains and rivers are aware that, as he continues to grow, he will encounter increasingly formidable soul masters, more powerful spirit beasts, and challenges beyond imagination. Yet, he firmly believes that with his wisdom, courage, and the unique bond he shares with the spirit beasts, he shall overcome all adversities and emerge as a great soul master, forever etched in the annals of this continent. Each adventure he embarks upon, every interaction with the spirit beasts, and each acquisition of new soul skills and soul tools will become integral parts of his legendary journey, inspiring him to relentlessly pursue ever greater aspirations. His name, Shanchuan, will resonate across the Douluo Continent, becoming a symbol imbued with legend. Whether in the myriad corners of human society or within the tales of spirit beasts, his story will be recounted, a grand narrative of harmony between humanity and spirit beasts, a tale of exploration and valor in the face of challenges. He will continue to traverse this enigmatic land, like an indefatigable wanderer, driven by a love for the world and a quest for power, journeying towards the unknown. Alongside him, his wolf-shaped spirit beast shall remain his most faithful companion, accompanying him through every hardship and confronting each challenge together. Their bond, akin to a seed that has burgeoned into a towering tree through the trials of time, has become a part of their strength, supporting them as they pen their own legend in this world. The tale of Shanchuan continues. Akin to a resplendent star illuminating the skies of Douluo Continent with its distinctive radiance, captivating the attention of many who are drawn to his legendary journey. Whether it be the aspiring young soul masters yearning for power or the soul beasts filled with curiosity about humanity, they will find themselves profoundly moved by his narrative and inspired by his spirit. Shanchuan shall persist, carrying this attention and encouragement, to forge even more remarkable chapters that belong to him within the Douluo Continent. Each of his adventures, every decision he makes, and each battle he engages in will reverberate through the lives of those around him and shape the destiny of the entire Douluo Continent. He is like a gentle spring breeze, sweeping through every corner of this perilous and challenging world, bringing hope and transformation to both humans and soul beasts alike. His legendary story will forever echo throughout the Douluo Continent, becoming an eternal myth, The silhouettes of mountains and wolf-like spirit beasts gradually recede in the afterglow of the setting sun as they stride resolutely towards the future, towards a realm brimming with hope and the unknown. They remain unaware of the specifics that await them ahead. Yet they are certain that as long as they stand together and harbor unwavering faith, no obstacle is insurmountable. This optimism for the future, coupled with their trust in one another, will serve as the wellspring of their motivation as they continue their journey across the Douluo Continent. They are also cognizant that on this ever-changing land, each new day may usher in fresh opportunities and challenges. However, they are prepared. With even more steadfast steps and courageous hearts, they shall embrace each new dawn and every forthcoming adventure. Mountains and rivers, this traveler from the mortal realm, has inscribed his own legendary tale on the mystical Douluo Continent, a land infused with soul power and enigma. Yet, this narrative is far from its conclusion. He and his companion, a wolf-type soul beast, will persist in exploring, adventuring, and evolving within this enchanting world, ultimately becoming an everlasting legend etched in the annals of Douluo Continent. The legend of soul beasts in Douluo. The mountains and rivers slowly open their eyes, revealing a strange yet enchanting forest. Towering trees obscured the sky, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. He distinctly remembered being an ordinary individual, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself transported to this so-called Douluo Continent. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Mountain River murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and commenced his exploration of this unfamiliar world. Having ventured only a short distance, he was suddenly met with a deep, menacing growl. A wave of tension surged within him as he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering through the dense underbrush, Mountain River beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature bore the likeness of a wolf, yet its size was several times greater than that of an ordinary wolf, emanating an eerie blue luminescence, its eyes resembling two blazing flames. His heart raced, for he realized he was unarmed, facing such a formidable soul beast with little chance of survival. At that moment, a faint glow flickered across his arm. He glanced down and discovered an unusual pattern, akin to an ancient rune. What could this mean? Mountain River's mind brimmed with questions. However, he had no time to ponder, for the soul beast had already detected his presence and was lunging towards him. The mountains and rivers instinctively recoiled to one side, leaving the soul beast to strike empty air. Seizing the moment, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to discover a place to hide or a weapon to wield. Suddenly, he spotted a sharp branch on the ground. Swiftly, he picked it up and gripped it tightly in his hand. Though this branch might be mere trifling debris to the soul beast, at that moment, it represented his only glimmer of hope. The soul beast launched another assault, its gaping maw aimed at the mountain river. With resolve, he thrust the branch forcefully towards the beast's eye, eliciting a pained roar and an irate shake of its head. Taking advantage of the moment, he stepped back, his heart racing wildly, sweat soaking through his garments. I cannot be defeated like this, he rallied himself internally. At that moment, the runes on his arm began to shimmer with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from within him, and his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. He sensed his body becoming lighter, as if he could instinctively gather the elemental forces surrounding him. Mountains and rivers attempted to gather power within their grasp, and before long, a soft azure light materialized in his hand, gradually forming a small luminous sphere. What manner of power is this? Mountain River gazed at the orb in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the soul beast lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, he hurled the glowing sphere towards the creature. The orb struck the soul beast, which emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Mountain River exhaled in relief, sinking down onto the earth. He observed the rune in his hand, his heart brimming with confusion yet tinged with an inexplicable thrill. He understood that he seemed to possess a unique ability in this world. A few days later, Mountain River encountered an elderly man in the forest. Clad in a gray robe, the old man's eyes sparkled with profound wisdom. "Young one, I sense an extraordinary aura emanating from you. How did you acquire such power?" the elder inquired. Shanchuan conveyed to the elder the incident of encountering a spirit beast, during which the runes on his arm suddenly emitted a radiant glow. The elder nodded slightly, suggesting that the runes upon your arm may be an ancient legacy mark. In this realm of Douluo Continent, power is derived from spirit beasts and spirit tools. Spirit beasts possess formidable soul power, while spirit tools serve as instruments to aid soul masters in their battles. What then is my situation? Shanchuan inquired. Perhaps during your traversal, you activated a unique force that granted you this extraordinary ability, the elder responded. However, if you truly wish to become stronger, you must awaken the spirit ring. A spirit ring? What is that? Shanchuan asked with curiosity. A spirit ring is a crystallization of soul power that forms after a spirit beast's demise. When a soul master absorbs a spirit ring, they acquire a portion of the spirit beast's abilities, thereby enhancing their own strength, the elder elucidated. As Shanchuan felt a stirring in his heart, he resolved to seek a soul ring that would befit him. Guided by the elder, he ventured into a valley frequented by soul beasts. An air of mystery enveloped the valley as Shanchuan treaded cautiously. Suddenly, he beheld a diminutive soul beast. This creature resembled a rabbit, yet its ears were akin to wings, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was an exceptionally suitable soul beast for a novice, possessing a gentle soul ring. Should he manage to absorb it, substantial rewards awaited him, remarked the elder from beside him. Shanchuan took a deep breath and approached the soul beast. The creature, upon noticing him, exhibited no trace of its earlier wariness. Instead, it gazed at him with curiosity. Shanchuan extended his hand, yearning to caress the soul beast. To his astonishment, the beast gently licked his hand, warming his heart. I am about to absorb your soul ring. I hope you will not hold it against me, Shanchuan spoke softly. The soul beast seemed to comprehend his words, as it settled quietly on the ground and closed its eyes. Shanchuan sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the soul ring as instructed by the elder. He concentrated his mental energy upon the soul beast, attuning himself to the essence of the soul ring's power. As time passed, the strength of the soul ring gradually melded with his being. Shanchuan felt his body suffused with vigor, perceiving a distinct enhancement in both his speed and strength. I have succeeded, he exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, you are a natural-born soul master. However, this is merely the first step on your path to greatness. You must continuously seek out more formidable soul beasts and absorb higher-level soul rings. The mountains bid farewell to the elder, embarking on a solitary journey. He was acutely aware that in this perilous yet opportunity-laden Douluo Continent, a long road lay ahead. No longer was he an ordinary individual. He had transformed into a soul master brimming with infinite potential. In the days that followed, he relentlessly confronted ever more formidable soul beasts. He encountered ferocious bear-like creatures, whose gigantic paws nearly reduced him to a mere pulp. He also faced cunning serpentine beasts, from which he narrowly escaped the clutches of their venom. Yet, with each challenge, he deftly navigated danger through his ingenuity and ever-evolving strength. The acquisition of a soul weapon came as an unexpected delight. During one of his explorations in an ancient cavern, he was enveloped by an aura of mystique, with the walls adorned in archaic runes and patterns. Curiosity piqued, he scrutinized his surroundings. And as he ventured deeper into the cave, he stumbled upon a sword emanating a chilling luminescence. The hilt of this sword was embedded with a sapphire, and its blade shimmered with the clarity of autumn waters. Upon grasping the sword, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his being, as if it shared a profound connection with him. When he attempted to strike a massive boulder with the blade, it effortlessly sliced through, shattering the stone into fragments. Is this the essence of a soul weapon? How wondrous! His heart swelled with joy, for he realized that with this weapon in hand, his prowess in battle would be greatly enhanced. Nevertheless, he understood that as his strength grew, so too would the magnitude of the challenges he faced. In this realm where the strong reign supreme, he must ceaselessly strive to elevate himself to safeguard both himself and that which he holds dear. Shanchuan's heart brimmed with indomitable spirit as he gazed into the distance, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. I shall carve out a realm of my own in this world, he vowed silently. During a fierce battle, Shanchuan encountered a formidable group of soul beasts, each possessing exceptional prowess, encircling him with predatory intent. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt no trace of fear within. Come forth, I shall not cower before you, he proclaimed boldly. In an instant, the battle erupted, with Shanchuan unleashing a myriad of skills he had mastered, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the throng of soul beasts. His sword danced among them, each swing resulting in a spray of crimson. After a grueling confrontation, Shanchuan ultimately vanquished the horde of soul beasts. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, his garments soaked in sweat and bearing numerous injuries. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I have grown stronger once more, he mused, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. As time progressed, Shanchuan's reputation spread across the Douluo Continent, transforming him into a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters. Young soul masters took him as their paragon, diligently striving to emulate his combat techniques and fighting spirit. However, Shanchuan remained humble, acutely aware of the vast expanse of knowledge and skill yet to be acquired. He continued to explore the enchanting Douluo Continent, seeking ever more powerful soul beasts, soul rings, and soul tools, relentlessly enhancing his strength. His adventure was far from over, and he was destined to inscribe his own brilliant chapter in this land of challenges and opportunities. The Titan Great Ape of Douluo. At the edge of the starry forest, Mountain River stands, gazing upon this vast expanse that is both mysterious and perilous. A pivotal realm for his ascent and strength. He has resided in this world for a considerable time, enduring numerous battles and extraordinary encounters. Yet, this time, his objective is to acquire a soul ring of superior quality. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath and slowly ventured into the vast starry forest. The surrounding trees stood tall and dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound piqued his attention. He gripped tightly the soul weapon sword in his hand, which emanated a soft glow, a treasure he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin. From the thicket emerged the head of a small white fox-like soul beast, its eyes shimmering like two amethyst gems, exuding a lively brilliance. The little fox gazed curiously at Mountains and refrained from launching an immediate attack. "Hello, little creature. Do you happen to know where one might find powerful soul beasts in this forest?" Mountains inquired gently. The small fox tilted its head, seemingly pondering Mountain's words, before turning and darting in a particular direction. An idea sparked in Mountain's mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity, and he cautiously followed behind. The little fox weaved through the forest with remarkable speed, yet Mountains kept pace closely. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a more open area, thick with an ominous and potent aura. The fox halted, fear flickering in its eyes. Mountains beheld a colossal soul beast before him, a Titan giant ape. Its form as imposing as a mountain. Upon spotting Mountains and the little fox, the Titan giant ape bellowed in fury, pounding its massive fists against its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble perilously. "How could you lead me to such a perilous place, little fox?" Mountains chided himself inwardly, but there was no time for regret. The Titan giant ape charged towards him, prompting Mountains to swiftly swing the soul weapon sword at the beast's arm. A resounding clang echoed as he felt a jolt through his arm, while the Titan giant ape appeared largely unscathed. "This soul beast is far too formidable. I must devise a strategy," Mountains thought, evading the Titan giant ape's assault while contemplating his next move. At that moment, the little fox let out a series of sharp cries, bounding around the Titan giant ape in an erratic dance. The Titan giant ape seemed increasingly agitated by the fox's antics, attempting to grasp the nimble creature, but the little fox was elusive. Seizing the opportunity, Mountains concentrated his spirit, channeling the soul power within him into the soul weapon sword. The blade glimmered with a brilliant radiance as he shouted a battle cry and charged at the Titan giant ape's eyes. Taken aback by Mountain's sudden ferocity, the Titan giant ape recoiled. Yet, Mountains reached its front, and the blade struck, grazing the Titan giant ape's eye. In pain, the Titan giant ape roared in anger and retaliated against Mountains. The mountains and rivers understood that this predicament was unsustainable. His soul power was depleting continuously. Suddenly, he noticed a particular area on the Titan giant ape that radiated an intense aura of soul power. He speculated that this might be the location of its soul ring. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a daring risk. Seizing an opportunity during one of the Titan giant ape's attacks, he leaped high into the air and, with all his might, thrust towards the epicenter of the soul power on the beast's body. The Titan giant ape sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade. But it was already too late. The blade pierced its flesh, eliciting a deafening roar of fury from the creature. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the wound, gradually coalescing into a colossal soul ring. He felt an immense power contained within the soul ring, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge associated with absorbing it. "I must absorb the soul ring," he silently encouraged himself. Drawing upon his previous experience with soul ring absorption, he settled cross-legged before the ring, endeavoring to establish a connection. Although the Titan giant ape was wounded, it was not yet defeated. Upon witnessing his intent to absorb its soul ring, it thrashed in anger, seeking to strike him down. Suddenly, a little fox leaped onto the Titan giant ape's head, using its small body to restrain the giant, as if aiding him in his endeavor. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the little fox, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, little one," Mountain River silently expressed within. He then devoted all his mental energy to forging a connection with the soul ring. The power of the soul ring relentlessly surged through Mountain River's body, and he felt as though countless swords were piercing him simultaneously, a tormenting agony. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, anchored by an unwavering conviction: "I cannot fail. I must grow stronger." As time progressed, Mountain River's body gradually acclimated to the power of the soul ring, and he began to absorb its essence. This process endured for a considerable duration, during which Mountain River sensed his soul power continuously elevating, accompanied by some wondrous transformations within his physique. Upon fully assimilating the soul ring, Mountain River slowly opened his eyes. He felt a substantial leap in his strength. Rising to his feet, he experienced a powerful force surging from within. "Thank you for your assistance, little fox," Mountain River said, approaching the fox with the intent to stroke it. The little fox affectionately nuzzled against his hand. "With this newfound strength, I should be able to make a significant impact in this world," Mountain River confidently declared. In a small town, Mountain River encountered several young soul masters. "Who are you? You appear quite formidable," one of the young soul masters inquired. "I am Mountain River. Just returned from training in the Stardow Forest," he replied succinctly. "You acquired a soul ring in the Stardow Forest? That must be impressive." Another soul master remarked enviously. "Indeed, but the journey was fraught with challenges," Mountain River recounted. "Could you share with us about your soul weapon?" One of the soul masters asked, curiously eyeing the sword in Mountain River's hand. This sword was a serendipitous find in a mysterious ruin. "It seems to possess a unique bond with me, unleashing formidable power in battle," Mountain River elucidated. The young soul masters listened with great envy, observing their expressions. Mountain River encouraged them to diligently cultivate their skills and seek challenges to foster their growth. The mountains and rivers continued their inexorable journey, leading him to an ancient valley. Within this valley, it seemed as though secrets lay concealed, for he felt an enigmatic force drawing him closer. Upon entering the valley, he stumbled upon a colossal altar, intricately adorned with ancient runes that emanated a mystical luminescence. As he approached the altar, the moment his fingers grazed its surface, a brilliant light surged forth, and a cascade of ancient memories flooded his mind. These memories appeared to pertain to a formidable soul technique, one capable of harnessing the very forces of nature. Filled with exhilaration, he began to practice this soul technique as recalled in his memories. After a period of diligent training, he ultimately grasped the fundamentals of this power. During a confrontation with a mighty soul beast, he unleashed the technique, commanding the surrounding trees, flowers, and stones to heed his call and launch an assault on the beast. Caught off guard, the soul beast fell, ultimately succumbing to his strength. As his prowess continued to ascend, so too did the number of friends he made in this world. He aided many in overcoming the tribulations posed by soul beasts and, in turn, gleaned a wealth of knowledge about this realm from others. One day, a mysterious elder sought him out. "Young man," the elder intoned, "your strength has grown formidable, yet your journey is far from over. There exist ancient secrets in this world awaiting your discovery." "What secrets?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. "Secrets regarding the origins of soul beasts and soul artifacts, as well as the truths behind powerful soul techniques. You possess a unique opportunity. I believe you are destined to unveil these mysteries." With that, the elder vanished. The mountains and rivers are filled with an insatiable curiosity and a yearning for exploration within his heart. He is acutely aware that he is about to embark on a new journey. Armed with his soul weapon and unwavering conviction, he strides towards the uncharted. He firmly believes that in the days to come, he will continually surpass himself, crafting even more legendary tales that belong to him alone on this land of Douluo. As Shanchuan continued his adventures in the Douluo Continent, he stumbled upon an ancient cave adorned with exquisite murals. These murals depicted epic battles between soul beasts of yore and human soul masters, showcasing scenes of peculiar soul tools wielded by these formidable practitioners. One particular image captivated his attention, a soul master brandishing a soul tool radiating a golden luminescence, encircled by a multitude of powerful soul beasts, all of which appeared to hold the soul tool in reverence. What manner of soul tool could this be? Shanchuan found himself lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the cave, he began to inquire about this enigmatic soul tool. He learned that in a distant and mysterious mountain range, there might exist similar ancient soul tools. Thus, he embarked on a journey to this enigmatic range. Along the way, he encountered an adventurous team also in pursuit of treasures. Among them were adept trackers and formidable defensive soul masters. Greetings. We too are heading to that mysterious mountain. Would you care to join us on our journey? Invited one of the soul masters from the team. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan concluded that having companions would provide a greater sense of safety, thus he consented. Along their journey, they encountered a natural calamity. A tremendous storm descended upon them, with fierce winds tossing everything about. Together, Shanchuan and his companions employed their soul techniques to establish a defensive formation, barely managing to withstand the tempest. United in purpose, they believed there was no challenge they could not overcome. Shanchuan offered words of encouragement to his comrades. As they pressed onward, they finally reached the enigmatic mountain range. The mountains were fraught with perilous traps and formidable soul beasts. They navigated with utmost caution, when suddenly, a colossal flying soul beast swooped down from the skies. This creature boasted enormous wings and unleashed flames from its maw. Shanchuan and his comrades immediately launched a counterattack. Shanchuan brandished his soul weapon, a sword, charging towards the flying soul beast, while his companions assaulted from various directions. After a fervent battle, they triumphantly vanquished the aerial soul beast. Delving deeper into the mountains, they ultimately discovered the fabled location of the ancient soul artifact. It was a divine instrument radiating an infinite brilliance, surrounded by an aura of mysterious and formidable power. As the mountains and rivers converged towards the artifact, the moment his hand made contact with it, a torrent of formidable information surged into his mind. He discovered that this artifact possessed the power to alter the very fabric of space and time, yet the conditions for its usage were exceedingly stringent. Shanchuan, along with his companions, diligently studied the use of this extraordinary artifact. Throughout their relentless exploration, Shanchuan forged profound friendships with his fellow adventurers. As Shanchuan's prowess grew and his circle of friends expanded, his significance within the Douluo Continent escalated remarkably. With his intellect and strength, he adeptly navigated and resolved the myriad crises that beset this world. His ongoing quest concerning soul beasts, soul tools, and the depths of his own power continues to unfold. His legendary tale flows like an unceasing river across the Douluo Continent, inspiring countless successors to fervently pursue strength in their aspirations. The journey of the soul in Douluo is vast and boundless. Shanchuan's journey in the Douluo Continent has been replete with both exhilarating adventures and perilous encounters. Yet he comprehends that myriad unknowns await him ahead. On this day, he ventured into a realm of soul beasts he had never before traversed. Here, the soul beasts exuded a primal ferocity, and a palpable sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. Shanchuan proceeded with utmost caution, his eyes ever vigilant for any signs of movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, a soul beast resembling a leopard, albeit with 3 eyes, leapt forth from the underbrush, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance to Shanchuan in an instant. Another formidable soul beast, Shanchuan mused inwardly. He tightened his grip on the soul device in his hand, bracing himself for combat. The 3-eyed leopard soul beast did not immediately launch an attack. Rather, it circled Shanchuan, seemingly assessing him. "What do you intend to do?" Shanchuan inquired loudly. In response, the 3-eyed leopard soul beast emitted a deep, rumbling roar before lunging towards Shanchuan with remarkable swiftness. As the mountain stream swiftly shifted its form, it simultaneously wielded its sword to strike at the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. The agile creature deftly evaded the blow and lunged once more toward the mountain stream. In a series of backflips, the mountain stream distanced itself from the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. This approach would prove ineffective. I must discern its weakness, the mountain stream pondered within. It observed that each time the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast launched an attack, the central eye flickered momentarily. An idea sparked in the mountain stream's mind. It feigned a vulnerability to entice the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast to leap toward it. When the beast was within striking range, the mountain stream seized the opportune moment, channeling its soul power into the soul tool and thrusting it toward the creature's central eye. The 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast yelped in pain, furiously slashing its claws in retaliation against the mountain stream. As the mountains and rivers deftly evaded the onslaught, they pondered how to deliver a decisive blow to the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. Suddenly, they spotted a sharp stone on the ground, and an ingenious idea struck. Channeling their soul power, they propelled the stone towards the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast, striking its leg and causing it to lose its balance. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to strike, wielding his sword towards the neck of the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. Caught off guard, the creature could not evade the blow and was struck at its throat. It let out a chilling cry before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief, for he recognized that the soul ring from the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast presented a splendid opportunity for enhancement. Following his previous method, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During this process, Shanchuan felt a formidable surge of power coursing through his body. His soul force steadily increased, and he sensed various transformations occurring within him. I must become stronger, he silently vowed to himself. Once he completed the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan continued on his journey. He arrived at a quaint town, where the townsfolk were engaged in fervent discussions regarding a matter related to soul artifacts. Have you heard? A mysterious soul artifact has appeared in the antique shop, remarked one resident. Is that true? What kind of soul artifact is it? Inquired another resident with curiosity. A stirring within Shanchuan's heart compelled him to seek out the enigmatic soul artifact. He arrived at an antique shop and beheld the mysterious relic. It was a dagger emanating a radiant purple glow, adorned with ancient runes meticulously etched upon its surface. The dagger appeared extraordinarily peculiar, thought Shanchuan. He inquired with the shopkeeper about the origins of this dagger, to which the shopkeeper replied that he too was unaware, having merely come upon it by chance. Shanchuan resolved to acquire the dagger. Upon returning to his abode, he commenced an examination of this blade. He discovered that it harbored a mysterious power, one seemingly intertwined with the essence of space. If I can master this power, my prowess in battle will be significantly enhanced, Shanchuan contemplated. He endeavored to forge a connection with the dagger, and after a period of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in harnessing its power. Now that I possess a new soul weapon, my strength shall be greatly augmented, Shanchuan exclaimed with exhilaration. Shanchuan, bearing a newfound soul weapon, embarked upon his journey once more. He arrived at an enigmatic forest, teeming with perilous soul beasts. Within the depths of this forest, Shanchuan encountered a colossal bear soul beast, whose formidable strength posed a significant challenge for him. I cannot allow myself to be vanquished so easily, he resolutely thought. He began to employ the various skills he had acquired, engaging in a fierce battle with the bear soul beast. During the confrontation, Shanchuan discerned that the bear's hide was exceptionally thick, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. He resolved to utilize his newly mastered spatial powers to confront the beast, channeling his spatial abilities. He ensnared the bear soul beast within a confined realm. Trapped within this space, the bear exhibited great fury, relentlessly assaulting the walls of its confinement. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched an assault, channeling his soul power into his soul weapon before directing it towards the bear spirit beast. The bear spirit beast was struck by Shanchuan's attack, letting out a mournful cry. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the bear spirit beast. He understood that the soul ring from this formidable creature presented an excellent opportunity for his enhancement. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the bear spirit beasts, and during the process of absorption, he felt his soul power continuously rising. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he continued on his journey. He arrived at a cave, where a mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings. As Shanchuan ventured into the cavern, he discovered its walls adorned with ancient runes. These inscriptions emanated a mystical glow, imparting upon him a profound sense of enigmatic power. As the mountains and rivers explored the cavern, he suddenly stumbled upon a secret passage. Following this hidden route, he arrived at a mysterious realm. In this enigmatic space, he beheld a colossal soul beast, emanating an aura of immense power that instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Could this be the legendary divine beast? He mused inwardly. Aware of the formidable strength possessed by this creature, he knew he must proceed with utmost caution. Upon noticing him, the divine beast's eyes flickered with disdain as it launched an assault on Shanchuan, who swiftly evaded the attack. During his evasive maneuvers, he realized the beast's strikes were overwhelmingly potent, leaving him with scant opportunities for counterattack. I must devise a strategy to retaliate, he resolved internally. He began to employ a myriad of skills he had acquired, engaging in a fierce battle with the divine beast. In the midst of the confrontation, Shanchuan discerned a vulnerability in the creature's abdomen. Determined to exploit this weakness, he resolved to trap the divine beast using spatial powers before striking its underbelly. Harnessing his abilities, he ensnared the beast within a dimensional space. Enraged by its confinement, the divine beast relentlessly battered against the walls of this ethereal prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched his attack, infusing his soul power into the soul weapon before striking towards the abdomen of the divine beast. The creature let out a piercing cry as it was struck by Shanchuan's assault. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the divine beast. He understood that the soul ring of this creature presented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of divine beasts. And during this process, he sensed a continual enhancement of his soul power. Upon completing the absorption of the soul rings, he pressed onward. He arrived at a city where its inhabitants were engrossed in discussions regarding a matter pertaining to soul beasts. Have you heard? A formidable soul beast has emerged in the forest outside the city, and many soul masters have already fallen before it, one resident remarked. Is that true? What shall we do? Another resident inquired. As the heart of Shanchuan stirred, he resolved to seek out the soul beast. He ventured into the forest beyond the city and discovered the creature. This soul beast resembled a tiger, yet boasted magnificent wings, exuding formidable power. You are indeed powerful. But I shall not be defeated, Shanchuan silently affirmed to himself. He commenced an intense battle, employing a myriad of skills he had mastered. During the clash, Shanchuan discerned the beast's vulnerability lay within its wings. He decided to utilize spatial powers to ensnare the soul beast, subsequently targeting its wings. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he confined the creature within a realm of his own making. Enraged by its entrapment, the soul beast relentlessly assailed the walls of its prison. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to launch an assault, as he invoked the soul power, the contract of the soul of the Douluo. In his previous adventures, Shanchuan had gradually evolved into a formidable soul master, yet he was acutely aware that on this mysterious continent of Douluo, his journey was far from complete. This time, he had heard whispers of extraordinary soul beasts residing in a distant, ancient mountain range, rumored to bestow unique enhancements upon those who forged a pact with them. With such anticipation, Shanchuan embarked on his quest toward the ancient mountains. Along the way, he traversed dense forests where low-level soul beasts occasionally darted out, but he effortlessly dispelled them. At last, the ancient mountains loomed before him, shrouded in mist and exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Upon entering the mountains, Shanchuan proceeded with caution. Suddenly, a melodic flute sound wafted through the air, as if imbued with a certain enchantment, beckoning him toward its source. In a secluded valley, he beheld a group of ethereal soul beasts, resembling delicate sprites. Their petite forms were adorned with translucent wings, and their eyes sparkled with lively brilliance. Greetings, I am Shanchuan, and I come here with no ill intent, he spoke softly. A soul beast that appeared to be the leader fluttered before him, tilting its head as it scrutinized him. Your human essence is unlike that of others who have ventured here. The mountain spoke sincerely. I am aware that you are the guardians of this range. I have heard that forging a pact with a formidable soul beast grants immense power. I have come here in hopes of establishing a contract with one of you. The leader of the soul beast smiled, replying, such an endeavor is not so easily attained. We only choose contractees who possess pure hearts and sufficient potential. Mountains and rivers resolutely proclaimed, I have endured numerous battles in the Douluo Continent, tirelessly striving to enhance my prowess. And I hold a deep respect for all forms of life. The leader of the soul beasts circled around him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Then, why not demonstrate your strength? Shanchuan nodded, drawing forth his soul weapon, the blade shimmering with radiant light. He executed a newly learned soul technique, causing the surrounding air to bend and swirl under his influence, sending currents racing into the distance. The soul beast gazed at him with expressions of astonishment. Your power is indeed formidable, yet you must still pass our trials, declared the leader of the soul beasts. As the words faded, a throng of soul beasts encircled Shanchuan, darting about with remarkable speed while unleashing waves of mental energy that assaulted his mind. Shanchuan tightly shut his eyes, focusing intently to withstand the onslaught. Internally, he repeated to himself, I cannot be defeated. My convictions are unwavering. After a period of intense struggle, he successfully repelled the mental assault. Well done. But the final trial is to engage in battle alongside us, to see if you can trust us and harmonize your efforts, the leader of the soul beasts proclaimed. At that moment, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the mountains, resembling a gigantic bear but possessing 8 sturdy legs, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul pressure. Shanchuan's heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. The battle commenced, with Shanchuan coordinating with the soul beasts. He adjusted his tactics to match their rhythm of attack, wielding his soul weapon to strike at the legs of the giant bear, while the soul beast targeted its vulnerable eyes from various angles. The bear roared ferociously, launching devastating assaults, but Shanchuan and the soul beast grew increasingly synchronized in their efforts. After an intense confrontation, they finally vanquished the giant bear. You have passed our trial. We can now forge a contract with you, the leader of the soul beast announced. During the contract's formation, Shanchuan felt a warm energy flowing from the contracted soul beast into his body, merging with his own soul power. He could distinctly perceive the thoughts of these soul beasts. While they too gained insight into his intentions. "We are now partners, destined to fight side by side," Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. With the blessing of the contracted soul beast, his strength experienced a significant enhancement. He resolved to continue searching for suitable soul rings to absorb. Shortly thereafter, he discovered traces of a powerful soul beast in another part of the mountains. This was a flame wolf soul beast, surrounded by searing flames that reduced all vegetation in its vicinity to ashes. Shanchuan did not act impulsively. Instead, he attentively observed the behavioral patterns of the flame wolf soul beast. He discerned that this creature would pause briefly to catch its breath after launching an attack, revealing its vulnerability. As the flame wolf soul beast lunged at him once more, Shanchuan adeptly evaded its strike with the assistance of his contracted soul beast, and seized the opportunity to counterattack in the instant it paused for breath. His sole weapon, a sword, struck true at the vital point of the flame wolf soul beast, causing it to collapse to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb their soul rings. During this process of absorption, he felt his soul power surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against new realms. A red glow flickered around his body, the essence of the soul ring merging with his soul power. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, the strength of the mountain and river experienced a qualitative leap. In the subsequent adventures, the mountain and his contracted soul beasts encountered a myriad of challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious ruin. Within the ruins lay various traps and powerful guardian soul artifacts. "Everyone, be cautious," the mountain warned his contracted soul beasts. They carefully deciphered the mechanisms, and when confronted by the guardian soul artifacts, the mountain utilized his intellect and newfound strength to attempt communication. "I understand you are here to protect this place. We mean no offense," he conveyed his thoughts through his soul power. The guardian soul artifact seemed to sense his sincerity, and after a series of exchanges, it revealed to the mountain that a powerful soul technique manual was hidden within the ruins. After obtaining the secret manual, Shanchuan diligently immersed himself in its study. Throughout this process, his contracted spirit beasts provided substantial assistance. Some of these spirit beasts utilized their intellect to elucidate the more obscure passages of the manual, while others aided him in testing his powers. With relentless training, Shanchuan's reputation on the Douluo Continent grew exponentially. Other spirit masters gazed upon his contracted spirit beast companions with a blend of envy and curiosity. One day, a formidable team of spirit masters approached Shanchuan, seeking to challenge him. "We have heard of your unique contracted spirit beast partners. Today, we shall see just how formidable you truly are," one of the spirit masters provocatively declared. The serene Shanchuan remarked, "I harbor no desire for conflict. Yet should you insist on a challenge, I shall not show mercy." As the battle commenced, Shanchuan and his contracted spirit beast exhibited an exquisite synergy. The formidable soul skills they unleashed left their adversaries utterly bewildered. The opposing spirit masters were taken aback by the prowess of Shanchuan and his companions, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shanchuan and his allies triumphed effortlessly in the skirmish. "You are indeed formidable. We concede defeat." The opposing spirit master team retreated in dismay. The mountains and rivers continue their journey, and he is acutely aware that in this enchanting yet perilous Douluo Continent, he must incessantly elevate himself, safeguard his contractual companions, and delve into the myriad of unknown secrets. His legendary tale shall persist in echoing across this land. The legend of reincarnation in Douluo. As the mountains and rivers gradually opened their eyes, a sharp pain surged through his head, and the scenery around him began to sharpen into focus. He found himself ensconced within a dense forest, where towering trees obscured the sun, and beneath his feet lay a soft carpet of grass, interspersed with peculiar flowers exuding a faint fragrance. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Where was this? Hadn't he been peacefully slumbering at home? Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated from afar, causing his body to tense instinctively. He beheld a colossal wolf-like creature approaching slowly, its eyes glimmering with an eerie green luminescence, and its fur as impenetrable as steel. Was this the fabled soul beast? A flicker of fear gripped his heart, yet he understood that retreat was not an option. "You little wolf, why do you roar in this place?" He summoned his courage and inquired loudly. The soul beast paused momentarily at his words, then responded, "You insignificant human dare speak so boldly in my domain? I am the 10-year wind wolf, and this territory belongs to me." In the depths of his heart, he silently lamented, For although the Wind Wolf of a decade was not excessively formidable, it posed a significant threat to him, an ordinary mortal devoid of any power. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Host, you can now awaken your soul ring. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a surge of joy enveloped him as he realized that this moment might be the key to his survival in the Douluo Continent. Following the instructions echoing in his mind, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to focus his spirit. A faint glow emanated from around his body as a mysterious force surged within him. The Wind Wolf, observing Shanchuan's unusual behavior, flickered with a glimmer of wariness in its eyes. It could not comprehend the human's actions, yet it sensed an aura of impending danger. What trickery are you attempting, insignificant human? The Wind Wolf roared once more. The mountains and rivers remained silent, yet the radiance emanating from his form intensified. Suddenly, a luminous halo manifested above his head, a yellow soul ring. He felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and perception. Is this the essence of the soul ring? A wave of exhilaration surged within him. Rising to his feet, he regarded the Wind Wolf, now emboldened by his newfound abilities. The Wind Wolf, startled by the yellow soul ring hovering above Shanchuan, was taken aback. Though merely a decade-old soul beast, it was aware of the might of a soul ring. It had not anticipated that this human could awaken such power so effortlessly. Human, you are indeed formidable. But today you shall still perish beneath my claws, declared the Wind Wolf, lunging toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers swiftly receded, and in his hand, a long sword materialized unbeknownst to him. This sword was his soul weapon, emerging alongside his soul ring during his awakening. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, as if imbued with boundless power. Mountains and rivers swung their long swords, striking towards the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf, nimble and agile, deftly evaded the attack and then extended its claws, lunging toward the mountains and rivers. With a sidestep, the mountains and rivers dodged and retaliated with a kick aimed at the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf, struck by the blow, staggered back a few paces. You little wolf. Today I shall claim you as my companion, declared the mountains and rivers. Hearing this, the Wind Wolf scoffed. You, mere human, aspire to have me as your partner? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he once again launched an assault upon the Wind Wolf. This time, he unleashed a skill he had recently acquired from the soul ring, the wind shadow sword technique. His figure became as ethereal as a wisp of wind, the long sword in his hand dancing gracefully, sending forth waves of sword energy towards the Wind Wolf. Caught unawares, the Wind Wolf was struck, sustaining numerous wounds across its body. It realized that it was no match for him, yet it was unwilling to succumb to defeat. At that moment, he ceased his attack, gazing intently at the Wind Wolf, and proclaimed, Wind Wolf, I recognize your strength. If you are willing to become my companion, we can explore this world together. I shall protect you, and in turn, you shall grow even more powerful. The Wind Wolf regarded him with a flicker of hesitation. It had never considered forming an alliance with a human, yet it understood that it had little choice. Human, do you truly mean what you say? Will you protect me? It inquired. Indeed, I would never deceive you, he replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Wolf nodded and responded, Very well. I accept the offer to become your companion. At that instant, a radiant light enveloped both him and the Wind Wolf. This was the luminous sign of their bond, marking the beginning of a partnership that would endure through life and death. Shanchuan felt a profound joy in his heart. The more companions he had, the greater his chances of survival in the Douluo Continent. Fenglang, having dwelled in this forest for such an extended period, you must be well acquainted with the formidable soul beasts and other perils that inhabit this realm, Shanchuan inquired. Fenglang nodded in affirmation and replied, This forest is home to numerous powerful soul beasts, such as the century-old tree demon and the blazing fire leopard, among others. Additionally, there are many human adventurers who occasionally engage in combat with us in pursuit of soul rings from these beasts. Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart, fully aware that the challenges he would face in the future were numerous. However, he remained unafraid, with the Wind Wolf as his companion. Along with his soul weapon and soul rings, he held a firm belief in his ability to survive. What shall we do now? Shanchuan inquired. Let us first depart from this forest and explore the world beyond. The outside realm is vibrant and teems with formidable soul beasts and treasures, replied the Wind Wolf. Shanchuan nodded, and then, alongside Fenglang, they ventured towards the edge of the forest. During their journey, Shanchuan encountered numerous extraordinary spirit beasts. One was a colossal tortoise, its shell adorned with sharp spines, This was the century-old spiked tortoise. Another was a winged tiger soaring gracefully through the skies. This was the wind-winged tiger. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan was filled with an insatiable curiosity about the world, aware that it held countless secrets waiting to be unveiled. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast emerged before them, a 1,000-year-old flame demon lion. Its flames blazed fiercely, emanating an overwhelming aura. "You two little creatures dare to intrude upon my territory," roared the flame demon lion. The mountains and the winds became instantly vigilant, aware that the flame demon lion was not a foe they could easily confront. "Esteemed demon lion, we mean no intrusion upon your territory. We are merely passing through," spoke Shanchuan with utmost respect. The flame demon lion regarded Shanchuan with a flicker of disdain in his eyes and replied, "Passing through? Human, do not deceive me. Humans are always fond of misleading us soul beasts." In the heart of Shanchuan, there lay a sense of helplessness. For he was acutely aware that humanity's reputation on this continent was far from favorable. "O venerable flame lion, I pledge my soul in earnest. We are but mere passers-by," Shanchuan declared. The flame lion regarded Shanchuan intently, sensing the sincerity woven into his words. After a moment of contemplation, it responded, "Very well. If you are indeed merely passing through, then hasten your departure." Shanchuan and Feng Lang exhaled deeply, nodding towards the flame demon lion before continuing their journey out of the forest. As they traversed the woods, Shanchuan observed numerous adventurers. Some were hunting soul beasts, while others sought traces of soul artifacts. "Feng Lang, look at those humans. They are so ruthless," Shanchuan remarked. Feng Lang nodded in agreement, replying, "This world is indeed harsh. Humans will stop at nothing in their pursuit of power." In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a profound sense of yearning. He understood that he must strive to become formidable in order to safeguard his companions in this vast world. Upon exiting the forest, Shanchuan arrived at a quaint town. The town was adorned with numerous edifices, bustling with people engaged in trade. Shanchuan observed an array of items related to soul beasts and soul tools. "Feng Lang, let us take a moment to rest here," Shanchuan proposed. Feng Lang nodded in agreement, and together they ventured into the town. Within its confines, Shanchuan encountered a wealth of information regarding this realm. He learned that on this continent, there existed many powerful soul masters, their prowess reaching the esteemed rank of title Douluo. To ascend to such heights as a formidable soul master, one must continually acquire soul rings and attain more potent soul tools. The mountains and rivers are filled with yearning. He understands that he must persistently strive to become a formidable soul master. "Shanchuan, look over there. There is an auction for soul masters," Wind Wolf remarked. As Shanchuan gazed in the direction indicated by Wind Wolf, he observed a throng of people congregating in a particular spot. "That must be the auction venue. Let us go and take a look," Shanchuan remarked. He and Wind Wolf maneuvered through the crowd and arrived at the auction site. The auction was replete with an array of precious items, including the soul rings of millennium-old soul beasts, formidable soul tools, and an assortment of peculiar soul techniques. The mountains and rivers dazzled his eyes, intensifying his yearning for power. At that moment, an auctioneer ascended the stage, announcing the commencement of an auction for a remarkable item. "Esteemed soul masters," the auctioneer proclaimed, "today we shall auction an exceedingly rare treasure, a soul bone that is 100,000 years old." Shocked, Shanchuan realized that the soul bone, which had existed for a staggering 100,000 years, was an extraordinarily precious item. "What capabilities does this soul bone possess?" someone inquired. "This soul bone can significantly enhance a soul master's spiritual power and bestow upon them a formidable skill," the auctioneer responded. Gradually, numerous individuals began to place their bids, causing the price to soar. In the depths of Shanchuan's heart, a sense of helplessness prevailed. He currently lacked the funds to procure this coveted soul bone. "Let us also place a bid," spoke Feng Lang. Mountains and rivers shook their heads, saying, "Wind Wolf, we do not possess sufficient funds at the moment. Let us observe for now." Wind Wolf nodded in agreement, and together with Mountain River, they continued to watch the auction unfold. Although Mountain River did not acquire that particular soul bone, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul artifacts, and soul techniques during the event. He understood that in order to amass greater strength in this world, he must ceaselessly explore. After the auction concluded, Mountain River and Wind Wolf departed from the small town, setting forth towards a broader world in search of further opportunities and challenges. As they journeyed, a myriad of thoughts stirred within Mountain River's heart. "I must become a formidable soul master, safeguarding my companions and unraveling the secrets of this world. Though fraught with peril, this realm is also ripe with opportunity. I shall not falter." I will forge ahead with unwavering resolve, he silently vowed. Wind Wolf sensed Mountain River's determination and gently nudged his hand, as if offering encouragement. Thus, Mountain River and his companion Wind Wolf embarked on a new journey, their tale continuing to unfold. The pinnacle of soul masters in Douluo. After departing from the small town, the mountains and rivers accompanied the Wind Wolf as it ventured forth into the realms of the unknown. As Shanchuan traversed the landscape, he engaged in a conversation with the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf, he mused, if we could discover a place abundant with soul beasts, I could acquire a greater variety of soul rings and become ever more formidable. Hope gleamed in his eyes. The Wind Wolf shook its head gently. Shanchuan. In this world, powerful soul beasts typically possess their own territories, which are often fraught with peril. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned fiery demon lion. Its domain may be guarded by other formidable soul beasts, and we must also remain vigilant against human traps. Shanchuan nodded, acknowledging the validity of Fenglong's words. Suddenly, a range of mountains emerged ahead, suffused with a dense aura of soul power. The intensity of the soul fluctuations here indicates the presence of numerous formidable soul beasts. Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. However, it is also perilous. Exercise caution, Fengling advised. They cautiously ventured into the mountain range, and soon encountered a soul beast resembling a fox. Yet adorned with 9 magnificent tails, the 9-tailed fox, a soul beast of a millennium. Upon noticing Shanchuan and Fengling, the 9-tailed fox's eyes brimmed with wariness. Intruders. This is not a place for you to tread. The mountains and rivers bowed gracefully. As the venerable 9-tailed fox spoke, we harbor no intention of offense. We merely pass through in search of opportunity. The 9-tailed fox scoffed softly, remarking that humans often cloak their intentions in such disguises. However, observing the purity of the young one's aura, she noted that he did not resemble the greedy and cruel nature often associated with humanity. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief, expressing his desire to delve deeper into the mountains. He inquired, esteemed elder, could you enlighten me about the dangers that lurk within these mountains? The 9-tailed fox pondered for a moment and responded. Deep within these mountains resides a shadowy leopard that has lived for millennia. Its speed is unparalleled, its attacks ferocious, and it possesses a remarkable ability to conceal itself. Additionally, there are concealed spatial rifts. Should one fall into them, they may become lost in an alternate dimension. The mountains and rivers recorded this information. Yet his gaze was captivated by something glimmering in a corner. What could it be? With a sense of curiosity, he approached and discovered a soul artifact emanating a faint blue light, resembling an exquisitely crafted dagger. The 9-tailed fox, observing Shanchuan's discovery of the soul artifact, remarked, this was left behind by a formidable soul master. He sought to subdue me, but ultimately fell victim to an ambush by other soul beasts. And thus his soul artifact was forsaken here. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the dagger, it seemed to possess a unique sensitivity as it flew into his hand upon his approach. He felt waves of soul energy surging into his body, as if the dagger were merging with him. It appears that this dagger has acknowledged you as its master, the 9-tailed fox remarked in astonishment. In the heart of the mountains, joy surged within him as he acquired a new soul weapon, granting him a newfound sense of security. However, at that moment, he sensed a formidable presence approaching. It could only be the ancient shadow leopard. The shadow leopard emerged slowly from the depths of a shadow, addressing the 9-tailed fox. How is it that you find yourself alongside such a feeble human? The 9-tailed fox stepped protectively in front of the mountain dweller, warning, Shadow Leopard. You would do well not to lay a hand on him. The shadow leopard disdainfully regarded the human, scoffing. A mere mortal such as he is hardly worthy of my attention. Shanchuan gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. Shadow leopard, though my strength pales in comparison to yours, I shall not cower before you. Suddenly, the shadow leopard launched its assault with astonishing speed. Shanchuan barely had time to react when Wind Wolf leapt forward, attempting to thwart the shadow leopard's advance. Wind Wolf, be careful, Shanchuan shouted. Although Wind Wolf deftly evaded the shadow leopard's strike, he nonetheless sustained an injury. In a state of anxious urgency, Mountain River sought to unleash an assault using a new soul artifact. He mentally communicated with the dagger, and in an instant, he activated a skill known as Ice Spike Piercing. The dagger released several icy spikes that hurtled towards the shadow leopard. Taken aback by Mountain River's unexpected offensive capability, the shadow leopard was unable to evade in time and was grazed by the icy projectiles. You human, you possess some skill, the shadow leopard roared in fury. At this moment, Shanchuan remained composed, fully aware that a direct confrontation with the shadow leopard would be unwise. He needed to bide his time for the opportune moment. Recalling his soul ring ability, he activated a skill designed to enhance his speed, and in an instant, his form became swifter. He maneuvered to the side of the shadow leopard, relentlessly targeting its vulnerable regions, such as its eyes, with his dagger. The shadow leopard grew increasingly agitated by Shanchuan's persistent assaults and unleashed its full might in retaliation. However, Shanchuan and the wind wolf exhibited remarkable synergy. The wind wolf utilized its speed to distract the shadow leopard, allowing Shanchuan to seize the opportunity to strike. After a fierce battle, the shadow leopard ultimately retreated. As the mountains gazed at the injured wind wolf, a profound sense of guilt enveloped him. Wind wolf, it is my recklessness that has brought this upon us. The wind wolf shook its head gently. Shanchuan, we are comrades. We are meant to support one another. Through this arduous battle, Shanchuan felt a semblance of growth within himself. He and the wind wolf sought refuge in a safe haven amidst the mountains. That night, as Shanchuan lay upon the ground, his thoughts began to unravel. In this Douluo Continent, I have faced an abundance of peril. Each time, it is only through the aid of my companions and the opportunities that arise that I manage to survive. I am acutely aware of my numerous shortcomings. Although I managed to repel the millennium-old shadow leopard, I have also recognized the chasm that lies between myself and the truly formidable soul beasts. I must relentlessly strive to enhance my abilities, acquire more soul rings, and fortify my strength. Furthermore, I must delve into the myriad secrets of the soul beasts, understanding their languages and cultures, so that I may coexist with them more harmoniously. On the following day, Shanchuan and the wind wolf resumed their exploration of the mountains. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a rich aura of soul power. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the cave, where Shanchuan discovered a stone radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. What is this? He wondered, curiously reaching out to touch the stone. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of potent soul power that coursed through Shanchuan's body. He felt his soul power ascending, and he noticed signs of loosening in his soul rings. What could this mean? He exclaimed in astonishment. The wind wolf approached, seemingly attuned to the powerful energy as well. Mountains and rivers are aware. This may be an opportunity for the awakening and elevation of his soul ring. He sat cross-legged once more, adhering to the method he had employed previously for soul ring awakening. The surrounding soul power continually converged towards him, enveloping his body in a brilliant radiance. His first soul ring began to transform, shifting from a vibrant yellow to a deep purple, and its size also increased significantly. Shanchuan successfully elevated his first soul ring from 10 years to a century, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his strength. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable, Fangling exclaimed with joy. Shanchuan rose to his feet, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. This marks a new beginning for me, and I firmly believe that I will become even more powerful in the future. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a new spirit beast, a colossal rabbit, its ears resembling wings. This was the Millennium Spirit Rabbit. The creature appeared gentle, showing no sign of hostility towards Shanchuan and the Wind Wolf. Greetings. How did you come to this place? Inquired the Spirit Rabbit. Shanchuan briefly recounted his experiences with the Wind Wolf. Ling Tu nodded, acknowledging their bravery. This cave holds numerous elements conducive to enhancing soul power, yet it also harbors many dangers. You must exercise caution. Shanchuan expressed gratitude to the spiritual rabbit for its reminder, and they forged a friendship. The spiritual rabbit revealed to Shanchuan that in the deepest recesses of this cave, there exists an ancient inheritance of soul techniques. A stirring within the mountains and rivers ignited his desire to seek the inheritance of this soul skill. Guided by the spirit rabbit, they ventured to the deepest recesses of the cave. There, they discovered a stone platform, intricately inscribed with ancient runes. As the mountains and rivers approached the stone platform, a sudden radiance emanated from it, enveloping the surroundings. The protagonist felt a surge of information flooding his mind, revealing an ancient soul technique. This technique, known as Spirit Shadow Step, possessed the remarkable ability to instantaneously elevate his speed to an extraordinary level, while simultaneously conjuring illusions to bewilder his adversaries during movement. Shanchuan has successfully mastered this soul skill, and he joyfully expressed his gratitude to the Spirit Rabbit, saying, "Thank you, Spirit Rabbit." The Spirit Rabbit, with a smile, replied, "No need for thanks. I hope you thrive in this world." After bidding farewell to the Wind Wolf, the Spirit Rabbit departed from the cave. His strength continually ascended, and his reputation began to spread across the Douluo Continent. One day, they encountered a beleaguered team of soul masters, which had suffered near total annihilation at the hands of a formidable soul beast. The mountains and the winds, along with the wolf, came forth to assist them, driving back the soul beast. The captain of the Soul Master team addressed the mountains and said, "You are truly impressive. Would you be willing to join us in forming a team?" Shanchuan pondered for a moment, concluding that having companions is always a fortuitous circumstance. Thus, he nodded in agreement. They formed a new team, continuing to inscribe Shanchuan's legendary tale in the perilous realm of Douluo Continent, the precious soul rings of Douluo. As the team led by Shanchuan ventured forth, they heard tales of an ancient valley ahead, rumored to be home to numerous formidable soul beasts, as well as concealed treasures in the form of exquisite soul tools and precious soul rings. The members of the team engaged in spirited discussions. Yet Shanchuan harbored his own contemplations. Gazing into the distance, he mused, "This valley is undoubtedly fraught with peril, but I cannot afford to miss the opportunity to grow stronger." "What say you, Windwolf?" Shanchuan inquired, turning to his companion. Windwolf shook his head, its ears twitching intermittently. "Shanchuan, I sense a formidable and dangerous aura emanating from that place. However, to acquire greater power, we must embrace the risks." Upon entering the valley, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast emerged before them. It was a 10,000-year-old rock-armored beast. Its entire form was enveloped in a thick shell of rocky armor, each stone glimmering with a metallic sheen, and its eyes resembled two enormous rubies. "Insignificant creatures, how dare you trespass upon my domain?" The deep voice of the rock-armored beast reverberated throughout the valley. Shanchuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Addressing the venerable rock-armored beast, "We do not intend to intrude upon your domain. We have merely heard whispers of the treasures that lie within this place. We seek opportunities to enhance our own strength." The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar, responding, "I have heard tales of human greed, and today, I shall not allow you to depart so easily." At that moment, some members of the team, eager to strike, prepared to attack, but Shanchuan hastily intervened. "Let us not act impulsively. This rock-armored beast is formidable. We must devise a prudent plan." As Shanchuan pondered over strategies, he spoke aloud. "Windwolf, do you possess the ability to disrupt its line of sight?" The Windwolf nodded in affirmation. "I can emit a distinctive aura to cause confusion, but it will last only for a brief moment. Then let us seize this opportunity. I shall attempt to identify its defensive vulnerabilities," Shanchuan declared. The Windwolf immediately unleashed its essence, causing the rock-armored beast to experience a moment of disorientation. Seizing the chance, Shanchuan maneuvered to the side of the rock-armored beast, meticulously examining its physical structure. He noticed that a section of the creature's abdomen bore a slightly different hue, leading him to surmise that this might be the location of its weakness. The mountains and rivers drew forth their sole weapon from their waists, a long sword radiating a cerulean glow. This exquisite blade was acquired during a prior adventure, capable of augmenting its wielder's attack power by 30%, while also bestowing a chilling effect. The mountain river unleashed a skill known as Ice Blade Break, causing a long icy blade to erupt from the long sword, aimed directly at the vulnerable abdomen of the rock-armored beast. Sensing imminent danger, the beast attempted to evade the strike. Yet the interference from the Windwolf's aura rendered its movement sluggish. The icy blade successfully pierced its abdomen, leaving a crack upon the rocky armor. Enraged, the rock-armored beast roared fiercely, swinging its massive claws towards the mountain river. Shanchuan swiftly leapt backward, and his companions, in unison, launched their assaults on the rock-armored beast to divert its attention. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, the creature gradually began to weaken. Seizing the opportune moment, Shanchuan struck once more. He infused his soul power into his long blade, unleashing a new technique known as the Fatal Slash. A brilliant radiance enveloped the blade as a colossal wave of energy surged forth, cleaving toward the rock-armored beast. This time, the beast could not withstand the blow. It was struck by the blade's energy and fell with a resounding crash. As the creature collapsed, a black soul ring materialized upon its forehead. Shanchuan recognized this as a millennium-old soul ring, a tremendous opportunity for him. Yet he was acutely aware that absorbing it would entail significant peril. Shanchuan's heart was deeply conflicted. He was acutely aware that a failure to absorb could result in severe repercussions for him. "Shanchuan, you must contemplate this with utmost caution," remarked an elder soul master from the team. Shanchuan clenched his teeth, recalling the myriad experiences he had encountered on the Douluo Continent. Remembering his aspirations to protect his companions and his dream of becoming a formidable soul master, "I have decided to give it a try," Shanchuan resolutely declared. He approached the lifeless body of the rock-armored beast, seated himself cross-legged as he had done previously to absorb the spirit ring, and commenced the process of assimilation. The forehead of the mountain began to glisten with fine beads of sweat, as a brilliant radiance enveloped his form. The surrounding soul energy surged towards him, while the dark, ancient soul ring gradually approached, settling upon his existing soul ring. As Shanchuan felt his soul power surging within him like an overwhelming tide, it seemed as though his meridians were on the verge of rupture. He clenched his teeth tightly, persistently channeling his soul power in a bid to master this formidable force. Throughout the process of absorbing the soul ring, a myriad of illusions flooded his mind. He envisioned himself as the most powerful soul master in this world, safeguarding those he cherished, as well as his companions. Yet, he also beheld the terrifying prospect of being backlashed by the soul ring's power, rendered utterly incapacitated. Nonetheless, his conviction remained unwavering. He continuously reassured himself of his inevitable success. After enduring considerable hardship, Shanchuan ultimately absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. Rising to his feet, he sensed a qualitative leap in his strength. His soul power level surged significantly, and he acquired a new soul skill, the Rock Armor Shield. This ability enabled him to conjure a layer of rocky armor for his protection, absorbing a portion of incoming attack power and converting it into his own soul power. The news of Shanchuan successfully absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring spread throughout the entire team, bringing joy to all. However, Shanchuan remained humble and unpretentious. He understood that in the formidable realm of Douluo Continent, there remained much for him to learn and enhance. He continued to explore the valley alongside his companions. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura. As they ventured inside, the sights before them left them in awe. The walls of the cave were adorned with an array of intricate patterns, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the Douluo Continent. At the innermost recess of the cave stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a uniquely shaped soul tool. This soul tool took the form of a bow, its body shimmering with a golden radiance, while the quiver held an arrow that emitted a kaleidoscope of colors. As Shanchuan stepped forward and grasped the bow and arrow, a tremendous surge of power coursed through his body. This bow and arrow were no ordinary artifacts. They were undoubtedly of divine caliber, a soul weapon of remarkable significance. He exclaimed with fervor. Just then, a soul beast, concealed within the depths of the cave, emerged. It was a sacred soul beast, known as the Radiant Spirit Deer. Its form radiated a dazzling brilliance, and its antlers shimmered with a crystalline transparency. Humans, you must not seize this bow and arrow. It is a sacred relic of our soul beast clan, declared the Radiant Spirit Deer. Shanchuan hastily clarified, esteemed Radiant Spirit Deer, we harbor no intentions of offense. We merely stumbled upon this place and discovered this bow. The Radiant Spirit Deer gazed at Shanchuan, seemingly sensing his sincerity. Humans, it remarked, this bow possesses formidable power, yet it is accompanied by immense peril. Only those with destiny may wield it. As the heart stirred within the mountains and rivers, he pondered whether he might indeed be the fated one. The Radiant Light Spirit Deer continued, stating that if you wish to claim this bow and arrow, you must first pass my trial. Shanchuan glanced at the bow and arrow in his hand, then turned his gaze to the Radiant Spirit Deer. Nodding, he said, Elder, I am willing to accept the challenge. The Radiant Spirit Deer returned the nod and replied, Very well. My trial requires you to locate a spirit orb that emanates a kaleidoscope of colors within a forest teeming with illusions. This forest harbors numerous perilous soul beasts and an array of treacherous traps. You must tread with caution. Mountains and rivers entered the enchanted forest. A veil of mist enveloped the woods, significantly constraining the vision of the traveler. He could only rely on his keen spiritual perception to navigate onward. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the trees. This spider soul beast was the legendary 1,000-year-old poison shadow spider, whose venom could instantaneously claim the life of an ordinary soul master. Shanchuan swiftly unsheathed his long blade, addressing the poison shadow spider, Do not hinder me. The poison shadow spider expelled an elongated thread of silk, aimed directly at Shanchuan. He summoned the rock armor shield, successfully intercepting the web with the protective barrier. Mountains and rivers brandished their long blades, striking towards the venomous shadow spider. The agile creature deftly evaded the assault, subsequently unleashing a stream of toxic venom towards the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers unleash icy blades that shatter armor, as a shard of ice hurtles towards the venom, encasing it in a crystalline embrace suspended in midair. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan unleashed his ethereal step, swiftly approaching the venomous shadow spider, and with a single stroke, he struck it down. He pressed onward, persistently searching through the forest for the elusive spirit pearl. At last, in the depths of the woods, he beheld the spirit pearl radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. As he grasped the pearl, the illusory forest vanished, Mountains and rivers returned before the radiant spirit deer, holding the ethereal pearl. The radiant spirit deer gazed at the pearl in Shanchuan's hand and nodded. Human, you have passed my trial. This bow and arrow now belong to you. Shanchuan joyfully grasped the bow, feeling a profound connection with this artifact-level soul weapon. With the bow in hand, he and his companions departed from the cave. On their journey out of the valley, Shanchuan encountered various other soul beasts. Some approached with hostile intentions, while others sought to forge friendships. The mountains and rivers, alongside the wind and wolves, engage in interaction with these spirit beasts. They forge contracts with several benevolent spirit creatures, establishing a bond of companionship. As the companions of Shanchuan multiplied, so too did his formidable strength. He understood that on this continent of Douluo, his legend continued to unfold. He was resolute in his efforts to become the most powerful soul master in this world. Dedicated to protecting those he cherished and his comrades, they embarked on a new journey, advancing toward uncharted territories. Shanchuan's heart brimmed with anticipation and confidence for the future. He believed that with unwavering perseverance, he could realize his dreams. The unique bond he forged with the soul beasts would serve as a significant asset on his journey through the Douluo Continent. Together with these soul beast companions, he would confront the myriad challenges ahead, crafting a glorious narrative that belonged to them. As he delved deeper into the continent, Shanchuan's renown grew ever greater. He became a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters, his tale resonating widely across Douluo. He continued to explore the mysteries of soul beasts, soul tools, and soul rings, diligently enhancing his abilities as he ascended toward the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The awakening of Shanchuan in Douluo. Standing on the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed at the distant, undulating mountains, his heart swelling with boundless passion and yearning. He, an ordinary mortal from a mundane world, had traversed into this realm brimming with wonder and adventure for several months. During this time, he had encountered countless trials and tribulations, and had also gained invaluable friendships and strength. Shanchuan, you seem lost in thought again. The voice of the wind wolf jolted him back to reality. The wind wolf, his first spirit beast companion, was a wolf spirit imbued with the power of wind, its keen eyes always reflecting loyalty and concern for Shanchuan. Wind wolf. I ponder the many places we have explored and the myriad spirit beasts we have encountered on this continent. Yet it seems my spirit power always falls just short of breaking through to a higher realm, Shanchuan said. A slight frown creasing his brow as a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. The wind wolf gently reassured him, Shanchuan. The enhancement of spirit power requires time and opportunity. You have already exerted yourself greatly. Besides, have we not been in search of spirit beasts and spirit tools that could aid you in your breakthrough? Indeed. I hold faith that one day I shall discover the opportunity that belongs to me, Shanchuan replied, taking a deep breath to revitalize his spirits. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the distant forest, resembling some colossal entity traversing within. Shanchuan and the wind wolf exchanged a glance, excitement and caution flickering in their eyes. Let us investigate the source of the commotion, Shanchuan declared, leading the way toward the noise, with the wind wolf closely following. Navigating through the dense thicket, they arrived at a clearing, where a colossal spirit beast was engaged in fierce combat with a horde of lesser spirit beasts. The creature was a peak level, ninth-ranked flame lion king, its body adorned with mane-like flames, and its eyes ablaze with intense fire, exuding an imposing presence. Flame lion king. Why do you trouble yourself with these lesser spirit beasts? Shanchuan called out loudly, attempting to halt the conflict. The flame lion king turned its gaze toward Shanchuan, momentarily taken aback before displaying a look of disdain. Human, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? These lesser spirit beasts have disturbed my cultivation, and I must naturally cleanse my domain. While cultivation is indeed significant, it cannot justify the indiscriminate harm of the innocent. If you could master your own power, perhaps such conflicts could be averted, Shanchuan patiently counseled, fully aware of the pride and obstinacy of spirit beasts, yet still aspiring for a peaceful resolution. Humph. Human admonitions hold no weight with me. However, if you can withstand a single strike from me without faltering, I might consider sparing them. The flame lion king's eyes glimmered with cunning, clearly doubting Shanchuan's ability to meet this challenge. As the mountains and rivers smiled faintly, he understood that this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by the flame lion king, as well as a formidable test. He swiftly entered a state of combat, his soul power coursing through his body, while the soul weapon in his hand, a long blade emanating a blue glow, radiated a chilling light. Come forth, flame lion king. Let me witness your true strength, Shanchuan proclaimed loudly, his voice imbued with unwavering determination and confidence. The Flame Lion King unleashed a thunderous roar, and powerful flames erupted around its form, coalescing into a colossal fireball that surged toward Shanchuan. With a focused gaze, he wielded his long blade to unleash a flurry of icy blades, which collided with the fireball, producing a sizzling sound as the spectacle of ice and fire unfolded in the air. The battle endured for quite some time as Shanchuan adeptly evaded the Flame Lion King's assaults with his soul techniques and weapon, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Gradually, the Flame Lion King began to regard Shanchuan with newfound respect, astonished by the formidable prowess of this human soul master. Ultimately, in a moment of clever retaliation, Shanchuan's blade grazed the mane of the Flame Lion King. Though it merely left a slight mark, it elicited a twinge of pain from the majestic beast. "Well done, human. You have passed my test. I, the Flame Lion King, am willing to forge a pact with you and become your soul beast companion." The voice of the Flame Lion King carried a note of reverence as it lowered its head, presenting a strand of its mane to Shanchuan. Mountains and rivers embraced the mane, a warm current surging within his heart. He understood that this was not merely a formidable spirit beast companion, but a profound bond of trust and responsibility. Grasping the mane firmly in his hands, he infused it with his own soul power, integrating it into his soul ring. "Flame Lion King, we warmly welcome you to our ranks," he declared with a smile. His eyes shimmering with joy, the Flame Lion King rose, shaking its mane and letting out a jubilant roar. The surrounding lower-tier spirit beasts sensed this aura of peace and gradually dispersed. "Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable," the Wind Wolf remarked, approaching Shanchuan with admiration gleaming in its eyes. "This is the result of our collective efforts," Shanchuan humbly replied, aware that without the Wind Wolf's assistance, he would not have navigated through the Flame Lion King's trial so smoothly. "Next, we must seek the soul artifacts that can aid in your soul power breakthrough," the Wind Wolf reminded. "Indeed, I have heard whispers of an ancient ruin deep within the continent, where countless treasures and powerful soul artifacts lie hidden." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Shanchuan's eyes. "So why do we linger? Let us embark at once," the Wind Wolf exclaimed, brimming with excitement for the adventure that awaited. Shanchuan nodded, accompanied by the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, as they set forth towards the ancient ruins. They traversed one forest after another and crossed numerous rivers, enduring countless trials and tribulations. At last, on a moonless night shrouded in wind, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The site was enveloped in a mysterious barrier, emanating an eerie glow. This barrier seemed to possess formidable power, necessitating caution in their approach. Shanchuan gazed intently at the barrier, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. "Let me give it a try," said the Flame Lion King, stepping forward as flames erupted around him, forming a massive fireball that hurtled towards the barrier. However, the moment the fireball made contact, it was repelled by an overwhelming force. It appeared that this barrier was not easily breached. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan suddenly had a spark of inspiration. "Wind Wolf, why don't you attempt to utilize your wind power?" The Wind Wolf nodded, summoning a tempest that surged towards the barrier. The whirlwind collided with the barrier, producing a roaring sound, and to their astonishment, a small crack appeared. "Good, Wind Wolf. Continue your assault. I shall assist you." Shanchuan drew his longsword and unleashed the Ice Blade Break Armor skill, sending a flurry of icy blades towards the crack to aid the Wind Wolf in widening it. Through their combined efforts, the barrier was finally shattered, and a radiant light burst forth from the ruins, illuminating the entire night sky. "Quickly, let us enter," Shanchuan exclaimed excitedly, leading his companions into the ruins. Inside, the ruins were rife with ancient mechanisms and traps, yet Shanchuan, with his wisdom and bravery, deftly navigated each challenge. They traversed numerous passages until they finally reached the core area of the ruins. There, they found an ancient-looking soul artifact, a longsword. The sword radiated a soft golden light, its blade adorned with mysterious runes, pulsating with an overwhelming force of soul energy. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Shanchuan approached cautiously, lifting the longsword, and a warm, potent energy surged into his body. "Indeed, this longsword harbors immense soul power, capable of aiding you in transcending to a higher realm." The Wind Wolf's voice carried a note of excitement. However, the longsword seemed to possess its own consciousness, awaiting a destined individual. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shanchuan's eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the sword resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one," affirmed the Flame Lion King, his tone laden with conviction. Mountains and rivers clutched the longsword tightly, closing his eyes as he endeavored to commune with the soul energy contained within the blade. His own soul energy coursed through his body, intertwining with that of the sword, unleashing a formidable power within him. A pained groan escaped his lips as his body was besieged by the overwhelming soul energy, as if his meridians were on the verge of rupture. Yet, he refused to surrender, gritting his teeth and tirelessly channeling his soul energy in an attempt to master this force. Amidst agony and struggle, his soul energy ultimately transcended its limits. Reaching a new pinnacle, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and the long sword emitted a crisp clang, seemingly celebrating his breakthrough. I have done it. He opened his eyes, tears of excitement shimmering within. He could sense the potent soul energy within him, marking a qualitative leap in his strength. Shanchuan, you are remarkable. The Wind Wolf and the Blaze Lion King encircled him, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. It is through everyone's support that I have achieved this realm. Shanchuan replied with a smile, fully aware that without the backing of his companions, such a seamless breakthrough would have been impossible. Next, we shall continue our adventures across this continent, seeking more opportunities and growing ever stronger, he asserted with determination, his gaze sparkling with anticipation for the future. Indeed, our legend has only just begun, exclaimed the Wind Wolf, brimming with eagerness to embark on further explorations. The Blaze Lion King also let out a jubilant roar, its eyes glimmering with dreams of what lay ahead. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by their companions, embarked upon a new journey. In this realm of Douluo Continent, they left behind their footprints and legends. Their tales will be recounted by future generations, becoming the lore of the soul abyss of Douluo. At the precipice of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed upon the enigmatic expanse shrouded in mist, his heart swelling with an indescribable blend of exhilaration and trepidation. This was the fabled soul abyss, a realm teeming with the unknown and fraught with peril, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. It was said that those who ventured within, soul masters, either emerged with formidable soul rings and artifacts or perished, leaving not a trace behind. Shanchuan, have you truly resolved to enter? The voice of the Wind Wolf carried a note of concern, its keen gaze fixed intently upon Shanchuan as if seeking a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Wolf, I am acutely aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Yet I also understand that only by traversing the soul abyss can I uncover the key to ascending to the tidal Douluo realm. A faint smile graced Shanchuan's lips, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Besides, we have prepared for this journey for so long. With you by my side, I have no reason to fear. The Flame Lion King approached, its immense form gently nudging Shanchuan, its deep voice imbued with reassurance. Shanchuan, we are your comrades. Regardless of the perils that await us, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. In the warmth of his heart, Shanchuan understood that with the companionship of the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, he possessed ample courage to face the forthcoming challenges. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the soul abyss secret realm. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Shanchuan had to rely solely on his soul power to cautiously navigate forward. He could sense a potent wave of soul energy permeating the air around him, stirring a blend of excitement and vigilance within him. The soul energy here was formidable, each step fraught with peril. The voice of the Wind Wolf trembled slightly, yet it steadfastly followed Shanchuan. Indeed, the soul beasts here are of an exceedingly high caliber. We must exercise utmost caution, Shanchuan cautioned, gripping tightly onto the golden longsword, a soul weapon he had acquired in the ruins, now his most trusted ally. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the front, instantly tightening their nerves. They swiftly entered a state of readiness for the impending confrontation. A colossal soul beast emerged slowly from the mist. It was a peak-level 9th-grade shadow giant python, stretching several dozen meters in length, its body adorned with black scales, and its eyes gleaming coldly like two black jewels. Humans, how dare you trespass in my domain? You seek death. The shadow giant python's voice dripped with fury as its immense form unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, dispersing the surrounding mist. Shadow giant python, we harbor no intention of enmity. We merely pass through this place, Shanchuan proclaimed loudly, attempting to avert unnecessary conflict. Merely passing through. This is the soul abyss secret realm, and none can leave with ease. A cunning glint flickered in the eyes of the shadow giant python. Unless, of course, you can defeat me. The mountains and rivers are aware that combat has become inevitable. He swiftly unsheathed his golden longsword and unleashed the golden radiant slash, directing a brilliant beam of sword light towards the shadowy giant python. Simultaneously, the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King initiated their own assaults. The Wind Wolf summoned a tempest to obscure the vision of the shadowy serpent, while the Flame Lion King exhaled a searing inferno, targeting the beast's form. The shadowy python let out a ferocious roar, coiling its massive body to deflect all of Shanchuan's strikes. With a sudden surge, its colossal frame lunged towards Shanchuan. In a swift reaction, Shanchuan retreated, wielding his longsword in rapid arcs that formed a golden web, striving to thwart the python's onslaught. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Shanchuan's soul force gradually waned, yet he persevered, acutely aware that surrender would render their escape from this secret realm impossible. Just as he neared his breaking point, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the sensation from absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, where his soul force flowed through him, merging with the power of the ring. Quickly, he recalibrated his state, channeling his soul force into the golden sword, activating the Soul Abyss detonation skill. The golden longsword emitted a clear, resonant chime, and a formidable beam of golden light erupted from its tip, striking the shadowy python directly on its head. The creature let out a piercing wail, its immense body hurled backward by the light, crashing heavily to the ground. "You have defeated me," the shadowy python, its voice tinged with reluctance, as its vast form began to fade into transparency, ultimately vanishing within the mist. "We have triumphed," exclaimed the wind wolf, its keen gaze sparkling with joy. "Indeed. We have emerged victorious," Shanchuan replied with a smile, his heart swelling with excitement and pride. He recognized that this battle had not only secured their victory, but had also bestowed upon them invaluable experience and growth. "Next, we must delve deeper into the Soul Abyss." Seeking further opportunities, Shanchuan asserted resolutely, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for the future. "You are truly remarkable, Shanchuan," the Flame Lion King remarked with a hint of admiration, its massive form closely trailing behind him. "Indeed, Shanchuan, you consistently unleash astonishing power at crucial moments," the wind wolf concurred, its eyes brimming with respect. As Shanchuan smiled faintly, he understood that all of this was made possible by the unwavering assistance and support of his companions. Taking a deep breath, he led his friends further into the depths of the Soul Abyss. As time passed, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts, with each battle brimming with peril and challenges. Yet, through his own wisdom and courage, coupled with the collaboration of his comrades, Shanchuan triumphed over adversaries time and again, acquiring invaluable soul rings and soul artifacts. During a confrontation with a pinnacle-level frost giant bear, Shanchuan secured a Millennium Soul Ring and an ice attribute soul artifact, the Frost Shield. This artifact could conjure a layer of frost to shield Shanchuan from assaults while also converting a portion of the attacking force into his own soul power. "Shanchuan, this soul artifact is truly remarkable," the wind wolf exclaimed, its eyes shimmering with envy. "Indeed, with this artifact, our strength has significantly surged." The Blazing Lion King nodded in agreement, its gaze filled with anticipation. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "All of this is inseparable from your assistance. We are a united team. Only through solidarity can we conquer all adversities. We shall always support you, Shanchuan," echoed the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Deep within the Soul Abyss, they stumbled upon a vast cavern, enveloped in an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if concealing boundless secrets. "What is this place?" Shanchuan inquired with curiosity, his eyes alight with the spirit of exploration. "I do not know, but I sense a palpable danger here," the Wind Wolf replied, a hint of concern lacing its voice, its keen gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. "Indeed, the aura here is formidable. We must exercise caution," the Flame Lion King warned, its eyes glinting with vigilance. Shanchuan nodded, fully aware that he could not act recklessly. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cave, with the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King closely following behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The interior of the cave was replete with various mechanisms and traps, yet Shanchuan, armed with his wit and courage, deftly navigated through them. They traversed corridor after corridor until they finally arrived at the core of the cave. There, they beheld an oddly shaped soul artifact, a black longbow. The bow emitted a faint black glow, its body intricately carved with mysterious runes, and a powerful surge of soul energy radiated from it. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Shanchuan approached cautiously and lifted the longbow, an overwhelming force coursing through his body in an instant. Indeed, this longbow harbors immense soul power, capable of aiding one in transcending to a higher realm, the Wind Wolf remarked with a hint of excitement. However, the longbow appeared to possess its own consciousness, waiting for a fated individual. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Shanchuan's eyes as he sensed the potent soul energy within the bow resonating with his own. Perhaps you are that destined one, the Flame Lion King affirmed. Shanchuan firmly grasped the longbow, closed his eyes, and began to attempt communication with the soul energy within the bow. His own soul energy surged through his body, merging with that of the bow, unleashing a formidable power that erupted within him. Shanchuan let out a pained groan as he was buffeted by the overwhelming soul energy, his meridians feeling as though they might burst. Yet, he persevered, clenching his teeth and continuously circulating his soul energy in an effort to harness this force. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shanchuan's soul energy finally broke through its limits, reaching a new realm. A brilliant radiance enveloped his body, and the longbow emitted a clear, melodious twang, as if celebrating his breakthrough. I have done it. Shanchuan opened his eyes, sparkling with tears of exhilaration. He could feel the immense soul energy within him, signifying a qualitative leap in his strength. Shanchuan, you are remarkable, exclaimed the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. This achievement is only possible thanks to everyone's support, Shanchuan replied with a smile, fully aware that without the backing of his companions, he could not have achieved such a smooth breakthrough. Next, we shall continue our discourse and forge our covenant on this continent. After successfully repelling the forces of darkness, Shanchuan's reputation soared, yet he remained devoid of pride and arrogance. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that within the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, countless unknown dangers and challenges awaited him. In pursuit of further enhancing his strength, Shanchuan resolved to venture into the core region of the Soul Beast Forest, accompanied by Huiying and Lingxue. This area harbored more formidable soul beasts and concealed deeper secrets regarding soul tools and soul rings. They navigated cautiously through the forest, where the trees grew ever taller and more majestic, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed, causing the leaves to rustle in response. A colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged before them, radiating a golden glow. Shanchuan immediately recognized it as a Millennium Soul Beast, possessing formidable strength. Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a knowing glance with Huiying and Lingxue, then took up a combat stance, wielding the soul weapon sword. Friends, let us proceed with caution, Shanchuan murmured. Huiying was the first to charge at the Millennium Bear Soul Beast, skillfully darting around the bear with agility, striking intermittently. Meanwhile, Lingxue cast her soul power from the sidelines, bolstering both Shanchuan and Huiying. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast swung its massive paw, aiming to swat Huiying away. Huiying deftly leaped aside and then sprang onto the bear's back, sinking his teeth into it with ferocity. Huiying, watch out for its counterattack, Shanchuan shouted. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast, infuriated, shook its body violently, attempting to dislodge Huiying. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan surged forward, sword in hand. He infused his soul power into the blade, which glowed brilliantly as it lunged toward the Millennium Bear Soul Beast. The beast effortlessly parried Shanchuan's assault, fixing him with a scornful gaze. Human, do you truly believe you can defeat me? The Millennium Bear Soul Beast rumbled. The mountains gazed into its eyes and declared, I shall not yield easily. I respect your strength, yet I hope you will also honor the battle between us. The ancient bear spirit seemed moved by the words of the mountains. It ceased its assault and sat upon the ground. You humans are unlike others. You possess both courage and intelligence. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to say, I wish to befriend you. We can assist one another. After a moment of contemplation, the Millennium Bear spirit nodded. Very well, it replied. I am willing to enter into a contract with you, but I must first witness your sincerity. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a surge of joy. He recognized this as an opportunity. He began to invoke the contractual art, gradually merging his soul power with that of the Millennium Bear spirit beast. After considerable effort, Shanchuan successfully forged a contract with the ancient creature, naming it Talon. Talon possessed immense strength, and its presence significantly enhanced the power of Shanchuan's team. Master, from now on, I shall protect you, Talon declared in a deep, resonant voice. Shanchuan joyfully patted its shoulder. Very well, let us embark on this exploration of the continent together. With Talon's addition, their endeavors within the Soul Beast Forest became increasingly seamless. They encountered a greater number of soul beasts, some of which became allies, while others maintained a neutral stance. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Shanchuan stumbled upon a unique convergence of soul energy. He sensed that this place might hold the power to aid him in awakening a new soul ring. Resolute, he decided to attempt the awakening here. He instructed his companions to guard him closely, and then began his preparations. Mountains and rivers sat cross-legged, adjusting his soul energy to its optimal state. His companions anxiously observed him from the side. This time, success was imperative. Mountains and rivers silently vowed within. He commenced the process of guiding the surrounding soul energy to converge within his body, allowing it to circulate ceaselessly. However, the awakening of the soul ring was fraught with challenges. A formidable backlash relentlessly assaulted mountains and rivers' form. "Master, hold on," cried Gray Shadow, Lingshui, and Tai Long. Mountains and rivers bore down with gritted teeth, sweat streaming down his forehead. He felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. "I cannot surrender. My comrades await my return," he fervently declared within his heart. He continuously recalibrated his soul power, gradually suppressing the backlash that threatened to overwhelm him. After enduring a grueling struggle, he finally succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. His strength experienced a qualitative leap, and he sensed the formidable power bestowed upon him by this new soul ring. With the awakening of the soul ring, he discovered that his soul weapon, a treasured sword, had also undergone a remarkable transformation. The gem embedded in the hilt shimmered with an even more resplendent brilliance, and mysterious runes began to adorn the blade. He attempted to wield the sword, realizing that its might had intensified beyond measure. Furthermore, he found himself capable of executing novel sword techniques previously unfathomable to him. "It seems this new soul ring has upgraded my soul weapon," he exclaimed with joy. His companions shared in his elation. Under the guidance of Talon, they arrived at an ancient ruin. Within this site lay numerous secrets pertaining to soul beasts. They unearthed archaic inscriptions and murals that chronicled the history of soul beasts and some of their formidable abilities. Mountains and rivers, along with their companions, meticulously examined the inscriptions and murals, acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. It was astonishing to discover that the spirit beasts harbored so many secrets. As exhaled by Shanchuan in awe, they diligently documented this newfound wisdom, intending to delve deeper into their studies in the future. However, this period of enlightenment was fleeting. A mysterious and formidable dark force re-emerged on the Douluo Continent, one that surpassed the previous malevolent powers, beginning to corrupt both spirit beasts and humanity alike. Mountain and his companions understood that they must rise once more. "We cannot allow the forces of darkness to prevail," Mountain declared resolutely. His companions nodded in agreement. They began to rally, uniting with other forces of righteousness to confront the malevolent powers. In the climactic battle against the dark forces, Mountain and his allies played a pivotal role. With the upgraded soul weapon sword in hand, Mountain River unleashed formidable swordsmanship, charging towards the very heart of the dark forces. Gray Shadow, Spirit Snow, and Talon also exhibited their utmost prowess. Their harmonious collaboration led to a fierce struggle against the malevolent powers. After an exhilarating battle, they ultimately triumphed over the darkness. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace once more. Shanchuan and his companions have ascended to the status of heroes. Their remarkable deeds recounted and celebrated by the people. Standing atop the mountain, Shanchuan gazed upon the enchanting Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with profound emotions. "There remains a long journey ahead of us. This land harbors innumerable secrets awaiting our exploration," he remarked. His companions stood beside him, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Thus, Shanchuan, accompanied by his comrades, embarked once more on a new adventure to inscribe their own legendary tale. In the southeast of Douluo Continent lies an expansive and enigmatic sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. This mysterious expanse is said to conceal countless formidable soul beasts and ancient soul artifacts, yet few dare to delve into its depths. Standing at the shore, Shanchuan stared into the unknown waters, an overwhelming desire for adventure surging within him. "Are you truly resolved to venture into that sea?" Lingshui inquired anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. "Indeed, there lies an abundance of mysteries awaiting our discovery. We may even encounter opportunities to enhance our strength," Shanchuan replied resolutely, his eyes alight with the fervor of adventure. "Moreover, I sense a mysterious soul power beckoning me." "Then we shall accompany you," both Huiying and Tai Long declared in unison. Their gazes resolute, they boarded a specially crafted vessel, setting sail into the enigmatic waters. The sea churned violently, and the dense fog rendered visibility exceedingly low. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged towards them, causing the boat to rock violently. Shanchuan and his companions clung tightly to the ship's railing to steady themselves. "Be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. As a massive figure leaped from the waves, a gigantic whale soul beast, measuring several dozen meters in length and radiating a blue luminescence, clearly a 10,000-year soul beast. "This is the 10,000-year whale soul beast," Everyone, proceed with caution. Shanchuan swiftly drew his soul artifact sword, its runes shimmering with dazzling light. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the whale soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Ling Xue summoned her soul power to envelop Shanchuan and Huiying in protective shields. Tai Long let out a fierce roar, charging at the whale soul beast, aiming to strike it with his massive bare paw. The whale soul beast lashed its enormous tail, conjuring towering waves that surged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions fought valiantly against the onslaught, yet the force of the waves was overwhelming, threatening to capsize their vessel. This cannot continue. We must find a way to communicate with it, Shanchuan proclaimed loudly. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, channeling their spiritual energy, and spoke aloud. Esteemed elder whale spirit, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to explore this oceanic expanse and hope you will grant us your clemency. The whale spirit halted its assault, turning its colossal form to gaze upon the group with its profound eyes. You humans dare to intrude upon my domain and yet claim to bear no malice? Its voice resonated, low and powerful. We truly mean no harm. Our curiosity about the soul beasts and soul tools of this region compels us to seek a harmonious existence with you and the other soul beasts here. Mountains and rivers earnestly replied. The whale spirit fell silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Among your kind, few possess the respect for soul beasts that you do. Very well, I shall spare you, but you must agree to one condition. Speak forth. As long as it is within our means, we shall comply. Mountains and rivers declared without hesitation. Assist me in driving away a group of malevolent soul beasts that have invaded my territory, for they are disrupting the ecological balance here. The whale spirit instructed. We accept your request. Mountains and rivers responded in unison. After aiding the whale spirit in vanquishing the wicked soul beasts, the whale spirit's demeanor towards them shifted dramatically. You humans are indeed exceptional. I am willing to forge a pact with you and become your ally. Shanchuan was overwhelmed with joy, fully aware that this was a rare opportunity. It is with great honor that we enter into this contract with you, and we shall unwaveringly respect you, standing by your side through thick and thin. Thus, Shanchuan commenced the ritual of the contract, gradually merging his soul energy with that of the whale soul beast. In harmonious cooperation, the whale soul beast released its own soul energy, and the two energies intertwined, gradually becoming one. Master, from this moment forth, I shall be your companion, and I will wield my strength to protect you, resonated the voice of the whale soul beast. Imbued with unwavering loyalty, mountains and rivers tenderly caressed the immense form of the whale spirit beast. Thank you, my new companion. Together, we shall safeguard the tranquility of these waters. After forging a pact with the whale spirit beast, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they stumbled upon a peculiar cave on a solitary island, emanating potent waves of soul energy. This must harbor the power to awaken my new soul ring, Mountain exclaimed with excitement. He instructed his companions to stand guard outside the cave while he ventured in alone. The interior of the cave was dark and damp, yet the aura of soul energy became increasingly palpable. Mountain discovered a spacious area, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the alignment of his soul energy. This time, I must successfully awaken the new soul ring to augment my strength for the adventures that lie ahead, he silently vowed. He began to channel the surrounding soul energy toward his body, and within him, the energy flowed in a continuous cycle, gradually coalescing into a formidable vortex. However, the process of awakening the soul ring did not unfold smoothly. A sudden and overwhelming backlash surged forth, striking Mountain's body with ferocity. He felt as though his very organs were being torn apart, an unbearable agony enveloping him. Master, hold on. Gray Shadow, Spirit Snow. And Talon called out anxiously from outside the cave. Mountains and rivers bore down with relentless force, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of being consumed by this retaliatory power. I cannot surrender. My comrades await my return. I must awaken the soul ring, he fervently proclaimed within his heart. He continuously calibrated his soul power, striving to subdue the backlash. As time passed, his body grew increasingly frail, yet he persisted undeterred. At long last, following an intense surge of backlash, he successfully transformed the retaliatory force into the energy required for awakening the soul ring. His body erupted in a dazzling radiance, and a formidable soul power surged skyward from within him. When the brilliance faded, he slowly opened his eyes to behold the successful awakening of a new soul ring. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he could feel the immense power bestowed by the new soul ring. I have succeeded, he exclaimed with exhilaration. His companions, hearing his voice, rushed into the cave, their hearts swelling with joy upon witnessing his success. Master, You are incredible! Gray Shadow exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Shanchuan, your strength has significantly increased. This is truly wonderful, Ling Shui remarked with a smile. Tyrant added in a deep voice, Master, we can now challenge even more formidable soul beasts. Shanchuan gazed at his soul weapon, the sword, and noticed it had undergone a transformation. The gem on the hilt gleamed more brilliantly, and the runes etched upon the blade were clearer than ever. As he attempted to wield the sword, he discovered its power had grown significantly, enabling him to perform new sword techniques. It appears this new soul ring has bestowed an upgrade upon my soul weapon. Shanchuan exclaimed with delight. In this enigmatic ocean realm, the classification of soul beasts diverges from that of the continent. In addition to the common categories of century, millennium, and 10,000-year beasts, there exists a unique classification known as the ocean soul realm. The soul beasts of the ocean soul realm are the most formidable beings in the ocean. Possessing the ability to harness the forces of the sea, their strength immeasurable. The whale soul beast is a soul beast in the early stages of the ocean soul realm, its power surpassing that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Through their interactions with the whale soul beast, Shanchuan and his companions gradually came to understand the characteristics and habits of the soul beasts within the ocean soul realm. The whale soul beast exhibited a gentle temperament. Yet when provoked, it unleashed formidable power. It held the ecological balance of this ocean territory in high regard, permitting no external forces to disrupt it. Master, I have observed that the soul beasts in this ocean realm possess great intelligence. They cooperate with one another to safeguard this territory, remarked Hueying. Indeed, although the soul beasts here are of a higher level, their relationships remain harmonious. We are truly fortunate to have the opportunity to form a contract with the whale soul beast. Ling Shua smiled as she spoke. Talon then added, Master, we can learn various ocean combat techniques from the whale soul beast to enhance our strength. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, a splendid notion indeed. We might seek counsel from the whale spirit beast. Perhaps we could uncover methods to enhance our soul power. After successfully awakening the soul ring and forging a pact with the whale spirit beast, standing atop the solitary island's peak, I gazed out at the vast ocean, my heart brimming with reflection. This enigmatic sea is indeed replete with opportunities and challenges. Not only have I awakened a new soul ring, but I have also gained a formidable companion in the whale spirit beast. Our strength has significantly increased, and now we are poised to explore deeper waters. I silently mused. However, I am acutely aware that within this ocean lie even more powerful soul beasts and perilous challenges awaiting us. I must remain ever vigilant, continuously enhancing my strength to safeguard my companions and uphold the peace of this realm. A resolute determination shone in my eyes. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, bravely confronting adversity, we shall undoubtedly carve out our own legendary tale in this mysterious sea. My heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. After a brief respite, we embarked on a new journey. We navigated our vessel toward the deeper waters in search of more unknowns and challenges. Master, ahead lies a vast coral reef. It may be guarded by formidable soul beasts. Gray Shadow pointed out. Very well, let us investigate, I replied, my eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. Little did we know what awaited us ahead on the path of Douluo's counterattack. In the enigmatic waters, Shanchuan and his companions continued their daring odyssey. Their pact with the soul whale had significantly augmented their powers, yet they were acutely aware that this mysterious sea concealed countless unknown perils and challenges. One day, as Shanchuan stood contemplatively at the bow of the ship, Ling Shui approached softly and inquired, Shanchuan, what occupies your thoughts? The mountains and rivers gently lifted their gaze, peering into the distant mist, and said, I am pondering. Our adventure has only just begun. How many secrets within these waters await our discovery? The shadowy figure sprang forth, grinning mischievously, and exclaimed, Fear not. With us here, we can confront any peril. Talon then rumbled in a deep voice, Indeed, Master, we shall undoubtedly grow more formidable. At that moment, the vessel suddenly began to sway violently, prompting everyone to stabilize their footing. The mountain's expression grew serious, and he declared loudly, Beware, danger may be approaching. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a colossal octopus spirit beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles towards the ship. The group immediately entered a battle stance. The mountain wielded a sword, its runes shimmering with brilliance, as he leaped forth to strike at the octopus spirit beast's tentacles. Ling Shua summoned her soul power, conjuring a formidable water barrier in an attempt to thwart the beast's assault. The shadow darted like lightning amidst the tentacles, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon unleashed his immense strength, delivering a powerful blow to the octopus spirit beast's body. However, this creature proved to be exceedingly strong, its tentacles remarkably resilient, rendering their attacks momentarily ineffective. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the whale spirit beast sensed their peril and rushed to their aid. The whale let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that caused the octopus spirit beast's tentacles to quiver. It then charged its massive form into the octopus, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and his companions intensified their assault, and at last, through their combined efforts, the octopus spirit beast was repelled. Following this battle, Shanchuan realized the necessity of perpetually enhancing their strength. He resolved to seek out additional soul tools and soul rings to augment both his own and his comrades' combat prowess. In the days that followed, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea region. One day, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist, obscuring the conditions within. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "This island appears rather extraordinary. Everyone, exercise caution." They tread carefully onto the island, discovering it teeming with peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they stumbled upon a spear radiating a formidable spiritual power. Shanchuan grasped the long spear, feeling the formidable power it contained. This spear must undoubtedly be a potent soul weapon, one that we can wield to our advantage. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a fierce tiger-shaped soul beast abruptly emerged. This creature exuded an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating that it was a formidable 10,000-year soul beast. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with Gray Shadow leading the charge against the fierce tiger-type soul beast. Ling Shui, positioned at the side, harnessed her soul power to provide support for Gray Shadow. Talon and the others soon joined the fray. The tiger-type soul beast was exceptionally ferocious, its rapid assault making evasion nearly impossible for the group. However, they did not waver, fueled by indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork. They engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear toward the beast's eye. The tiger-type soul beast emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed in vanquishing the beast, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, further amplifying his strength. As their adventure in the enigmatic sea deepened, the soul beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. On one occasion, they faced a colossal sea turtle soul beast, which boasted an impressive defensive capability, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. Shanchuan pondered for a moment before stating, "We cannot engage in a direct confrontation. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." As they observed the movements of the sea turtle spirit beast, they discerned that its abdomen appeared relatively soft, potentially revealing its weakness. Consequently, Shanchuan formulated a plan. They would first draw the sea turtle spirit beast's attention, enticing it to pursue them. Then, at an opportune moment, Shanchuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered behind the sea turtle spirit beast to strike at its abdomen, while Ling Xue and Tai Long continued to divert its attention from the front. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sea turtle spirit beast, acquiring both its spirit ring and a precious soul artifact. Throughout their adventure, Shanchuan and his companions also encountered other spirit masters, who were likewise in search of their fortunes within the enigmatic sea realm. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions in the enigmatic ocean continue to unfold. Their pact with the whale spirit beast bestows upon them formidable support in this realm teeming with uncertainties, yet they are acutely aware that even greater challenges loom ahead. One day, as Shanchuan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the tumultuous waves, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Ling Xue approached and softly inquired, "Shanchuan, what occupies your thoughts?" The mountains and rivers gently turned their gaze towards Ling Xue's exquisite visage and remarked, "I ponder when our adventures shall conclude and how many formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts remain for us to uncover in this vast sea." Ling Xue, with a smile, replied, "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall confront them together." At that moment, Huiying leapt over from the other end of the ship, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Hey, look over there. It seems something is stirring." The group followed Huiying's pointed direction and beheld a colossal whirlpool emerging on the distant sea surface. With a grave expression, Shanchuan cautioned, "Everyone, exercise caution. This whirlpool may prove to be formidable." They approached the whirlpool with utmost care, when suddenly, a gigantic shark soul beast surged forth from its depths. This enormous creature possessed razor-sharp teeth and emanated an overwhelming aura of soul power. Mountains and rivers immediately drew forth their swords, preparing for battle. Talon let out a fierce roar, assuming a combat stance. Lingxue swiftly summoned her soul power, bestowing protective enchantments upon her companions. The shark soul beast opened its gaping maw. Lunging towards them, Mountains deftly evaded the shark soul beast assaults, while simultaneously seeking out its vulnerabilities. Gray Shadow darted swiftly around the shark soul beast, endeavoring to distract it. After a fierce confrontation, Mountains discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He shouted to his comrades, "Strike at its eyes." United in purpose, they successfully struck the shark soul beast's eyes. The beast held in agony, turning to flee back into the vortex. Once the battle had concluded, they pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at an enigmatic isle. A shroud of mysterious mist enveloped the island, obscuring the view of what lay within. The mountains and rivers cautiously remarked, "This island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone, tread carefully." They ventured onto the island with utmost prudence, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they unearthed a battle axe radiating potent spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers grasped the battle axe, feeling the immense power contained within. This axe must undoubtedly be a formidable soul weapon, one that we can utilize to our advantage. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a colossal spider soul beast suddenly emerged. This spider soul beast was adorned with vibrant patterns, evoking a sense of terror. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the shadowy figure of Gray Shadow charging forth to engage the spider soul beast in a fierce confrontation. Lingxue stood nearby, channeling her soul power to provide vital support to Gray Shadow. Talon and Mountain River soon joined the fray. The spider soul beast proved to be exceedingly cunning, continuously spewing webs in an attempt to ensnare them. However, Mountain River and his companions were undeterred, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and seamless teamwork. They embarked on a breathtaking struggle against the spider soul beast. During the skirmish, Mountain River discerned that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his battle axe toward the beast's vulnerable midsection. The spider soul beast emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the spider soul beast, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Mountain River absorbed the soul ring, thus enhancing his strength further. As their adventures in the enigmatic sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal flying dragon soul beast, which possessed immense power and speed, plunging them into a grueling battle. As Shanchuan gazed at the soaring dragon soul beast, he pondered strategies in his mind. He addressed his companions, stating, "We must not confront it head-on. We must devise a way to uncover its vulnerabilities." Observing the movements of the dragon soul beast, they discerned that its wings were indeed its Achilles heel. Thus, Shanchuan formulated a plan. They would first divert the dragon soul beast's attention, enticing it to pursue them. At an opportune moment, Shanchuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered behind the beast to strike at its wings, while Lingxue and Tailong continued to engage it from the front. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the dragon soul beast, acquiring its soul ring and a precious soul artifact. Throughout their adventures, Shanchuan and his companions also encountered other soul masters, who were likewise seeking their fortunes within the enigmatic sea. Together, they shared experiences, offered mutual assistance, and collectively faced various challenges. One day, they stumbled upon a legend. According to the tale, deep within the mysterious sea resided an extraordinarily powerful soul beast. Endowed with mystical powers capable of forging contracts with humans, a covenant of the Douluo's enigma. The adventure of Shanchuan and his companions in the enigmatic sea continues unabated. They engage in fierce battles against various formidable spirit beasts, perpetually seeking new spirit artifacts and spirit rings to enhance their prowess. One day, while resting on a desolate island, Lingxue gazed thoughtfully at the distant sea and pondered aloud, "Shanchuan, how many secrets do you think this mysterious ocean conceals?" As Shanchuan approached Lingxue, gazing at the tumultuous sea, he remarked, "Our journey thus far has led us to encounter numerous formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts. The secrets of this oceanic expanse likely exceed our wildest imaginings." Meanwhile, Huiying frolicked nearby, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "No matter how many secrets there are, we shall uncover them all." Talon, with a composed demeanor, cautioned, "Master, we must proceed with caution. The perils of this maritime territory should not be underestimated." At that moment, an unusual cry resonated through the sky. The group looked up to behold a colossal avian soul beast soaring above, its feathers a vibrant tapestry of colors, with wings stretching over 10 meters in span. Its eyes glimmering with a mysterious luminescence. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Everyone, be vigilant. This soul beast appears to be formidable." Suddenly, the avian soul beast swooped down, launching an assault upon them. Instantly, Shanchuan and his companions entered a state of combat readiness. Lingxue unleashed her soul power, summoning a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the beast's attack. Meanwhile, Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly around the avian soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Talon let out a fierce roar and charged at the creature, aiming to strike it with his massive paw. However, the avian soul beast proved remarkably agile, effortlessly evading their onslaught while continuously unleashing powerful waves of soul energy. Armed with his sword, Shanchuan engaged in a fierce battle with the beast, soon realizing its speed made it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. In the midst of the skirmish, an idea struck him. He called out to Lingxue, "Lingxue, use your soul power to manipulate the sea and create a vortex to ensnare the avian soul beast." Without hesitation, Lingxue concentrated her energy, commanding the waters to form a colossal whirlpool. The avian soul beast found itself trapped, unable to escape. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan surged forward, piercing the creature's wing with his sword. The beast emitted a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground. Their collective effort bore fruit as they successfully vanquished the avian soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Following this encounter, Shanchuan and his comrades recognized the necessity of continually enhancing their abilities to contend with the myriad powerful soul beasts that roamed this enigmatic marine expanse. Shortly thereafter, they learned of a legend regarding a mysterious soul artifact. According to the tale, deep within the enigmatic sea lay an ancient staff, imbued with immense power capable of commanding various soul beasts. Shanchuan was deeply intrigued by the legend and resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic staff. Following the clues of the tale, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that obscured their view of the surroundings. Shanchuan cautioned, "Be vigilant, for this island may conceal peril." With utmost care, they ventured into the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics scattered throughout. Deep within the remnants of the past, they finally uncovered the fabled staff. It emanated a formidable spiritual energy, adorned with a magnificent gem. As Shanchuan grasped the staff, he felt the immense power it harbored. At that moment, a colossal serpentine soul beast emerged unexpectedly. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, while it expelled a stream of dark venom from its maw. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly prepared for battle, with the shadowy figure of Huiying charging forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the serpentine spirit beast. Lingxue, standing by, summoned her soul power to provide support for Huiying. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray. The serpentine spirit beast was exceedingly ferocious, its venom possessing a formidable corrosive quality that made it perilous for them to approach. Nevertheless, Shanchuan and his companions did not falter, driven by indomitable spirit and seamless coordination. They embarked on a breathtaking clash with the serpentine beast. During the combat, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerable point at its midsection. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a potent surge of soul power from his staff, striking the beast at its weak spot. The serpentine spirit beast emitted a pained roar and collapsed onto the ground. The group triumphed over the beast, acquiring its soul ring as a reward. Through this encounter, Shanchuan and his companions gained a profound understanding of the mysterious staff's power. They resolved to harness this force to forge contracts with more spirit beasts, collectively safeguarding this enigmatic maritime realm. In the days that followed, they continued their adventures in the mysterious sea, encountering a diverse array of spirit beasts, including colossal tortoise spirits, fierce lion spirits, and agile monkey spirits, each possessing unique abilities and characteristics that demanded their utmost ingenuity. Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey on the enigmatic Douluo Continent. They traversed through perilous terrains, battling formidable soul beasts, all the while seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their strength. One day, as they rested in an ancient forest, Lingxue leaned against a grand tree, gazing at the sky, and contemplatively remarked, "Shanchuan, when do you think we shall discover more powerful soul tools?" Mountains and rivers sat nearby, polishing the sword in hand, and remarked, "I am uncertain, but I firmly believe that through our relentless efforts, we shall eventually reap our rewards." The shadow, frolicking on a branch not far away, excitedly exclaimed, Hee hee, I believe we shall soon encounter a formidable soul weapon. Perhaps the next one will be extraordinarily powerful. Talon, standing calmly beside them, vigilantly observed the surroundings and cautioned, Master, we must not let our guard down. This land is rife with unknown dangers. Just then, a deep growl reverberated through the forest. Everyone immediately became alert. Mountains and rivers tightened their grip on the sword and whispered, Be cautious, a soul beast approaches. Moments later, a massive bear-like soul beast emerged from the thicket. Towering several meters tall, its body was cloaked in dark fur, and its eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ling Shui gasped, This soul beast appears incredibly powerful. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly, urging everyone not to panic and to unite in their efforts. Instantly, the group transitioned into a state of combat readiness. The shadowy figure of Huiying surged forth, transforming into a blur as it swiftly darted around the bear soul beast, seeking to uncover its vulnerabilities. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water to shield her companions from any sudden assaults by the beast. With a fierce roar, Tai Long charged toward the bear soul beast, striking it with his enormous paw. The beast retaliated with a deafening growl, swinging its claws and engaging in a fierce battle with the group. Shanchuan adeptly evaded the bear soul beast's attacks, searching for an opportunity to counter. He discerned that while the beast possessed immense strength, its movements were relatively sluggish. During the fray, Shanchuan called out to his comrades, urging them to coordinate their efforts and target the beast's legs to undermine its balance. Heeding Shanchuan's command, the group focused their assaults on the legs of the bear soul beast. After an intense struggle, they finally overwhelmed the creature. The group acquired the soul ring from the bear soul beast, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As they continued along their journey, they encountered a legend surrounding a mysterious soul artifact. It was said that within a distant and enigmatic valley lay a sword imbued with extraordinary powers. This sword had once belonged to a formidable soul master, capable of summoning powerful soul storms that could obliterate any adversary. The mountains and rivers were filled with curiosity about this legend, prompting him to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic sword. They followed the clues of the legend and arrived at the mysterious valley. A veil of enigmatic mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the true nature of its depths. Mountain Stream cautiously remarked, Everyone, tread carefully. This valley may conceal peril. They ventured into the valley with utmost care, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. In the heart of the ruins, they finally uncovered the fabled sword. The blade was embedded in a colossal stone, radiating an immense aura of spiritual energy. Mountain Stream stepped forward and gently grasped the hilt, instantly feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through him. At that moment, a colossal serpentine soul beast emerged from the depths of the earth. This serpentine creature shimmered with a violet luminescence, its eyes glistening like precious gems. Its body extended for dozens of meters, and it expelled a noxious black venom from its maw. Ling Shui gasped in terror, exclaiming, This soul beast is utterly fearsome. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Fear not, for we shall fight together. Immediately, the group readied themselves for battle. The gray shadow transformed into a dark figure, swiftly darting around the serpent soul beast in an attempt to divert its attention. Ling Shui then channeled her soul power, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the serpent soul beast's venomous assault. Tyrone let out a furious roar as he charged towards the serpent soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. Mountains and rivers hold a mysterious sword, engaging in a breathtaking battle with the serpent soul beast. He discovers that the sword possesses immense power, capable of effortlessly cleaving through the beast's scales. Throughout the conflict, he diligently seeks the beast's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, he finally identifies the serpent soul beast's weakness at its 7-inch mark. Seizing the moment, he thrusts the sword with great force into the beast's vulnerable point. The serpent soul beast emits an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphantly defeats the beast, acquiring its soul ring. Mountain River gazes at the Douluo's boundary-breaking quest in his hand. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions on the Douluo Continent continue unabated. They have just vanquished a formidable serpentine soul beast, thereby acquiring a precious soul ring, and the enigmatic sword has significantly augmented their prowess. Shanchuan, this sword is truly remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mountains and rivers gently caressed the blade of the sword, sensing the immense power it contained. Indeed, with this sword in hand, we would possess greater confidence in our forthcoming adventures. On the side, the lively gray shadow hopped about, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to seek out more soul tools and soul beasts." However, Talon spoke with calm assurance, "Master, we must not be complacent. There are still many unknown dangers lurking in the Douluo Continent." As they continued their journey, they encountered a plethora of diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they came across a colossal avian soul beast. With wings spanning several meters, its feathers were as hard as steel, and its eyes gleamed with a piercing light. "Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable," warned Shanchuan, his vigilance heightened. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to prepare for the avian soul beast assault. Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly circling the beast in search of an opportunity to strike. With a furious roar, Talon charged towards the avian soul beast, attempting to push it back with his immense strength. The beast emitted a shrill cry and flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest. Shanchuan, sword in hand, agilely evaded the beast's attacks while searching for its vulnerability. "Everyone, take heed. This bird moves swiftly. We must coordinate our efforts," Shanchuan shouted. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned that the avian soul beast's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan unleashed a powerful soul force attack with his sword, striking true at the beast's eye. The avian soul beast let out a pained cry and plummeted to the ground. They obtained the soul ring from the fallen beast, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his power. As their adventures continued, they heard whispers of a legendary mysterious soul tool. It was said that deep within an ancient mountain range lay a hidden cave, harboring an immensely powerful soul tool capable of altering one's destiny. The mountains and rivers resolved to lead their companions in search of the enigmatic soul artifact. They traversed dense forests and scaled towering peaks, ultimately arriving at the fabled cave. A veil of mysterious mist enveloped the cave's entrance, obscuring the interior from view. With caution, the mountains and rivers remarked, "Be vigilant, for this cave may be fraught with peril." They cautiously stepped inside, where the atmosphere was dim and damp, the walls shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a suit of armor radiating a mystical light. "Is this the legendary soul artifact?" Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Shanchuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the armor. It appeared remarkably formidable, necessitating cautious engagement. Just as they were poised to seize the armor, a colossal spider soul beast ascended from the cave's apex. This creature was adorned with sharp barbs, its eyes glimmering ominously with a crimson light, and it exhaled viscous silk from its maw. "Not good, it's a spider soul beast," exclaimed Talon. Instantly, the group entered a state of combat readiness, with gray shadows swiftly weaving around the spider soul beast, attempting to disrupt its movements. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the silk projected by the beast. Shanchuan, wielding his sword, engaged in a fierce battle with the spider soul beast. The creature proved to be exceedingly cunning, continuously spitting silk in an effort to ensnare Shanchuan and his companions. However, undaunted by fear, they fought valiantly, their indomitable spirit and harmonious teamwork resulting in a breathtaking confrontation with the beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he plunged his sword into its soft underbelly. The beast emitted a painful roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast, claiming its soul ring as a reward. Upon grasping the enigmatic armor, Shanchuan felt an immense power coursing through it. After donning the armor, his abilities were significantly enhanced. They continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, encountering an array of formidable soul beasts and challenges. On one occasion, they arrived in a mystical desert, where fierce winds howled and sand swirled chaotically. Deep within the dunes, they encountered a gigantic scorpion soul beast. This menacing creature loomed large, its poisonous stinger glinting ominously. Its eyes shimmered with a red light, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. "Everyone, be cautious. This scorpion soul beast is exceedingly perilous," warned Shanchuan. Ling Xue channeled her soul power. The adventurous journey of Mountain River and his companions on the Douluo Continent persists. They have recently triumphed over a colossal scorpion spirit beast in a mysterious desert, acquiring a precious spirit ring. At this moment, they are gathered together, deliberating their next course of action. "Mountain River, we have encountered numerous formidable spirit beasts, yet we have yet to discover the most superior spirit artifacts," Ling Xue remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment before responding. I too have pondered this matter, yet I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, we shall undoubtedly uncover the fabled soul artifact. The shadow, leaping with exuberance nearby, chimed in, Indeed, we shall surely find it. Perhaps the next encounter will be the one. Tyran, maintaining a composed demeanor, cautioned, Master, we must remain vigilant of the formidable soul beasts during our quest for the soul artifact, for they may appear at any moment. Just as they were engaged in discussion, a weary traveler approached from a distance. Although the traveler appeared exhausted, a resolute glint shone in their eyes. Greetings, the traveler inquired. I have heard that you are in search of a powerful soul artifact? The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the traveler and inquired, Indeed, do you bear any news? The traveler smiled and replied, I possess a tale concerning a mystical soul artifact. It is said that on a distant, enigmatic isle lies a sealed divine sword, endowed with unparalleled power, capable of severing all malevolence. Upon hearing this, Shanchuan and the others were filled with a surge of exhilaration. Where is that island? Ling Shui inquired eagerly. The traveler shook his head and replied, I am unaware of its precise location. But I have heard that a passage leading to the island only materializes at specific times and places. The mountains and rivers fell into contemplation. He understood that this clue, though vague, was still worth pursuing. Thank you for your message. We shall continue our search, he said to the traveler. The traveler nodded and then turned to depart. Mountains and rivers resolved to persist in their exploration of the Douluo Continent, seeking the passage to a mysterious island. During their journey, they encountered a myriad of diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they arrived at an ancient forest, shrouded in a layer of enigmatic mist that obscured the path ahead. Be cautious. The mist here is peculiar and may conceal dangers, warned mountains and rivers. They tread carefully into the forest when, suddenly, a colossal ape soul beast leaped down from the trees. Towering several meters high, this ape was adorned with a coat of golden fur, and its eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence. This soul beast appears quite extraordinary, remarked Ling Shui. In an instant, Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure, dashing towards the ape soul beast to gauge its strength. The ape soul beast effortlessly evaded Gray Shadow's assault and let out a thunderous roar. Shanchuan, wielding a treasured sword, prepared to engage in battle. The colossal fist of the soul beast, resembling a mighty ape, swung towards him with ferocity. Shanchuan adeptly evaded while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. During the skirmish, he discerned the remarkable swiftness and immense strength of the soul beast. Only through the combined efforts of several companions could they barely contend with the formidable foe. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities, Shanchuan declared. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shui suggested, I believe its eyes may be a point of weakness. We should attempt to strike at them. Shanchuan nodded. Then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow. You two distract it while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Talon and Gray Shadow immediately sprang into action, launching a relentless barrage of attacks at the soul beast, leaving it no time to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and Ling Shui looked for their chance. At last, as the soul beast lunged at Talon, Shanchuan and Ling Shui seized the moment. They unleashed a formidable surge of soul power that struck precisely at the beast's eyes. The soul beast let out an anguished roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Following this battle, Shanchuan and his companions became increasingly vigilant. They continued their quest across the Douluo Continent in search of a passage to the mysterious island. Finally, on a moonlit night, they discovered a mysterious beam of light emanating from a cliff by the sea. Within the luminescence, a passage seemed to shimmer. Could this be the route to the enigmatic island? Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan carefully observed the radiant light and remarked, It is quite possible. Let us venture inside to explore. They cautiously stepped into the luminous glow, immediately enveloped by a formidable force. Suddenly, darkness engulfed them, and they lost consciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered themselves on a mysterious island, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that evoked the sensation of being in a fantastical realm. The endless adventure of Douluo. Shanchuan and his companions slowly opened their eyes, finding themselves on an unfamiliar island. The air seemed to be infused with an enigmatic energy, and the surrounding scenery was breathtaking, adorned with exotic flora and fauna, while ancient structures loomed faintly in the distance. Wow, where's this place? It's so beautiful, exclaimed Ling Shui in awe. The mountains and rivers rose, vigilant in their observation of the surroundings. We must have arrived at the fabled mysterious island. Everyone, be cautious, for unknown dangers may lurk here. The gray shadow nearby bounced with excitement, exclaiming that there must be numerous formidable soul beasts and soul tools awaiting us. Talon, however, spoke with a composed demeanor, reminding us to remain alert and ready to confront any potential threats. They proceeded cautiously, their eyes widened in wonder at the myriad of peculiar plants lining their path. Suddenly, a brilliantly colored little bird soared overhead, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps. "What a beautiful bird!" Ling Xue could not help but exclaim. The mountains furrowed their brows. In this unfamiliar realm, we could not afford to be complacent. Perhaps this seemingly beautiful little bird was, in fact, a soul beast. Just as the mountains had anticipated, the bird suddenly veered back, its form rapidly enlarging into a colossal raptor soul beast. Its feathers were as unyielding as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "Prepare for battle," shouted the mountains, brandishing a sword and charging forward. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the raptor soul beast assault. Huiying transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting swiftly around the raptor soul beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Talon let out a furious roar, lunging at the raptor soul beast and engaging in a fierce struggle with its immense strength. "This creature is incredibly swift," Ling Xue exclaimed. As Shanchuan deftly evaded the onslaught of the fierce avian spirit beast, he urged his companions, "Everyone, coordinate your efforts and target its wings to incapacitate its flight." After a tumultuous battle, they succeeded in striking the wings of the formidable beast, causing it to plummet to the ground. The avian spirit beast let out a furious roar, yet under the combined might of Shanchuan and his allies, it was ultimately vanquished. They obtained the spirit ring from the avian beast, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan's strength was further augmented. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the threshold of an ancient castle. The grand doors stood firmly closed, surrounded by an aura of mystery. "This castle appears quite extraordinary. There must be treasures within," Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan cautioned, "We must not be careless. Let us first observe." They circled the castle and discovered that the walls were adorned with peculiar runes. Just as they were engulfed in curiosity, the grand entrance of the castle gradually creaked open, revealing a colossal lion spirit beast. This magnificent creature radiated a golden luminescence, its gaze exuding authority and dominance. Its roar seemed capable of shattering the very essence of one's soul. "What a formidable spirit beast!" exclaimed Ling Xue in awe. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly and declared, "Fear not, let us advance together." They engaged in a breathtaking battle against the lion spirit beast. The strength of the lion spirit beast was immense, and each strike exerted tremendous pressure upon Mountains and his companions. "Continuing like this is futile. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness," Mountains asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue suggested, "I believe its eyes may be its vulnerable point. We should attempt to strike at them." Mountains and rivers nodded, then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow. "You shall divert its attention while Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes." Talon and Gray Shadow immediately sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the lion soul beast, rendering it unable to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Mountains and Ling Xue seized the chance to find an opening. At last, during one of the lion soul beast's assaults on Talon, Mountains and Ling Xue discovered their moment. They unleashed a powerful soul force attack simultaneously, striking true at the lion soul beast's eyes. The beast emitted a tortured roar and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the lion soul beast and acquired its soul ring. As they entered the castle, it was filled with various mysterious mechanisms and traps. They proceeded with utmost caution, remaining ever vigilant. "This place is perilous indeed," exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers responded, "Be cautious. We shall undoubtedly uncover what we seek." Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an enormous treasure chest, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. "This must be a treasure," exclaimed Gray Shadow, brimming with excitement. As they unlatched the chest, a blinding light burst forth, revealing a mysterious staff nestled within. "Is this the soul artifact we have been searching for?" Mountain and his companions gazed at the mysterious staff within the treasure chest, their eyes alight with astonishment and anticipation. Ling Xue gently caressed the staff and remarked, "This staff appears remarkably powerful. It must be a formidable soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nod in acknowledgement. "Yet we must not let our guard down. Undoubtedly, more dangers await us on this island." The shadow, bouncing nearby, chuckles, "What is there to fear? With the mighty mountains and rivers by our side, we shall surely conquer all soul beasts." However, Talon, with a calm demeanor, interjects, "Master, it is prudent to remain cautious. The emergence of this staff may very well attract even more formidable soul beasts." Just as Talon anticipated, the moment they grasped the staff, the ground began to quake violently. A colossal spider soul beast erupted from the earth, radiating a menacing purple glow that sent shivers down their spines. "Everyone, be vigilant," Mountain cried out, brandishing his sword and preparing for battle. Lingxue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice in an attempt to impede the spider soul beast's advance. The creature emitted a piercing shriek as it unleashed a mass of viscous silk, instantly dissolving the ice barrier. "That silk is incredibly formidable," Lingxue exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow transformed into a swift silhouette, darting around the spider soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Yet, the creature's reflexes were astonishingly quick, consistently landing blows on the shadow. Talon roared in fury, charging at the spider soul beast, engaging it in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. However, the spider's exoskeleton proved to be nearly impenetrable, rendering Talon's assaults largely ineffective. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy," Mountain asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue proposed, "I believe we can exploit its weakness. Spiders are generally averse to fire. We should attempt to attack it with fire-based soul power." The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the idea. "Huiying, you shall divert its attention while Lingxue and I prepare our fiery soul force assault. Talon, await your moment to strike at its underbelly." Without hesitation, Huiying sprang into action, weaving and darting around the spider soul beast, provoking it relentlessly. Enraged by Huiying's antics, the spider soul beast unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks against him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Lingxue concentrated their fire-type soul power, preparing to launch an assault. As the attention of the spider soul beast was completely captivated by the gray shadow, both Shanchuan and Lingxue unleashed a formidable fire-type soul power attack simultaneously. The flames enveloped the spider soul beast in an instant, eliciting a cry of agony from it. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged towards the abdomen of the spider soul beast, delivering a devastating blow with all his might. Under the combined force of their onslaught, the spider soul beast finally succumbed and fell to the ground. They had successfully defeated the spider soul beast and obtained its soul ring. The mountains and rivers, having absorbed the soul rings, experienced a further enhancement of their prowess. They continued to explore the island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy that suggested the presence of a grand treasure within. "This cave appears quite extraordinary. Let us venture inside," said Shanchuan. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with walls shimmering with an unusual luminescence. At the depths of the cave, they discovered a longsword radiating a mesmerizing blue light. "This sword surely possesses formidable power," Lingxue exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they were about to grasp the longsword, a colossal serpentine soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. This creature glowed with a sinister green light, its eyes flashing with ferocity. "Be careful," Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword and charging forward. The serpentine soul beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at Shanchuan. He deftly evaded the beast's attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. Lingxue summoned her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to obstruct the beast's advance. Yet, the creature's might was overwhelming, and it shattered the water barrier in an instant. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the serpentine beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon waited for the right moment to unleash a decisive blow. "This serpentine soul beast is formidable. We must devise a strategy," Shanchuan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue proposed, "I believe we can exploit its poor eyesight and attack it from various angles." Shanchuan nodded, acknowledging the clever idea. "Huiying, you shall divert its attention to the left, while Tailong takes the right. Lingxue and I will launch our assault from the front." They executed the plan with precision. Huiying and Tailong skillfully drew the serpentine soul beast's gaze from either side, while Shanchuan and Lingxue mounted their frontal attack. The serpentine soul beast was left bewildered by their onslaught. The battle between Shanchuan and his companions against the serpentine soul beast grew increasingly intense. The creature writhed its body, spewing forth a noxious green venom that splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it into deep craters. "Everyone, be cautious. This venom is formidable," Shanchuan shouted. Lingxue promptly harnessed her soul power, conjuring a protective water curtain around them to shield against the venom's assault. This soul beast is quite a challenge. What other abilities does it possess? Huiying inquired while deftly maneuvering to evade the serpent strikes. Tyran fixed his gaze upon the serpentine creature, responding, judging by its demeanor. It surely has more powerful techniques yet to be unleashed. The serpentine soul beast seemed to comprehend their discourse, suddenly emitting a sharp, piercing shriek as the scales upon its body began to shimmer with an eerie luminescence. Subsequently, it unleashed a formidable beam of green light from its maw, obliterating the rocks in its path. Shanchuan swiftly raised his sword, positioning it before him in an attempt to shield himself from the radiant light. However, the force of the luminosity proved overwhelmingly potent, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. This power is astounding. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, exclaiming. Lingxue, in a state of urgency, declared. We must devise a strategy. We cannot withstand this onslaught head-on. Suddenly, Huiying had a moment of inspiration and proposed, I have an idea. We can harness its attack to counterstrike. When it unleashes that green light once more, let us collectively channel our energy into Shanchuan's sword, and then redirect the light back at it. Talon nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. Thus, they awaited the serpentine soul beast to launch its assault again. The serpentine soul beast indeed exhaled another burst of green light, prompting Shanchuan and his companions to concentrate their soul power into his sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, successfully rebounding the green light. The serpentine soul beast was struck by its own attack, emitting a pained shriek. Yet, it did not retreat. Rather, it became increasingly frenzied in its assault. It appears we have provoked it, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly, urging everyone not to panic and to proceed according to their plan. They continuously evaded the attacks of the serpentine spirit beast, seeking opportunities for counterattack. The speed of the serpent spirit beast intensified, and its assaults became increasingly ferocious. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. We must swiftly identify its weakness, Talon remarked. Suddenly, Grey Shadow had a thought and said, I recall a certain spirit beast whose vulnerability lies at the 7-inch mark. I wonder if this serpentine spirit beast shares the same trait. Mountains and rivers glimmered with enlightenment, declaring, Indeed, we shall attempt to strike at its vital point. They began to deliberately entice the serpentine soul beast into an attack, seizing the opportunity to locate its critical weak spot. After much effort, they finally discerned the serpent's vital point. Now is the moment, Mountaineer shouted, brandishing his treasured sword and thrusting it with all his might towards the serpent's vulnerable spot. At the same time, Lingxue channeled her soul energy to augment Mountaineer's assault. Meanwhile, Huiying and Talon engaged the serpentine beast, restraining it and preventing any chance of evasion. The sword found its mark, piercing the serpent's vital point, eliciting a piercing wail as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed in vanquishing the serpentine soul beast and secured its soul ring. After absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their strength. They continued to explore the enigmatic island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. As they traversed the winding paths of the island, they were suddenly met with a deep, resonant roar. What is that sound? Lingxue inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. The mountains and rivers vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, remarking, I cannot discern what it is, but I am certain a soul beast lurks nearby. Everyone, exercise caution. As the roars grew increasingly closer, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast materialized before them. Towering several meters high, its body was adorned with rigid fur, and its eyes glimmered with a ferocious light. This creature appears formidable, Grey Shadow remarked. Tyran clenched his fists and declared, No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not falter. Upon spotting them, the bear-shaped soul beast charged forth with alarming speed, closing the distance in an instant. Shanchuan swiftly raised his sword to fend off the assault of the bear-shaped soul beast. However, the beast's strength was formidable, leaving Shanchuan's arm numb from the impact. What tremendous power! He exclaimed. Lingxue promptly summoned her soul energy, conjuring a barrier of ice in an attempt to impede the advance of the bear-shaped soul beast. Yet, with a mere swipe of its claws, the beast shattered the ice wall. This creature's might is truly terrifying, Lingxue gasped. Meanwhile, Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly circling around the bear-shaped soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, the beast's reflexes were remarkably swift, consistently landing precise blows on Huiying. Talon let out a furious roar. The battle between Shanchuan and the bear-shaped spirit beast has reached a stalemate. The bear-shaped spirit beast emits deafening roars, wielding its enormous paws. Each strike imbued with formidable strength and destructive power. This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with, Ling Shui exclaimed while deftly evading the blows of its massive paws. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows in contemplation, responding, "We cannot engage in a head-on confrontation. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." The shadowy figure darted nearby and remarked, "Given its formidable strength, perhaps its speed is its Achilles heel." Talon nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. We can attempt to attack from various angles to overwhelm it." With that, they began to disperse, launching their assaults on the bear-shaped soul beast from multiple perspectives. Mountains wielded a treasured sword, swiftly maneuvering around the beast in search of an opportune moment to strike. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a barrage of water arrows that relentlessly targeted the creature. The shadow transformed into a wraith, occasionally executing surprise attacks from behind the bear. Talon, drawing upon his immense strength, faced the beast head-on. The bear-shaped soul beast, incensed by their onslaught, let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling as it expelled a torrent of flames from its maw. "Be cautious," Mountain shouted, hastily evading the fiery assault. Ling Shui swiftly conjured a curtain of water in an attempt to intercept the flames, but the deluge evaporated instantaneously under the onslaught. "This creature's abilities are formidable," Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow urged, "We must not be daunted by its flames. We must continue our assault." They pressed on with their attacks. Yet the beast's fiery onslaught rendered proximity perilous. "This approach is futile. We need a solution to counter its flame-based abilities," Mountains declared. Talon pondered for a moment before responding. "I recall a type of soul artifact that can neutralize flames. We should search for it." Thus, they began to scour their surroundings for any potential soul artifacts. In a nearby corner, they discovered a gem radiating a captivating blue luminescence. "This gem appears quite extraordinary. It may very well be the soul artifact we seek," Ling Shui remarked. Shanchuan grasped the gemstone, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. He endeavored to channel its energy, and in an instant, a radiant blue light enveloped them. As the bear-shaped spirit beast unleashed another fiery breath, the blue glow successfully countered the flames. "Splendid! It works!" Gray Shadow exclaimed with enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity, they launched another coordinated assault, gradually pushing the bear spirit beast into a dire predicament. However, the creature refused to yield. It suddenly emitted a more ferocious roar, its body beginning to swell ominously. "What is it intending to do?" Ling Shui inquired anxiously. The expression on Shanchuan's face turned grave as he remarked, "It seems that it is about to unleash its final move. Everyone, be cautious." The bear-shaped spirit beast's body swelled to its maximum capacity before it charged towards them with tremendous speed, its strength amplified several-fold compared to before. The group swiftly evaded. Yet the attack range of the bear-shaped spirit beast was exceedingly vast, and they still found themselves caught in its wake. What a formidable force! Talon was jolted backwards several paces. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot retreat. We must surely defeat it." They once again gathered together, channeling all their strength into a unified force. With a treasured sword in hand, Shanchuan emanated a formidable aura of soul power. Ling Shui, Huiying, and Tailong also infused their soul energy into Shanchuan's sword. The sword blazed with brilliance as Shanchuan swung it vigorously, sending forth a powerful wave of sword energy towards the bear-shaped soul beast. Struck by the sword energy, the beast let out a woeful cry and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the bear-shaped soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement in his strength. After this intense battle, they all felt a sense of weariness. Yet, they understood that on this enigmatic island, further challenges awaited them. "We must find a place to rest and recover our strength," Ling Shui suggested. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us first seek a secure refuge." They scoured the island for a secluded spot, where they began to rest and recuperate. During this period of respite, they contemplated their subsequent course of action. "This island undoubtedly harbors many formidable soul beasts and invaluable soul artifacts. We must remain vigilant," remarked Shanchuan. "Indeed," replied Huiying, "we must exercise even greater caution. For there may be creatures far more powerful than the bear-shaped soul beast we encountered earlier." Meanwhile, Tailong remained silent, engrossed in pondering how to best harness his abilities to assist Shanchuan and the others in confronting the challenges that lay ahead. After a considerable interval of rest, They resumed their journey along the path to the pinnacle of Douluo. After a brief respite on the enigmatic island, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Talong once again embarked on a journey fraught with challenges. Lingxue expressed her anticipation mingled with trepidation regarding the soul beast they might encounter next. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, their gaze resolute. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, we must face them with courage. The shadowy figure flitted through the air, excitedly exclaiming, "I can hardly wait for another grand battle." Talon followed steadily behind, ever vigilant. They traversed a rugged path, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly eerie. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from afar. Something's afoot. Mountains and rivers halted abruptly, keenly observing the direction from which the sound emanated. The group awaited tensely, and soon, a colossal avian spirit beast swooped down from the sky. This magnificent creature was adorned with multicolored feathers, its wings spanning over 10 meters, and its sharp claws glimmered ominously. What an imposing spirit beast! Lingxue marveled. The avian spirit beast let out a piercing cry and lunged towards them. Mountains and rivers quickly raised their sword in defense. But the sheer force of the beast's assault sent them staggering back a few steps. Such tremendous power! They gritted through clenched teeth. The shadowy figure swiftly transformed into a dark streak, circling the avian spirit beast in search of an opening to strike. The beast flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest that sent the shadowy figure reeling. Talon roared in fury, charging at the avian spirit beast, swinging his fist towards its body. The creature nimbly evaded Talon's assault and retaliated with a swipe of its claws. Lingxue promptly summoned her soul power, conjuring an ice wall to shield against the beast's talons. This spirit beast is far too swift. It poses a formidable challenge. Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the avian spirit beast with calmness, remarking, "We must devise a means to restrain its speed." Suddenly, Gray Shadow interjected, "I have an idea. We can ensnare it with traps." The group found this notion commendable, and thus began to set traps in the vicinity. Utilizing the surrounding terrain and various materials such as branches and stones, they crafted a rudimentary trap. The avian spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions and grew increasingly vigilant, soaring in the sky while seeking an opportunity to strike. "We need to lure it in," Mountains and Rivers declared. Lingxue nodded in agreement, channeling her soul energy to summon a colossal water sphere, which she hurled towards the avian spirit beast. Captivated by the water sphere, the beast dove down to attack it. Just as it neared the ground, the trap was triggered. Ropes from the trap instantly ensnared the wings of the avian spirit beast, rendering it flightless. The creature let out an enraged cry and struggled fiercely. "Now is our moment," Mountains and Rivers shouted, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Talon followed closely behind, raising his fists to strike the avian spirit beast. Meanwhile, Lingxue continuously unleashed her soul energy to assault the creature. Although trapped, the avian spirit beast fought with tenacity, opening its mouth to unleash a searing flame. "Be careful." Mountains and Rivers swiftly dodged the fiery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Gray Shadow flew onto the back of the avian spirit beast, clawing at its feathers. In agony, the beast thrashed even more violently. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the avian spirit beast. As it collapsed, it transformed into a radiant light, leaving behind a precious soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan felt a remarkable enhancement in his strength. The power of the soul ring was astonishing. As he sensed the surge of soul energy within him, he exclaimed with excitement. Lingxue smiled and replied, "This is wonderful. We have grown even stronger." They continued their exploration on the island and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the details within. "This valley appears to be quite enigmatic. One wonders what lies inside," remarked Huiying with curiosity. Shanchuan cautioned, "Let us proceed with caution and explore further." As they ventured into the valley, they were greeted by an array of peculiar flora. Deep within the valley lay an immense cavern, emanating a formidable wave of soul energy. "There must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within," remarked Tai Long. They cautiously entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the ceiling of the cavern. This spider was even larger than those they had encountered previously, with a more intricate pattern adorning its body. "Another spider soul beast," Lingxue exclaimed in alarm. The spider emitted a sharp shriek and then unleashed a mass of viscous silk towards them. Shanchuan swiftly drew his sword to sever the silk while warning everyone, "Beware of it." Mountains and Rivers, Lingxue, Gray Shadow, and Talon stood on high alert before the enigmatic spider soul beast. This creature appeared formidable indeed. Gray shadow hovered in the air, a hint of tension lacing his voice. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword, their gaze resolutely fixed upon the spider soul beast. No matter the circumstances, we shall overcome it. Ling Xue stood to the side, her eyes betraying a sense of concern. Everyone, be cautious. The threads of this spider soul beast are troublesome. Talon stretched his limbs with an air of dominance, boldly proclaiming, "Come forth, let me engage with it properly." The spider soul beast unleashed another torrent of webbing, swiftly advancing towards them. Without hesitation, mountains and rivers swung their sword to sever the strands while charging towards the spider soul beast. The creature deftly evaded mountains and rivers' assault, and then lunged with its razor-sharp claws. "Be careful," Ling Xue shouted, quickly channeling her soul power to summon a wall of water, effectively shielding against the beast's claws. Mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to adjust their stance, once again wielding the sword to strike at the spider soul beast. The beast emitted an enraged cry, then unleashed a stream of venom from its maw. "Quick, dodge!" Talon shouted, swiftly pulling mountains away. The venom splashed onto the ground, instantly corroding a large pit. The gray shadow flitted through the air, searching for an opportunity to attack. "We must devise a strategy to contend with its venom and web," Ling Xue remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan spoke. "I have an idea. We can harness Talon's strength to draw the attention of the spider soul beast, while Gray Shadow and I launch a flanking assault. Ling Xue, you shall provide support from a distance." The group nodded in agreement. Talon immediately charged towards the spider soul beast, swinging his fists and relentlessly striking at it. Infuriated by Talon's onslaught, the spider soul beast focused all its attention on him. As Shanchuan and Huang seized the opportunity to maneuver from the side, preparing to launch their assault, Ling Xue, from a distance, harnessed her soul power to conjure a barrage of water arrows directed toward the spider soul beast. Sensing their approach, the spider soul beast attempted to pivot in response. Yet Talon ensnared it tightly, preventing it from diverting its focus. As Shanchuan and Huiying seized the opportunity, they approached the spider soul beast. Shanchuan raised his enchanted sword and struck forcefully at the creature's leg, while Huiying clawed at its body. The spider soul beast emitted a pained cry and, with a powerful toss, flung Shanchuan and Huiying away. "Everyone, be cautious," Ling Xue shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to conjure a soft curtain of water, successfully cushioning Shanchuan and Huiying's fall. Shanchuan rose from the veil of water, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "This fellow is indeed formidable." Talon charged once more towards the spider soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Huiying rejoined the fray, diligently seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they finally discerned that the beast's abdomen was notably softer, potentially its Achilles heel. "Let us concentrate our assaults on its abdomen," Shanchuan shouted. The group promptly adjusted their attack strategy, uniting their strength to target the spider soul beast's underbelly. Sensing the impending threat, the beast retaliated with fervor, unleashing a torrent of silk and venom in an attempt to thwart their onslaught. Yet, Shanchuan and his companions remained undeterred, relentlessly pressing their assault against the creature's abdomen. Ultimately, through their concerted efforts, they breached the beast's defenses, sending it crashing to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast, claiming its soul ring as a reward. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his power. Following their victory, they continued their exploration of the island. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue blossomed gradually. One day, they found respite amid a breathtaking sea of flowers. Ling Xue gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Shanchuan, do you think we can continue like this forever?" she softly inquired. The mountains and rivers grasped Ling Xue's hand and resolutely declared, "We shall undoubtedly succeed. Together we will grow stronger and return to our world." Ling Xue nodded, a blissful smile illuminating her face. At that moment, a formidable spirit beast materialized unexpectedly. This creature resembled a colossal lion, exuding a potent aura of spiritual energy. "This is bad. A spirit beast." Gray Shadow immediately soared into the air, alerting everyone. Shanchuan and Tailong swiftly rose to their feet, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the soul beast. Ling Xue also summoned her soul power, preparing for the imminent battle. The lion soul beast emitted a fearsome roar before charging towards them. Shanchuan hastily raised his sword, attempting to block the beast's ferocious onslaught. However, the creature's strength was formidable. forcing Shanchuan to stagger backward under its force. This creature is incredibly powerful. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, exclaiming. Tai Long let out a mighty roar and lunged at the lion's soul beast, ready to engage in a valiant struggle. Mountains and rivers, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tai Long were all filled with trepidation as they confronted the formidable lion spirit beast. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, its imposing presence seemingly intent on devouring them whole. This creature was not to be trifled with. Huiying anxiously fluttered through the air, a sense of urgency palpable in her movements. Mountains and rivers clasped the sword tightly in hand, gazing resolutely at the lion spirit beast. Regardless of its formidable strength, we must not falter. Lingxue stood beside mountains and rivers, her eyes brimming with determination. Indeed, we shall fight together. Talon stretched his muscles and proclaimed loudly, "Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your prowess." The lion spirit beast lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Mountains and rivers swiftly swung his sword in defense. Yet the beast's immense force left his arm tingling with shock. Such formidable strength. Mountains and rivers marveled. Lingxue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a water barrier in an attempt to thwart the lion spirit beast's assault. The beast crashed into the water barrier, shattering it instantaneously. This creature is exceedingly powerful. Lingxue's expression grew grave. The gray shadow circled above, seeking an opportunity to strike. We must devise a strategy. Talon roared fiercely, charging at the lion spirit beast. His fist raised high to deliver a crushing blow. The lion spirit beast nimbly evaded Talon's attack, then lashed out with its claws towards him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan launched a side attack on the lion soul beast, his sword slicing through the air with a glimmering chill. The lion soul beast, sensing Shanchuan's assault, swiftly turned around and struck him away with its tail. "Shanchuan!" Lingxue exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to assess his condition. Shanchuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am unscathed. Let us continue the battle." They once again engaged in a fierce confrontation with the lion spirit beast. Amidst the turmoil of combat, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue grew ever more profound. "Be careful," Shanchuan exclaimed, witnessing the lion spirit beast lunging toward Lingxue. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Lingxue gazed at him with heartfelt emotion. "Why are you so foolish?" The mountains and rivers smiled gently, "For I cannot allow you to come to harm." The onslaught of the lion spirit beasts grew increasingly ferocious, and they gradually found themselves in a predicament. It was at this moment that the gray shadow suddenly noticed something peculiar. "Look." The eyes of the lion spirit beast seem somewhat amiss, Gray Shadow remarked. Shanchuan and Lingxue meticulously scrutinized the eyes of the lion spirit beast, noticing a faint glimmer seemingly flickering within them. Could this be its vulnerability? Lingxue pondered. Shanchuan nodded slightly. "It is possible. Let us attempt to strike at its eyes." They began to adjust their tactics, endeavoring to target the eyes of the lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions, launching even more frenzied attacks to deter them from approaching its eyes. "Talon, you draw its attention while Lingxue and I look for an opportunity to attack its eyes," Shanchuan instructed. Talon acknowledged with a nod and charged once more toward the lion spirit beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and Lingxue sought for a chance to strike. At last, through Talon's efforts, the lion spirit beast exposed a vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Lingxue simultaneously launched their assaults on the lion spirit beast's eyes. The sword and water arrow struck true, and with a pained roar, the lion spirit beast collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the lion spirit beast and acquired its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his strength. In the adventures that followed, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges. With each battle, they grew stronger, and the bond between them deepened. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured the view within. This valley appears enigmatic. "I wonder what lies inside," Gray Shadow remarked with curiosity. Shanchuan spoke cautiously. "Let us proceed with care and explore further." They ventured into the valley, where an array of peculiar flora thrived. Deep within the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a formidable surge of soul energy. "There must be powerful soul beasts or artifacts within," Talon remarked. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dim and damp. Suddenly, a colossal python soul beast descended from the cavern's ceiling. This python was more immense than any soul beast they had previously encountered, its scales shimmering with a cold luminescence. Wow, this creature is enormous, Ling Xue exclaimed. The python soul beast let out a deep roar and lunged at them. Shanchuan quickly raised his sword in defense, but was staggered back by the beast's overwhelming force. This creature is incredibly powerful, Shanchuan gasped. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue, gray shadow, and Talon swiftly dispersed under the assault of the colossal serpent spirit beast, each seeking a strategy to confront the formidable adversary. This creature is no trivial foe. Gray shadow circled in the air, his tone laced with apprehension. The mountains and rivers tightly gripped the treasured sword, their gaze fixed intently upon the serpent spirit beast. Be cautious, everyone. This creature possesses immense strength, warned Ling Xue, her expression grave. We must devise a strategy. Tai Long, stretching his limbs, boldly proclaimed, "What is there to fear? Let us confront it head-on." The serpent spirit beast launched another assault, opening its massive maw to expel a cloud of black venom. In haste, Shanchuan swung his sword, attempting to cleave through the toxic mist. "Quick, evade!" Ling Xue shouted, simultaneously channeling her spirit energy to conjure a water barrier that mitigated part of the noxious fumes. The gray shadow flitted swiftly through the air, evading the toxic onslaught. This poison is formidable. If touched, we would be in dire trouble. Shanchuan contemplated their predicament. We cannot remain passive. We must identify its weakness. Ling Xue nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us closely observe its movements. As they dodged the serpent spirit beast attacks, they searched for its vulnerability. Throughout this ordeal, Shanchuan and Ling Xue exchanged glances, their understanding of one another deepening. Tai Long, undeterred, pressed forward, launching continuous strikes against the serpent spirit beast to divert its attention. Tai Long, be careful, Shanchuan cautioned. Do not worry, I shall be fine, Tai Long assured him. After a thorough observation, they discerned that the serpent spirit beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they struck at its eyes, the beast displayed heightened rage and anxiety. It seems we have discovered its weakness, Ling Xue remarked. However, it will undoubtedly take greater care to shield its eyes. Shanchuan mused with furrowed brows. We could employ a diversionary tactic, suggested the gray shadow. I will attract its attention while you take the opportunity to strike at its eyes. A splendid idea, Shanchuan and Ling Xue echoed in unison. The gray shadow darted towards the serpent spirit beast, circling around it incessantly to obscure its vision. Infuriated by the gray shadow's antics, the serpent spirit beast began to lash out wildly. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Xue swiftly approached the beast, poised to launch their assault. Tai Long also collaborated from the side, relentlessly attacking the beast to further distract it. Now is the time, Shanchuan exclaimed, lunging forward with his sword aimed at the beast's eyes. Simultaneously, Ling Xue summoned her spirit energy to conjure a water arrow, launching it towards the serpent spirit beast's eyes. The serpent spirit beast sensed their impending strike and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword and water arrow struck its eyes simultaneously, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpent spirit beast and acquired its spirit ring. After absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. In the subsequent adventures, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest. A mysterious aura pervades the forest, instilling an unsettling chill within those who venture near. This forest feels peculiar, remarked Ling Xue. Shanchuan nodded thoughtfully, cautioning, be careful. There may be formidable spirit beasts lurking here. They treaded carefully into the forest when, suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air. What was that noise? Hu Ying inquired, alert and on guard. I am not certain. Let us investigate, Shanchuan replied. Following the direction of the sound, they stumbled upon an enormous nest. Within the nest lay an injured little bird spirit beast. This poor creature, Ling Xue lamented with a heavy heart. Upon meticulous observation, Shanchuan discerned the injuries of the avian spirit beast. It appeared to have been assailed by other spirit beasts. They resolved to assist the wounded avian spirit. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a soft radiance that enveloped the little spirit beast. Gradually, its wounds began to heal. The avian spirit opened its eyes, gazing at them with profound gratitude. Thank you, little bird, Ling Xue spoke gently. The avian spirit seemed to comprehend her words and responded with a delicate call. At that moment, a colossal eagle spirit beast swooped down. Upon noticing their aid to the avian spirit, the eagle spirit became instantly incensed and charged towards them. This is bad, It's the enemy of the little bird spirit, Shanchuan exclaimed. They swiftly prepared for battle. The eagle spirit's speed was remarkable, and it was upon them in an instant. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. Swinging his sword at the eagle spirit, mountains and rivers, Lingxue, Guiying, and Tailong found themselves facing the formidable eagle soul beast, immediately entering a state of battle readiness. This creature is approaching with great ferocity. Guiying circled in the air, anxiously remarking. Mountains and rivers firmly grasped the sword, their gaze unwavering. Do not fear. We shall face this together. Lingxue stood beside them, nodding slightly. Indeed, we will surely overcome it. The eagle spirit beast emitted a piercing cry, its wings flapping, unleashing a tempest that surged towards them. Mountains and rivers swiftly swung their sword to defend, yet the formidable wind threatened to unbalance them. What a powerful gale! They exclaimed. Lingxue immediately summoned their soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to shield against the storm. However, the might of the eagle spirit beast proved too overwhelming, and the water barrier was swiftly shattered. This foe is not easily dealt with, Lingxue remarked with a furrowed brow. Talon let out a furious roar and charged at the eagle spirit beast, raising a fist to strike. The eagle spirit beast deftly evaded Talon's assault, then slashed at him with its sharp claws. Talon, be cautious, mountains and rivers shouted. Talon swiftly sidestepped, narrowly escaping the beast's claws. Yet, the eagle spirit beast immediately launched a flurry of attacks, leaving Talon somewhat overwhelmed. We must devise a strategy, mountains and rivers stated. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue said, it appears the eagle spirit beast primarily relies on the wind generated by its wings for its attacks. If we can incapacitate its wings, we may be able to weaken its strength. A splendid notion, mountains and rivers agreed. Gray Shadow, divert its attention from the sky while Lingxue, Talon, and I seek an opportunity to strike at its wings. Gray Shadow acknowledged and swiftly soared towards the eagle spirit beast, persistently harassing it. Enraged by Gray Shadow's antics, the eagle spirit beast began to pursue. Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong seized the moment to approach the eagle soul beast from different directions, seeking an opportunity to strike. As the eagle soul beast focused on attacking the Gray Shadow, Shanchuan deftly timed his leap, brandishing his sword in a swift arc towards the creature's wing. Sensing the impending danger, the eagle soul beast attempted to evade. But it was too late. The blade carved a deep gash into its wing, eliciting a piercing cry of agony. In a furious turn, the eagle soul beast lunged towards Shanchuan. Lingxue swiftly harnessed her soul power, conjuring a water arrow that shot towards the beast, while Tailong took advantage of the distraction to charge in, delivering a powerful punch. Their combined assault gradually overwhelmed the eagle soul beast. Yet, it was not one to concede defeat easily. Suddenly, it emitted an even sharper cry, radiating brilliance from its entire being. This is bad. It is about to unleash its ultimate move, shouted Gray Shadow from above. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared their defenses. The eagle soul beast unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, causing the surrounding air to seemingly solidify. Subsequently, it expelled a colossal blade of wind from its mouth, hurtling towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, yet the speed of the wind blades was astonishingly rapid, resulting in several individuals sustaining minor injuries. This fellow is truly formidable, gasped Talon, panting heavily. The mountains furrowed their brows, contemplating strategies for confrontation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. We can leverage the surrounding environment to counter its wind blades, Mountain River declared. Lingxue, you shall wield your soul power to manipulate the nearby trees, creating a formidable barrier. Talon, join me in attacking the eagle soul beast to divert its attention. Gray Shadow, continue to harass it from the skies. Everyone promptly adhered to Mountain River's plan. Lingxue summoned her soul power, commanding the surrounding trees to form a sturdy shield. Talon and Mountain River charged once more at the eagle soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Gray Shadow persistently troubled the eagle soul beast from above. With their coordinated efforts, the eagle soul beast's assaults were gradually neutralized. Ultimately, through their collective might, they vanquished the eagle soul beast and secured its soul ring. After Mountain River absorbed the soul ring, his strength experienced a further enhancement. As their adventure continued, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Mountain River and Lingxue deepened significantly. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the sights within. This valley seems quite enigmatic. One wonders what secrets it harbors, Gray Shadow remarked with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Be careful. Let us venture inside and take a look." As they entered the valley, they were greeted by an array of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep within the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. "Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon stated. They cautiously proceeded into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cavern ceiling. In the cavern of a mysterious valley, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tailong encountered a colossal spider soul beast. This creature, immense in stature, emanated an eerie violet glow. Its 8 hairy long legs resembling sharp spears, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of beast is this?" Tailong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The mountains and rivers tightly gripped the sword in his hand, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Be wary, this foe appears formidable." Lingxue furrowed her brow slightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the spider soul beast. The fluctuations of its soul power are exceedingly potent. Gray shadows circled in the air, anxiously proclaiming, "Everyone, be on guard. This spider undoubtedly possesses formidable soul beast abilities." The spider soul beast emitted a chilling, bone-chilling screech before swiftly charging towards them. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. "Quick, evade!" Shanchuan shouted, swiftly sidestepping. Lingxue reacted promptly, channeling her soul power to teleport to the side. Talon, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the spider soul beast's assault. This creature possesses immense strength. Talon gritted his teeth and exclaimed, undeterred by its miss. The spider soul beast launched another attack, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of black venom. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy in an attempt to cleave through the venom. Lingxue, too, summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to thwart the venomous assault. "This venom is formidable. It would spell trouble if it were to touch us," Lingxue remarked. Meanwhile, Huiying hovered in the air, keenly observing the movements of the spider soul beast, stating, "Everyone, be vigilant. The spider's vulnerability may lie in its abdomen." Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly." They commenced an intense battle against the spider soul beast. Amidst the chaos of combat, the bond between mountains and Lingxue deepened significantly. Whenever peril arose, they would unhesitatingly shield each other from harm. "Be careful, mountains!" Lingxue exclaimed, witnessing the spider soul beast lunging towards him. Swiftly, she summoned her soul power to conjure an ice wall, successfully intercepting the beast's assault. Shanchuan cast a grateful glance at Lingxue and expressed, "Thank you, Lingxue." Meanwhile, Tailong relentlessly assaulted the spider soul beast, striving to capture its attention. "Behold my might!" Tailong bellowed as he raised his fist and struck towards the spider soul beast. Infuriated by Tailong's audacity, the beast pivoted and lunged at him. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Lingxue readied themselves to strike at the creature's abdomen. At last, through Tailong's relentless efforts, the spider soul beast exposed a vulnerable opening. Shanchuan and Lingxue immediately seized this chance, launching a simultaneous attack on the beast's underbelly. The sword and water arrow struck true, causing the spider soul beast to emit a painful shriek before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the beast, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant augmentation of his powers. As they ventured forth on subsequent quests, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges, all the while searching for soul artifacts to further enhance their abilities. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, shrouded in an aura of mystery that evoked a sense of foreboding. "What manner of place is this?" Tailong inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautioned, "Exercise caution. There may be peril ahead." As they ventured into the ruins, they uncovered an array of ancient edifices and enigmatic ruins. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a sword radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. "What an extraordinary weapon!" exclaimed Lingxue. The mountains and rivers advanced cautiously, scrutinizing the exquisite sword. "It must be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." Just as they prepared to seize the sword, a formidable soul beast appeared suddenly. This creature resembled a lion, yet was enveloped in blazing flames. "What manner of soul beast is this?" exclaimed Talon in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, "This soul beast appears formidable. Everyone, exercise caution." The fiery lion soul beast let out a tremendous roar and then charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it was upon them. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword in defense, but but was forcefully pushed back by the formidable strength of the flame lion soul beast. "This creature is incredibly powerful," Shanchuan exclaimed. Lingxue promptly channeled her soul energy, summoning a curtain of water in an attempt to obstruct the beast's fiery assault. However, the flames of the flame lion soul beast were overwhelmingly intense, and the water curtain was instantly evaporated. "We must devise a strategy," Lingxue urged. Huaying observed the movements of the flame lion soul beast from above and remarked, "Everyone, take heed. The weakness of this soul beast may lie in its eyes." Mountains and rivers, the journey of breaking the boundaries in Douluo. Amidst the looming threat of the fiery lion spirit beast, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tai Long could not help but feel a surge of tension within their hearts. This creature appeared to be formidable indeed. Tai Long clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Shanchuan fixed his gaze intently on the flame lion spirit beast and spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, be cautious. Let us first observe its movements." Lingxue nodded slightly, her eyes never leaving the flame lion spirit beast. The flames enveloping it were exceedingly fierce, undoubtedly indicating formidable spirit beast abilities. The flame lion spirit beast let out a deafening roar, and the flames upon its body blazed even more intensely. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its speed akin to that of lightning. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to defend himself, the blade colliding with the fiery claws of the lion spirit, producing a thunderous sound. What immense power! The impact forced Shanchuan to stagger back several steps. Upon witnessing this, Lingxue immediately channeled her soul energy, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the lion spirit's assault. However, the flames of the lion spirit instantaneously evaporated the water barrier. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming, prompting Lingxue to furrow her brows in concern. Gray shadows circled anxiously in the air, urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This adversary is formidable." With a fierce roar, Talon charged forward, delivering a punch towards the lion spirit. Yet, the agile lion spirit deftly evaded Talon's attack, countering with a claw that sent Talon hurtling through the air. "Talon!" Shanchuan shouted in alarm. Talon rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "I am fine. This creature is indeed powerful." The mountains and rivers settled into a tranquil state, contemplating strategies. "We cannot confront it head-on. We must discover its vulnerabilities." Lingxue, also deep in thought, suddenly had a spark of inspiration in her eyes. "I remember now. Fire element spirit beasts typically fear water. We can harness water attribute spirit techniques to launch our assault against it." Shanchuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the clever idea, yet emphasizing the necessity of caution against its fiery assaults. They commenced their collaboration. Shanchuan and Tai Long took on the responsibility of diverting the attention of the flame lion soul beast, while Lingxue sought the opportune moment to unleash her water attribute soul technique. The mountains and rivers once again wielded their swords against the flame lion soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Talon, standing by, relentlessly launched attacks to divert the attention of the flame lion soul beast. Infuriated by their efforts, the flame lion soul beast roared continuously, its flames burning even more fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue summoned her soul power to conjure a colossal water dragon, which surged toward the flame lion soul beast. Upon perceiving the water dragon, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the flame lion soul beast. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a massive column of fire, colliding with the water dragon. The clash of fire and water resulted in a tremendous explosion, and amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouette of the flame lion soul beast flickered in and out of view. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Tai Long surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the flame lion soul beast. However, the flame lion soul beast suddenly erupted from the smoke, moving with astonishing speed. Shanchuan and Tai Long hastily sought refuge, yet they were still inflicted with wounds by the claws of the fiery lion spirit beast. "This creature is exceedingly cunning," Tai Long cursed. Lingxue, upon witnessing the injuries sustained by Shanchuan and Tai Long, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. "We can no longer continue in this manner. We must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities." Just as they found themselves ensnared in despair, Huiying suddenly discerned a weakness in the fiery lion spirit beast. "Attention, everyone. There exists a scale on the beast's abdomen that is of a lighter hue. That may very well be its Achilles heel." Shanchuan and Lingxue exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They resolved to launch another assault, this time targeting the underbelly of the flame lion soul beast. Shanchuan and Tai Long charged forth once more, drawing the attention of the flame lion spirit beast. Meanwhile, Ling Shui stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the formidable creature, poised to launch her assault. Infuriated by the advances of Shanchuan and Tai Long, the flame lion emitted a series of thunderous roars, its fiery mane blazing with even greater intensity. Just as the beast prepared to counterattack, Ling Shui surged forward from behind, channeling her soul power to conjure a razor-sharp water blade aimed directly at the beast's underbelly. The water blade struck true, piercing the lighter scales of the flame lioness abdomen, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the flame lion spirit beast, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a notable enhancement in strength. As their adventures continued, they traversed through a myriad of soul beasts and challenges, deepening the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui with each passing trial. One fateful day, they stumbled upon a mysterious forest, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that sent shivers down their spines. This forest possesses an oddity, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, cautioning that there may be formidable forces present here. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon ventured into the enigmatic forest. The trees towered high and dense, allowing only scattered specks of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. An aura of mystery pervaded the air, evoking a shiver down one's spine. This forest is truly eerie, Talon remarked, furrowing his brow. Shanchuan gripped the sword tightly in his hand, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Be cautious. This place is surely not simple, he cautioned. Ling Shui nodded slightly, her gaze also filled with wariness, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk here. They advanced carefully, when suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed from the depths of the forest, sending chills down their spines. What was that sound? Talon inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers came to a halt, as if they were straining to listen. It seemed to be the call of a soul beast. Ling Shui's expression grew somewhat grave. It appeared we had encountered trouble. They pressed on, and soon beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature bore the semblance of a wolf, yet was several times larger than an ordinary one. Its fur was black, glinting with a metallic sheen, and its eyes shimmered with a crimson light. What kind of soul beast is this? Talon inquired in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge acquired in the realm of Douluo Continent. This creature could very well be the Shadow Wolf, an exceptionally formidable soul beast. Its velocity is astonishing, its offensive power formidable, and it possesses a remarkable ability to conceal its presence. Ling Shui gazed at the Shadow Wolf, a sense of unease settling in her heart. We must proceed with caution. This adversary is not easily overcome. The Shadow Wolf appeared to have detected their presence, letting out a ferocious roar before charging towards them with breathtaking speed, leaving one utterly dazzled. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword in defense, yet the formidable strength of the Shadow Wolf forced him to stagger backward repeatedly. What immense power! Shanchuan exclaimed. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul energy, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to obstruct the Shadow Wolf's assault. However, the creature effortlessly breached the water barrier and charged toward them. This fiend is exceedingly formidable, Ling Shui remarked, furrowing her brow. Tyrone let out a furious roar and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the Shadow Wolf. The creature deftly evaded Tyrone's strike and retaliated with a claw, sending Tyrone hurtling through the air. Tyrone! Shanchuan shouted in alarm. Tyrone rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. This beast is indeed powerful. Huang circled in the air, anxiously urging, everyone. We must devise a strategy. This adversary is not easily vanquished. The mountains and rivers settled into a calm, contemplating strategies. We cannot confront it head-on. We must uncover its vulnerabilities. Ling Shui, pondering beside me, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. I recall now, the eyes of the Shadow Wolf are its Achilles heel. If we can strike at its eyes, perhaps we might vanquish it. Shanchuan nodded thoughtfully. A splendid idea, yet we must remain vigilant against its assaults. They began to divide their tasks. Shanchuan and Tai Long were to divert the attention of the Shadow Wolf, while Ling Shui sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers once again wielded their swords against the Shadow Wolf, engaging in a fierce battle. Talon, alongside, relentlessly attacked in an attempt to divert the creature's attention. Enraged by their onslaught, the Shadow Wolf unleashed a series of ferocious roars, its assaults growing ever more savage. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a water arrow aimed at the beast's eyes. Yet, the Shadow Wolf proved remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the projectile. This creature is exceedingly cunning, Ling Shui mused. furrowing her brow. Mountains and Chilong continued their fierce battle against the Shadow Wolf, striving to create an opportunity for Lingxue. At last, during one of their assaults, the Shadow Wolf revealed a moment of vulnerability. Lingxue seized the chance, launching another water arrow. This time, the arrow struck true, piercing the Shadow Wolf's eye. The creature let out an agonizing roar and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully triumphed over the Shadow Wolf and obtained its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As they ventured forth on their subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin where an aura of mystery permeated the air, evoking a sense of oppression. "What is this place?" Chilong inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautioned, "Exercise caution. There may be peril ahead." As they ventured into the ruins, they unearthed numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a sword radiating an immense surge of spiritual energy. "This sword is truly formidable," Lingxue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the sword. "This should be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." The courage of the breaking world in Douluo. Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tailong stood amidst the ancient ruins, where a magnificent sword emanated a powerful wave of soul energy. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. Excitement shimmered in Tailong's eyes. The mountains and rivers seemed to nod gently as he reached for the hilt of the sword, a formidable surge of power instantly coursing through his heart. Indeed, this was a potent soul weapon. Lingxue gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes filled with concern. "Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins." Just as they prepared to depart from the site, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths. The expressions of the group shifted, instantly becoming vigilant. It appeared trouble was imminent. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the treasured sword. As the growl drew nearer, a colossal soul beast emerged before them. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to both a dragon and a tiger, its body clad in impenetrable scales, emanating a terrifying aura. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired, his voice trembling with fear. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. "I too am uncertain. Yet this soul beast undoubtedly possesses immense power." The soul beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing flame. The mountains and rivers hastily evaded, as the flames instantaneously scorched the surrounding walls to a fiery red. "The ferocity of its flames is formidable," remarked Lingxue, her expression grave. Gray shadows circled in the air, anxiously stating, "We must devise a strategy to vanquish it, or we shall find ourselves in peril." Shanchuan observed the movements of the spirit beast with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, take note. Although this spirit beast is formidable, its actions appear to follow a certain pattern." They began to engage in a strategic dance around the creature, deftly evading its assaults. During this intricate maneuvering, Shanchuan discerned a lighter-colored scale on the beast's abdomen, which might signify its weak point. "Lingxue, shortly I will draw its attention alongside Talon. Seize the opportunity to strike its abdomen," Shanchuan whispered. Lingxue nodded in agreement, preparing her spiritual energy. Mountains and Chuan once again charged towards the soul beast, relentlessly assaulting its head and limbs. Provoked, the soul beast retaliated with wild fury. In the fleeting moment when the soul beast exposed a vulnerability, Lingxue unleashed a formidable water attribute soul skill, sending forth a colossal water arrow that struck the beast's abdomen with precision. The water arrow found its mark, piercing the creature's weakness, and the soul beast let out a tortured roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. After absorbing the ring, Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Throughout their subsequent adventures, the bond between Chuan and Lingxue deepened. Together, they confronted various dangers, supporting one another and growing in unity. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. "This valley is truly enigmatic," Lingxue remarked. The mountains held Lingshue's hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. "Do not fear, we shall explore together." They cautiously ventured into the valley when suddenly, a melodious flute tune filled the air. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting magic, captivating them effortlessly. "Where does this flute music originate?" Talon inquired curiously. Shadows danced in the air, responding, "It appears to emanate from the depths of the valley." Following the direction of the melody, they gradually beheld a figure before them. It was a mysterious man, clad in a flowing white robe, holding a flute, exuding an otherworldly aura. "Who are you?" Why have you come here? The man gazed at them, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers watchfully regarded the man. We are adventurers, having stumbled upon this place by chance. Who are you? The man smiled faintly and replied, I am the guardian of this valley. It is home to numerous precious soul beasts and soul artifacts. Yet it is also fraught with peril. The hearts of Shanchuan and Lingshui stirred with a sense of anticipation, for they recognized that this place might harbor the treasures they sought. Shall we explore here? Lingshui inquired. The man nodded in affirmation. Yes, but you must exercise caution. The soul beasts within the valley are exceedingly powerful, and there are mysterious forces safeguarding this realm. They commenced their exploration of the valley, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Along this journey, they also stumbled upon precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingshui grew ever more resolute. They understood that, regardless of the adversities they faced, they would confront them together, steadfastly protecting one another. During a fierce battle with a formidable soul beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while striving to shield Lingshui. She gazed at him with heartache, her eyes brimming with tears. Why do you act so foolishly? Lingshui choked out, her voice heavy with emotion. Shanchuan smiled weakly. For you are the most important person to me, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Lingshui embraced Shanchuan tightly, her heart overflowing with emotion. You must. After Shanchuan suffered an injury, Lingshui was consumed with anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. You must hold on. We will surely find a way to heal your wounds, she spoke with a trembling voice. Talon and Huiying stood nearby, equally distressed. Furrowing his brow, Talon said, we must quickly find a safe place for Shanchuan to recuperate. Huiying circled above, stating, I will scout the area for a suitable location. With that, he soared away. Lingshui cautiously helped Shanchuan to his feet, taking one careful step after another in a determined direction. After a considerable time, they finally discovered a secluded cave. Lingshui gently laid Shanchuan down and began to examine his injuries. The severity of his wounds was alarming, necessitating prompt treatment. What shall we do now? Talon inquired. Lingshui bit her lip and replied, we need to find some herbs to tend to Shanchuan's injuries. I recall that there is a herb called Lingyu grass nearby, known for its remarkable healing properties. Talon immediately responded, I shall search for the Lingyu grass, and turned to leave the cave. Lingshui remained by Shanchuan's side, her heart laden with worry. She tenderly caressed his face, murmuring, you must recover swiftly, we have so much yet to accomplish together. After a while, Talon returned, holding some Lingyu grass in his hands. Without delay, Lingshui crushed the herb and applied it to Shanchuan's wounds. Over time, his condition began to improve. During the healing process, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingshui deepened significantly. When Shanchuan had fully recovered, they resolved to continue their adventurous journey. Exiting the cave, they ventured forth to explore the Douluo Continent. Along their travels, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts. Among them, one particular spirit beast captured their attention. It resembled a colossal spider, adorned with vibrant patterns and exuding a formidable aura. What kind of spirit beast is this? Talon inquired. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, I am uncertain, yet this soul beast appears remarkably formidable. We must proceed with caution. Lingshui gazed at the soul beast and stated, its aura is peculiar, as though it possesses some extraordinary abilities. They approached the soul beast with utmost care, attentively observing its movements. It seemed that the soul beast had also detected their presence. It emitted a sharp cry and then charged towards them. Shanchuan swiftly unsheathed his precious sword, poised for battle. The soul beast, possessing remarkable speed, appeared before them in an instant. It opened its cavernous jaws and unleashed a torrent of black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly shifted to evade the onslaught, as the venom splattered upon the ground, hissing ominously, eroding the earth into a formidable pit. What a fearsome toxin, exclaimed Talon in astonishment. Lingshui unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a protective wall of water before them, successfully intercepting the soul beast venom. Enraged by the thwarting of its attack, the soul beast retaliated, unleashing another stream of venom while simultaneously striking at them with its claws. Shanchuan and Tai Long continuously evaded the assaults of the spirit beasts, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Lingshui, meanwhile, tirelessly unleashed her spirit techniques, providing them with invaluable support. Throughout the skirmish, they gradually discerned the vulnerabilities of the spirit beasts. The eyes of these creatures were their Achilles heel. Striking at their gaze held the potential to vanquish them. Shanchuan and Tai Long exchanged a glance and nodded. they commenced their collaboration, with Shanchuan diverting the attention of the spirit beast while Tai Long sought an opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers continuously brandished their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the spirit beasts. Provoked by the mountains and rivers, the spirit beast retaliated with frenzied attacks. In the fleeting moment when the spirit beast revealed a vulnerability, Talon seized the opportunity and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the beast's eye. The spirit beast emitted a cry of agony and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a remarkable enhancement. In their subsequent adventures, they encountered numerous formidable spirit beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious location. There stood an ancient castle, enveloped in an aura of enigma. "What place is this?" Talon inquired with curiosity. The mountains gazed upon the castle and remarked, "This place appears to be shrouded in mystery. Let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the castle, where an enveloping silence prevailed, punctuated only by the echo of their footsteps. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient soul vessel. This vessel emanated a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was utterly breathtaking. "How magnificent this soul vessel is!" exclaimed Ling Shui. The mountains and rivers approached, meticulously examining the soul artifact. "This soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary. We shall embark on the journey of breaking boundaries as valiant adventurers." Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long stood within the ancient castle, where the soul artifact before them emanated mysterious and formidable waves of soul power. This artifact exuded an extraordinary aura, leaving them intrigued by its unique qualities. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tai Long's eyes. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows slightly as they cautiously remarked, "Better to be safe than sorry. This castle is shrouded in mystery, and the soul artifact is certainly no ordinary item." Ling Shui gently nodded, her gaze fixated firmly on the soul artifact. "We must explore with caution and refrain from acting recklessly." Just as they prepared to scrutinize the soul artifact further, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the castle. The expressions of the three shifted instantly, their vigilance heightened. It seemed trouble was once again at hand. Shanchuan gripped his sword tightly. The roar grew increasingly nearer, and a colossal soul beast emerged slowly. This creature resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body encased in a formidable exoskeleton, with the venomous stinger on its tail glinting ominously. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired nervously. Shanchuan diligently recalled the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. It could be the poison scorpion king, an exceedingly perilous soul beast whose venom is lethally potent. The poison scorpion king brandished its immense pincers and charged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly evaded, as the creature's pincers struck the ground with a thunderous sound. "What formidable strength this beast possesses," thought Ling Shui, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Huaying circled overhead, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. The poison scorpion king is not to be trifled with." Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the scorpion king with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. It is noteworthy that although the scorpion king possesses formidable strength, its actions appear to follow a certain pattern. They commenced a strategic engagement with the scorpion king, skillfully evading its assaults. During this encounter, mountains and rivers discerned that the exoskeleton on the creature's abdomen was relatively weak, suggesting a possible point of exploitation. Ling Shui, "Shortly I will divert its attention alongside Talon. You should seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly," Mountains whispered. Ling Shui nodded in affirmation, preparing her spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers surged once more toward the Scorpion King, relentlessly assaulting its head and pincers. The Scorpion King, incensed, retaliated with frenzied aggression. At the precise moment the Scorpion King exposed a vulnerability, Ling Shui unleashed a formidable water attribute soul skill, launching a colossal water arrow that struck the creature's abdomen with unerring accuracy. The arrow pierced the Scorpion King's Achilles heel, eliciting a mournful roar as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the Scorpion King and acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Mountains experienced a further enhancement of power. In the ensuing adventures, the bond between Mountains and Ling Shui deepened significantly. Together, they confronted myriad dangers, offering mutual support and growing in unity. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the woodland, obscuring the path ahead. This forest is so mysterious, who knows what lies within? Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand, offering her a gaze imbued with reassurance. Fear not, for we shall explore together. They ventured cautiously into the forest when, abruptly, a melodious song filled the air. The enchanting melody seemed to possess an otherworldly allure, drawing them into its spell. From whence does this song emanate? Tyrone inquired. His curiosity piqued. A shadowy figure danced through the air, declaring, "It appears to be emanating from the depths of the forest." They followed the direction of the song, and gradually a stunning woman materialized before them. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded gracefully, exuding an ethereal elegance. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she questioned, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers observed the woman with vigilant eyes. "We are adventurers, having stumbled upon this place by chance." "Who are you?" we inquired. The woman smiled gently and replied, "I am the guardian of this forest. It is home to many precious spirit beasts and spirit artifacts, yet it is also fraught with peril." As the group felt a stir in their hearts, they realized that this place might hold the treasures they sought. "May we explore here?" Ling Shui inquired. The woman nodded in affirmation. "Yes, but be cautious. The spirit beasts in this forest are exceedingly powerful, and there are mysterious forces guarding this realm." They commenced their exploration through the forest, encountering a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges along the way. During their journey, they also stumbled upon precious spirit tools and spirit rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui grew ever more resolute. They understood that, regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, safeguarding one another. In a fierce battle against a formidable spirit beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while protecting Ling Shui. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at him with heartfelt sorrow. "Why must you be so foolish? Always disregarding your own safety to shield me," Ling Shui choked out. The mountains and rivers offered a feeble smile. After the injury to Shanchuan, Ling Shui was consumed with anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Shanchuan, you must hold on. We have endured so much together. We cannot give up now," Ling Shui said, her voice trembling. On the side, Tai Long wore a worried expression. "We must swiftly find a way to save him. We cannot allow anything to happen." The gray shadow circled above, emitting urgent cries. Ling Shui took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "Tai Long, you and Gray Shadow search nearby for any herbs or remedies that might heal Shanchuan. I will stay here and watch over him." Tai Long nodded, promptly setting off with Gray Shadow in search of aid. Ling Shui remained by Shanchuan's side, gently caressing his face. "Shanchuan, you promised me that we would create our own legend on the Douluo Continent together. You cannot break your word." After some time, Tai Long and Gray Shadow returned, bringing with them a selection of herbs. Ling Shui hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shanchuan's wounds. After considerable effort, Shanchuan's condition finally stabilized. Ling Shui sighed in relief, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Tai Long. Without you and Gray Shadow, I would not know what to do," she expressed. Tai Long shook his head. "We are companions. This is what I am meant to do. Now, Shanchuan needs to rest well. We must find a safe place for him to recuperate." They carried Shanchuan to a secluded cave. Ling Shui attentively cared for him, providing him with water and changing his bandages. During this healing process, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui deepened. Shanchuan, watching Ling Shui busily tending to him, felt a swell of emotion. "Ling Shui, once I recover, we must continue our adventures," Shanchuan declared. Ling Shui smiled gently. "Yes, together." After a period of convalescence, Shanchuan's wounds fully healed, and they set forth on their adventurous journey once more. During their travels, they encountered a formidable spirit beast. This beast resembled a colossal lion, radiating immense spirit power. "What spirit beast is this? It looks incredibly powerful," Tai Long remarked. The mountains furrowed their brows, intently observing the soul beast. It could very well be the Flame Lion King, an exceptionally formidable soul beast. Its fiery assaults are incredibly potent, necessitating our utmost caution. Upon noticing their presence, the Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly evaded its advance. The Flame Lion King opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. They hurriedly summoned their respective soul techniques to counter the fiery onslaught. "This creature's flames are overwhelmingly fierce," Talon exclaimed. Ling Shui invoked her water attribute soul technique in an attempt to extinguish the blaze. However, the intensity of the Flame Lion King's flames proved too great. The water attribute technique could only offer a modicum of relief. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Flame Lion King with a calm demeanor, seeking its vulnerabilities. It was noted that the eyes of the Flame Lion King might serve as its Achilles heel. They resolved to devise a strategy to strike at its eyes. Thus, they began to coordinate their efforts. The mountains and rivers drew the attention of the Flame Lion King, while Talon and Lingxue sought the opportune moment to attack its eyes. The mountains and rivers ceaselessly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the Flame Lion King. Provoked by the relentless onslaught, the Flame Lion King retaliated with ferocity. At the moment the beast revealed a vulnerability, Talon and Ling Shui seized the opportunity to unleash their formidable soul techniques, targeting its eyes. The Flame Lion King emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the Flame Lion King, securing its soul ring as a hard-earned victory. After absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their strength. In the adventures that followed, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, enveloped in an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of unease. This valley is quite peculiar. Who knows what lies within? Talon remarked. The mountains gazed down upon the valley, a sense of vigilance swelling within. Caution was paramount. Danger could lurk in these shadows. They treaded cautiously into the valley when suddenly an eerie sound echoed around them. The noise seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, sending chills down their spines. What is that sound? Ling Shui inquired, her voice trembling with anxiety. The mountains frowned, attentively listening to the sound. It seemed to emanate from a certain spirit beast. We must proceed with caution. As they continued forward, they discovered peculiar fissures appearing on the ground. These cracks radiated a formidable wave of spiritual energy. What could this possibly mean? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The expression on Shanchuan's face was grave. It appeared that a formidable soul beast lurked here, necessitating our utmost caution. Just as they remained vigilant, a colossal soul beast erupted from beneath the ground. This beast, resembling a mountain in stature, was enveloped in impenetrable scales, each shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Its eyes blazed like burning fireballs, exuding a chilling malevolence. What manner of creature is this? Talon could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Shanchuan took a deep breath, gripping his sword firmly, and declared in a solemn tone, regardless of what it is, we must confront it head-on. Ling Shui formed hand seals, conjuring a protective barrier of water attribute soul power around her. The soul beast opened its cavernous maw, releasing a plume of black smoke that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Shanchuan and the others found themselves shrouded in the fog, their vision obscured. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan warned loudly. Talon, relying on his keen senses, charged towards the direction of the soul beast. However, the soul beast suddenly swung its claw, sending Talon hurtling through the air. Talon! Ling Shui exclaimed, her heart racing with urgency. As the fierce spirit beast launched an assault on Talon, Shanchuan seized the opportunity to soar into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The spirit beast, struck by pain, let out a thunderous roar. Its scales suddenly bristled, shooting forth like lethal arrows towards Shanchuan and his companions. Ling Shui summoned her soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water in a desperate attempt to shield them from the onslaught of the scales. However, the force of the scales proved too formidable, shattering the water curtain in an instant. In that critical moment, Huaying leapt forth, positioning his body to intercept the scales aimed at Ling Shui. Huaying, she cried out in anguish. The eyes of Shanchuan blazed red with fury as the soul power within him surged wildly, causing his sword to emanate a brilliant light. Perish! Shanchuan bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike towards the soul beast. The beast sensed the impending force of Shanchuan's blow and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The sword struck fiercely against its body, leaving a deep gash. The soul beast collapsed onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Shanchuan and his companions, utterly exhausted, fell to the earth. We have triumphed, Talon murmured weakly. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly illuminated the valley, and a mysterious portal began to materialize. What is this? Ling Shui inquired, gazing at the door with confusion. The mountains and rivers struggled to rise, regardless of what lay ahead. We shall venture forth to explore. Perhaps this is a new opportunity for us. They supported one another as they stepped into that enigmatic portal. Upon stepping through the enigmatic portal, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse of desert, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, radiating waves of heat. Where could this be? Tai Long gazed at the boundless sands, his heart brimming with bewilderment. Ling Shui wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, I am uncertain, yet I sense that this place is fraught with peril. As Shanchuan gazed at the sword in his hand, he resolutely declared, no matter what, we must press on. Just as they prepared to advance, a colossal sand scorpion emerged from the depths of the sand. This formidable creature, with its massive body, bore a stinger on its tail that gleamed ominously. Be careful, Shanchuan warned loudly. The sand scorpion charged towards them with great speed, and without hesitation, Shanchuan confronted it head-on. He unleashed his soul technique, and the sword radiated a brilliant light as they engaged in a fierce battle. Tai Long and Ling Shui swiftly employed their own skills to assist Shanchuan. Behold my might, the mountain falls. Tai Long leaped high, delivering a powerful strike upon the sand scorpion. Meanwhile, Ling Shui manipulated the water element in an attempt to hinder the creature's movements. After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over the sand scorpion. Phew, that was exhausting, Tai Long panted. Ling Shui approached Shanchuan, her concern evident as she asked, Are you all right? The mountains swayed their heads, declaring, I am unscathed. Let us proceed. After traversing the desert for an extended period, they finally beheld an ancient castle. The grand entrance remained firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of enigma. Shanchuan gently pushed the heavy door, yet it remained steadfastly closed. It appeared that the door concealed some mechanism, as Ling Shui remarked. Just as they searched for the hidden trigger, a chilling laughter echoed around them. Ha ha ha, you intruders shall not escape alive. A dark figure soared forth from the castle, revealing itself to be a soul beast imbued with the essence of darkness. The mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword, declaring, No matter who you are, we fear you not. In an instant, the battle erupted as the dark soul beasts unleashed their formidable dark powers, enveloping the surroundings in an abyss of shadows. Mountains and rivers, they struggled against the darkness with great difficulty. Everyone huddled together, do not disperse. Mountain River shouted. Talon and Ling Shui closely followed Mountain River, providing mutual support. At a critical moment, Mountain River suddenly comprehended a new soul technique, and a radiant light emanated from him, dispelling the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack and ultimately triumphed over the dark soul beasts. Upon entering the castle, they discovered it concealed numerous precious soul artifacts and ancient tomes. These are treasures, Talon exclaimed with excitement. However, Ling Shui expressed her concern, saying, I wonder if there are other dangers lurking here. Just then, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the castle. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal three-headed dragon before them. This is utterly terrifying, Talon gasped. Stepping back a few paces, mountains and rivers clenched their teeth. Do not fear, we shall surely conquer it. The three-headed dragon unleashed flames, frost, and lightning, while the group adeptly evaded its onslaught. Let us collectively strike at its vulnerabilities, shouted mountains and rivers. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately discerned the dragon's weakness and triumphed over it. Following a period of recuperation within the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest. A thick mist enveloped the woods, obscuring their sense of direction. Be cautious, there is an unsettling aura here, Ling Shui cautioned. Suddenly, a soul beast adept in illusions emerged, ensnaring them within a phantasmagorical realm. In this illusion, mountains and rivers found himself transported back to his former world, transformed into an ordinary mortal, devoid of soul power and companions. No, this cannot be true. He exerted every effort to awaken from the dreamlike state. Talon and Ling Shui also struggled to free themselves from the confines of the illusion. Ultimately, through unwavering resolve and mutual trust, they shattered the illusion. Upon exiting the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed intently at mountains and rivers and remarked, Young man, your adventure has only just begun. Ahead lie even greater challenges awaiting you. Mountain River respectfully remarked, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. They pressed onward and soon encountered a soul beast endowed with spatial abilities. This creature possessed the power of instantaneous movement, causing their attacks to repeatedly miss the mark. What could be done? Talon felt a twinge of anxiety. The serene mountains contemplated strategies. We must uncover the patterns of its movement. After meticulous observation, the mountains discerned the flaws in the soul beast's mobility, leading everyone to a triumphant victory over it. As their adventures progressed, the strength of the group flourished, and their renown expanded. However, an ominous crisis loomed silently on the horizon. An evil organization had set its sights upon them, intent on seizing the soul artifacts and secret tomes in their possession. Upon receiving the news, Yamakawa and his companions resolved to take the initiative. In their battle against the nefarious organization, they encountered an unprecedented adversary. Fear not. For justice and our dreams, we shall fight with all our might, Yamakawa proclaimed, rallying their spirits. They engaged in a fierce struggle with the enemy. The scene ablaze with intensity. Lingxue sustained injuries during the fray, leaving Yamakawa in a state of desperate urgency. Lingxue, hold on. Yamakawa unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, vanquishing the foe before him and rushing towards Lingxue. Talon, not to be outdone, bravely fought against the enemies. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the evil organization, safeguarding their hard-won achievements. This battle fortified Yamakawa and his companions' resolve to forge a legendary tale upon the Douluo Continent. The road ahead remains long, and they shall continue to confront countless challenges and opportunities, inscribing their own glorious narrative. Following their triumph over the malevolent organization, Yamakawa, Lingxue, and Talon embarked on further adventures across the Douluo Continent. They heard whispers of a mysterious soul artifact in the distant icy plains, said to possess immense power. Determined to acquire this artifact and enhance their abilities, they resolutely set forth on their journey to the frozen expanse. Along the way, the bond between Yamakawa and Lingxue deepened significantly. Yamakawa, do you think we will successfully obtain the soul artifact this time? Lingxue inquired with a touch of concern. Mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, bestowing upon her a resolute gaze. Rest assured, as long as we unite our efforts, nothing shall obstruct our path. Talon jested from the side. Oh, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection. Let us hasten our journey. The trio exchanged laughter and banter, the atmosphere light and amiable. However, as they stepped onto the icy expanse, an unrelenting chill assaulted them. Suddenly, a colossal ice bear erupted from the snow, emanating an aura of frigidness. Each breath it took releasing a frosty mist. Be cautious, this ice bear is formidable, Mountain called out loudly. The ice bear swung its massive paw, conjuring a gust of icy wind. Mountain swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously brandishing his sword against the beast. Behold my flame slash. Flames erupted from Mountain's sword as he struck the ice bear, yet it merely left a faint mark upon its thick hide. This creature's defense is exceedingly robust, Talon exclaimed. Lingxue invoked her soul technique, Water Curtain, Celestial Splendor. A veil of water enveloped the ice bear, seeking to hinder its movements. The ice bear roared in fury, and the frost surrounding it instantly froze the water curtain. As the mountains and rivers sparkled with renewed vigor, Tai Long, let us together strike at its frozen domain. The two launched their assaults simultaneously, causing the ice bear to howl in agony and retaliate with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce clash, Shanchuan was inadvertently struck by the ice bear and sent sprawling to the ground. Shanchuan, Lingxue, filled with urgency, raced towards him. The mountains and rivers rose with great difficulty, yet I remained unscathed, resolutely continuing the fight. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered the ice bear's vulnerable point, its eyes. The harmonious collaboration between Shanchuan and Tai Long captured the attention of the ice bear. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue unleashed a powerful water arrow directed at the creature's eyes. The ice bear roared in agony and collapsed to the ground. Finally, it was vanquished. Tai Long, utterly exhausted, slumped down onto the earth. They pressed onward and ultimately discovered the fabled soul artifact. However, during the acquisition of the artifact, they inadvertently triggered a guardian mechanism, summoning a soul beast endowed with formidable psychic power. This soul beast possessed the ability to directly assault their mental realm, plunging them into an illusory nightmare. In the midst of an illusion, Shanchuan beheld the scene of his former existence, marked by mediocrity and ridicule. No, this is not what I desire, he exclaimed, striving to break free from the shackles of the mirage. Lingxue, too, witnessed Shanchuan departing from her side, pleading, Shanchuan, do not leave me. Meanwhile, Tai Long glimpsed a future devoid of strength, reduced to a state of helplessness. No, I cannot be vanquished. He gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might. Ultimately, through unwavering determination and the bonds they shared, they extricated themselves from the illusion. After successfully acquiring the soul artifact, they prepared to depart from the icy expanse. Yet, en route, they encountered a ferocious pack of snow wolves. The wolves encircled them menacingly, with the alpha wolf exuding a fierce glare. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the pack scatter us, Shanchuan warned. Lingxue pressed closely against him, affirming, we shall surely break through. The mountains and rivers unveiled the power of their newly acquired soul artifacts, a radiant beam flashing forth, repelling a portion of the snow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched his assault, invoking the mighty force of Mount Tai. Observing this, the Snow Wolf King personally lunged at the mountains and rivers. A fierce one-on-one battle ensued between them. After a harrowing struggle for survival, the mountains and rivers finally discerned a flaw in the Snow Wolf King's defense, delivering a decisive strike that felled the beast. With their king vanquished, the remaining snow wolves scattered in disarray. Upon exiting the icy expanse, they arrived at a mysterious valley. The air was suffused with an enchanting floral fragrance, intoxicating all who inhaled it. However, they soon discovered that the flora possessed toxic properties, and lurking within was a soul beast adept at wielding poison. Be cautious and avoid touching these plants, Ling Xue warned. At that moment, the soul beast launched a sudden attack. Exhaling a cloud of toxic mist, Shanchuan swiftly conjured a shield of spiritual energy, holding his breath in anticipation. Tailong searched fervently for traces of the soul beast, which had concealed itself too deeply. Ling Xue observed the surrounding flora and seemed to discern a pattern. Following Ling Xue's insights, Shanchuan and Tailong ultimately discovered the lair of the soul beast. After an intense battle, they emerged victorious. In their subsequent adventures, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, with unwavering courage, intellect, and unity, they overcame every obstacle. One day, they received word of a powerful soul ring that had appeared within ancient ruins. Without hesitation, they set forth to claim this soul ring and enhance their strength. The ruins were fraught with intricate mechanisms and treacherous traps, where a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Be cautious of your footing, Shanchuan cautioned. Unfortunately, Ling Xue inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of sharpened arrows. Tailong bravely stepped forward, shielding them with his body. I am unharmed. Let us press on. At last, they reached the chamber where the soul ring resided, only to find it guarded by a fearsome ancient behemoth. This colossal creature possessed terrifying strength and an impenetrable hide. What shall we do? Ling Xue quivered with trepidation. Mountains and rivers encouraged, do not fear. We shall surely devise a plan. As they observed the movements of the colossal beast, they discerned that its left flank bore a comparatively weaker defense. Let us concentrate our attacks on its left side, shouted Mountain River. The trio unleashed their most formidable assaults, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the giant creature, acquiring the coveted soul ring. As time progressed, the renown of Mountain River and his companions grew ever more illustrious throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet, they understood that further challenges awaited them, and they would resolutely forge ahead, inscribing their own legend. On the pinnacle path of Douluo, after successfully obtaining the powerful soul ring, the strength of Mountain River, Ling Xue, and Tailong experienced a remarkable enhancement. However, they did not cease their adventurous pursuits. One day, in an ancient town, they encountered a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant misty forest lay an extraordinary soul artifact, endowed with the power to manipulate time. This revelation stirred their hearts, prompting them to embark on a quest to explore the misty forest. Upon entering the forest, the surrounding fog thickened, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is too dense. We won't lose our way, will we? Tailong expressed his concerns. Fear not. As long as we stay close to one another, all will be well, Mountain River reassured. Ling Xue tightly clasped Mountain River's hand, affirming, with you by my side, I have no fear. Suddenly, a deep, ominous roar echoed through the mist. A massive two-headed python emerged before them, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light, exhaling a cloud of toxic mist. Be cautious, that mist is poisonous, Mountain River warned loudly. Tailong swiftly unleashed his defensive soul technique, conjuring a shield to ward off the noxious fumes. Mountains and rivers, wielding a precious sword, charged towards the two-headed serpent, proclaiming, Behold the sword. The serpent deftly twisted its body, evading the onslaught, and opened its gaping maw to strike. Ling Xue hastily unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent to assail the serpent's head, attempting to divert its attention. Talon, let us strike at its weakness together, Mountain shouted. After a fierce battle, they discerned that the serpent's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. The trio coordinated with seamless synergy. Mountain drew the serpent's focus while Talon and Ling Xue seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the two-headed serpent. Phew, it is finally resolved, Talon gasped. Catching his breath, They pressed onward through the forest, encountering increasingly perilous threats. Yet, bolstered by one another's support, they overcame each challenge in turn. As they delved deeper into the woods, they at last discovered the fabled resting place of the soul artifact. However, a formidable flame lion stood guard, enveloped in raging fire, each pounce radiating searing heat. This flame lion is no easy adversary, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers stood resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, we must acquire the soul artifact. The battle erupted instantaneously, as the fiery skills of the flame lion rendered them unable to approach. Lingxue, employ your water attribute soul skills to suppress its flames, shouted Shanchuan. Lingxue promptly unleashed her soul technique, contending with the inferno of the flame lion. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched a side attack on the beast, but was swatted away by a powerful paw. Talon, Shanchuan exclaimed in distress. I'm fine, continue the fight. Talon rose and charged once more. Amidst the fierce conflict, Shanchuan discerned that the flame lion experienced a brief moment of vulnerability following its formidable fire attacks. Everyone, take note. After its next assault, that will be our chance, Shanchuan declared. Indeed, following another fierce fire attack from the flame lion, they seized the opportunity and struck its vital point, ultimately vanquishing it. Upon obtaining the soul artifact, they felt a surge of immense power. This soul artifact is truly impressive, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before their joy could linger, a formidable force enveloped them. It turned out that acquiring the soul artifact had triggered a hidden trial. They were transported to a mysterious realm, where a colossal phantom beast with spatial abilities materialized before them. What is this creature? Lingxue gasped in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, for it appeared this was the final trial. The phantasmal behemoth incessantly traversed the fabric of space, launching attacks that left them utterly defenseless. Amidst the tumult of battle, Shanchuan and his companions persistently endeavored to discern the patterns of the phantasmal creature. I believe I've uncovered something. Each time it materializes from the ether, there is a subtle fluctuation of energy, Lingxue remarked. Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity, Shanchuan replied. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the behemoth's vulnerability and triumphed over it, thus passing the test. Upon emerging from the enigmatic realm, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. On one occasion, they encountered a village ravaged by soul beasts, where the inhabitants lived in constant dread. We must extend our aid to them, Shanchuan declared. They commenced an investigation into the origins of the soul beast's emergence, discovering that a dark attribute soul beast was manipulating the others. So it was this fiend orchestrating the chaos, Talon remarked. Mountains and rivers devised a meticulous plan. We must stealthily approach it and then launch a surprise attack. With the villagers' assistance, they successfully located the lair of the dark soul beast. An intense battle ensued, as the dark soul beast wielded skills that were both peculiar and unpredictable. However, through their prior combat experience and harmonious cooperation, Mountains and his companions ultimately triumphed, saving the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are heroes." "It is merely what we ought to do," Mountains replied with a smile. In the days that followed, the adventures of Mountains and his companions continued, their names growing ever more illustrious across the Douluo Continent, transforming into legends in the hearts of the people. After rescuing the village ravaged by soul beasts, Mountains, Lingxue, and Tailong embarked on a new journey. They had heard whispers of an ancient ruin concealed within a mysterious sea, said to harbor enigmatic forces capable of enhancing one's strength. "This sea appears exceedingly mysterious," Lingxue remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves. "Regardless, we must explore it," Mountains asserted resolutely. Tailong pounded his chest and declared, "With us here, there is nothing to fear." They set sail on a small boat, navigating the challenging waves. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles towards their vessel. "Be careful," Mountains shouted loudly. The force of the octopus's tentacles was immense, swiftly capsizing their small boat. The three plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards a floating piece of wood. "This creature is too troublesome," Talon complained. While Shanchuan evaded the onslaught of the octopus monster, he exclaimed, "We must devise a strategy to strike at its head." Lingxue unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent of water in an attempt to restrain the creature's tentacles. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to leap from the water, charging toward the head of the octopus monster. Behold, the soul-shattering slash. The sword in the hands of the mountains and rivers gleamed with brilliance as it struck fiercely at the octopus creature. The monster, feeling the sting of pain, let out a furious roar and intensified its assault on them. Amidst the fierce battle, Talon discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. Mountains and rivers. Strike out its eyes, Talon shouted loudly. Mountains and rivers resonate with an unspoken understanding, once again unleashing a formidable soul technique that successfully blinded the octopus monster. Stripped of its sight, the creature plunged into chaos, and seizing the opportunity, they launched their final assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. At long last, we have dealt with this colossal foe, Ling Shui gasped, catching her breath. They continued their voyage across the sea, finally arriving at the fabled ruins. An aura of antiquity enveloped the site, with walls adorned in enigmatic runes. This place appears so mysterious, Ling Shui remarked, gazing around with curiosity. Everyone, be cautious. There may be peril lurking, Shanchuan advised. No sooner had he spoken than a massive stone lion emerged from the shadows, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. Its eyes aglow with a crimson light. What manner of soul beast is this? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers grasped the treasured sword firmly. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we shall conquer them all. The stone lion opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames. Swiftly, the mountains and rivers employed a defensive spirit technique, effectively thwarting the fiery onslaught. Ling Shui stood by, diligently bestowing enhancement effects upon Shanchuan and Tai Long. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Long maneuvered to the rear of the stone lion and launched his attack. The weight of a mountain descended. Tai Long leaped high into the air, delivering a formidable strike upon the stone lion. Enraged, the stone lion pivoted and lunged at Tai Long. In a timely manner, Shanchuan intervened, shielding Tai Long from the beast's ferocious assault. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the stone lion's vulnerability and succeeded in vanquishing it. Deep within the ruins, they uncovered a mysterious treasure chest, within which lay a precious soul ring. This soul ring appeared to possess immense power, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers cautiously lifted the soul ring, preparing to absorb it. At that moment, a formidable power enveloped them. It was the guardian of the ruins that had made its appearance. The guardian, an enormous humanoid soul beast, possessed unparalleled strength and speed. You shall not take anything from here. The guardian bellowed in fury. The mountains and rivers stand undaunted. We have endured countless hardships to arrive at this moment, and this soul ring is ours for the taking. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the guardian's assaults striking fiercely, leaving the mountains and rivers struggling to cope. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable. We must uncover its vulnerabilities, Talon exclaimed. After a period of keen observation, Ling Shui discerned that the guardian's weakness lay in its back. Mountains, let us strike together at its rear, Ling Shui urged, united in purpose. The trio finally struck the guardian's weak point, triumphing over it. The mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul rings, significantly enhancing their strength. After departing from the ruins, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they arrived at a cursed castle, shrouded in an ominous aura, rumored to be inhabited by an evil vampire soul beast. This castle appears quite eerie, Ling Shui remarked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. The mountains and rivers consoled. Do not fear, for I am here. They cautiously entered the castle when suddenly, a vampire emerged from the shadows, revealing its sharp fangs. Fresh blood, haha? The vampire cackled. Mountains and rivers wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the vampire. The swiftness of the vampire placed the mountains and rivers in a precarious situation. Talon, use your strength to restrain its movements, shouted the mountains. Talon unleashed his formidable power, temporarily confining the vampire. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui launched her soul technique, inflicting damage upon the vampire. After an intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the vampire, lifting the curse from the castle. In their subsequent adventures, the mountains and rivers encountered numerous powerful soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, they consistently supported one another, remaining steadfast and united. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a unicorn soul beast with healing abilities in the forest. The unicorn was being pursued by a band of malevolent hunters and had sustained grave injuries. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those hunters, declared the mountains. They engaged in a fierce battle against the hunters and successfully rescued the unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn bestowed upon them powerful healing abilities. As time passed, the renown of the mountains and rivers spread across the entire Douluo Continent. They became heroes in the eyes of the people, garnering countless friendships and respect. However, they understood that their adventures were far from over. and more unknowns awaited their exploration. The blood-soaked glory of Douluo, the valiant deeds of Shanchuan, Lingshui, and Tailong resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, their renown growing ever more illustrious. Yet, they remain humble, undaunted by their fame, and continue their journey of adventure. On this particular day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, said to conceal a formidable soul tool capable of bestowing its wielder with the power to command the elements. If we can acquire this soul tool, our strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Tailong exclaimed with excitement. Let us not rejoice too soon. The path ahead will surely be fraught with challenges, Lingshui cautioned. Shanchuan nodded slightly, urging everyone to remain cautious and vigilant. They treaded carefully into the valley, and scarcely had they entered when a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air. A colossal white tiger spirit beast leapt forth from the thicket, its fur shimmering with electric sparks, and its gaze radiated hostility. This formidable white tiger appeared to be a daunting adversary. Talon swallowed hard. The mountains and rivers grasped the sword firmly in hand. Fear not, for we shall advance together. The white tiger launched the first assault, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards the mountains and rivers. Lingshui swiftly employed her water attribute soul technique, conjuring a shimmering water barrier to deflect the electric onslaught. Talon, now is your chance, shouted the mountains and rivers. Talon charged forward, summoning immense strength in an attempt to subdue the white tiger. Yet, the white tiger nimbly evaded, turning swiftly to strike at Talon with a powerful claw. Be careful, Lingshui exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers arrived just in time, wielding his sword to block the assault of the white tiger. This creature moves with astonishing speed, Mountains remarked. We must devise a means to ensnare it, Lingshui suggested. After a thorough discussion, they resolved that Mountains and Talon would divert the white tiger's attention while Lingshui strategically set water-based traps in the vicinity. The execution of their plan unfolded seamlessly. The white tiger inadvertently fell into the trap, its movements now hindered. At the opportune moment, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable soul technique, piercing the vital spot of the white tiger with a single stroke. The creature struggled a few times before finally succumbing. A sense of relief washed over Tailong. The ordeal was finally resolved. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they were poised to seize it, the artifact unexpectedly emanated a tremendous force, manifesting a colossal shield that barred their entry. What is happening? Tailong inquired, perplexed. It appeared that obtaining the soul artifact was not going to be a simple task. Shanchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. To claim the soul artifact, you must first pass my trial. Suddenly, a gigantic flaming phoenix materialized before them. As the phoenix unfurled its wings, the surrounding temperature surged instantly. This trial is exceedingly difficult, Lingshui remarked. The mountains and rivers declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must not surrender. The battle commenced, with the fiery phoenix unleashing flames, while the mountains and rivers evaded its onslaught. We cannot persist in this passive state of enduring attacks, stated Talon. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan spoke. Lingshui, utilize your water attribute soul skill to lower the surrounding temperature. Talon, let us launch our assault on the phoenix's wings together. They executed their plan with precision. Lingshui successfully diminished the temperature, while Shanchuan and Talon seized the opportunity to strike at the phoenix's wings. Infuriated by the assault, the phoenix let out a furious scream and retaliated with increased ferocity. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan discerned that the creature's abdomen was its vulnerable point. Focus your attacks on its abdomen, he commanded. The trio unleashed their full might and ultimately struck the phoenix's abdomen. The phoenix collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a radiant light. The protective shield vanished alongside it, and they triumphantly acquired the soul device. Splendid. We have succeeded, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. Lingshui gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with joy. They departed the valley with the soul device in hand, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark forces. The townsfolk exhibited peculiar behavior, their gazes vacant and their movements sluggish. This place feels eerily unsettling, Lingshui remarked. There must be some malevolent force at work, Shanchuan replied. As they investigated the town, they uncovered traces of a dark sorcerer. It appears this rogue is behind the mischief, Talon stated. The dark sorcerer, having detected their presence, unleashed his dark magic in an assault against them. In a valiant effort, the trio faced off against the dark sorcerer in an intense magical confrontation. During the battle, they discovered that the sorcerer's powers stemmed from a sinister soul ring. By shattering that soul ring, they could vanquish him. We must work together, Shanchuan declared. Seizing the opportunity, they coordinated their efforts, and with a decisive strike, Shanchuan shattered the dark soul ring. The sorcerer, stripped of his power, was ultimately defeated. The quaint town returned to its former tranquility, and the grateful residents expressed their heartfelt appreciation. In the ensuing days, their adventures continued unabated. They encountered a myriad of challenges and adversaries. Yet they remained steadfast in their beliefs and resolute in their pursuit. On one occasion, they found themselves in a vast desert, where they confronted a colossal sandworm soul beast. The creature, capable of gliding effortlessly through the sands, launched surprise attacks that caught them off guard. "This sandworm is quite tenacious," Talon remarked. "Do not fret. We shall find a way," Shanchuan reassured him. Ling Shui, keenly observing the sandworm's movements, noted, "I have discerned that it pauses briefly every time it emerges from the sand. That is our moment to strike." Heeding Ling Shui's insight, they bided their time. At last, Shanchuan seized the fleeting opportunity when the sandworm halted, delivering a piercing blow to its head. The creature thrashed momentarily before collapsing onto the sandy ground. Through countless adventures and battles, the bonds among Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Talon deepened, rendering them each other's most steadfast support. The road ahead remains long, and together, they shall continue to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long triumphed over the sandworm soul beast, they continued their journey through the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of a mysterious snow lotus atop a distant icy peak, said to possess miraculous powers of resurrection. If we can obtain this snow lotus, it will provide us with an added layer of protection in times of peril, Ling Shui expressed with eager anticipation. "Then let us endeavor to seek it out, regardless of the challenges we may face," Shanchuan replied resolutely, gazing steadfastly at her. Tai Long thumped his chest and declared, "With Brother Shanchuan by our side, success is assured." The trio set forth towards the icy mountain, and as they ascended closer to the summit, the temperature plummeted, and the biting cold winds howled mercilessly. "This is unbearable. I feel as if my hands and feet are on the verge of freezing solid." Tai Long could not help but complain. Ling Shui exhaled a puff of white mist, urging, "Everyone, just a bit longer. We are almost there." At long last, they reached the mountain's peak, only to be confronted by a colossal ice dragon soul beast guarding the snow lotus. The dragon unfurled its wings and roared, unleashing an icy blast. "Be cautious." Shanchuan swiftly pulled Ling Shui and Tai Long behind him, summoning his soul power to create a protective shield. "This creature is formidable," Tai Long remarked. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not. We shall face this together." The ice dragon lunged at them with its massive claws, but Shanchuan deftly sidestepped and struck at the dragon's talons with his sword. Ling Shui summoned her water element soul technique, forming icicles that hurtled toward the ice dragon. The creature roared in fury, unleashing a column of ice from its maw. Talon leapt with all his might, positioning himself to shield against the icy blast. "Talon!" Shanchuan and Ling Shui gasped in unison. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Talon reassured them, "I am unharmed. Let us continue the fight." Mountains and rivers glared fiercely, the soul power within surging forth. "Ice dragon, meet your demise." After an intense battle, they discovered the ice dragon's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Ling Shui, divert its attention while Talon and I seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly, Shanchuan commanded. Ling Shui nodded and charged towards the ice dragon, persistently unleashing soul techniques to distract it. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Talon maneuvered behind the beast, launching their most formidable assault. The ice dragon let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. "At last, we have vanquished it," Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. They successfully acquired the snow lotus and resumed their journey. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious cave, rumored to harbor a powerful soul artifact. Upon entering, countless bat soul beasts swooped down upon them. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan cried, wielding his sword to slay the bats. Ling Shui and Talon also unleashed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught. "There are simply too many bats. We cannot possibly defeat them all," Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers observed their surroundings and discovered a ventilation shaft. "We shall lure the bats there and employ fire as our weapon." They fought while retreating, guiding the bats toward the vent. Ling Shui unleashed her fire attribute soul skill, setting the bats ablaze. Having dealt with the bats, they ventured deeper into the cave. In the depths, they found the coveted soul artifact. However, to obtain it, they had to solve a perplexing riddle. "This riddle is exceedingly difficult," Talon scratched his head. Ling Xue pondered thoughtfully, urging, "Let us not rush. Let us contemplate together." After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the riddle and acquired the soul artifact. In the course of their adventure, they encountered a nine-tailed fox soul beast adept in illusions. The fox cast its illusions, plunging them into terrifying nightmares. Where am I? How did I end up here? Shanchuan found himself lost within the dreamscape. Ling Xue, too, was engulfed in fear. Shanchuan, where are you? Talon struggled to maintain his consciousness. Everyone, awaken. This is an illusion. Ultimately, through their indomitable will, they broke free from the illusion and confronted the nine-tailed fox in a fierce battle. During the skirmish, Shanchuan noticed that the fox exhibited a brief fluctuation of soul power each time it cast its illusion. Attack it while it conjures its illusions, Shanchuan shouted. After a grueling fight, they triumphed over the nine-tailed fox. As their adventure progressed, the challenges they faced grew more formidable and the difficulties intensified. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through thick and thin. One day, they received news that an evil organization was capturing soul beasts with special abilities, intending to exploit them to dominate the Douluo Continent. "We cannot allow their nefarious scheme to succeed," declared Shanchuan. They resolved to engage in a decisive battle against the malevolent organization. During the conflict, the organization dispatched a variety of formidable soul masters and soul beasts. "Everyone, be cautious and do not scatter," Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Xue and Talon stayed closely by Shanchuan's side, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. The mountains and rivers unleashed their formidable soul abilities, repelling the enemy's assaults time and again. "Even in death, we shall not allow your triumph," Tyrone roared. After a brutal and harrowing battle, they ultimately vanquished the malevolent organization, thereby saving the Douluo Continent. The names of Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tailong have become legendary on the Douluo Continent, their tales recounted by the people, forever etched in the annals of this enchanting land. The dawn of Douluo. After vanquishing the nefarious organization, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tailong emerged as revered heroes in the Douluo Continent. However, their journey of adventure was far from over. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient library, where they discovered a mysterious tome that chronicled a legend about a lost realm. It is said that within this forsaken land lies an enigmatic treasure capable of upending the delicate balance of power across the entire Douluo Continent. This notion seemed utterly extraordinary. If such a treasure truly exists, we must seek it out. Excitement sparkled in Ling Xue's eyes. The mountains furrowed their brows slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Yet this journey is undoubtedly fraught with unknown perils. We must be thoroughly prepared." Talon, thumping his chest in assurance, responded, "With Brother Mountain by our side, we fear nothing." Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the Lost Lands. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of inclement weather and intricate terrains. This wretched weather, one moment a torrential downpour, the next a blazing sun, is truly tormenting, Talon lamented. Ling Xue smiled and consoled him. "Do not complain. This is merely a part of the adventure." The mountains and rivers remained ever vigilant, observing their surroundings. As they traversed a dense forest, a colossal venomous spider spirit obstructed their path. The spider expelled thick strands of silk, attempting to ensnare them. "Beware of those threads, they are toxic," Mountain River warned loudly. Ling Xue swiftly unleashed her soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water to thwart the approach of the silk. "Behold my might, the Titan strike." Tai Long charged at the venomous spider, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, the spider nimbly evaded Tai Long's assault and released a cloud of poisonous mist. As the mountains and rivers revealed their presence, Shanchuan promptly exclaimed, "Hold your breath, Ling Xue, and disperse the poisonous mist with your water attribute soul skill." Through their close collaboration and after a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous spider. Continuing onward, they arrived at a broad river, its waters rushing with great ferocity and hidden currents swirling beneath. "How shall we cross this torrent?" Talon inquired, his expression troubled as he gazed at the tumultuous waters. Ling Xue pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we can utilize the surrounding trees to construct a rudimentary bridge." Thus, they worked in unison, felling trees to erect a temporary bridge, enabling them to successfully traverse the river. At last, they reached the fabled Lost Land, an area shrouded in mystery, where an eerie silence enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread. "Everyone be cautious. Something feels amiss here," Shanchuan whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal two-headed dragon sprang forth from the ground, unleashing torrents of searing flames and frigid air from its maw. "What manner of beast is this?" Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers spoke with calm assurance. Do not fear, we shall surely triumph over it. The flames and icy breath of the two-headed dragon intertwined, creating a realm of duality where fire and ice clashed. Lingxue unleashed her formidable water-based soul technique, striving to neutralize the dragon's assault. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the assault of the two-headed dragon, Shanchuan leapt towards its head, his sword gleaming with a resplendent light. Meanwhile, Tailong fervently cheered for Shanchuan and Lingxue while seeking a moment to launch his own attack. After an exhilarating battle, they finally discerned the creature's vulnerability and triumphantly vanquished the beast. Deep within the Lost Land, they at last uncovered the enigmatic treasure, a soul ring radiating in extraordinary brilliance. Is this the fabled artifact? Lingxue inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed upon the soul ring. Just as they prepared to seize it, a formidable barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping the soul ring in a protective embrace. What shall we do now? Tailong asked anxiously. Shanchuan meticulously observed the barrier and declared, let us all concentrate our soul power and endeavor to break through this barrier. They unified their soul energies, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. After numerous attempts, a slender fissure finally manifested. At that moment, a shadow leopard soul beast, concealed in the darkness, launched a sudden attack, seeking to seize the soul ring. Be cautious. Shanchuan turned to fend off the shadow leopard's onslaught. Lingxue and Tailong swiftly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce struggle against the shadowy beast. In a crucial moment, Shanchuan successfully shattered the barrier, acquiring the soul ring. A surge of formidable power flooded into his being, enabling him to unleash a powerful soul skill that ultimately vanquished the shadow leopard. With the soul ring in hand, they began their journey homeward. However, en route, they encountered a new challenge. A band of robbers, having learned of their precious treasure, plotted to ambush them. Hand over the treasure, and we shall spare your lives. The ruthless leader of the robbers snarled. The mountains and rivers let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe you can rob us? A fierce battle erupted once more. With their formidable strength and seamless cooperation, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong vanquished the brigands, leaving them in disarray. After a lengthy journey, they finally returned to familiar territory. This adventure was truly exhilarating, Tailong remarked. Lingxue smiled at Shanchuan, saying, as long as I am with you, I fear no hardship, no matter how great. The mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, speaking tenderly, from now on, we shall walk this path together. Their tale continued to resonate across the Douluo Continent, transforming into an everlasting legend in the hearts of the people. Mountains, Lingxue, and Tailong have traversed numerous adventures, their names echoing far and wide. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, they received a mysterious letter, which spoke of an insidious force emerging from a distant, shadowy valley, threatening the peace of the entire Douluo Continent. It seems we have a new mission, furrowed his brow, Shanchuan remarked. Lingxue gently clasped Shanchuan's hand, her gaze resolute. No matter how daunting the challenges, we shall face them together. Tailong raised his fist. Indeed, let those malevolent forces witness our might. They immediately set forth towards the shadowy valley. Along the way, Shanchuan continuously conferred with Lingxue and Tailong on strategies to confront the adversary. This foe may be more formidable than any we have encountered before. We must remain vigilant, Shanchuan declared solemnly. Lingxue nodded. Rest assured, we shall exercise caution. As they stepped into the shadowy valley, a heavy aura of darkness enveloped them. Be cautious, there is movement, Tailong warned. Alert. Suddenly, a massive shadow wolf leaped from the darkness, its eyes gleaming with ominous red light, and it unleashed a torrent of black flames from its maw. What kind of soul beast is this? It appears incredibly formidable. Lingxue gasped. Mountains and rivers stood fearless, brandishing their swords against the shadow wolf. Do not be afraid. Watch as I confront it. The shadow wolf, swift as the wind, evaded several of their attacks with remarkable agility. Talon, strike from the side to divert its attention, shouted the valiant warrior. Responding with alacrity, Talon unleashed his formidable strength, aimed at the shadow wolf. Captivated by Talon's assault, the shadow wolf became vulnerable. And in that fleeting moment, mountains and rivers pierced its hind leg with a decisive thrust. A woo! With a furious growl, the shadow wolf pivoted and lunged at mountains and rivers. Just in time, Lingxue cast a water attribute soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water that slowed the beast's relentless pace. After an intense struggle, mountains and rivers finally seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the shadow wolf. Phew, at last, it's over, mountains and rivers gasped, catching his breath. They pressed deeper into the valley, encountering increasingly formidable soul beasts. What kind of place is this that harbors such powerful soul creatures? Talon lamented. Ling Xue reassured him. Do not lose heart. We shall surely uncover the source of this malevolent power. At that moment, a colossal boulder creature, wielding the ability to manipulate gravity, obstructed their path. With a sweeping motion of its hands, it unleashed a powerful gravitational field, rendering mountains and rivers sluggish. This is dire. Everyone, be cautious. Mountains and rivers called out. Ling Xue strained to maintain her soul power, striving to counteract the oppressive influence of gravity. With unwavering determination, Mountain River approached the Goliath stone monster with great difficulty. Behold my gravity slash! Mountain River unleashed a strike with all his might. The Goliath stone monster staggered back a few steps from the impact of Mountain River's assault, yet soon retaliated with renewed ferocity. In a pivotal moment, Talon discerned the creature's vulnerability at its back. Mountain River, strike its rear, Talon shouted emphatically. Mountains and rivers echoed with the sound of battle as he leapt into action, driving his sword into the vulnerability of the colossal stone creature. With the behemoth's fall, they finally arrived at the heart of the malevolent power. A dark sorcerer stood before an enormous magical array, from which a continuous stream of sinister energy surged forth. At last, I have found you, you wicked fiend, shouted the warrior. The dark sorcerer sneered in response. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? With that, he summoned forth a massive skeletal dragon spirit. The dragon unfurled its wings, stirring a tempestuous wind. This dragon is too formidable. Can we truly prevail? Tyrone expressed his unease. Mountains and rivers, with unwavering resolve. We firmly believe we can achieve our goals. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue and Tai Long exchanged a glance, synchronously launching their assault. Ling Xue incessantly unleashed her soul techniques to disrupt the movements of the skeletal dragon, while Tai Long, relying on his formidable strength, drew the creature's attention. In the midst of this arduous battle, Shanchuan finally discerned the dragon's neck as its fatal weakness. Everyone, concentrate your power on its neck, Shanchuan exclaimed. The trio simultaneously unleashed their most potent attacks, and the skeletal dragon let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the dark sorcerer, filled with rage, intensified the energy output of the magic array. We cannot allow him to succeed. Shanchuan charged towards the dark sorcerer. In the heat of the confrontation, Shanchuan identified the core of the magic array. Ling Xue, Tai Long, unleash all your strength upon the core of the array, Shanchuan commanded. Through their united efforts, the magic array was ultimately shattered, and the dark sorcerer was vanquished. We have succeeded, Tai Long shouted with exhilaration. Ling Xue threw herself into Shanchuan's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The mountains embraced Ling Xue tightly, casting a knowing smile towards Tai Long. Indeed, we have succeeded. Their adventure continued, with myriad challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet they remained undaunted, for they were legends of the Douluo Continent. After triumphantly vanquishing the dark sorcerer and rescuing the Umbral Valley, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long had once again become revered heroes in the hearts of the people of Douluo. However, before they could savor this glory, a new crisis stealthily approached. One day, while cultivating, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a formidable and malevolent power awakening. Upon investigation, they discovered that this power emanated from a legendary ancient soul beast known as the Dark Kirin. This Dark Kirin was said to possess the ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. We must proceed with caution, Shanchuan gravely warned Ling Xue and Tai Long. Ling Xue bit her lip, resolutely stating, no matter what, we cannot allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Tai Long clenched his fists, affirming, indeed, we shall face it together. In pursuit of the Dark Kirin's whereabouts, they embarked on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. This place is riddled with mechanisms. It is quite troublesome, Tai Long complained, dodging the venomous arrows that flew toward him. Ling Xue, while utilizing her soul skills to clear a path, urged, stop complaining and hurry along. At last, they uncovered the lair of the Dark Kirin within an ancient mountain range. Upon sighting them, the Dark Kirin opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Be careful. Shanchuan swiftly positioned himself before Ling Xue and Tai Long, deploying a defensive soul skill. This creature is indeed formidable, Tai Long exclaimed. The mountains and rivers resounded with a fervent call. Let us unite and deny it a moment's respite. Ling Xue summoned her martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, unleashing formidable ice-based abilities in an attempt to encase the Dark Kirin in frost. The Dark Kirin let out a thunderous roar. emanating an overwhelming power that allowed it to break free from the icy grasp in an instant. Meanwhile, Talon wielded his colossal hammer, aiming a mighty strike at the Dark Kirin. The creature nimbly evaded the assault, countering with a sweeping motion of its tail directed at Talon. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to soar into the air, aiming for the eye of the dark black Qilin. The dark black Qilin reacted with remarkable swiftness, using its claws to deflect the attack. Continuing in this manner would prove futile. We must uncover its vulnerability, Ling Shui exclaimed. After a careful observation, they discerned a lighter-colored scale on the Qilin's abdomen, which could potentially be its weak point. Talon, you draw its attention while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to strike its weakness, Shanchuan declared. Without hesitation, Talon charged towards the dark black Qilin, engaging in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Ling Shui stood by, seeking the opportune moment. At last, as the dark Kirin was provoked into a fearsome roar by Talon, both Shanchuan and Ling Shui unleashed their attacks, striking its vulnerable point. The dark Kirin let out a tortured cry and collapsed to the ground. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the dark Kirin suddenly rose again, its aura growing increasingly ferocious. This is bad. It's going to fight with all its might, Shanchuan exclaimed. The dark Kirin unleashed its ultimate skill, the Dark Destruction Wave. A formidable wave of energy surged towards them. Everyone, brace yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The three of them poured every ounce of their strength into their most powerful soul techniques to counter the Dark Destruction Wave. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the Dark Kirin's power waned, and it fell to the ground, transforming into a black soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. It has finally come to an end, Ling Shui said wearily. Talon plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, their adventure was far from over. Shortly thereafter, they learned of a formidable soul artifact that had emerged within a mysterious sea, attracting the attention of numerous powerful beings. This may present an excellent opportunity for us to enhance our abilities, Shanchuan remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once, Talon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the sea, they discovered that it had already been claimed by various factions. It seems that acquiring the soul artifact will not be so simple, Ling Shui noted. In the midst of the struggle for the artifact, they would not only contend with the assaults of other formidable opponents but also face the might of powerful soul beasts lurking within the waters. A colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles in an attempt to seize the coveted artifact. Shanchuan and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the octopus soul beast. Let us persevere, we must not allow it to prevail, Shanchuan proclaimed. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the octopus soul beast, successfully acquiring the soul tool. In the days that followed, Shanchuan and his comrades continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, confronting myriad challenges and adversities, continually evolving and progressing. Their names became an everlasting legend upon the Douluo Continent. The reputations of Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Talon on the Douluo Continent have soared, yet they remain unsatisfied, tirelessly delving into the mysteries of this enchanting land. By a twist of fate, they learn of a potent soul inheritance concealed within a distant, enigmatic forest, rumored to bestow unparalleled strength upon its possessor. This prospect is indeed alluring. Shall we dare to seek it? Ling Shui inquires, gazing at Shanchuan and Talon. Given such an opportunity, it must not be overlooked, Shanchuan asserts with unwavering resolve. Talon, brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaims, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Without hesitation, the trio embarks on their journey to the mysterious forest. Upon entering the forest, they are confronted by a fierce flame tiger soul beast, engulfed in roaring flames, each strike radiating searing heat. Be cautious, do not let its flames scorch you, Shanchuan warns loudly. Ling Shui invokes her ice-type soul skills in an attempt to subdue the flames of the flame tiger. Witness my might, Talon declares as he swings his enormous fists towards the beast. The flame tiger nimbly evades Talon's assault and swiftly turns to pounce on Ling Shui. Observing this, Shanchuan swiftly brandishes his sword to intercept. This creature is remarkably swift, Ling Shui gasps, slightly out of breath. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan identifies the flame tiger's vulnerability and delivers a decisive strike, vanquishing it. At last, it is dealt with. Talon wipes the sweat from his brow. They venture deeper into the forest, encountering increasingly formidable soul beasts. This place is indeed fraught with peril, Ling Shui reflects. However, as long as we unite our efforts, No challenge is insurmountable, Shanchuan reassures her. Soon, they encounter a captivating illusion demon soul beast, which unleashes powerful illusions, ensnaring them in terrifying dreams. Where are we? Why can't I move? Ling Xue cries out in terror. The mountains and rivers steadfastly maintain their composure. Do not panic, everyone. This is an illusion. Concentrate. With this reminder from the mountains and rivers, they gradually liberated themselves from the shackles of the illusion through sheer willpower. After several arduous days of trekking, they finally discovered the location of the soul heritage. However, to obtain the legacy, they must endure a series of formidable trials. The first challenge involved confronting a pack of formidable windwolves, known for their blinding speed and fierce attacks. Be cautious, do not scatter, shouted the mountains and rivers. Ling Xue and Tai Long closely followed the mountains and rivers, standing united against the onslaught of the windwolves. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, exclaimed Tai Long. The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement, guiding them to launch a counterattack. After a fierce battle, they successfully vanquished the windwolf. The second trial involved unraveling a complex riddle. The three sat together, their minds working tirelessly. I believe I may have a lead, Ling Xue remarked. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately deciphered the enigma. The final challenge was to conquer a formidable soul beast endowed with dual soul essences. This creature possessed extraordinary power, plunging them into a grueling struggle. What should we do? This adversary is exceedingly difficult to handle, Tai Long exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. With unwavering determination, Mountain River declared, do not surrender. We shall undoubtedly uncover its vulnerabilities. After meticulous observation, Mountain River discerned that the spirit beast experienced fleeting intervals during the transition between its two martial spirits. Now is the moment. Strike, he urged, seizing the opportunity. They launched a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the spirit beast and successfully acquiring the martial spirit legacy. However, just as they were poised to depart the enigmatic forest, they encountered a band of nefarious individuals coveting the legacy they had obtained. Hand over the legacy, and we may spare your lives, the leader of the miscreants snarled. The mountains and rivers emitted a scornful laugh. Is it really you? A mere dream. Another fierce battle erupted. The trio of mountains, Ling Xue, and Tai Long collaborated seamlessly, showcasing their formidable prowess. Allow you to witness our might, Tai Long roared. After a fierce skirmish, they successfully repelled the nefarious villains. This adventure has truly been exhilarating, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her and Tai Long with a gentle smile. Yet, we have all matured significantly. They, imbued with newfound strength and courage, continue to inscribe their own legends upon the Douluo Continent. The rebirth of Douluo in flames. After successfully obtaining the soul inheritance from the mysterious forest, Shanchuan, Ling Xue and Tai Long experienced a significant surge in their powers, and their renown across the Douluo Continent grew ever more illustrious. However, a new mission soon descended upon them. One day, they received an enigmatic invitation, beckoning them to an ancient castle, rumored to conceal an unparalleled soul weapon, possessing the potential to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. Though fraught with peril, Shanchuan declared, we cannot afford to overlook this opportunity. Ling Xue nodded, her eyes radiating resolve. Regardless of the challenges, we shall face them together. Tai Long thumped his chest, exclaiming, what is there to fear? With our strength, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Thus, they embarked on their journey towards the castle. Along the way, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Why is this path so treacherous? Filled with thorns everywhere? Tai Long complained. Cease your grumbling and tread carefully. There may be dangers lurking nearby, Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, a colossal venomous scorpion soul beast leapt out from the shadows, its poisonous stinger glinting ominously. Beware, this scorpion is formidable, Shanchuan shouted. The venomous scorpion swiftly launched its attack, spewing forth its toxic venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly invoked their defensive skills, successfully blocking the venomous liquid. Behold my ice spirit arrow. Ling Xue summoned her martial soul, unleashing a flurry of ice arrows that struck the venomous scorpion. In pain, the scorpion became even more frenzied in its attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Long charged forward, swinging his fists fiercely at the creature. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the scorpion. As they pressed onward, they arrived at the castle's entrance. The grand doors stood resolutely closed, shrouded in an air of enigmatic mystery. The castle exuded an eerie atmosphere. Ling Xue, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped the hem of Shanchuan's garment. Mountains and rivers offered solace. Fear not, for I am here. Tai Long stepped forward and pushed against the grand door with all his might. yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. What shall we do now? Talon scratched his head in frustration. At that moment, Mountain discovered a mechanism beside the door. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking it. Mountain meticulously examined the mechanism, and after several attempts, the door finally creaked open. As they entered the castle, a dense fog enveloped them, obscuring their sense of direction. Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me, Mountain instructed, moving forward with utmost care. Suddenly, a shadowy but soul beast emerged from the mist, lunging toward them. Watch out, Mountain shouted, swinging his sword at the bat. Lingxue and Talon quickly reacted, joining the fray. In the fierce battle against the shadowy bat, they discovered that it could render itself invisible, complicating their efforts considerably. This bat is exceedingly troublesome. It's always eluding our sight, Talon exclaimed anxiously. Stay calm. Let us listen intently for its sounds to ascertain its position, Mountain advised. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the bat's patterns and succeeded in vanquishing it. Pressing deeper into the castle, they encountered an array of mechanisms and traps. This journey is fraught with peril, Lingxue remarked. But as long as we do not give up, we shall surely find the soul artifact, Mountain encouraged his companions. At long last, they arrived at the heart of the castle, where they beheld the extraordinary soul artifact. However, it was shielded by a formidable barrier, and beside it stood a powerful ironclad lion soul beast, guarding it fiercely. The ironclad lion roared ferociously and charged toward them. Prepare for battle, Mountain commanded. Shanchuan and Tai Long confronted the ironclad lion head-on, while Lingxue positioned herself behind, utilizing her supportive soul techniques. The ironclad lion possessed formidable attack power, causing Shanchuan and Tai Long to be repelled several times. This predicament was untenable. We must identify its vulnerability, Shanchuan asserted. After careful observation, they discerned that the creature's underbelly was its Achilles heel. Tai Long, draw its attention. I shall seize the opportunity to strike at its abdomen, Shanchuan declared. Tai Long nodded in agreement and charged towards the ironclad lion, persistently provoking it. As the mountains and rivers seized the opportunity, they soared into the air, striking at the abdomen of the ironclad lion. The beast let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground. However, the barrier remained unbroken. Let us unite our strength to attack the barrier, proclaimed. They converged their soul power, launching an assault on the barrier. Under the force of their formidable energy, the barrier finally shattered, and they successfully acquired the soul artifact. Just as they prepared to depart the castle, its master appeared. Do you believe you can so easily take the soul artifact? The castle master sneered. It turned out that the master was a powerful soul master, intent on reclaiming the artifact. A fierce battle erupted once more. No matter who you are, we shall not surrender the soul artifact, declared. The castle master unleashed his potent soul techniques, launching an attack against them. The mountains and rivers harmoniously collaborated, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the lord of the castle. Ultimately, through their unwavering will and indomitable spirit, they triumphed over the castle's master and departed with the soul artifact in hand. This adventure was truly exhilarating, Talon remarked. Lingxue gazed at the mountains and rivers with a smile, saying, as long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. The mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand. Indeed, we must confront numerous challenges together. Their adventure persists, and a multitude of unknowns awaits their exploration in the future. Mountains and rivers, accompanied by Lingxue and Tai Long, embarked on a new journey with the unparalleled soul artifact acquired from the castle. However, their actions attracted the attention of various factions, including a sinister organization known as the Shadow League. I have heard that these three have obtained an extraordinary treasure. If we can seize it, we shall prosper, ominously declared the leader of the Shadow League. Leave it to us, we will surely bring it back. His subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and his companions remained oblivious to the impending crisis. The power of this soul artifact is immense. Yet it seems we must delve deeper into its mysteries to fully harness it, Shanchuan remarked. Lingxue nodded in agreement, indeed. But we must exercise caution to avoid being consumed by this power. Tai Long, with a carefree demeanor, boasted, what is there to fear? With the three of us together, we can handle anything. Just then, they were abruptly surrounded by a group of cloaked figures. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives, shouted one of the figures. The mountains furrowed their brows. Who are you? How dare you rob us? Enough of the idle chatter, let us commence. The figures in black surged forward. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly assumed a battle stance, engaging in an intense struggle with the cloaked adversaries. Behold my power. The mountain crumbles. Tyrone unleashed a formidable punch, sending several of the dark-clad foes sprawling. Ling Xue invoked her ice-based martial spirit abilities, encasing the surrounding enemies in a frigid prison. With agile movements and a keen swordsmanship, Shanchuan vanquished his foes. Yet, the black-clad adversaries continued to surge forth, their strength seemingly augmenting with each wave. This predicament was unsustainable. "We must break through," Shanchuan declared. "Follow me." Ling Xue discerned a potential escape route and led the group forward. They fled swiftly, eventually reaching a secluded valley. "Let us rest here for a moment to recuperate our strength," Shanchuan suggested. Ling Xue, filled with trepidation, remarked, "I wonder if they will pursue us further." "It matters not. Let them come. One shall perish, and two shall meet the same fate," Talon retorted with unwavering bravado. At that moment, a deep, ominous growl reverberated through the valley. A colossal flame bear soul beast emerged before them. "Truly, calamity seldom arrives alone," Talon lamented with a grimace. The flame bear unleashed a torrent of blazing fire, charging towards them. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. They promptly unleashed their respective abilities, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the flame bear. "This creature possesses a tough hide and is formidable indeed," Talon exclaimed. "We must identify its weakness," Ling Xue urged. After careful observation, Shanchuan discovered that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. "Talon, draw its attention. Ling Xue and I will seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes," Shanchuan instructed. Talon surged forward, confronting the flame bear head-on. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Ling Xue circled behind the blazing bear and launched their assault. At long last, the blazing bear collapsed to the ground, transforming into a soul ring. "Splendid! We have acquired yet another soul ring," exclaimed Tai Long with exuberance. However, before they could revel in their triumph, the members of the Shadow Alliance pursued them relentlessly. "You shall not escape," proclaimed the leader cloaked in black. "Even in death, we shall not surrender the soul artifacts to you wretched villains," Shanchuan asserted resolutely. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle once more. During the skirmish, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. "Is this how we are destined to meet our end today?" Tai Long lamented in despair. At that very moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from Shanchuan. He had, in a moment of peril, comprehended a new martial soul skill. "Prepare to witness my prowess." Shanchuan unleashed his formidable skill, instantly repelling numerous members of the Shadow Alliance. Inspired by this display, Ling Xue and Tai Long rallied and counterattacked with renewed vigor. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving back the members of the Shadow Alliance. "That was indeed perilous," remarked Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers clasped her hand. "As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Through this tribulation, their bond deepened, further solidifying their resolve to navigate the challenges of the Douluo Continent. They pressed onward, ready to embrace more trials and adventures. The trials of the Douluo God. After successfully repelling the Shadow Alliance, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant exploits spread throughout the land, capturing the attention of the deities dwelling therein. One day, while resting in a tranquil forest, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a divine figure before them. "Brave adventurers, I have witnessed your resilience and courage. However, to truly become formidable beings of the Douluo Continent, you must undergo the trials of the divine." The deity's voice resonated with authority and solemnity. Shanchuan and the others gazed in astonishment at the deity, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Xue was the first to regain her composure and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed deity, may I ask what precisely this divine trial entails?" The deity smiled faintly and replied, "In the distant Misty Valley, there resides a formidable chaotic behemoth, possessing the power to annihilate all. Your task is to vanquish it and obtain its soul ring." The mountains and rivers clenched their fists and resolutely declared, "We are willing to embrace this trial." The deity nodded in affirmation before vanishing in a blaze of light. The three immediately set forth towards the Misty Valley. Along the way, they deliberated on strategies for their approach. "This chaotic behemoth sounds formidable. We must tread carefully," Talon expressed with concern. Ling Xue reassured him, "Do not fret too much. We have endured countless hardships, and this time, we shall surely prevail." The mountains and rivers gleamed with determination. "Indeed, as long as we unite our efforts, no adversary is insurmountable." Upon their arrival at the Misty Valley, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Was this the aura of the chaotic behemoth? It was terrifying. Talon could not help but tremble. Before their eyes loomed a colossal creature, its form indistinct, each breath seemingly warping the very fabric of space around it. "Prepare for battle," shouted Mountain River, leading the charge. The chaotic behemoth roared, swinging its massive claws towards Mountain River. With agility, Mountain River evaded, conjuring his soul skill in an attempt to strike the beast. Ling Shui, from behind, continuously bestowed enhancement effects upon Mountain River, while Talon sought an opportunity to flank the creature. With a sudden roar, the chaotic behemoth opened its maw wide, unleashing a wave of black energy. "Be careful," Mountain River warned urgently. They all activated their defensive skills, barely withstanding the onslaught. "This cannot continue. We must identify its weakness," Ling Shui exclaimed. After a meticulous observation, they discerned that the beast's eyes were its vulnerable points. "Talon, draw its attention while Ling Shui and I aim for its eyes," Mountain River instructed. Without hesitation, Talon charged towards the chaotic behemoth, relentlessly provoking it. As Shanchuan and Ling Shui seized the opportunity to swiftly approach, they launched a decisive strike. Victory was theirs. Witnessing the chaotic behemoth collapse in agony, they erupted into jubilant cheers. However, just as they prepared to absorb the soul ring, a group of enigmatic soul masters suddenly appeared. "That soul ring belongs to us," declared the leader of the soul masters. "Not a chance. We have endured countless hardships to obtain it," Shanchuan retorted, unwavering. A fierce struggle ensued between the two parties. During the confrontation, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. "Save your breath. You should flee at once," Talon bellowed. Ultimately, the group of soul masters was vanquished and retreated in disgrace. Mountains and rivers have successfully absorbed the soul ring of the chaotic behemoth, significantly enhancing their power. As they prepared to depart from the valley, the deity reappeared. "You have excelled in your trials. From this moment forth, you shall receive the blessings of the divine." Upon uttering these words, a radiant light enveloped them. Mountain and the others were filled with gratitude. This marks merely the beginning of their new adventure, with countless challenges awaiting them in the future. Once the deity finished speaking, they vanished. With the blessings of the divine, they continued to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After receiving the blessings of the divine, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long experienced a significant enhancement in their powers, and their reputations soared. However, their actions drew the attention of the Soul Palace, a mysterious and formidable organization that has long been manipulating various factions in the Douluo Continent from the shadows. It was rumored that a few audacious individuals had unexpectedly received divine blessings, and they must be captured for the study of this newfound power, stated the cold leader of the Soul Palace. Soon, Shanchuan and his companions became aware that they were being followed by agents of the Soul Palace. "It seems the Soul Palace has set their sights on us. Everyone, be vigilant," Shanchuan warned with caution. "What is there to fear? Bring one, and I shall strike. Bring two, and I shall take them down as a pair," Tai Long declared, his fists raised in defiance. Ling Shui turned to Shanchuan with concern. "Shanchuan, what should we do?" The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. First, seek a safe refuge, then deliberate on the next course of action. They concealed themselves within a secluded cave. However, remaining in hiding was not a viable solution. "We must devise a strategy to take the initiative," Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "I concur. Yet the Soul Hall possesses formidable power, and we must not act recklessly." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. "They must be inside. Search for them. The people from the Soul Hall are already in pursuit." Mountains and rivers compelled the group to engage in combat with the denizens of the Soul Palace. "Behold my martial spirit's true form," exclaimed Shanchuan, unleashing a formidable martial spirit ability that temporarily repelled a wave of adversaries. Talon, undeterred, declared, "The weight of Mount Tai descends." Meanwhile, Ling Shui provided crucial support, tending to their wounds. However, the Soul Palace's forces continued to surge forth relentlessly, and they gradually felt overwhelmed. "Are we truly to fall here today?" Talon gasped. In that moment of dire urgency, a mysterious light flashed, and a deity reappeared. "Brave children, do not surrender," the deity proclaimed. The mountains and rivers seemed to glimpse hope. They earnestly implored the deity for assistance. The deity smiled gently, saying, "I can aid you, but you must rely on your own strength to conquer the Soul Palace." Having spoken, the deity bestowed upon them a mysterious soul artifact. With this artifact in their possession, the strength of the mountains and rivers surged, revitalizing their spirits as they engaged in a desperate battle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. During the conflict, they discovered that the adversaries were adept at employing various enigmatic soul beast skills. "Be cautious. This is shadow poison mist," Ling Shui warned loudly. The mountains and rivers swiftly executed their defensive skills, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the poisonous mist. After a fierce battle, they finally evaded the pursuit of the Soul Palace. It was an exceedingly perilous encounter, Ling Shui remarked with lingering trepidation. The mountains and rivers clasped tightly the soul artifact in their grasp, yet we shall not falter. We must ensure that the Soul Temple pays the price. In the days that followed, they diligently practiced while seeking the vulnerabilities of the Soul Temple. During one daring expedition, they encountered a formidable thunder lion soul beast. This creature is no easy adversary, Tyrone remarked. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the soul beasts. Everyone acted according to the plan. Ling Shui unleashed her control skills, restraining the actions of the thunder lion. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Tailong launched their assault. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the thunder lion, securing a precious soul ring. With their ever-increasing strength, they finally discovered the headquarters of the Soul Palace. This is the place. We must obliterate the Soul Palace, Shanchuan declared, his eyes brimming with determination. They stormed into the Soul Palace, confronting its master in a final showdown. You dare challenge me? The Soul Palace master taunted. Let us see. Shanchuan charged forward, undaunted. In the heat of battle, Shanchuan and his companions skillfully utilized their respective strengths, coordinating flawlessly. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the master of the Soul Palace, dismantling the very institution. The Douluo Continent returned to its former peace, and the names of Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong became legendary among the people. Their adventures continued, with even greater challenges awaiting them. After the successful destruction of the Soul Palace, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong emerged as revered heroes of the Douluo Continent. However, they did not rest on their laurels. They understood that within this vast and enigmatic land, countless mysteries still awaited their exploration. One day, within the ruins of an ancient edifice, they uncovered a mysterious tome that spoke of a lost artifact. It was said that this artifact possessed the formidable power to disrupt the balance of strength across the entire Douluo Continent. If we can locate this artifact, we can better safeguard our land, Shanchuan stated, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Ling Shui nodded gently, but this will undoubtedly be no easy task. Tailong pounded his chest, proclaiming, What is there to fear? With us together, no challenge is insurmountable. Guided by the clues within the ancient text, they embarked on a perilous quest to find the artifact. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. In a foreboding swamp, they faced a colossal poisonous python soul beast. The venom it spewed was intensely corrosive, instilling dread in their hearts. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let the venom touch you, Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Shui unleashed her ice-based martial soul skills, attempting to freeze the python's movements. Watch this, a powerful strike, Tailong shouted as he swung his massive axe towards the serpent. The python nimbly twisted its body, evading their attacks while launching counterstrikes. After an intense struggle, Shanchuan discerned the creature's weakness, delivering a decisive blow that brought the python crashing to the ground. Phew, finally dealt with it, Tailong gasped, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Pressing onward, they arrived at the foot of a steep peak, shrouded in mist and exuding an air of mystery. The artifact was likely concealed atop this very mountain. The mountains gazed at the peaks and spoke. Just as they prepared to ascend, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, and a colossal flying eagle spirit beast materialized above them. The great wings of the eagle spirit beast flapped, stirring up a tempest that rendered them unsteady. This spirit beast is not to be trifled with, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Do not fear. We shall face this together. The trio united their strength, engaging in a heart-stopping battle against the soaring eagle spirit beast. Ultimately, they triumphed over the creature, ascending to the summit. Within an ancient cave at the peak, they discovered the fabled artifact. However, as they prepared to seize it, a formidable force repelled them. What is happening? Talon inquired. Astonishment etched on his face. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated. To claim the artifact, you must first pass my trial. In the next instant, a deity from the Douluo Continent materialized before them. This is the divine trial. Only by demonstrating your courage, wisdom, and strength shall you be deemed worthy of the artifact, the deity proclaimed. As the trial commenced, they were transported to a realm filled with illusions, where they confronted their deepest fears. Mountains and rivers, I am so frightened. Ling Shui clutched tightly to the hand of mountains and rivers. Shanchuan reassured, do not fear, for this is but an illusion. We shall surely find our way out. After considerable effort, they conquered their inner fears and emerged from the phantasm. Next, they were to confront a formidable flame dragon spirit beast. The inferno breathed forth by the dragon was unbearably scorching, making it nearly impossible to approach. Be wary of its fiery abilities, Shanchuan exclaimed. Talon charged ahead, diverting the dragon's attention. The mountains and the ethereal snow were, meanwhile, seeking opportunities to exploit the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, they ultimately discerned the dragon's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. You have passed the trial. The artifact now belongs to you, declared the deity with satisfaction. As they grasped the artifact, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through their bodies. However, at that moment, a new crisis emerged on the continent of Douluo. A nefarious group of soul masters sought to wield dark forces to dominate the land, establishing a formidable organization in opposition to the forces of righteousness. Mountains, Shanchuan, and Tailong fearlessly stepped forward, wielding divine artifacts to engage in a climactic showdown against an evil organization. Throughout the battle, they harnessed the full power of the divine artifacts, engaging in an intense confrontation with their adversaries. For the peace of Douluo Continent, we shall not falter, exclaimed Mountains. After a breathtaking struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent organization, safeguarding the tranquility of Douluo Continent. Henceforth, their names became eternal legends, inspiring generations to bravely pursue justice and peace. Following their success in preserving the peace of Douluo Continent, the renown of Mountains, Shanchuan, and Tailong spread across the entire land. However, they remained unsatisfied, continuously striving to enhance their abilities in preparation for greater challenges that may lie ahead. One day, in a mysterious ruin, they stumbled upon a revelation that spoke of a unique soul beast residing in the distant deep sea, possessing an extraordinary martial spirit of immense power. If they could absorb its essence, their strength would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. This may be an exceptional opportunity for us to elevate our prowess, Mountains remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shanchuan, with a hint of concern, cautioned, the deep sea is fraught with dangers. We must be thoroughly prepared. Tailong, brimming with confidence, replied, what is there to fear? With Brother Mountains by our side, we are bound to succeed. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered numerous like-minded companions, including Ziyue, adept in healing, and Taizan, who possessed formidable defensive martial spirits. Together, they proceeded until they reached the precipice of the deep sea. Everyone, be cautious. The soul beasts of the deep sea are not to be underestimated, Mountains warned the group. Shortly after entering the depths, a colossal electric eel soul beast launched an attack upon them. The creature crackled with powerful currents, deterring any from approaching carelessly. That current is formidable, Ziyue exclaimed. Taizan boldly stepped forward, declaring, I will stand against it. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the electric eel soul beast, meticulously searching for its vulnerabilities. Let us all strike at its abdomen, shouted Mountain River. United in purpose, they engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately triumphed over the electric eel soul beast. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, the soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. This place is truly terrifying. Must we continue? One voiced hesitation. Having come this far, how can we give up? Talon encouraged. Just then, a mysterious soul beast, possessing a unique martial spirit, revealed itself. It resembled a dragon, yet boasted a pair of enormous wings, exuding an aura of dread. This is our target. Mountain River gripped his weapon tightly. The enigmatic soul beast launched its assault. Its skills both powerful and bizarre, plunging the group into turmoil. Everyone, stay calm and adhere to the plan, Mountain River called out. Shanchuan unleashed her ice-based abilities, attempting to hinder the soul beast's movements, while Ziyue tirelessly healed their wounded companions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan and Tailong launched a fierce assault. However, the defenses of the spirit beast were formidable, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. This predicament was untenable, and Shanchuan felt a sense of urgency. Just as despair began to envelop them, the deity of Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, do not surrender, believe in your own strength, echoed the divine voice within their hearts. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, Shanchuan suddenly grasped a new combat technique. Everyone, follow my lead, he commanded, reorganizing their assault. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned a weakness in the spirit beast and succeeded in defeating it. The moment for soul absorption had arrived. Shanchuan took a deep breath. During the absorption process, he encountered immense challenges as the power of the soul surged violently within him. Shanchuan, you can do it, Shanchuan urged anxiously from the sidelines. Bolstered by the encouragement of his companions, Shanchuan, driven by his indomitable will, ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul. Empowered, they embarked on new adventures across the Douluo Continent. They aided vulnerable villages in repelling the incursions of spirit beasts and resolved numerous mysterious incidents. In one such adventure, they stumbled upon a town under the control of remnants of the Spirit Hall. These spirit hall scoundrels are truly relentless, Talong exclaimed in anger. Mountains and rivers calmly assess the situation. Everyone must tread carefully, ensuring that their nefarious schemes do not come to fruition. They engaged in a fierce battle against the remnants of the Soul Palace. During the fray, mountains and rivers fully harnessed their newly acquired martial soul powers, repelling enemy assaults time and again. Hold steadfast, for victory is within our grasp. Mountains and rivers rallied their companions. Ultimately, they triumphed over the remnants of the Soul Palace, liberating the town. Their adventurous saga continues, becoming an everlasting legend upon the Douluo Continent. The passionate journey of Douluo. After successfully rescuing a town under the control of the remnants of the Soul Palace, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient legend that spoke of a mysterious valley concealing a 10,000-year-old soul beast, possessing an exceedingly rare and formidable martial soul. Defeating this creature and absorbing its soul ring would result in a significant enhancement of their powers. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss, Shanchuan declared with unwavering determination. Ling Xue expressed her concerns, stating, a 10,000-year-old soul beast will undoubtedly be formidable. However, Talong boasted confidently, what is there to fear? With our numbers, we can surely overcome it. Once everyone was prepared, they set forth towards the valley. Along the way, they encountered a young soul master named Lin Feng, who, upon hearing of their adventurous quest, decided to join them. I, too, wish to witness the might of this ancient soul beast, Lin Feng said with a smile. As they entered the valley, a powerful pressure enveloped them. Before their eyes loomed a gigantic two-headed serpent, exuding a terrifying aura. This soul beast appears to be at least 50,000 years old, and its level is exceedingly high. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan warned. The two-headed serpent opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of black venom, its attack imbued with corrosive properties. Quick, evade, Talong shouted. The group scattered to escape the onslaught. Let us strike together. We cannot allow it to take us down one by one, Shanchuan urged. Each member unleashed their respective martial souls and soul skills, launching an assault on the two-headed serpent. Ling Xue manipulated the water element, forming icicles to pierce the beast, while Lin Feng summoned his fiery martial soul in an attempt to scorch the creature. Yet, the two-headed serpent's defenses were incredibly robust, and their attacks inflicted little harm. With a swift sweep of its tail, it sent several of them flying. This creature is far too powerful, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. As the mountains and rivers rose, they declared, do not despair. We shall surely uncover its vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce battle, they discerned that one of the junctions of the colossal serpent's heads was its Achilles heel. Focus your assault there, exclaimed the mountains and rivers. Once more, the group launched their attack, but the two-headed behemoth fought desperately to resist. Just as the combat reached an impasse, a deity from the Douluo Continent appeared silently. Children, harness your courage and wisdom, the deity proclaimed. Inspired by this divine encouragement, the mountains and rivers suddenly conceived a stratagem. Tyrone, you and Lin Feng divert its attention while Ling Xue and I seize the opportunity to strike at its weakness. They instructed. Without hesitation, Tyrone and Lin Feng charged towards the two-headed serpent, engaging in a fierce struggle. Shanchuan and Ling Xue seized the opportune moment to unleash their most formidable assault, ultimately striking at the serpent's Achilles heel. The two-headed python writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed at last. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The next crucial phase involved the absorption of the martial soul. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, beginning to absorb the soul ring. However, the power of the 10,000-year soul ring was exceedingly formidable, causing immense suffering to the body of the mountains and rivers. Persevere, Shanchuan. Ling Xue grasped his hand tightly. Bolstered by the encouragement and support of the crowd, Shanchuan, through unwavering determination, successfully absorbed the soul ring. After the absorption was complete, they continued their journey. In the midst of a vast desert, they encountered a group of bandits who were robbing a merchant caravan. How dare they commit such heinous acts in broad daylight? Shanchuan exclaimed in fury. The bandit leader disdainfully retorted, mind your own business, or you shall find it impossible to return. Shanchuan and his companions engaged the bandits without a hint of hesitation. After a fierce battle, they emerged victorious, liberating the merchant convoy. The owner of the convoy, filled with gratitude, bestowed upon them a precious soul artifact. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious treasure hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to be connected to the origins of the Douluo Continent. This promises to be an adventure fraught with challenges, Shanchuan remarked. With anticipation in their hearts, They made their way towards the castle. Inside, the castle was laden with various mechanisms and traps, guarded by formidable soul beasts. Everyone, be vigilant, Shanchuan cautioned. Suddenly, a three-tailed fox spirit appeared, its speed rendering it nearly elusive. Watch this, Lin Feng declared as he unleashed a unique soul technique, momentarily restraining the fox spirit's movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and his companions launched a fierce assault, ultimately vanquishing the malevolent fox after a grueling struggle. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber housing the enigmatic treasure. Just as they prepared to exit the castle, its formidable master, a powerful soul master, emerged with the intent to reclaim the coveted artifact. This is something I have guarded for many years. You shall not take it away, the castle master bellowed. Thus, another intense confrontation ensued. Shanchuan and his companions collaborated closely, fully harnessing their respective strengths and advantages. Ultimately, they triumphed over the castle's master, departing with treasures in hand. Their adventure continues, as countless challenges and opportunities await them in the future. Shanchuan and his companions, equipped with the enigmatic treasures acquired from the castle, pressed onward. Their valiant exploits echoed throughout the Douluo Continent, drawing an increasing number of like-minded allies to join their ranks. One day, they arrived at a small town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in perpetual fear, terrorized by a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the shadow demon wolf, which had been ravaging the vicinity. This formidable creature was rumored to possess a lineage of 3,000 years, and its power was not to be underestimated. We must approach with caution, Shanchuan advised the newly joined members. Fear not, Brother Chuan. Together, we shall surely vanquish it, proclaimed a young soul master named Xiaofeng. The group began to scour the outskirts of the town in search of the shadow demon wolf's trail. Be vigilant. Do not fall into its ambush, Ling Xue cautioned. Just then, the shadow demon wolf lunged forth from the shadows with astonishing speed, targeting one of their comrades. Watch out, Shanchuan shouted as he leaped forward to assist. Talon, without hesitation, charged in, unleashing a formidable soul skill that momentarily repelled the creature. This beast is exceedingly cunning, Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. During the confrontation with the shadow demon wolf, they discovered its ability to become invisible and envelop the area in a disorienting shroud of darkness. We must maintain our composure. Let us stand back to back and support one another, Shanchuan commanded. After a fierce struggle, they gradually discerned the wolf's patterns of attack. Now is our moment. Strike together, Shanchuan called out at the opportune instant. The group unleashed their most potent soul skills, ultimately overcoming the shadow demon wolf. Splendid. We have triumphed, Xiaofeng cheered with elation. Yet, before they could celebrate their victory, another crisis emerged. The Spirit Hall, having learned of their movements, dispatched a formidable force to seize the treasures they possessed. Once more, it is the Spirit Hall. This time, we cannot allow them to succeed. Shanchuan's eyes glinted with fury. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The Spirit Hall's members exhibited great strength and impeccable coordination, thrusting Shanchuan and his companions into a dire predicament. This cannot continue. We must uncover their weaknesses, Ling Xue urged. Just as they were struggling to hold their ground, the divine presence of the god of Douluo re-emerged. Children, believe in your strength, unite as one, and you shall surely prevail. The divine voice resonated within their hearts. Inspired by the goddess' words, Shanchuan and his companions regained their resolve and unleashed extraordinary power. Follow my lead, Shanchuan urged as he charged towards the Spirit Hall's forces. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the Spirit Hall's attackers. This victory is a testament to our unity and perseverance, Shanchuan declared. Indeed, we are one team. Amidst the clamor of voices, the mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the shadow magic wolf. During this arduous process, Shanchuan experienced immense pain, yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Upon successful absorption, his strength saw a significant enhancement. They resumed their adventurous journey. Within a dense forest, they encountered a formidable thunder giant bear, aged 5,000 years. Possessing powerful lightning abilities, a formidable adversary indeed. This is a tough opponent, Talon remarked. But we cannot retreat, Shanchuan declared resolutely. As the battle commenced, the thunder giant bear unleashed its formidable lightning, making it challenging for the group to approach. Spread out and look for opportunities to strike, Shanchuan commanded. Throughout the fierce confrontation, numerous team members sustained injuries, yet none faltered. For victory, we shall fight with all our might, Xiaofeng shouted. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the thunder giant bear. As their adventure progressed, The challenges they faced grew increasingly daunting, yet their fervor remained unwavering, steadfastly navigating this path laden with uncertainty. The glory road of Douluo. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant bear, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their reputation grew ever more illustrious, drawing an increasing number of allies to their side. One fateful day, they arrived at a mysterious mountain range. Rumored to harbor a 10,000-year soul beast, the fiery phoenix, whose age reached an astonishing 15,000 years and whose level was terrifyingly high. This adversary would not be trifled with. Everyone steeled themselves for the encounter. "Fear not, for we have faced peril before and emerged unscathed," declared the newly joined member. A young, with an air of nonchalance. As they cautiously ventured into the mountains, they searched for any signs of the fiery phoenix. "Everyone, be vigilant, do not provoke it," whispered Ling Shui. Suddenly, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the skies as the fiery phoenix descended, engulfed in flames, waves of heat radiating from its form. "This is bad. Prepare for battle," Shanchuan shouted. The fiery phoenix spread its wings wide, unleashing torrents of fire from its beak, prompting the group to hastily evade the onslaught. "Its flames are too formidable," Talon exclaimed as he dodged. A Yang surged forward, seeking to launch an attack, but was swiftly struck away by a single claw of the fiery phoenix. "A Yang!" Ling Shui gasped in alarm. Mountains and rivers were in a state of urgent distress. Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan. They dispersed, launching their assaults on the blazing phoenix from various directions. However, the phoenix moved with incredible swiftness and boasted formidable defenses, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. "This approach is futile. We must discover its vulnerabilities," proclaimed Shanchuan. Just as the group found themselves ensnared in despair, a deity from the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, attune your senses. The phoenix's weakness lies at the base of its wings," the deity instructed. As the mountains and rivers echoed with the command, a glimmer of determination flickered in Shanchuan's eyes. "Everyone, heed my instructions and concentrate your attacks on the base of its wings." The group unleashed their most formidable soul skills, targeting the vulnerable joint of the fire phoenix's wings. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire phoenix retaliated with even greater ferocity. "Hold firm, we shall prevail," Shanchuan urged his companions with fervor. After a grueling battle, they finally struck the fire phoenix at its Achilles heel. The magnificent creature collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shanchuan stepped forward, preparing to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, a tumultuous surge of soul power coursed through his body, causing him immense agony. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. "Splendid. Brother Shanchuan has succeeded." The onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. Soon after, they received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization was capturing a rare breed of soul beast cubs, intending to use them for the creation of malevolent soul artifacts. "We cannot stand idly by while such heinous acts are committed," Shanchuan declared, filled with righteous indignation. They swiftly made their way to the lair of the wicked organization and engaged in a fierce battle with the adversaries. "You foolish mortals dare to disrupt our plans," the leader of the evil organization taunted. "Today marks your demise," Tyrone roared defiantly. Throughout the conflict, the malevolent organization employed various treacherous tactics. Yet Shanchuan and his companions remained resolute. "Everyone, be cautious and do not fall into their traps," Ling Shui warned. After an arduous and bloody struggle, they finally vanquished the evil organization and rescued the soul beast cubs. "Thank you, heroes," the nearby villagers exclaimed, rushing forth to express their gratitude. As the mountains and rivers exchanged knowing smiles, they resumed their adventurous journey. During one of their escapades, they encountered an ancient frost serpent, a colossal creature with 8 millennia of ice magic prowess. This formidable serpent proved to be a tough adversary. Caution was imperative, warned Shanchuan. At the onset of the battle, the frost serpent unleashed a tempest of icy spikes, plunging the group into a defensive stance. "Do not fear, we shall surely overcome it," proclaimed the newly joined member, Xiaoyu. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually discerned the serpent's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under Shanchuan's leadership, they triumphed over the frost serpent. As time unfolded, their adventures grew increasingly exhilarating, etching their legacy into the annals of Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the frost giant python, they continued their courageous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds resonated throughout every corner of the land. drawing forth more dreamers and champions of justice to join their ranks. On this day, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, rumored to be home to a 20,000-year-old nether poison lizard, a creature of considerable rank, whose venom could corrode anything in an instant. This promised to be a formidable battle. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Shanchuan solemnly remarked. Fear not, leader, we shall not falter. The newly joined member, Xiaofei, declared with unwavering confidence. The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, attentively surveying their surroundings. Oh dear, this place is utterly revolting, with muck everywhere, Xiaofei complained. Do not let your guard down. The nether poison lizard could appear at any moment, Ling Shui cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the nether poison lizard erupted from the swamp, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of green venom. Quick, evade, Shanchuan shouted. The group swiftly dodged aside as the venom splattered onto the ground, immediately releasing a plume of emerald smoke. This creature is exceedingly toxic. We must devise a means to counteract its venom, Tai Long stated. I shall attempt to freeze its venom using my ice-type soul skill, Xiaoyu proclaimed, unleashing her ice martial spirit ability, temporarily halting the spread of the toxic liquid. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, wielding his sword to strike at the nether poison lizard. The creature deftly twisted its body, its tail sweeping fiercely towards Shanchuan. Be careful, Shanchuan, Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers narrowly evaded peril, continuing the fierce battle against the nether poison lizard. The creature incessantly unleashed formidable soul beast abilities, ensnaring everyone in dire straits. This predicament was untenable. We must uncover its fatal weakness, heaving breaths, Shanchuan remarked. Just as the group pondered their strategy in despair, the deity of Douluo Continent re-emerged. Children, the weakness of the nether poison lizard lies in its abdomen, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your divine guidance, Shanchuan expressed with gratitude. Listen to my command. Focus your attacks on its abdomen, Shanchuan shouted. The group unleashed their most potent assaults, directing their efforts toward the abdomen of the nether poison lizard. The creature fought valiantly against the onslaught, yet, united in purpose, the collective force ultimately struck its vulnerable spot, causing it to collapse to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the ethereal poison lizard. During the process of absorption, the body of the mountains and rivers endured immense suffering, yet, he persevered through sheer willpower. Hold on, mountains and rivers, everyone urged him from the sidelines. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a remarkable enhancement. Wonderful. Our leader has grown even more formidable, Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement. Soon after, they heard rumors of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient ruin, said to possess extraordinary powers. Let us investigate. It may prove beneficial to us, mountains and rivers suggested. Upon arriving at the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious, reminded Tai Long. During their exploration, several members sustained injuries. We cannot give up. We will undoubtedly locate the soul artifact, mountains and rivers encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of finding the artifact, a group of powerful soul masters appeared, intent on seizing it. We discovered it first. You shall not take it from us, Xiaoyu declared furiously. An intense battle erupted. Mountains and rivers led their companions into a life-and-death struggle against their foes. After an arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over their adversaries and successfully acquired the soul device. This victory was largely attributed to their unity and bravery, as stated by mountains and rivers. We are a team, unwavering and inseparable, the group echoed in unison. In their subsequent adventure, they encountered a tempestuous white tiger, aged 12,000 years, possessing formidable powers to command the storm. Prepare to face the challenge, mountains and rivers proclaimed. As the battle commenced, the storm white tiger unleashed fierce gales, making it difficult for the group to maintain their footing. Do not fear, we can conquer it, the new member, Achong, shouted. The group coordinated their efforts, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, they emerged victorious over the storm white tiger. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue. Their path to glory is an everlasting journey. The pinnacle mission of Douluo. After vanquishing the tempestuous white tiger, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Their fame had spread across the entire land, earning them the esteemed title of heroes among the populace. One day, they arrived at a mysterious island, rumored to conceal a 30,000-year-old azure sea dragon, a creature of remarkable stature possessing the formidable ability to manipulate water elements. This formidable adversary was not to be underestimated. Everyone must exercise caution, Shanchuan declared with a grave expression. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not falter. A randomly joined ally, often proclaimed resolutely. As the group ventured onto the island, they meticulously searched for traces of the azure sea dragon. This place feels eerily quiet. Something seems amiss, Lingxue whispered. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted into towering waves as the azure sea dragon leapt from the depths, unleashing a barrage of powerful water arrows from its maw. Take cover, Shanchuan shouted urgently. The group scattered in chaos, the scene descending into utter disarray. This creature is overwhelmingly formidable, Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers observed the attacking patterns of the azure sea dragon with keen vigilance, exclaiming, "Everyone, take heed of its movements and search for vulnerabilities." The azure sea dragon relentlessly unleashed its soul beast skills, manipulating the seawater into various forms of assault, leaving the onlookers overwhelmed. This approach is untenable. We must take the initiative, declared Aphone. Very well, let us advance together. Mountain River rallied the group as they charged towards the azure sea dragon. Amidst the fierce battle, many sustained injuries, yet all persevered with unwavering resolve. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, the deity of the Douluo Continent manifested once more. Children, do not despair. Stand united, and you shall surely triumph over it. The divine voice resonated in their ears. Inspired by the deity's encouragement, they regained their composure and coordinated closely. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the azure sea dragon's weakness at its neck. Focus your attacks on its neck, Mountain River commanded. The group unleashed their most formidable soul techniques and ultimately struck the dragon's vulnerable point, subduing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the azure sea dragon, an overwhelming force surging into his body, causing him immense agony. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue shouted anxiously from the side. With the encouragement of his companions, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Wonderful. We have triumphed over yet another formidable foe. The crowd erupted in cheers. Subsequently, they continued their journey and arrived at a cursed valley. It is said that a 40,000-year-old dark unicorn resides here, and it is exceedingly ferocious, the newly joined character, Ayu, remarked. Regardless, we must venture forth and give it a try, Shanchuan declared. Upon entering the valley, the dark unicorn appeared instantaneously, emanating a suffocating aura of darkness. Beware of its dark onslaught, Aphone cautioned. The dark unicorn launched an attack, and waves of dark energy surged towards them. The group swiftly employed their defensive soul techniques to withstand the assault. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, Shanchuan urged. They began to counterattack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark unicorn. During the battle, the dark unicorn showcased its immense strength, plunging the group into despair. Are we destined to fail? Talon said, a hint of defeat in his voice. No. As long as we draw breath, we must not surrender, Shanchuan encouraged. At that moment, Shanchuan suddenly grasped a new skill, leading his companions in a final offensive. After a thrilling and harrowing battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark unicorn. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the mountains felt an unprecedented surge of power. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this continent, declared the mountains with unwavering confidence. In the adventures that lay ahead, they would encounter numerous challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for within their hearts burned a steadfast belief and a fervent spirit. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the dark unicorn, they continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds echoed throughout the land, drawing numerous aspiring individuals to join their ranks. This time, they arrived at a mysterious forest, said to harbor a flame golden pung of 50,000 years. A creature so formidable that it instilled fear in the hearts of those who dared to approach. This would undoubtedly be an exceedingly arduous battle. Everyone must brace themselves, Shanchuan stated with a grave expression. No matter how difficult it may be, we shall not retreat, declared the newly joined member, Ayun, with unwavering determination. As they stepped into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone, be vigilant and heed the sounds around you, Lingxue cautioned. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the sky as the flame golden pung descended like a blazing inferno. Scatter, Shanchuan shouted loudly. The flame golden pung spread its wings, unleashing a searing tempest that ignited the surrounding trees in an instant. This creature's abilities are terrifying, Talon exclaimed while evading the onslaught. The mountains observed the attack patterns of the blazing golden rock and shouted, concentrate your strikes on its wings to hinder its movements. The group unleashed their martial soul abilities, directing their assaults toward the rock's wings. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, allowing it to evade the majority of the attacks with ease. This approach is futile. We must devise a different strategy, Yun remarked. Just as despair began to settle among them, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the blazing golden rock's weakness lies in its back, the deity declared. Thank you for your guidance, Mountain exclaimed gratefully. Everyone, follow my lead and find a way to draw its attention while I seize the opportunity to strike its back, Mountain instructed. After an intense battle, Mountain finally succeeded in landing a blow on the rock's vulnerability. The blazing golden rock fell to the ground, injured, and Mountain seized the moment to absorb its soul ring. Throughout the absorption process, he endured immense agony, with beads of sweat continuously streaming down his face. Mountain, you can do it, Ling Shui encouraged, gripping his hand tightly. At last, Mountain successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Splendid. We have taken another step forward. The group cheered. Soon after, they learned of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient castle, which could greatly enhance the wielder's power. Let's investigate. It could prove immensely beneficial, Mountain suggested. Upon arriving at the castle, they discovered it shrouded in a formidable barrier. What should we do? Yun inquired. Let us brainstorm. We must find a way to breach this barrier, Mountain urged. After much effort, they finally identified a flaw in the barrier and managed to enter the castle. However, they soon found the castle riddled with various traps and guarded by formidable soul beasts. Be cautious, Tyrant shouted. As they explored, several companions sustained injuries. Do not lose hope. We will surely find the soul artifact, Mountain encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of locating the artifact, members of the Soul Palace appeared, intent on seizing it for themselves. The Soul Palace scoundrels shall not take what is ours, Yun exclaimed indignantly. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. In a crucial moment, Mountain unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, turning the tide of the conflict. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Soul Palace members and obtained the soul artifact. This victory is thanks to everyone's unity and courage, Mountain proclaimed. We are an indomitable team, the group echoed in unison. In the adventures that followed, they encountered a thunder giant elephant of 60,000 years, wielding terrifying lightning abilities. Prepare yourselves for a new challenge. The mountains and rivers resounded with cries. In an instant, the battle erupted as the thunderous giant elephant unleashed a formidable storm of lightning, illuminating the entire battlefield with flashes of electric brilliance. The participants coordinated their efforts, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the thunderous giant elephant. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue unabated as they relentlessly transcend their limits, advancing towards ever loftier realms. The fearless journey of Douluo. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphantly defeated the thunder giant elephant, they continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds have spread across the entire land, drawing an increasing number of formidable warriors to join their ranks. On this occasion, they arrived at a mysterious marshland, rumored to harbor a phantom spirit fox of 70,000 years, whose astonishing level and exceedingly peculiar abilities left many in awe. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. This phantom spirit fox is not to be trifled with, Shanchuan solemnly warned his companions. Rest assured, Brother Shanchuan, we shall not let our guard down, replied a Feng, a randomly joined member of the group. The party cautiously stepped into the marsh, ever vigilant of the surrounding sounds. This place is eerie, sending chills down my spine, Ling Shui could not help but exclaim. At that moment, a fleeting shadow darted past, and before they could react, several members were struck down to the ground. It is the phantom spirit fox. Everyone be on high alert, Shanchuan shouted. The speed of the phantom spirit fox was akin to lightning, its form flickering in and out of visibility, rendering it nearly impossible to track. What shall we do? We can hardly catch a glimpse of its trail, Talon anxiously remarked. The mountains and rivers contemplated their strategy with calm resolve. Fear not. We shall stand back to back and form a defensive circle. As they engaged with the phantom spirit fox, the group found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Just as despair began to take hold, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the deity proclaimed. The weakness of the phantom spirit fox lies in the brief pause it takes after unleashing its powers. Thank you for your guidance, Divine One, Mountain River expressed with gratitude. Everyone, be vigilant. We must strike during its moment of stillness. Mountain River cried out. After a fierce battle, they ultimately discerned the flaw in the phantom spirit fox's defenses and triumphed over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the phantom spirit fox, and a formidable force surged through his body. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue said anxiously from the side. Ultimately, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, enhancing his strength once more. Subsequently, they learned of a powerful soul artifact located atop a perilous peak, guarded by an 80,000-year-old frost giant dragon. This is a rare opportunity. We must acquire that soul artifact, Shanchuan declared. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they beheld the frost giant dragon coiling in the air, emanating an icy aura. This creature appears truly terrifying, Othing remarked. The frost giant dragon unleashed a chilling breath, instantly freezing everything around it. The group hastily employed their skills to withstand the frigid assault. We must approach it if we are to have a chance of defeating it, Shanchuan urged. As they struggled to close the distance, many were injured and fell. We cannot give up. We will succeed, Talong shouted. After a grueling battle, they finally discovered the frost giant dragon's weakness and triumphed over it. As Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, he led the group to the summit, where they discovered the treasured soul artifact. However, just as they were poised to depart, the Soul Palace's members reappeared, encircling them. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall grant you mercy, declared the leader of the Soul Palace. Never. We will not allow you to succeed, Shanchuan retorted furiously. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides locked in a relentless struggle. At a pivotal moment, Shanchuan unleashed his formidable power, leading his companions to successfully repel the forces of the Soul Palace. This victory is due to our unity and courage, Shanchuan proclaimed. As long as we stand together, no challenge is insurmountable. The group echoed in unison. Their adventure continued, with countless challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully repelling the Soul Hall, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, they found themselves in a mist-laden forest, rumored to be the dwelling of a Night Kirin aged 90,000 years. Its formidable level and terrifying strength deterred countless soul masters from approaching. The adversary they faced this time was likely unprecedented in its might. Everyone must proceed with utmost caution, Shanchuan remarked gravely. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat, declared the newly joined member, Ian, with bold conviction. The group cautiously ventured into the forest, the thick fog obscuring their vision. Stay close, and do not stray, Lingxue cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the Night Kirin emerged from the mist, emanating a dark aura, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Be careful, it's about to attack, Talon shouted. The Night Kirin opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to scatter in haste. The power of this flame is immense, Ian exclaimed. Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the dark Night Qilin and remarked, its speed and strength are formidable. We cannot engage in a direct confrontation, but rather must seek its vulnerabilities. As the battle with the dark Night Qilin unfolded, the group gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged by its myriad soul beast skills that rendered them breathless. This impasse cannot persist. We must devise a means of breakthrough, Lingxue declared. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the weakness of the dark Night Qilin lies in its abdomen. Yet approaching that area is no simple task, the deity proclaimed. No matter the difficulty, we must make the attempt, Mountaineer resolutely declared. Everyone, follow my lead. We shall collectively divert its attention to create an opportunity for Mountaineer, Talon proposed. After a fierce struggle, Mountaineer finally found an opening and successfully struck the Dark Night Qilin's abdomen. The Dark Night Qilin fell, wounded, and Mountaineer immediately began to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption process, Mountaineer endured excruciating pain, his face contorted in agony. Hang in there, Mountaineer, Lingxue shouted anxiously from the sidelines. At last, Mountaineer successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful! Mountaineer has grown even stronger, Ian exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, they pressed on and arrived at an ancient ruin, rumored to conceal a mysterious soul artifact of immense power. Upon entering the ruin, however, they discovered it teemed with various mechanisms and traps. Everyone, be cautious, watch your step, and heed what lies above, Mountaineer advised. Throughout their exploration, several companions sustained injuries. We cannot falter. We must locate the soul artifact, Lingxue encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of finding the artifact, a group of formidable soul masters emerged, intent on claiming it for themselves. This soul artifact belongs to us. You shall not take it, the opposing leader declared. A fierce battle erupted, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. In a critical moment, Mountaineer unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, decisively vanquishing the adversaries. Ultimately, they succeeded in obtaining the soul artifact. This victory is a testament to our unity and bravery, Mountaineer said. We shall always stand by you, Mountaineer. The group echoed in unison. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered a 100,000-year-old radiant holy lion, imbued with divine power. This will be an exceedingly arduous battle. But we fear nothing, Mountaineer shouted. The clash erupted instantaneously as the radiant holy lion emitted a dazzling light that blinded the beholders. The group coordinated their efforts, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the radiant holy lion. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they finally triumphed over the radiant holy lion. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue as they ceaselessly embrace new challenges, forging their own legend. The Douluo of Shanchuan traverses the vast landscapes. After vanquishing the radiant holy lion, Shanchuan and his companions embarked on a quest across the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of an extraordinary soul artifact concealed deep within a mysterious mountain range, and with unwavering resolve, they set forth on their journey to obtain it. The treacherous terrain of this enigmatic mountain was fraught with peril, and Shanchuan cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. "Fear not, brother Shanchuan, we shall surely succeed," replied the newly joined member, Aya. Shortly after their entrance into the mountains, they encountered a 50,000-year-old gale wolf, whose speed was as swift as lightning. "Scatter. Do not allow it to concentrate its attacks," Ling Xue shouted. The gale wolf unleashed its skill, Windblade, sending a barrage of razor-sharp gusts towards the group. "Behold my might." Taishan Shield. Talon invoked his defensive skill, successfully blocking a portion of the oncoming wind blades. As the mountains surged forward, they seized the opportunity to engage the gale wolf in a fierce melee. "Go, Shanchuan!" Ayao cheered from the sidelines. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the gale wolf. Delving deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister and foreboding. This place truly sent shivers down one's spine. Ayao closely followed behind Shanchuan. Suddenly, a shadow spider monarch, aged 70,000 years, emerged from the darkness, its silk laced with deadly poison. "Beware of the silk," Shanchuan warned loudly. Everyone hastily took cover as Ling Xue unleashed her ice-based skills, attempting to immobilize the shadow spider monarch. "This creature is quite formidable," Talon remarked. During the confrontation with the shadow spider monarch, the group faced numerous perilous moments. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a deity from the Douluo Continent appeared. "Children, conquer it with your courage and wisdom," the deity proclaimed. Inspired by this divine encouragement, Shanchuan discerned the weakness of the shadow spider monarch, and together, they united their efforts to vanquish it. The mountains and rivers have absorbed the soul ring of the shadow spider emperor, further enhancing their strength. "We must exercise greater caution from now on," declared Shanchuan. They finally arrived at the location of the unparalleled soul artifact, yet it was fiercely guarded by a formidable barrier. "What shall we do?" Ayao inquired anxiously. "Do not panic. Let us devise a solution together," Shanchuan replied. After considerable effort, they discovered the method to dismantle the barrier and successfully acquire the soul artifact. Upon leaving the mysterious mountains, they ventured into the enchanting forest. It appeared beautiful, yet the lurking dangers remained unknown, remarked Ling Xue. "Regardless, we must proceed with utmost caution," stated Shanchuan. Within the forest, they encountered a Qingmu Luan bird, aged 90,000 years, capable of commanding plants to launch attacks. "Everyone, be vigilant of the surrounding trees," Shanchuan shouted. The Qingmu Luan's abilities ensnared them in peril, with trees relentlessly assaulting their group. "This situation is untenable. We must retaliate," Talon urged. The mountains observed the movements of the emerald phoenix, seeking for vulnerabilities. "I have found it. Strike at its wings," exclaimed the mountains. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the emerald phoenix. "This victory is thanks to everyone's cooperation," the mountains declared. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic, which appeared to conceal immense secrets. After discovering a mysterious relic in the enchanted forest, Shanchuan and his companions cautiously ventured inside. "Everyone, be careful. There may be dangers lurking within," Shanchuan murmured. "Understood," the group replied in unison. As they stepped into the relic, an eerie wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. What kind of place is this? Grumbled the newly introduced character, Ajay. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old nether-white tiger leapt from the shadows, its roar deafening. This is not good. It's a formidable soul beast, Ling Shui exclaimed. The nether-white tiger unleashed its skill, Shadow Impact, its immense power forcing the group to retreat. Do not fear, let us attack together, Shanchuan shouted. Behold my flame storm. Talon unleashed a powerful offensive skill. However, the nether-white tiger's defenses were remarkably strong, effortlessly withstanding their assaults. This creature is too powerful. What shall we do? Ajay asked, a hint of panic in his voice. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the netherworld white tiger with calm intensity, remarking that it paused briefly after each attack, presenting an opportunity for them to strike. Through their coordinated efforts, they ultimately identified a flaw in the creature's defenses and dealt it a significant blow. After an intense battle, the netherworld white tiger collapsed, allowing the mountains and rivers to begin absorbing its soul ring. Go, mountains and rivers, Ling Shui exclaimed, standing by to protect him. Upon completing the absorption, mountains and rivers felt a profound enhancement in strength. They continued their exploration of the ruins and discovered an ancient tome detailing a mysterious skill. If we can master this skill, our power will be greatly augmented, mountains and rivers declared with excitement. Just then, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, to wield this skill, you must undergo a trial, the deity proclaimed. What trial? Ajay inquired. The deity smiled slightly and responded. Within these ruins resides a 12,000-year-old purple gold Qilin. Only by defeating it will you earn the right to learn the skill. The group exchanged glances. Yet there was no hint of retreat in their eyes. They scoured the ruins for traces of the purple gold Qilin and eventually located it within a vast cavern. Upon sighting them, the Qilin launched an assault, unleashing its skill, thunderous wrath, sending forth bolts of lightning towards them. Quick, take cover, mountains and rivers shouted. The group dodged left and right within the cavern, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. We cannot remain passive. Let us all attack together, Talon urged. They unleashed their most formidable skills in a desperate struggle against the purple gold Qilin. Throughout the fight, mountains and rivers continuously encouraged his companions, while Ling Shui tended to the injured. After a protracted and arduous battle, they finally triumphed over the purple gold Qilin. The deity appeared before them, stating, "You have passed the trial. You may now learn the mysterious skill." The group was filled with exhilaration as they began to learn the new skill. Once they mastered it, they departed the ruins and resumed their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in dense fog, fraught with unknown dangers. Be cautious. This island feels peculiar, mountains and rivers warned. What does it matter? We have faced worse, Ajay replied nonchalantly. As they set foot on the island, they encountered an 80,000-year-old deep-sea flood dragon. The dragon leapt from the ocean, creating colossal waves. This foe won't be easy to handle, Talon exclaimed. Mountains and rivers spoke. Do not fear, we shall find a way together. In their struggle against the deep-sea dragon, they encountered numerous challenges, yet they persevered without surrendering. Ultimately, they triumphed over the deep-sea dragon and resumed their exploration of the island. Deep within the island, they uncovered a sealed treasure containing precious soul artifacts and soul rings. What a remarkable bounty, exclaimed Ajay. However, just as they prepared to depart from the island, members of the Soul Hall appeared, intent on seizing their treasure. Humph! You shall not take it from us. Mountains and rivers bellowed. A fierce battle erupted once more. The Chronicles of Douluo, Mountains and Rivers. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle with the denizens of the Soul Palace. The villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize our possessions, Mountain River bellowed, his sword gleaming with a fierce radiance. The minions of the Soul Palace sneered ominously. Do you truly believe you can thwart us? How foolish. Both sides unleashed a myriad of formidable skills, and in an instant, brilliant lights intertwined amidst the relentless sounds of thunder. The newly introduced character, Amin, sustained injuries during the fray, prompting Ling Shui to rush to her aid. Amin, hold on, Ling Shui cried out. Mountain and Talon valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Soul Hall's forces. Everyone, let's rally. We cannot afford to lose. Mountain vociferously encouraged his comrades. After a strenuous battle, they finally repelled the assailants from the Soul Hall. Phew, we have finally driven them away, Talon gasped, breathless. However, the Soul Hall will undoubtedly not relent. We must urgently enhance our strength, Mountain remarked, his expression grave. They departed from the island, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Shortly thereafter, they ventured deeper into the mysterious mountain range. Here, they encountered a fire phoenix of an astonishingly high age of 150,000 years, its formidable level instilling a sense of despair among the group. "What shall we do? This fire phoenix is far too powerful," Amin exclaimed, her face betraying her fear. Mountains and rivers comforted, saying, "Do not fear, we shall devise a means to confront this challenge together." The blazing phoenix unfurled its immense wings, exhaling searing flames that caused the surrounding temperature to rise precipitously. "Quick, take cover," Talon shouted. The crowd scattered in haste, while mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to scrutinize the phoenix's patterns of attack. I have observed that after each fiery breath, it experiences a brief pause. "We shall strike during that moment," mountains and rivers declared. Following their guidance, the group coordinated their assault. "Behold my ice shard arrow." Ling Shui unleashed her icy abilities, seeking to hinder the fiery phoenix's movements. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately uncovered the phoenix's vulnerability and triumphed over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the blazing phoenix, a process rife with agony and trials. "Mountains, you must succeed." Ling Shui watched anxiously from the side. At last, the mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, greatly enhancing their power. Subsequently, they ventured into the heart of the enchanted forest, where a primordial beast of chaos, aged 200,000 years, obstructed their path. "What manner of creature is this? It looks terrifying," Ajie exclaimed. The chaotic beast possessed formidable chaotic power, capable of distorting space. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not allow yourselves to be swept away by its might," the mountains cautioned. In their battle against the chaotic beast, they encountered unprecedented challenges. "What shall we do? It seems we can't inflict any damage upon it," Tai Long exclaimed in distress, just as despair threatened to engulf them. The deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, believe in your own strength. Conquer it with your courage and wisdom," the deity proclaimed. Encouraged by the divine presence, the mountains and their companions rallied, and after a grueling struggle, they finally uncovered the beast's fatal weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. "We owe this victory to the deity's assistance," Amin expressed gratefully. "Yet, more crucial is our unity and perseverance," the mountains remarked, filled with the joy of triumph. They continued their new adventures across the Douluo Continent. After overcoming the chaotic beast, the mountains and their companions proceeded onward, arriving at a place known as Ghost Valley. "This place appears foreboding. It feels ominous," Tai Long furrowed his brow. "But perhaps hidden within are opportunities," Hui, a newly joined character, expressed with anticipation. Upon entering Ghost Valley, they were confronted by a shadow phantom leopard, aged 100,000 years, capable of stealth and surprise attacks. "Everyone, be alert and heed the sounds around us," the mountains warned. Suddenly, the shadow phantom leopard lunged from behind Ling Shui, initiating its assault. Ling Shui, the mountains, filled with urgency, dashed forward to shield her. "Mountains," Ling Shui gasped. Fortunately, the mountains reacted swiftly, blocking the strike. The group unleashed their skills, striving to discern the leopard's location. "I will illuminate the surroundings with fire skills to force it out," Hui declared, conjuring a blaze. In the flickering light, the shadow phantom leopard's form became partially visible, and the mountains seized the opportunity to attack. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the shadow phantom leopard. "Mountains, you frightened me terribly just now," Ling Shui said, her gaze filled with concern. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her with a smile. "I shall not allow you to come to harm." As they ventured deeper into the Phantom Valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave. "There may be treasures within," Hui exclaimed with excitement. Upon entering the cave, a frost giant dragon, aged 150,000 years, materialized before them. "This is dire. It is the frost giant dragon," Mountain River shouted. The dragon exhaled a chilling breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. "Quickly, everyone. Resist with your soul power," Talon commanded. The group valiantly fought against the frigid assault, engaging in battle with the frost giant dragon. "Behold my might, Thunderstrike." Mountain River unleashed a formidable skill. During the skirmish, Mountain River discerned the dragon's weakness lay at the base of its wings. "Focus your attacks on the base of its wings," he urged. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed over the frost giant dragon. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the frost giant dragon, enhancing their power once more. After departing from the Phantom Valley, they ventured into a mysterious desert. "This desert appeared boundless, and we must proceed with caution," spoke the mountains. Within the desert, they encountered a sandstorm giant scorpion aged 200,000 years. capable of unleashing formidable sandstorms. What shall we do? The sandstorm obscures our vision, lamented Ahui. Do not panic, everyone hold hands and stay together, shouted Lingxue. With acute perception, Shanchuan located the position of the sandstorm giant scorpion. Follow me, he urged, leading the group towards the formidable creature. After an exhilarating battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sandstorm giant scorpion. At that moment, a deity from the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, your performance has greatly pleased me. However, greater challenges await you, the deity proclaimed. No matter the challenge, we shall not retreat, Shanchuan declared with unwavering resolve. Their adventure continues, with countless unknowns still lying ahead. The journey of Shanchuan and Douluo. Shanchuan and his companions bid farewell to the divine and continued their adventurous journey. This time, they arrived at a mysterious sea, appearing to be unfathomably deep, concealing unknown dangers beneath its surface. Talon gazed at the tumultuous waves and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we must proceed with caution. Shanchuan's expression was grave. Shortly after entering the maritime expanse, they encountered a deep-sea demonic whale, its colossal form exuding immense strength. Everyone, be alert. This deep-sea demonic whale is formidable, Shanchuan warned loudly. The whale opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful torrent of water, crashing towards them. Quick, activate your defensive skills, Lingxue shouted. The group summoned all their might to withstand the onslaught of the waves. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. We must devise a strategy to strike back, Shanchuan declared. Behold my power, Flame Dragon Charge. Ahui unleashed his formidable skill, charging towards the deep-sea demonic whale. However, with a mere flick of its tail, the whale sent Ahui hurtling through the air. Ahui! The others gasped in shock. I'm fine. Keep fighting, Ahui exclaimed as he rose from the ground and charged again. During the fierce battle with the deep-sea demonic whale, they gradually discerned its vulnerability lay in its eyes. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its eyes, Shanchuan commanded. After an arduous struggle, they finally succeeded in striking the whale's eye, leading to its defeat. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings of the deep-sea magic whale, a process fraught with hardships. Go, Shanchuan, Lingxue cheered him on from the sidelines. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Subsequently, they arrived at a mysterious island, which exuded an enigmatic aura. Everyone must tread carefully, Shanchuan cautioned. On this island, they encountered a phantom unicorn of an astounding 15,000 years of age, capable of conjuring countless illusions that blurred the line between reality and deception. How do we combat this? Its shadows are everywhere, Talon expressed his anxiety. Remain calm. With careful observation, we shall undoubtedly discern the true form, Shanchuan instructed. After meticulous scrutiny and experimentation, they finally located the unicorn's essence. Now is the time, attack. On Shanchuan's command, they unleashed their most formidable assault. At last, the phantom unicorn collapsed onto the ground. Throughout their adventure, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened significantly. Lingxue, once this adventure concludes, I wish to lead a tranquil life together with you, Shanchuan declared earnestly. Very well, Shanchuan. I am willing to remain by your side forever, Lingxue replied, her cheeks flushed. They pressed onward, delving into the depths of the mysterious mountain range. Here, they encountered a dark phoenix of a staggering 200,000 years of age. The aura of this dark phoenix is terrifying, Ahui trembled as he spoke. Do not be afraid. We shall face it together. Shanchuan rallied the group. The dark phoenix unleashed dark flames, igniting everything around them. Everyone, use your soul energy to resist the flames, Shanchuan commanded. During the battle, they coordinated their efforts, continuously seeking the dark phoenix's vulnerabilities. After a prolonged and fierce confrontation, they finally triumphed over the dark phoenix. This victory was hard-won, Talon remarked, fatigued. Yet we have succeeded, Shanchuan proclaimed. Their adventure continued, with the future brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After defeating the dark phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, enveloped in an eerie fog. Everyone, be cautious. This place exudes a sinister aura, Shanchuan warned with vigilance. Yes, I sense something watching us, Lingxue whispered, drawing closer to Shanchuan. Suddenly, a 12,000-year-old poison mist spider emperor leaped from the swamp, unleashing a torrent of toxic fog. Cover your mouths and noses. We mustn't succumb to the poison, Talon shouted. The group swiftly summoned their soul power to fend off the toxic onslaught. Behold my technique. Ice Break Slash. Shanchuan cried, charging towards the poison mist spider emperor with his sword. The creature's 8 elongated legs, resembling sharp spears, relentlessly lunged at them. This adversary is quite formidable, remarked Chong, the newly joined member. Stay calm. We shall strike at its underbelly when the opportunity arises, Shanchuan commanded. After an intense battle, they finally identified a weakness in the poison mist spider emperor and successfully vanquished it. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the poison mist spider king, a formidable energy surging through his body. You must endure, Shanchuan. Ling Xue anxiously guarded him from the side. Upon successful absorption, Shanchuan's strength ascended to new heights. They pressed onward, arriving at an ancient castle, shrouded in a chilling aura, as if concealing myriad secrets. This castle feels peculiar, Chong remarked. Exercise caution. Danger may lurk, Shanchuan advised. Just then, a 15,000-year-old shadow dragon soared forth from the depths of the castle, unfurling its immense wings and stirring up a tempest. This dragon is incredibly powerful, Tai Long exclaimed. Fear not. We shall confront it together, Shanchuan declared. The shadow dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to evade swiftly. Disperse your attacks. Do not allow it to concentrate its defenses, Shanchuan commanded. Through their collective resolve, the shadow dragon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shanchuan pierced the dragon's vital point with a single strike, vanquishing it. After absorbing the soul ring of the shadow dragon, Shanchuan felt an unprecedented surge of power. Where shall we go next? Ling Xue inquired. I've heard tales of a mysterious ruin within the mystic mountains. Let us investigate, Shanchuan replied. Upon arriving at the ruins, they discovered it occupied by the Soul Palace. What mischief are those Soul Palace scoundrels up to now? Tai Long seethed. Regardless of their intentions, we cannot allow them to succeed, Shanchuan asserted. A fierce battle erupted, with the Soul Palace members employing a variety of bizarre skills. Stay vigilant, Shanchuan shouted. As the skirmish progressed, Shanchuan and his allies began to gain the upper hand, driving back the Soul Palace forces. Upon entering the ruins, they encountered a 200,000-year-old Thunder Kirin, crackling with electricity and exuding an imposing presence. This will be a fierce battle, Shanchuan inhaled deeply. The Thunder Kirin's electrical abilities were formidable, taxing everyone's endurance. We cannot give up. We must triumph over it, Ling Xue urged. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately discovered the Thunder Kirin's weakness and succeeded in defeating it. The mountains and rivers have absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Kirin, and at this moment, the deity of Douluo Continent re-emerges. Children, your performance fills me with great satisfaction, the deity proclaimed. We are grateful for your guidance, replied Shanchuan. Their quest persists, as an array of challenges lie ahead. In the expansive realm of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan embarks on a breathtaking adventure alongside his companions, delving deep into the enigmatic mountains. Mountains and rivers possess a unique martial soul known as the Blazing Flame Sword, whose skill, the Solar Slash, unleashes a searing wave of fiery energy, enveloping adversaries in an intense heat instantaneously. His companions each wield formidable abilities. Ling Xue's martial soul is the Frost Staff, and her skill, the Ice Spike, can launch piercing icicles that possess remarkable penetrating power. Talon's martial soul takes the form of the Hercules Hammer, with the skill Mountain Press that delivers a devastating blow to foes with immense force. At this moment, they were confronted by a soul beast, the Purple Flame Lion King, which boasted an immense physique adorned with fur resembling burning purple flames, its eyes glinting with a fierce light. Its skill, the Purple Flame Roar, could expel searing flames, turning all it touched to scorched earth. Everyone, be cautious, Mountain shouted, the blazing flame sword in his hand radiating brilliance. Understood, Mountain, Ling Xue replied, simultaneously wielding her frost staff to cast Ice Spike, attempting to hinder the movements of the Purple Flame Lion King. Talon, with a fierce roar, declared, behold my might. Mountain Press, as he charged towards the creature with the Hercules Hammer. However, the strength of the Purple Flame Lion King exceeded their expectations. It effortlessly evaded their assault and unleashed the Purple Flame Roar, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of flames. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan resolutely declared, I cannot retreat. I must conquer this challenge. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the weakness of the Violet Flame Lion King lay in its abdomen. With a commanding voice, he urged, strike at its belly. Upon hearing his words, his comrades unleashed their most formidable skills, directing their attacks towards the creature's vulnerable spot. After an arduous struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the Violet Flame Lion King. As Shanchuan prepared to absorb its soul ring, a mysterious force enveloped him, and the ring's radiance flickered erratically. Such immense power, Shanchuan murmured to himself. At that moment, figures from the Soul Palace appeared abruptly. Leading them was the nefarious character known as Black Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Dark Claw. His ability, Shadowbind, could restrain the movements of his foes. With a sinister smirk, Black Shadow proclaimed, "This soul ring belongs to the Soul Palace. You shall not lay claim to it." Mountains and rivers glared fiercely. "The villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize our achievements." Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, the atmosphere taut with tension. Suddenly, Ling Shui exclaimed, "Shanchuan, disregard them. Focus on absorbing the soul rings first." Shanchuan gritted his teeth and began to absorb the soul ring. Throughout this arduous process, he endured immense suffering. Yet his indomitable will saw him through. Upon the successful absorption, Shanchuan's strength surged dramatically. Rising to his feet, he declared to his comrades, "Let us unite and vanquish these denizens of the Spirit Hall." The battle reignited, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. Just as the tide turned unfavorably for Shanchuan and his allies, he suddenly comprehended a new skill, Blazing Tempest. A formidable wave of fiery power erupted, instantly altering the course of the conflict. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the forces of the Spirit Hall. "That was truly perilous," Tyrone gasped, catching his breath. Shanchuan gazed at his companions, his heart brimming with gratitude and resolve. "As long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot surmount." They pressed onward through the enigmatic mountains, where even greater trials awaited them. Within the enchanting forest, Shanchuan and his team encountered a ghostly venomous python, a soul beast that had existed for an astonishing 150,000 years. This colossal creature was adorned with scales that shimmered with an eerie luminescence, and its skill, venomous spray, could render a victim poisoned in an instant. Shanchuan and his comrades remained vigilant, cautiously navigating the treacherous situation. "Everyone, be mindful to evade its venom," Shanchuan urged. Ling Xue, while executing her skills, responded, "Understood, Shanchuan." Amidst the fray, Shanchuan observed the swift movements of the nether-poison python, making it exceedingly difficult for their attacks to land. "This approach is futile. We must devise a strategy," Shanchuan thought anxiously. At that moment, Talon discerned a vulnerability in the nether-poison python. "Shanchuan, strike at its vulnerable spot," Talon shouted. Mountains and rivers acted decisively, unleashing the Sunblade Strike, which successfully struck the vital spot of the nether-poison python. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the fearsome serpent. Throughout their perilous journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue gradually deepened. During a moment of respite, Shanchuan gazed at Ling Xue and softly declared, "Ling Xue, once all of this is over, I wish to share a tranquil life with you." Blushing, Ling Xue lowered her gaze and replied, "Yes, I am willing." Unbeknownst to them, however, a far greater crisis was quietly approaching. Behind them, a mysterious organization was clandestinely orchestrating a conspiracy, led by an individual possessing an extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic martial soul and skills. Their adventure continued, with the future brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After vanquishing the Shadow Serpent, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the enchanting forest. At this moment, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic concealed deep within the woods. The blazing sword spirit of the mountains and rivers radiated a searing light, and his sunfire slash ability resembled a relentless sun, capable of enveloping foes in an instant within a realm of scorching heat and flames. With a wave of her ice spirit staff, Ling Xue unleashed her ice spike skill, sending icy projectiles piercing through the air, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness aimed at her target. Each swing of Talon's mighty hammer bore the weight of Mount Tai, shaking the very earth beneath them. "This ruin appears to be formidable. Let us proceed with caution," Mountain Stream remarked with prudence. "Indeed. One can only wonder what dangers lie within," Ling Xue concurred. They tread carefully into the ruins, where an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped them. Suddenly, a 12,000-year-old phantasmal unicorn materialized before them. This ethereal creature could transition between reality and illusion, its skill, illusory charge, rendering it elusive and difficult to apprehend. "Everyone, be mindful of its shifting position," Mountain Stream shouted with urgency. Without hesitation, Talon charged forward, declaring, "I will intercept it." However, the phantasmal unicorn moved with astonishing speed, and Talon found himself grasping at thin air. Mountains and rivers stirred with urgency. "We must not allow this to disrupt our momentum." Amidst the fierce battle, Ling Shui discovered the unicorn's vulnerability and exclaimed, "Strike its horn." After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over the phantasmal unicorn. The mountain began to absorb the soul ring, its radiant light enveloping him. This soul ring's power seemed remarkably extraordinary, mused the mountain inwardly. Just then, the members of the Soul Palace reappeared. This time, the leading antagonist was Blood Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Blood Demon Blade. His skill, Blood Blade Storm, unleashed countless bloody blades, possessing tremendous lethality. Blood Shadow sneered menacingly, "The soul ring is now mine." The mountains and rivers roared defiantly, "Not a chance." A fierce battle ensued, with the formidable strength of Blood Shadow overwhelming them, gradually plunging the mountains and rivers into dire straits. Would they truly meet their demise here today? Talon gasped for breath as he spoke. Mountains and rivers grit their teeth, never concede until the final moment. In this critical juncture, a formidable power suddenly erupted from the mountains and rivers, and he comprehended a new skill, the Fiery Shield, which thwarted the lethal strike of Blood Shadow. The situation shifted dramatically in an instant, allowing the mountains and rivers to mount a counterattack, ultimately succeeding in repelling Blood Shadow. It was indeed a perilous encounter. Ling Shui remarked, still haunted by the memory. Mountains and rivers gazed at their companions, resolutely declaring, "As long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." They departed from the ruins and ventured into the enigmatic mountains. Within those peaks, a colossal thunder ape, aged over 150,000 years, obstructed their path. The creature crackled with electricity, its thunderous strikes capable of unleashing tremendous bolts of lightning in an instant. "Everyone, proceed with caution," mountaineers shouted. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, with each assault from the giant ape exhibiting astonishing power. "This creature is beyond formidable," Talon exclaimed, struggling to withstand the onslaught. In the poignant soliloquy of Shanchuan, a resolute determination to conquer the challenges ahead for the sake of their aspirations emerges. At a critical juncture, Shanchuan discerns the giant's sensitivity to sound, and they ingeniously create cacophony to distract the colossal beasts, ultimately seizing the opportunity to vanquish them. After absorbing the spirit rings, Shanchuan and his companions press onward. Along their journey, they encounter a mysterious elder who imparts a profoundly significant message. In the depths of darkness lies a power potent enough to subvert all. This foreshadows the unfolding narrative. Within a serene valley, they confront a 200,000-year-old dark phoenix. The majestic creature unfurls its enormous wings, enveloping the surroundings in black flames. While its ability, Dark Nirvana, grants it the power of rebirth upon near demise. What shall they do now? Ling Shui reveals an expression of concern. The mountains and rivers gazed resolutely. "Fear not, for we shall find a way." Throughout the course of the battle, they encountered numerous formidable challenges. Yet they steadfastly refused to surrender. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, they discovered the fatal weakness of the Dark Phoenix and triumphed over it. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue, with countless challenges and uncertainties awaiting them in the future. The journey beyond the Douluo realm. Shanchuan and his companions, having triumphed over the Dark Phoenix, continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. At this juncture, they ventured deeper into the enigmatic mountains. The martial soul of Mountain Stream, the blazing flame sword, blazed with an inferno, and his skill, the sunburst flame slash, could unleash a formidable wave of fiery impact, incinerating all that stood in its path. Ling Shui's ice spirit staff emanated an aura of frigidness, and her skill, the ice phantom piercing, summoned countless sharp ice spikes to deliver a lethal blow to her adversaries. Talon wielded the immensely heavy god hammer, capable of generating seismic forces with his skill, the thunderous strike. "This place feels ominously foreboding. We must remain vigilant," Mountain Stream declared. "Indeed, I wonder what dangers await us," Ling Shui replied. Suddenly, a soul-devouring demon wolf, aged 18,000 years, materialized before them. Its eyes glinted with an eerie light, and its skill, soul-devouring mirage, could conjure multiple clones, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the real from the false. "Beware of its clones," Mountain Stream warned loudly. Talon swung the god hammer with fervor, exclaiming, "Watch me crush these clones." However, the demon wolf's speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Talon's assault and lunging towards Ling Shui. Mountains and rivers surged with urgency. "Ling Shui, be cautious." In the heat of battle, Shanchuan discerned that the demon wolf paused briefly after each skill it unleashed. Seize the moment and strike, he exclaimed. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the soul-devouring demon wolf. As Shanchuan prepared to absorb the soul ring, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, disrupting his absorption. What could this mean? A sense of confusion enveloped Shanchuan's mind. It turned out that a master from the Soul Palace was secretly meddling. The antagonist this time was Lingshuang, whose martial soul was the frost magic sword. His skill, frostbound slashing, could freeze everything in the vicinity in an instant. Lingshuang coldly declared, "This soul ring belongs to me. You shall not have it." The mountains and rivers glared at him. The people of the Soul Palace are always so despicable. A fierce battle ensued, with Lingshuang's formidable strength pushing the mountains and rivers into a dire predicament. Are we truly destined to fail? Talon shouted in frustration, in the depths of his heart. Shanchuan introspected. No, I cannot let my teammates down. There must be a way to triumph over him. At that moment, Shanchuan's martial spirit underwent a transformation, the flames intensifying with fervor as he comprehended a new skill, the fiery heaven-shattering strike. With this formidable ability, the tide of battle shifted, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling Lingshuang, and Shanchuan adeptly absorbed the spirit ring. What a harrowing experience it was, Lingxue remarked, patting her chest. Shanchuan gazed at his companions with unwavering determination, proclaiming, "As long as we do not relinquish our resolve, nothing can hinder our progress." They pressed onward and arrived at an ancient castle, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere that seemed to conceal monumental secrets. This castle exudes an air of mystery. We must tread carefully, Shanchuan advised. I wonder what lies within, Tyren mused, gripping the divine hammer tightly. As they ventured inside, they encountered a dark draconian lizard, aged 200,000 years. Its scales shimmered with a sinister glow, and its formidable ability, the dark dragon breath, could corrode anything in its path. This soul beast is far too powerful, Lingxue exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers, gritting their teeth, declared, "Fear not, we shall face this together." During the fierce battle, the attacks from the dark dragon lizards were exceptionally fierce, and they sustained numerous injuries. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. While engaged in combat, Mountains pondered potential solutions. Just as despair began to envelop them, he discovered a mechanism within the castle that might prove advantageous in their struggle. Talron, activate that mechanism, Mountains called out. Without hesitation, Talron dashed forward and successfully triggered the mechanism. It unleashed a formidable force, temporarily subduing the dark dragon lizards. Seizing the opportunity, the group launched their final assault, ultimately triumphing over the dark dragon lizard. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their exploration within the castle, where they uncovered a mysterious ancient tome. This book contained secrets pertaining to the Douluo Continent, laying the groundwork for future adventures. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue, with an array of unknown challenges awaiting them ahead. After departing from the castle, Shanchuan and his comrades ventured further into the Douluo Continent. They entered the depths of an enchanting forest, where towering trees reached towards the heavens, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the ground. At this moment, the fiery sword of Shanchuan seemed to blaze even more fervently. His new skill, the Solar Inferno Spiral, enveloped the blade in a fierce conflagration, creating a formidable whirlpool of flames, replete with immense offensive power and area damage. The Ice Spirit Staff of Lingxue shimmered with an ethereal blue light, as her Ice Spirit Storm skill summoned a bone-chilling blizzard, hindering the movements of her foes. Talon's mighty hammer of the gods grew increasingly weighty. His thunderous might could unleash the fury of lightning, augmenting the hammer's potency. This forest exudes an air of mystery. Everyone, proceed with caution, Shanchuan cautioned. Understood, Shanchuan, Talon replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old greenwood spirit python erupted from the thicket. This serpent was robust, its scales resembling verdant leaves, and its skill, greenwood bind, could swiftly ensnare enemies tightly. Not good, quickly take cover, Lingxue shouted. Mountains and rivers swiftly wielded their swords, unleashing a scorching vortex of fiery sun, attempting to thwart the assault of the spirit python. This adversary is indeed formidable, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. Throughout the battle, the azure-wood spirit python relentlessly attacked them with its body and skills, presenting them with considerable challenges. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River contemplated. One must identify its weakness to conquer it. At that moment, Lingxue discerned that the serpent's eyes were its vulnerability. Mountain River, strike at its eyes, Lingxue exclaimed. Upon hearing the call, Shanchuan concentrated his strength and launched a decisive strike aimed at the eyes of the spirit python. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the azure with spirit python. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring, which enveloped him in a radiant glow. The power of this soul ring was formidable, and Shanchuan reveled in its might. At that moment, the members of the spirit hall reappeared. This time, the antagonist was Haisha, whose martial spirit was the dark demon claw, possessing the skill Shadow Rend capable of instantly shattering the defenses of his foes. With a sinister grin, Haisha declared, "This soul ring belongs to me. None of you shall take it away." Shanchuan exclaimed with fury, "The vile rascals of the Soul Palace shall not prevail." A fierce battle ensued, and the formidable power of Haisha gradually placed Shanchuan and his companions at a disadvantage. Would they truly meet their demise here today? A sense of resentment swelled within Tai Lung's heart. In the depths of his soul, Mountain River pondered, "No, I cannot allow my comrades to fall into peril. I must discover a way to triumph over him." In this moment of dire urgency, he suddenly recalled a tome acquired earlier within the castle, which contained the secrets of a mysterious skill. Resolute, Mountain River chose to take the risk. Following the instructions inscribed in the manuscript, he unleashed a newfound technique. The Nine Suns Incineration Art. A tremendous surge of fiery power erupted from within him. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, leaving the Dark Fiend astounded by this unforeseen might. Ultimately, Mountain River and his allies succeeded in repelling the Dark Fiend. This had truly been a harrowing ordeal. Ling Shui breathed a sigh of relief. As Shanchuan gazed at his comrades, he proclaimed, "As long as we stand united, there is no foe we cannot conquer." They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious valley enveloped in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. "This place appears perilous," Tai Lung remarked. "Yet we must not falter," Shanchuan resolutely replied. Within the valley, they encountered a 20,000-year-old spectral white tiger. The majestic creature radiated a formidable aura, and its ability, Spectral Roar, could instill fear and chaos in its adversaries. "Exercise utmost caution," Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved to be exceedingly arduous, as the spectral white tiger's assaults left them struggling to defend themselves. "What shall we do? It seems we are no match for it," Ling Shui anxiously lamented. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they contemplated their strategies. Just when despair began to take hold, they stumbled upon a mysterious formation nestled within a valley, a potential countermeasure against the spectral white tiger. "Tai Lung, Ling Shui, join me in activating the formation," Mountain River exclaimed. United in purpose, they successfully initiated the formation. Its power subdued the spectral white tiger, and seizing the opportunity, they launched their final assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. After absorbing the soul ring, Mountain River and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, for many more challenges awaited them in the future. The extraordinary adventures of Douluo. After vanquishing the spectral white tiger, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mystical mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in a veil of mist. The flame sword of the mountains radiates a brilliant glow, while its skill, the fiery slash, unleashes a torrent of scorching flames, incinerating all obstacles in its path. The frost staff of Ling Shui emanates a piercing cold light, and its skill, the frosty strike, can conjure a massive ice orb to hurl at foes. Tyron's mighty hammer of the gods stands imposing, and its skill, the earth-shaking smash, can trigger cataclysmic tremors. "This mountain appears formidable. We must tread carefully," Mountain River cautioned. "Indeed, I sense a powerful presence," Ling Shui replied. As they advanced with utmost caution, a 17,000-year-old purple-gold rampaging dragon descended from the heavens. The colossal beast, its scales shimmering with a purple-gold radiance, possesses the skill Rampaging Dragon's Purple Flame Explosion, capable of causing tremendous devastation. "Beware of its abilities," Mountain River shouted urgently. Unfazed, Tyron charged forward, declaring, "Watch me confront it." However, with a mere swipe of its claw, the purple-gold rampaging dragon sent Tyron reeling. "Tyron!" Ling Shui gasped in horror. Mountains and rivers were in a state of urgent turmoil that could not allow it to continue its rampage. In the midst of a fierce battle, the protagonist discerned that the abdomen of the golden-purple dragon was its Achilles heel. "Everyone, direct your assaults towards its underbelly," the protagonist commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally seized the opportunity and successfully struck the dragon's vulnerable point. Just as the protagonist was preparing to absorb the soul ring, a dark-cloaked emissary from the Soul Hall made an appearance. With an aura of foreboding, the emissary proclaimed, "This soul ring belongs to the Soul Hall. You shall not claim it." The mountains and rivers fiercely retaliated. The Soul Temple shall not seize our achievements. A fierce battle ensued, with the skills of the black-robed envoy proving to be enigmatic and unpredictable, ensnaring the mountains and rivers in a dire predicament. Were they truly destined to fail in this manner? Talon roared in defiance. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No, I cannot surrender. There must be a way to triumph over him. At that moment, Shanchuan suddenly felt a mysterious force surging from within. It turned out to be the power of the soul ring he had absorbed. Awakening at a crucial moment. Harnessing this newfound power, Shanchuan unleashed a remarkable skill, the Sunfire Purification, which decisively altered the course of battle. In the end, they successfully repelled the black-robed envoy, and Shanchuan seamlessly absorbed the soul ring. It was indeed a harrowing experience, Ling Xue remarked with lingering trepidation. Mountains smiled as they gazed at their companions. As long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. They ventured deeper into the mountains and stumbled upon a mysterious cave. This cave feels enigmatic. I wonder what secrets lie within, said Talon. We shall discover its mysteries by entering, replied Mountains, leading the way into the cave. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them, and the walls shimmered with unusual luminescence. Suddenly, a 20,000-year-old Xianyu phoenix emerged. The phoenix spread its resplendent wings, and its ability, the Inferno of Xianyu, unleashed an endless torrent of black flames. This spirit beast is incredibly powerful, exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers stood resolute. Do not fear, we shall advance together. The battle proved to be exceedingly arduous, as the flames of the 9 Nether Phoenix rendered it nearly impossible for them to approach. What shall we do? Continuing in this manner is not a solution, Talon exclaimed anxiously. As Shanchuan engaged in battle, he keenly observed the movements of the 9 Nether Phoenix. Just as their strength was nearly depleted, Shanchuan discerned that the juncture of the phoenix's wings was its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its wings, he commanded. After a final, desperate struggle, they triumphed over the 9 Nether Phoenix. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions felt a significant enhancement in their powers. However, as they exited the cavern, they stumbled upon a mysterious symbol, seemingly concealing profound secrets, laying the groundwork for their future adventures. Their journey continued, with the future brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After Shanchuan and his companions departed from the enigmatic cave, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they arrived at a realm of mysterious seas. The blazing sword of the mountains and rivers now resembled a scorching sun. His new skill, Sunfire Ocean Slash, could summon colossal flames, turning everything in its path to ashes. Ling Xue's Ice Spirit Staff exuded a bone-chilling aura. The Ice Spirit Cold Moon Break could conjure a frigid moon, inflicting persistent frostbite upon foes. Talon wielded his mighty hammer of the gods with a thunderous force, and the god hammer's thunderous fury could harness the power of lightning, amplifying his attacks. This sea area appears tumultuous. Everyone, exercise caution, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, Brother Mountain River, Talon replied. Suddenly, an ancient deep-sea leviathan shark, aged 18,000 years, surged forth from the depths. This behemoth, with its razor-sharp teeth, possessed the skill deep-sea whirlpool strangle, capable of generating a massive vortex to ensnare its enemies. Beware. Quickly evade, Ling Xue shouted urgently. The mountains and rivers surged forward without hesitation, unleashing the Sunfire Sea Slash in an attempt to thwart the assault of the abyssal jaws. This creature is exceedingly tenacious, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. Throughout the battle, the deep-sea jaws relentlessly employed whirlpools and razor-sharp teeth to assail them, presenting formidable challenges. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River pondered, I must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities, or we shall all be in peril. At that moment, Ling Xue discerned that the eyes of the dragon shark were its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike at its eyes, Ling Xue exclaimed. Mountains and rivers, upon hearing the call, concentrated their strength and launched a decisive strike at the eyes of the deep-sea Jiao shark. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable creature. Mountains began to absorb the soul ring, its radiant light enveloping him. The power of this soul ring is astonishing. I must claim it, Mountains declared resolutely. At that moment, the sinister shadow of the soul hall emerged. The shadow's martial spirit was the dark blood scythe, and its skill, blood scythe soul devourer, could siphon the vitality of its enemies. This soul ring is mine. You shall not lay a finger on it. The shadow growled menacingly. The mountains and rivers responded with fury. The evildoers of the Soul Palace shall not seize the soul rings from our grasp. A fierce battle ensued, as the malevolent shadows demonstrated their formidable strength, gradually ensnaring the mountains and rivers in a dire predicament. Would they truly face defeat today? Tyrone's heart brimmed with reluctance. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan reflected, "No, I cannot allow my teammates' efforts to be in vain. I must triumph over him." At this critical juncture, Shanchuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, the holy flame shield of the sun, which enveloped him in a formidable barrier of fire, effectively thwarting the assault of the sinister shadow. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and his companions launched a counteroffensive. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the malevolent shadow, and Shanchuan adeptly absorbed the soul ring. This encounter had truly been a brush with death. Ling Shui let out a sigh of relief. Shanchuan gazed at his companions and spoke with deep emotion. "It is thanks to everyone's unity and bravery that we have come this far." They pressed onward and arrived at a mysterious island, teeming with peculiar flora and an enigmatic atmosphere. The island exuded an aura of mystery, leaving them uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. "Regardless, we must proceed with caution," Shanchuan advised. Deep within the island, they encountered an ethereal crane, aged over 200,000 years. The crane possessed an elegant form but wielded formidable offensive power, its skill, the ethereal feather strike, capable of launching countless razor-sharp feathers. "Everyone, stay alert," Shanchuan shouted. During the battle, the crane's feather attacks overwhelmed them. "What shall we do? It seems nearly impossible to approach it," Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they simultaneously pondered strategies. Just as despair began to engulf them, they discovered that the ethereal crane was extremely sensitive to sound. "Let us create a cacophony to disrupt its movements," cried the leader. Following this guidance, they successfully interfered with the ethereal crane, seizing an opportunity to strike. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the ethereal crane. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the group continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Yet, ahead of them loomed a myriad of unknown challenges and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their resolution. The journey of reversal in Douluo. After successfully defeating the ethereal celestial crane, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the swirling yellow sands obstructed their vision. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan seems to have been ignited by the scorching heat of the desert. His skill, the sandstorm slash, can conjure a searing sandstorm, wielding formidable destructive power. Ling Shui's ice spirit staff continues to emanate a refreshing chill even in this sweltering environment, while her ice quicksand spike can instantaneously solidify quicksand into sharp ice spikes. Talon's titan hammer has grown increasingly weighty, and his divine hammer's sand strike can unleash rolling waves of sand with tremendous force. "This desert is treacherous. Everyone, be wary of the quicksand," Shanchuan cautioned. "Understood," Ling Shui replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old crimson flame sand scorpion emerged from the sands. This colossal creature, with a shell as hard as iron, possesses the skill sand scorpion's toxic fireball, capable of launching projectiles infused with venom and flames. "Beware of its attack," Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers swiftly wielded their swords, unleashing the flame sandstorm slash in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the sand scorpion. "This adversary is quite formidable," Ling Shui remarked. Amidst the battle, the fiery venomous projectiles of the crimson flame sand scorpion posed significant challenges, plunging the group into a dire predicament. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered, "I cannot remain ensnared like this. I must devise a means of escape." At that moment, Tailong discerned that the junction of the sand scorpion's tail was its Achilles heel. "Shanchuan, strike at its tail," Tailong exclaimed. Amidst the mountains and rivers, a concentrated force was directed toward the scorpion's tail, delivering a decisive blow. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the crimson flame scorpion. Mountain River began to absorb the soul ring, its brilliance flickering erratically. The power of this soul ring appeared somewhat unstable. Mountain River mused quietly. At that moment, the shadow messenger of the spirit hall emerged. The shadow messenger's martial soul was the shadow serpent, and its skill, shadow poison mist, could unleash a highly toxic fog, rendering individuals unconscious. "This soul ring belongs to the spirit hall. Do not harbor any delusions of obtaining it," the shadow messenger scoffed. The mountains and rivers glared with fury. The vile thieves of the Soul Palace shall not succeed in their plunder. A fierce confrontation ensued, as the poisonous mist unleashed by the shadow envoy hindered the movements of Shanchuan and his companions. "What shall we do? If this continues, We shall all succumb to the poison, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. Shanchuan's inner monologue. I cannot allow everyone to fall into peril. There must be a way to dispel this toxic mist. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a mysterious force surging from within him. It was, in fact, the special soul ring he had previously absorbed that activated at this critical moment, aiding him in resisting the noxious fog. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to unleash a new skill, the fiery sun mist cleaver, which decisively turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they successfully repelled the shadow envoy, allowing the mountains and rivers to absorb the soul ring with ease. This encounter was indeed fraught with peril. Talon let out a long sigh of relief. Mountains and rivers gazed at their companions, their eyes brimming with resolve. As long as we do not falter, nothing can impede our advance. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious snow-capped mountain. The chill of the mountain was biting. Ling Shui could not suppress a shiver. Be cautious, for powerful soul beasts may lurk here, warned Shanchuan. Deep within the snow-covered peaks, they encountered a colossal ice bear, aged 200,000 years. The bear was encrusted with a thick layer of ice, and its skill, Ice Field Avalanche, had the potential to trigger massive avalanches. Quick, scatter, Shanchuan shouted. Throughout the ensuing battle, the formidable strength of the ice bear and the looming threat of avalanches left them struggling to cope. This approach is unsustainable. We must devise a strategy, proposed Tai Long. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they keenly observed the movements of the colossal ice bear. Just as their strength waned, they discerned that the bear's paw was its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its paws, Mountain River exclaimed. With one final, valiant effort, they triumphed over the ice bear. Upon absorbing the soul ring, they felt their powers significantly augmented. However, as they departed from the snowy peaks, they stumbled upon a mysterious mark that seemed to point towards an even greater secret, laying the groundwork for future adventures. Their journey continued, fraught with uncertainty and challenges yet to come. After leaving the snow-capped mountains, the group, including Shanchuan and others, arrived at a mysterious swamp. An acrid odor permeated the air, and the ground was slick and treacherous underfoot. The flame sword of Shanchuan flickered with an eerie radiance, as his newly comprehended skill, the Inferno Marsh incineration technique, had the power to instantaneously evaporate the surrounding marsh into scalding steam. Ling Shui's ice spirit staff emitted a ghostly blue glow. The ice spirit marsh freezing technique could swiftly encase the marsh in ice, providing solid ground for the group. Telong wielded his mighty hammer with thunderous force. The hammer of marsh destruction could shatter the surrounding mire, clearing a path ahead. Be cautious of your footing. Do not get trapped, Shanchuan cautioned. Understood, Brother Shanchuan, Telong replied. At that moment, a colossal venomous marsh python, aged 18,000 years, erupted from the depths of the swamp. This enormous serpent bore an imposing form, its scales glimmering with a strange luminescence. Its ability, Venomous Marsh Devour, could conjure a massive vortex, drawing enemies into its depths. This is bad. Quickly take cover, Ling Shui shouted. The mountains and rivers showed no fear, boldly advancing forward, unleashing the Inferno Swamp Burning Heaven technique in an attempt to thwart the assault of the colossal python. This creature is formidable, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. During the battle, the venomous swamp python relentlessly exploited the marshy terrain and its own toxic venom to attack them, posing significant challenges for everyone involved. In his heart, Mountain River pondered, I must swiftly uncover its weakness, otherwise we shall all be ensnared in peril. Just as the others struggled to endure, Ling Shui discerned that the serpent's vulnerability lay in its 7-inch mark. Mountain River, strike at its 7-inch point, Ling Shui exclaimed. As the mountains and rivers resonated with purpose, they concentrated their strength and launched a decisive strike at the serpent's vulnerable point. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous swamp python. Mountain River began to absorb the soul ring, its radiance enveloping him. The power of this soul ring was formidable. I must succeed in this absorption, Mountain River mused inwardly. At that moment, the Black Wind Guardian of the Spirit Hall appeared. The Guardian's martial spirit was the Dark Storm Blade, and its skill, the Black Wind Soul-Devouring Slash, could unleash a powerful dark tempest that consumed the souls of its foes. This soul ring belongs to the Spirit Hall. You insignificant ants shall not lay a finger on it, the Black Wind Guardian bellowed. The mountains and rivers glared fiercely, thieves of the Soul Palace. You shall not seize our hard-won achievements. A fierce battle ensued, the strength of the Black Wind Guardian proving immensely formidable. gradually plunging Shanchuan and his companions into a dire predicament. Would they truly meet their demise here today? Despair filled Talon's heart. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan declared, "No, I cannot surrender. We have unfinished missions." At that critical moment, his martial soul underwent a startling transformation, the flames surging with newfound ferocity. He unleashed an unprecedented skill, the Raging Flames technique, which instantaneously turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the Black Wind Guardian, and Shanchuan successfully absorbed the Soul Ring. This experience was truly perilous. Lingxue let out a sigh of relief, her eyes brimming with gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Shanchuan gazed at his companions, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. As long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. They pressed onward, entering a mysterious forest. The trees loomed tall, their branches entwined, nearly obscuring the sunlight. The atmosphere of the forest felt foreboding, leaving them uncertain of what lay within. "I'm a bit anxious," Talon admitted. "Regardless of what awaits us, we must confront it with courage," Shanchuan encouraged. Deep within the forest, they encountered a phantom fox, an illusion of 20,000 years. This ethereal creature could shift instantaneously, and its skill, the mirage enchantment, ensnared minds in delusion. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not be deceived by its illusions," Shanchuan warned loudly. During the skirmish, the phantom fox's illusions plunged the group into chaos, rendering their attacks aimless. "What shall we do? We cannot seem to strike it," Lingxue exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers resisted the influence of the illusion while contemplating countermeasures, they found themselves on the brink of defeat against the fox spirit. It was at this critical juncture that they noticed a peculiar glimmer in the creature's eyes each time it cast its enchantment. "Focus your attacks on its eyes," cried out the leader. Heeding his command, the group engaged in a grueling battle, ultimately triumphing over the elusive fox spirit. After absorbing the Soul Ring, they ventured forth, continuing their exploits on the Douluo Continent. Yet ahead of them lay even greater unknown perils and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. The legendary journey of Douluo. After vanquishing the phantom demon fox, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. At this juncture, they arrived at a mysterious and perilous mountain range. The fiery sword of the mountains emanates a searing aura. His latest acquired technique, the Solar Rupture Slash, unleashes a blazing and razor-sharp sword energy, as if attempting to rend the very heavens asunder. The frost staff of Lingxue glimmers with a chilling luminescence. The frost blossom dance releases countless ice flowers, beautiful yet deadly like snowflakes. Talon's mighty god hammer harbors immense strength, and with the divine hammer quake, it can provoke tremors that shake the earth and mountains. This mountainous terrain appears fraught with peril. Everyone must exercise caution, Mountain River solemnly declared. "Rest assured, Mountain River, we shall remain vigilant," Lingxue replied. They tread carefully through the rugged landscape when, suddenly, a dark flame lion, aged 200,000 years, sprang forth from the shadows. The lion was enveloped in black flames, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Its skill, dark flame eruption, could unleash a formidable explosive force in an instant. "Be careful," Mountain River shouted, charging ahead. Solar Rupture Slash. Mountain River unleashed his powerful technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark flame lion. "This creature is incredibly formidable," Talon gritted his teeth, wielding the god hammer to assist Mountain River. Throughout the battle, the overwhelming might of the dark flame lion weighed heavily on all. In the depths of his thoughts, Shanchuan mused that he must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities, otherwise victory would elude them. At that moment, Lingxue noticed that the dark flame lion would experience a brief pause following its dark flame explosion. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to strike during its moment of stillness. Lingxue exclaimed. The group capitalized on this chance, concentrating their firepower against the dark flame lion. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over the beast. Shanchuan prepared to absorb the soul ring, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. The power of this soul ring was truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Shanchuan endeavored to withstand the force of the soul ring. Just then, the Blood Demon Hall Master of the Soul Palace made his appearance. "This soul ring belongs to my Soul Palace. You shall not lay a finger on it," the Blood Demon Hall Master declared menacingly. The mountains and rivers glared at him, filled with indignation. The Soul Hall is perpetually so shameless. This soul ring was won through our arduous struggle. The leader of the Blood Demon Hall let out a cold sneer. In this Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. You mere insects are utterly unworthy of possessing it. A fierce confrontation ensued, with the leader of the Blood Demon Hall displaying formidable power, leaving Shanchuan and his companions in a dire predicament. Could it truly be that their efforts would come to naught today? Tyrone roared in defiance. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. No, I cannot allow the efforts of everyone to be in vain. Even if there remains but a glimmer of hope, I shall fight to the very end. At this critical juncture, Shanchuan's martial spirit resonated with his unwavering will, unleashing a formidable force. He executed the previously unrevealed ultimate technique, the Nine Suns Incineration, which instantaneously turned the tide of battle. In the end, they successfully repelled the Blood Demon Hall Master, and Shanchuan adeptly absorbed the Soul Ring. It was an exceedingly perilous encounter. Ling Xue, still shaken, patted her chest, her heart racing with trepidation, as Shanchuan gazed at his comrades. His eyes brimmed with unwavering determination. United in purpose, there exists no adversary we cannot conquer. They pressed onward, arriving at an enchanting forest. A veil of mysterious mist enveloped the woods, with trees of myriad shapes and forms. This forest exuded an aura of enigma, leaving one to ponder what awaited them. Talon remarked, regardless of what lies ahead, we must tread forward with courage. Shanchuan affirmed, indeed, we must bravely continue our journey. Deep within the forest, they encountered an ethereal unicorn, a creature of 25,000 years. With its graceful form and a horn that shimmered with a mystical radiance, its ability, the ethereal purification light, could eradicate all negative states and deliver a mental shock to its foes. Be wary of its powers, Shanchuan cautioned. Throughout the battle, the unicorn's abilities plunged the group into chaos. What shall we do? Our attacks appear to have little effect on it, Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan keenly observed the movements of the unicorn. Just as despair began to envelop them, Shanchuan discerned the unicorn's vulnerability in its underbelly. Concentrate your attacks on its abdomen, he commanded. With renewed vigor, the group fought valiantly, and after a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the ethereal unicorn. Upon absorbing the Soul Ring, the strength of Shanchuan and his companions was significantly enhanced. Yet, ahead of them lay an array of unknown challenges and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. After successfully vanquishing the ethereal unicorn, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward with unwavering determination across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth. At this moment, the flamed sword of the mountains appeared to meld seamlessly with its surroundings. Its skill, the Sea of Flames, could instantaneously conjure a searing inferno, incinerating all in its vicinity. The ice spirit staff of Ling Xue exuded a refreshing chill, capable of instantly encasing foes in ice sculptures. Talon wielded his formidable Hercules hammer, whose might was astonishing. The Earth Splitter skill could rend the very ground asunder, delivering a tremendous impact to adversaries. This desert is truly scorching, Talon remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Everyone, be cautious. The desert may conceal peril, warned Shanchuan, vigilantly surveying the area. Suddenly, a colossal sandstorm scorpion, aged 30,000 years, emerged from the sands. This immense creature boasted an incredibly hard exoskeleton, and its skill, the sandstorm vortex, could unleash a powerful whirlpool of sand, drawing enemies into its depths. Not good, take cover, Shanchuan shouted. The group swiftly employed their skills in a bid to resist the impending threat. In his heart, Shanchuan contemplated, this soul beast possesses formidable strength. I must uncover its vulnerability. Amidst the fierce battle, Ling Xue discerned that the eyes of the sandstorm giant scorpion were its Achilles heel. Shanchuan, strike at its eyes, Ling Xue shouted. Mountains and rivers, upon hearing the call, concentrated their strength and unleashed the Inferno Sea, simultaneously charging towards the eyes of the sandstorm giant scorpion. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable creature. Mountain River prepared to absorb the Soul Ring, its overwhelming pressure nearly rendering him breathless. The potency of this Soul Ring was unparalleled. Gritting his teeth against the force, Mountain River was suddenly taken aback as the Soul Ring awakened, a surge of formidable energy flooding into his body. Could this be the hidden power of the Soul Ring? A thrill coursed through him. Unbeknownst to them, however, this Soul Ring's power bore a certain restraining relationship with those previously absorbed. At that moment, the Shadow Guardian of the Soul Hall emerged. The Guardian's martial spirit was the Shadow Demon Claw, and its skill, Shadow Binding, could immobilize its foes. This Soul Ring is mine, the Shadow Guardian proclaimed greedily. Mountains and rivers glared fiercely. No way. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. The Shadow Guardian possessed formidable strength, leaving Shanchuan and his companions in dire straits. What should we do? It seems we are no match for him, Tyrone said anxiously. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. I cannot simply surrender. There must be a way to conquer him. At this critical juncture, Shanchuan suddenly discerned a flaw in the Shadow Guardian's skill. He rallied his comrades to launch a final assault, ultimately succeeding in repelling the Shadow Guardian. After absorbing the Soul Ring, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward. They arrived at a mysterious mountain range, shrouded in swirling mists. This mountain exudes an aura of enigma, Lingxue remarked. Be cautious. There may be even more formidable soul beasts lurking, Shanchuan cautioned. Within the mountain, they encountered a thunder kirin, aged 35,000 years. The kirin crackled with electricity, wielding the skill thunderous might, capable of summoning powerful bolts of lightning to strike its foes. Everyone, brace yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the thunder kirin's attacks were overwhelming. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a strategy, Shanchuan pondered while engaged in combat. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Shanchuan suddenly comprehended a new skill. Solar Shield. He unleashed this newfound ability, successfully deflecting the Thunder Kirin's onslaught. In the end, they uncovered the Kirin's vulnerability and triumphed over it. Throughout their adventure, their bonds deepened, providing mutual support as they faced one challenge after another. Yet, ahead lay even more unknown dangers and mysteries awaiting them. The Pride of Douluo, a journey through the world. After vanquishing the Thunder Kirin, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before resuming their journey. They ventured into a foreboding swamp, shrouded in an eerie mist. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan emanated an eerie purple hue, a manifestation of his newly comprehended skill, the Purple Flame Incantation. Capable of unleashing high-temperature flames imbued with a cursed effect, the Ice Spirit's frost staff culminated in a glistening orb of ice, from which the ice shard barrage could transform the orb into countless icicles, launching them towards adversaries. Talon's Hercules hammer shimmered with arcs of lightning. The celestial thunder strike could harness the power of thunder, exhibiting astonishing might. This place exuded an unsettling aura, remarked Lingxue with a furrowed brow. Caution is paramount. We cannot foresee what dangers lie ahead. Shanchuan observed his surroundings with vigilance. Just then, a 400,000-year-old venomous mist dragon surged forth from the swamp. Its massive form was enveloped in a toxic fog, and its skill, the venomous mist illusion formation, could ensnare foes in hallucinations and poison them. This is dire. Hold your breath, Shanchuan shouted. The group immediately activated their skills to counter the impending threat. Amidst the urgency within Shanchuan's heart, he realized the formidable potency of the poisonous mist emitted by the soul beast. It was imperative to swiftly discover a means of counteraction. In the throes of battle, Shanchuan discerned a peculiar restraining relationship between his newly awakened soul ring and that of the poisonous mist dragon. Hold on, everyone. We have a chance to triumph, Shanchuan exclaimed fervently. Talon, wielding the mighty hammer of Hercules, declared, Behold my might. Thunderous destruction. Yet, the prowess of the poisonous mist dragon far surpassed their expectations, plunging the conflict into a stalemate. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened once more, a surge of formidable energy coursing through his being. This is. Shanchuan felt the power, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. At that moment, the dark envoy of the Soul Palace emerged. The envoy's martial soul manifested as the Shadowbone Sword, and his skill, Dark Soul Devour Slash, possessed the ability to seize the souls of his adversaries. Haha. This soul ring is now mine, the dark envoy proclaimed with triumphant glee. The mountains and rivers glared at him, declaring, Not a chance. As long as I endure, your ambition shall never succeed. The dark envoy scoffed. You underestimate yourself. Today marks your demise. Both sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. Shanchuan's inner monologue, regardless of the circumstances. I shall steadfastly protect my comrades and triumph over our foes. During the course of battle, Shanchuan discerned the vulnerability of the venomous mist serpent, located on a scale of anomaly upon its underbelly. Everyone, concentrate your assaults on its vulnerable scale, Shanchuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally seized the opportunity and successfully struck the serpent's vulnerable scale, thus overcoming their adversary. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure of the rings brought immense suffering to Shanchuan. Hold on, Shanchuan, Lingxue shouted anxiously from the side. Once the soul rings were absorbed, The group continued their journey. They arrived at a mysterious peak, towering into the clouds. This peak is truly enigmatic. One wonders what lies atop it, Talon remarked. Regardless of what awaits, we must venture forth to explore, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a storm god eagle, an entity of 500,000 years. The eagle flapped its wings, conjuring fierce winds and torrential rain. Its skill, storm destruction strike, capable of annihilating all in its path. Everyone, brace yourselves for defense, Shanchuan bellowed. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and the formidable attacks from the storm god eagle plunged them into a dire predicament. What should we do? It seems we cannot approach it, Lingxue lamented. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just when they were on the verge of surrender, a sudden inspiration struck the mountains. Let us utilize the terrain and set a trap, exclaimed the mountains. United in purpose, they successfully lured the storm god eagle into their trap. After a fierce and desperate battle, they emerged victorious. Throughout their perilous journey, the bonds between them grew ever stronger, and their trust in one another deepened. Yet, ahead lay more unknown challenges, and a colossal conspiracy was gradually surfacing. After triumphantly overcoming the storm god eagle, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey through the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious forest where towering trees reached for the heavens, their intertwined branches and leaves forming a verdant canopy above. At this moment, the blade of Mount River is engulfed in a tempest of flames. His skill, the solar fire slash, can summon searing celestial fire that incinerates all in an instant. Lingshua's ice spirit staff emanates a chilling glow, and her frostbound spell can freeze vast areas into solid ice. Talon's mighty god hammer has grown immensely, wielding the power to shatter the very fabric of reality with his skill, the rending void strike. This forest appears to harbor secrets. Everyone, tread carefully, Mount River murmured. I sense countless eyes upon us, Lingxue replied, her nerves fraying. Suddenly, a 600,000-year-old nether white tiger king leapt forth from the shadows. The formidable creature exudes a terrifying presence, and its skill, the soul-devouring claw, can rend the very souls of its foes. Be cautious, Mount River shouted, charging ahead. The group unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the nether white tiger king. Mountains and rivers brimmed with silent astonishment. This soul beast possesses an overwhelming strength, compelling us to exert our utmost effort. Amidst the battle, signs of awakening emerged from Shanchuan's soul rings, radiating with brilliance. Could this herald a turning point? A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan's heart. However, he soon realized that the soul rings of the netherworld White Tiger King countered his awakened soul rings, hindering the full expression of his power. This is dire. The situation is precarious, Talon exclaimed, just as the group found themselves ensnared in adversity. The Elder of Evil Wind from the Spirit Hall made his entrance. The Elder's martial soul was the blade of Evil Wind, and his skill, Evil Wind Annihilation Slash, could unleash devastating attacks over a wide area. Ha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring will belong to me. The Elder of Evil Wind cackled maniacally. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Not a chance. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue, regardless of the cost. I shall protect everyone, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and his companions gradually began to tire. Lingxue anxiously exclaimed, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth. Do not give up. There must be a way. At this critical juncture, mountains and rivers suddenly discerned a flaw in the ethereal White Tiger King. Everyone, concentrate your efforts on its hind leg joints, he shouted vehemently. The group united their strength and launched a final assault. After a thrilling and heart-pounding battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the ethereal White Tiger King's weakness and emerged victorious. As the mountains began to absorb the soul rings, an overwhelming sense of pressure nearly caused him to faint. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue urged, gripping his hand tightly. After absorbing the soul rings, they continued onward, arriving at the foot of a mysterious mountain range, characterized by its steep peak shrouded in swirling mist. This mountain exudes a sense of danger, Talon remarked. Yet we have no alternative but to proceed, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Upon ascending the mountain, they encountered an 800,000-year-old chaos thunder dragon. With crackling lightning enveloping its form, its skill, Chaos Thunder Prison, could conjure a veritable hell of thunder. Everyone, tread carefully, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved to be extraordinarily arduous, as the formidable power of the Chaos Thunder Dragon thrust them into a dire predicament. Are we truly destined to fail? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingshua's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just when despair was nearly overwhelming them, the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers resonated in a remarkable manner. It was then that they sensed an enigmatic force. Indeed, the soul rings, having been absorbed earlier, exerted a unique counteracting influence at this critical moment, diminishing the power of the chaotic Thunder Dragon. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a final charge. After a fierce and bloody battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic Thunder Dragon. Throughout their perilous journey, the bonds between them grew ever stronger, and their understanding of one another deepened. Yet, ahead lay even more unknown dangers and mysterious secrets awaiting their discovery. The destiny journey of Douluo. After vanquishing the chaotic Thunder Dragon, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before delving deeper into the uncharted territories of Douluo Continent. They ventured into a ravine shrouded in miasma, surrounded by grotesque rock formations. At this moment, the flamed sword of the mountain river resembled a blade flowing with molten lava. His new skill, the Inferno Purgatory Slash, could instantaneously unleash searing temperatures, incinerating vast expanses. The Ice Spirit's frost wand culminated in a colossal orb of ice, and the Frost Star's descent transformed this orb into countless ice arrows, cascading down like shooting stars. Talon's Hercules hammer radiated a blinding golden light, the divine hammer's brilliance possessing formidable penetrating power. This place appeared ominous and terrifying. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Mountain River said gravely. I wonder what dreadful creature may emerge, Ice Spirit replied, gripping her wand tightly. No sooner had the words left her lips than a shadowy abyssal serpent, aged 70,000 years, burst forth from the miasma. The serpent's elongated form shimmered with an eerie glow, and its skill, shadow toxic fume, could exhale a noxious mist that paralyzed its victims in an instant. This is bad. Hold your breath, Mountain River urgently shouted. The group swiftly activated their skills to fend off the serpent's assault. The mountains and rivers silently lamented. This infernal serpent is exceedingly troublesome. We must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities. During the battle, the soul ring of the mountains and rivers awakened once more, unleashing a powerful surge that rendered the surrounding air scorching. This force, perhaps it could alter the tide of battle. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. However, the shadowy serpent's soul ring seemed to possess an inherent counter to the awakening of the mountains and rivers' soul ring, hindering the full expression of their might. Damn it! How could this be? Talon roared in fury. Just when everyone found themselves in dire straits, the black-feathered steward of the Soul Palace made his appearance. The steward's martial soul was the Black Feather Fan. In his skill, Black Feather Storm could summon a tempest, ensnaring enemies within its grasp. Ha! Truly, fortune favors me. This soul ring shall be mine. The black-feathered steward laughed with unbridled glee. The mountains and rivers roared, declaring, did not even think of seizing the soul rings from our grasp. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter what, I cannot let my teammates down. I must prevail against them. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and the others gradually found themselves exhausted. Lingxue, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, hold on. There must be a way. In this critical moment, he discerned that the eyes of the shadow serpent were its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your assault on its eyes, he urged. With unwavering determination, they launched their final attack with all their might. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately struck the serpent's eyes, triumphing over it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure of the rings forcing him to kneel in agony. Come on, Shanchuan. Lingxue cheered him on from the side. After successfully absorbing the soul rings, they continued their journey. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist that seemed to conceal secrets. This mountain appears enigmatic. We cannot foresee the challenges that await us, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must confront them with courage, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a celestial phoenix of 90,000 years. The magnificent creature unfurled its vast wings, flames encircling its form, and its skill, celestial fire, could instantly ignite the entire space. Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is extraordinarily powerful, Shanchuan warned loudly. The battle was fiercely intense, the formidable attacks of the celestial phoenix proving nearly insurmountable. Are we truly incapable of defeating it? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered over their strategies. Just when despair was about to take hold, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings that had been absorbed by the mountains and rivers. This, perhaps, represents our opportunity. A glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. It turned out that the resonance of these soul rings generated a power capable of restraining the celestial phoenix. Mountains and rivers led his companions in a valiant counterattack. After a thrilling and heart-stopping battle, they ultimately triumphed over the celestial phoenix. Throughout their perilous journey, their bonds deepened, and their trust in one another solidified like granite. Yet, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy gradually unveils itself. After successfully defeating the celestial phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before venturing deeper into the Douluo Continent. They soon arrived at a forest shrouded in darkness, where the trees twisted grotesquely, emanating an eerie aura. At this moment, the flame sword of Mount Chuan blazed with a fierce black fire, and its skill, the abyssal inferno break, unleashed a torrent of destructive black flames. Ling Xue's Ice Soul staff radiated a gentle azure light, while the Ice Soul Guardian shield bestowed formidable defensive barriers upon her allies. Talon's Hercules hammer gleamed with an earthen hue, and the divine hammer's earth shatter could rend the ground asunder in an instant. This place instilled a chilling dread. "We must tread carefully," Mount Chuan warned. "Indeed, this does not bode well," Ling Xue replied. Suddenly, a million-year-old spectral bone dragon emerged from the shadows. Its massive frame exuded an eerie luminescence, and its skill, the spectral bone prison, could ensnare foes within an endless cage of bones. "This is bad. Scatter quickly," Mount Chuan shouted. The group promptly unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the spectral bone dragon. Amidst the turmoil, Shanchuan felt an urgent anxiety. The might of the soul beast was overwhelmingly formidable, necessitating a strategy to overcome it. In the heat of battle, Shanchuan's soul ring awakened once more, unleashing a powerful surge that caused the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. This force held the potential to shatter the impasse, igniting a flicker of hope within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul ring of the underworld bone dragon possessed a unique ability of restraint, suppressing the awakened power of Shanchuan. How infuriating! How could this happen? Talon roared in anger. Just as despair began to envelop the group, the Blood Shadow Guardian of the Soul Hall made an appearance. The Guardian's martial soul was the Blood Shadow Blade, and its skill, Blood Shadow Soul Devouring Slash, had the capacity to consume the souls and life force of its foes. "Ha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring belongs to my soul hall," the Blood Shadow Guardian proclaimed with arrogant laughter. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. "Not a chance. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed." Shanchuan's inner monologue. "Regardless of the challenges we face, I shall fiercely protect my companions and uphold our beliefs." Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and his comrades gradually find themselves overwhelmed. Ling Xue anxiously exclaims, "Shanchuan, what shall we do?" As the mountains and rivers steeled themselves, they declared, "Do not relinquish hope. A solution surely exists." In this moment of peril, the mountains and rivers uncovered the fatal vulnerability of the nether bone dragon, a crystal of soul nestled within its heart. "Let us unite our strength and strike at its heart," they proclaimed. With unwavering determination, all rallied for one final assault. After an intense and harrowing battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the dragon's weakness, overcoming it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring, and the overwhelming pressure it exerted nearly caused him to faint. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. Once the soul ring was absorbed, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks shrouded in mist, intermittently echoing with strange sounds. "This mountain exudes an aura of danger," Talon remarked. "But we cannot retreat," Shanchuan replied resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaotic Qilin of 120,000 years. A swirling aura of chaos enveloped the beast and its skill. Chaotic annihilation could trigger devastating energy explosions. "Everyone, proceed with caution," Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceedingly arduous, as the formidable power of the chaotic Qilin plunged them into a dire predicament. Could this truly be our end? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught, he contemplated strategies to counter the threat. Just as despair began to envelop them, a mysterious connection emerged among the soul rings that Shanchuan had previously absorbed, coalescing into an entirely new force. "This is Our turning point. A spark of hope rekindled in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the interconnected power of these soul rings held a restraining effect on the chaotic Qilin. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a final, desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic Qilin. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them deepened, and their mutual understanding reached new heights. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainties and challenges, as a breathtaking secret awaits their discovery. The unparalleled Battle of Douluo. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the chaotic Qilin, they persevered through the arduous landscape of Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, where a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring their vision. At this moment, the blade of the flame sword of Shanchuan radiates a resplendent spectrum of colors, as he has newly comprehended the skill known as the Rainbow Flame Dragon Slash, which can summon a colossal fire dragon of astonishing might. The Ice Soul Staff of Lingxue emanates an aura of frigidness with the Ice Soul Blizzard. It can conjure an intensely cold tempest, thereby hindering the movements of adversaries. Talon's Hercules hammer has become unbearably heavy. The Divine Hammer of Earthquake can trigger a powerful tremor, destabilizing foes. This place is indeed eerie. Everyone must exercise caution, Shanchuan cautioned. Yes, I sense danger lurking everywhere, Lingxue observed with vigilance as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a primordial fire python, aged 150,000 years, erupted from the depths of the swamp. The python's massive form is engulfed in ceaseless flames, and its sea of flames, can instantaneously transform the vicinity into a blazing inferno. This is dire. Defend yourselves quickly, Shanchuan shouted. The group hastily unleashed their respective skills in a bid to resist. In his heart, Shanchuan contemplated. This soul beast is exceedingly formidable. I must uncover its weaknesses. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan's soul rings began to awaken, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Could this be the key to overcoming it? A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan. However, the ancient flame python's soul ring possessed a unique suppressive effect, hindering Shanchuan's awakened powers from reaching their full potential. Damn, what shall we do? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in a predicament, the Dark Moon Messenger of the Soul Palace made an appearance. The Dark Moon Messenger wielded the Dark Moon Scythe as their martial spirit, and their skill, Dark Moon Soul Devourer, could directly assault the souls of their enemies. Haha. This soul ring is now mine. The Dark Moon Messenger chuckled greedily. The mountains and rivers glared at him, proclaiming, Never. We shall never allow you to succeed. The inner monologue of Shanchuan. No matter what, I must protect everyone, safeguarding our hopes. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in dire straits. Lingxue anxiously exclaimed, Shanchuan, it seems we can no longer hold on. Mountains and rivers clenched their teeth. Hold on, there must be a way. In this critical moment, they discovered that the ancient flame python's vulnerable spot lay at its 7-inch mark. Everyone, concentrate your efforts on its 7-inch. Mountains and rivers shouted. With all their might, the group launched a final assault. After a heart-stopping struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the 7-inch of the ancient flame python, vanquishing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming sense of pressure from the rings causing him immense suffering. Come on, Shanchuan. Lingxue encouraged him from the sidelines. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and treacherous, shrouded in swirling mists. This mountain appears to be fraught with challenges, Talon remarked. Yet we fear nothing, Shanchuan replied resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a 200,000-year-old illusory phoenix. The phoenix's form was ethereal, and its speed was astonishing. Its skill, the illusory storm, could conjure devastating gales that obliterated everything in their path. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceedingly arduous, the phoenix's might exhausting their every effort. Is it truly impossible for us to conquer it? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes as she dodged its attacks, pondering a strategy. Just as they were on the brink of surrender, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings Shanchuan had previously absorbed. This may be our turning point. A spark of hope ignited in Shanchuan's gaze. It turned out that the resonance of the soul rings had generated a force capable of countering the illusory phoenix. Mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantom divine phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew ever deeper. as they supported one another and evolved together. Nevertheless, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy quietly brews. After successfully defeating the illusory phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief moment to regroup before continuing their journey. They ventured into a mysterious and enchanting forest, where towering trees reached towards the heavens, their branches interwoven to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. The flame sword of the mountains and rivers now radiates a resplendent brilliance, as if countless stars are swirling upon its blade. His newly acquired skill, the Stellar Inferno Slash, harnesses the power of the stars to unleash a formidable explosive impact. At the tip of Lingshue's ice spirit staff, a crystalline ice flower is formed, capable of releasing a multitude of sharp ice spikes that rain down upon foes like a tempest. Talon's mighty hammer has grown to an immense size. Its surface adorned with a golden luminescence, the golden hammer's shockwave can induce powerful tremors, throwing nearby adversaries into disarray. This forest exudes an air of mystery. We must tread carefully, murmured Shanchuan. We understand, Shanchuan, replied Lingxue. Humph, what is there to fear? Bring it on, Talon declared with unwavering confidence. Just then, a 300,000-year-old nether beast emerged slowly from the depths of the woods. This creature was ethereal, its form flickering in and out of visibility, and its ability, the nether illusion, could conjure strikingly realistic illusions that ensnare the unwary. Beware, everyone, be cautious not to be misled by its illusions, Shanchuan warned loudly. The group promptly unleashed their abilities in an effort to dispel the illusion. In a state of anxious urgency, Shanchuan realized that the skills of this phantom beast were exceedingly peculiar, necessitating an immediate quest for a solution. During the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, emanating powerful waves of energy. Perhaps this force could shatter the current predicament, he mused inwardly. However, the soul ring of the nether phantom beast possessed a unique counteractive ability, which hampered the potency of Shanchuan's awakened strength. How infuriating! Tyrone bellowed in rage. Just as despair enveloped the group, the Shadow Sovereign of the Soul Temple made his appearance. The Shadow Sovereign's martial soul was the Shadow Demon Sword, and his skill, the Shadow Soul Devouring Blade, could unleash formidable dark sword energy, consuming the souls of his foes. Aha, today you shall all become my prey. The Shadow Sovereign cackled wickedly. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The vile scoundrels of the Soul Temple shall not harm my comrades. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter the cost, I shall protect everyone, even if it means sacrificing my own life. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves at a disadvantage. Lingxue, filled with concern, inquires, Shanchuan, what shall we do? In a moment of peril, Shanchuan urged, do not fret. We shall surely find a way. It was at this critical juncture that he discerned the weakness of the ethereal phantom beast lay within its eyes. Everyone, focus your assault on its eyes, Shanchuan exclaimed. With unwavering determination, the group launched their final offensive. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the ethereal phantom beast, triumphing over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the immense pressure of the rings made it difficult for him to breathe. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue urged anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks towering into the clouds, their summits cloaked in thick layers of snow. This mountain seems treacherous to ascend, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must venture up to take a look, Shanchuan resolutely replied. Upon reaching the mountain, they encountered a 5-million-year-old frost giant dragon. The dragon unfurled its massive wings, exhaling a breath of icy air. Its skill, Frost Dragon Breath, could instantly freeze anything in its path. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, as the immense strength of the frost giant dragon rendered their progress nearly impossible. Are we to be halted here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingshue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered strategies. Just when they were on the brink of surrender, a mysterious connection emerged between the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers, unleashing a formidable power that surged within. This is our hope. A renewed spirit ignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the interconnected strength of these soul rings held a restraining influence over the frost giant dragon. Amidst the majestic mountains and rivers, the protagonist rallied the group for a final assault. After a grueling battle, they triumphed over the frost dragon. Throughout their perilous journey, the bonds between them deepened. and their trust in one another became unbreakable. Yet, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a monumental secret awaits their discovery. The unmatched dominance of Douluo. After defeating the Frost Dragon, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious desert, where the swirling sands obscured their vision. The blazing sword of Shanchuan was enveloped in flames, resembling a sphere of a burning sun. His new skill, Solar Radiance, could unleash a brilliant light that would instantly sear the eyes of his foes. Lingshue's Ice Spirit Staff shimmered with a chilling blue light, while the Ice Spirit's Shadow Spike could summon countless sharp ice shards to assault the enemy from all directions. Talon's mighty hammer radiated a heavy, earthy glow. Its gravity crush could momentarily amplify the gravitational pull within a certain radius, hindering the movements of adversaries. This desert is treacherous. Everyone, tread carefully, Shanchuan cautioned. Understood, Lingxue replied. What is there to fear? Follow my lead, Talon declared boldly. Suddenly, a 400,000-year-old storm scorpion emerged from the sands. Its shell was impervious, and its skill, Storm Sandstorm, could conjure a massive sandstorm to engulf its enemies. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The group hastily employed their respective skills to counter the swirling tempest. Shanchuan quietly lamented within, recognizing the formidable strength of the soul beast, which posed a significant challenge. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan's soul ring awakened once more, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that rendered the surrounding air intensely heated. This awakening, he believed, would surely empower them to overcome their adversary, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. However, the storm giant scorpion's soul ring possessed unique defensive attributes that countered Shanchuan's awakened power. What shall we do? Tailong inquired anxiously. Just as the group found themselves in a dire predicament, the Shadow Guardian of the Soul Palace made its appearance. The Guardian's martial soul was the Shadow Soul Devouring Banner, and its skill, Shadow Soul Devouring Curse, could seize the souls of enemies, plunging them into endless agony. Ha! This soul ring is now mine. You shall all perish. The Shadow Guardian cackled ominously. The mountains and rivers gazed fiercely at him. Not a chance. As long as we draw breath, we shall not allow your ambitions to come to fruition. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter how arduous the circumstances may be, I shall resolutely protect my comrades and thwart the sinister designs of the Soul Palace. The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually find their strength waning. Lingxue, with concern etched upon her face, remarks, Shanchuan, it appears we are on the verge of collapse. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, urging everyone to hold on, for a turning point was surely on the horizon. In that critical moment, he discerned that the abdomen of the storm scorpion was its Achilles heel. Let us concentrate our assault on its underbelly, he commanded. With unwavering resolve, they launched their final offensive. After a harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the vulnerable abdomen of the storm scorpion, emerging victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring, its overwhelming sense of pressure nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Keep going, Shanchuan, Lingxue encouraged from the side. After absorbing the soul ring, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and shrouded in mist, faint roars of beasts echoing in the air. This mountain exudes an aura of danger, Talon remarked. But we cannot falter, Shanchuan resolutely replied. Within the mountains, they encountered a 6-million-year-old thunderstorm lion. Lightning flickered across the lion's form, and its skill, Thunderclap, could summon countless bolts of lightning, an awe-inspiring display of power. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally fierce, as the thunderstorm lion's formidable attacks left them struggling to defend themselves. Are we truly destined to perish here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingshue's eyes. As Shanchuan deftly evaded the attacks, a myriad of strategies danced through his mind. Just as despair began to seep in, an enchanting resonance emerged among the soul rings he had previously absorbed. Perhaps this was the key to her triumph. A glimmer of hope flickered in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the resonance of the soul rings manifested a unique power, one that held a restraining influence over the thunderous lion. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a valiant counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the thunderous lion. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew more profound, and their mutual understanding reached unprecedented heights. However, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges, as a colossal conspiracy began to surface. After triumphantly defeating the thunderous lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a shadowy forest, where the trees stood tall and twisted, as if concealing countless secrets within their gnarled branches. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan blazes with an ethereal blue flame. His skill, the abyssal blue inferno slash, unleashes a formidable wave of fire, incinerating all obstacles in its path. Lingshua's ice soul staff emits a soft lavender glow, while the amethyst ice spike can crystallize into sharp, piercing ice shards that penetrate the defenses of her foes. Talon's Might of the Gods hammer gleams with golden patterns, and the golden patterned hammer can trigger explosive blasts of astonishing power. This place is eerie. Something feels amiss. Lingxue remarked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Fear not, for I am here, Shanchuan reassured her. Humph, no matter what comes, I shall strike them down. Talon boisterously waved his mighty hammer. Suddenly, a 500,000-year-old dark demon vine erupted from the ground. The vine's tendrils slithered like serpents, and its skill, demon vine entwine, could swiftly ensnare its enemies, while its dark venom spray could unleash a torrent of lethal liquid. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, charging forward. The group unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark demon vine. In a state of urgency, Shanchuan pondered the relentless nature of the dark vine. He must swiftly uncover its weaknesses. During the fierce battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, endowing his sword with a more fervent blaze. This could very well be the key to our victory. A surge of joy filled Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul ring of the dark magic vine possessed a unique purifying ability, countering the awakened power of Shanchuan. What a predicament! Exclaimed Talon. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, the Elder of Bloodlust from the Soul Hall made his appearance. The Elder's martial spirit was the Bloodlust Demon Claw, and his skill, Soul Eating Claw, could rend the very essence of his foes with unfathomable cruelty. Aha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring will be mine. The Elder of Bloodlust proclaimed with maniacal laughter. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The vile scoundrels of the Soul Palace shall not seize our hard-earned victory. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. No matter what, I cannot allow them to succeed, even at the cost of everything. The battle grows increasingly intense, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in a desperate situation. Lingxue looks at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, can we truly overcome them? The mountains and rivers resolutely replied, absolutely. In this moment of peril, they discovered that the root of the dark demon vine was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its root, shouted the mountains and rivers. With unwavering determination, they launched their final offensive. After a breathtaking and fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the root of the dark demon vine, triumphing over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their formidable pressure causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue shouted anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks shrouded in mist, occasionally echoing with eerie sounds. This mountain appears exceedingly perilous, Talon remarked. Yet we have no retreat. We can only advance, Shanchuan resolutely declared. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaotic celestial rock of 800,000 years. The rock unfurled its massive wings, overshadowing the sun, and its skill, chaotic storm, could unleash devastating tempests, obliterating all in its path. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan bellowed. The battle was extraordinarily arduous. The overwhelming strength of the chaotic rock left them struggling to cope. Are we truly destined for failure? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingshue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded attacks, they contemplated strategies. Just as they were on the verge of surrender, a mysterious fusion power emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers. This is our hope. A renewed fighting spirit ignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the fusion power of the soul rings possessed a restraining effect on the chaotic sky phoenix. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a final charge. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic celestial phoenix. Throughout their adventure, the bonds between them deepened as they supported one another and grew together. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, for a staggering conspiracy awaits their discovery. Douluo, breaking the boundaries of unparalleled existence. After the victory over the chaotic heavenly ping, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before delving deeper into the uncharted territories of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious swamp, where the air was thick with a putrid stench. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan is enveloped in a golden blaze. His new skill, Solar Radiance Break, releases a dazzling and searing light akin to the scorching sun, instantly blinding his foes. The ice spirit's frost staff culminates in a massive blue ice crystal, capable of imprisoning adversaries within an extremely frigid crystalline prison through its skill, Frosty Abyss Lock. Tyrone's Titan hammer crackles with violet lightning. The thunder strike can summon formidable bolts of electricity, delivering a fatal blow to enemies. This place evokes an unsettling discomfort. Tyrone remarked with a furrowed brow. Be cautious. We cannot predict what dangers await us. Shanchuan observed the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a 6-million-year-old swamp venom lizard lunged forth from the mire. Its body is adorned with venom glands, and its skill, toxic mist, disperses a vast cloud of poisonous vapor. While the swamp devour trap transforms the ground into an all-consuming quagmire in an instant. This is bad. Hold your breath, Shanchuan shouted. The group hurriedly unleashed their respective skills to fend off the venom lizard's assault. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered. The venomous lizard's skills were insidiously treacherous, necessitating a swift resolution. During the battle, the soul rings of Shanchuan began to awaken, unleashing a formidable surge of power that caused the surrounding marsh waters to boil. This awakening surely would empower us to triumph. Shanchuan was filled with confidence. However, the soul rings of the marsh venomous lizard possessed potent corrosive attributes that countered Shanchuan's awakened strength. What could be done? Ling Shue exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in a dire predicament, the Shadow Steward of the Soul Palace made an appearance. The Shadow Steward wielded the soul of the Shadow Fang sword. With the skill Shadow Fang's stab capable of piercing enemies with astonishing speed, while the Shadow Bewilderment array could plunge foes into chaos and terror. This soul ring belongs to the Soul Palace. The Shadow Steward laughed triumphantly. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Not a chance. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed. The inner monologue of Shanchuan. Regardless of the challenges we face, I shall steadfastly protect my comrades and uphold our beliefs. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find their strength waning. Ling Shue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, are we nearing our limit? Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, No, we shall undoubtedly find a way. In that critical moment, he discerned that the eyes of the swamp venom lizard were its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your attacks on its eyes, Shanchuan commanded. With unwavering resolve, they launched their final offensive. After a harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the swamp venom lizard, vanquishing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless. Shanchuan, keep going. Ling Shue encouraged him from the side. After assimilating the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist, where strange glimmers of light could be vaguely discerned. This mountain exudes an aura of enigma. One cannot fathom what it conceals within, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must venture forth and explore, Shanchuan replied with unwavering determination. Within the mountains, they encountered a 900,000-year-old blazing qilin. Flames enveloped the creature, and its ability, Sea of Blazing Fire, could instantly transform the surroundings into a sea of inferno. The qilin's furious charge struck with remarkable swiftness, inflicting tremendous damage upon its foes. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally fierce, as the formidable assaults of the blazing qilin left them struggling to defend themselves. Are we to be halted here? A flicker of despair crossed Ling Shue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a wondrous resonance emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps this is the key to our triumph. Hope reignited in their eyes. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings exerted a suppressive influence over the blazing unicorn. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a valiant counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the fiery qilin. After successfully conquering the blazing qilin, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into an enchanting forest, where the trees exhibited peculiar shapes and vibrant hues. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan shimmered with a violet-black radiance. His newly acquired skill, the Violet Flame Void Slash, possessed the remarkable ability to instantaneously cleave through the fabric of reality, creating formidable spatial rifts that devoured adversaries. Ling Shue's ice soul staff emanated a gentle pink glow, and her pink crystal ice shield could materialize an indestructible barrier of pink ice to safeguard her companions. Talon's Hercules hammer was enveloped in a layer of verdant light. With the green vine hammer strike, he could summon resilient vines to ensnare foes, restricting their movements. This forest is truly beautiful, yet fraught with peril, Lingxue remarked. Indeed, everyone, exercise caution, Shanchuan replied. What is there to fear, with me here? Talon declared confidently. Suddenly, an 8-million-year-old phantom fox appeared before them. The fox's form was ethereal and elusive, and its skill, the illusionary enchantment, could ensnare individuals in a web of endless hallucinations, while its enchanting voice disrupted the minds of its enemies. Steady your minds, Shanchuan urged loudly. The group promptly unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the phantom fox. Mountains and rivers pondered. The skills of this demon fox are exceedingly enigmatic, and a solution must be found swiftly. In the midst of battle, the soul ring of mountains and rivers awakened once more, imbuing the surrounding air with an intense heat. This time, victory is assured. Confidence surged within him. However, the illusionary demon fox possessed a soul ring with unique defensive capabilities against illusions, countering the awakened power of mountains and rivers. What shall we do? Talon asked anxiously, just as the group found themselves in a dire predicament. The master of the Black Wind Hall from the Soul Palace made his entrance. The master's martial soul is the Black Wind Soul-Eating Fan, and his skill, the Black Wind Soul-Eating Wave, can unleash formidable dark fluctuations, devouring the souls of enemies. The Black Wind Confinement Array can immobilize adversaries, rendering them helpless. Haha. Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring belongs to my Soul Palace. The master of the Black Wind Hall sneered. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. You vile rogues of the Soul Temple, do not even think of prevailing. The inner monologue of the mountains and rivers, regardless of the circumstances. I must safeguard everyone and thwart the ambitions of the Soul Palace. The battle intensifies, and the mountains and rivers gradually find themselves in dire straits. Lingxue anxiously exclaimed, Shanchuan, it seems we can no longer endure. Shanchuan gritted his teeth. Do not despair, there must be a way. In this critical moment, Shanchuan discerned that the tail of the phantom demon fox was its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your attacks on its tail, Shanchuan commanded. With unwavering resolve, they launched their final assault. After a harrowing and exhilarating battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the tail of the phantom demon fox, triumphing over it. As the mountains began to absorb the soul rings, an overwhelming sense of pressure nearly caused him to faint. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue urged anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring its full visage. This mountain feels enigmatic. Who knows what secrets lie within? Talon remarked. Regardless of what awaits us, we must venture forth, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaotic behemoth of 1,000,000 years in age. The creature was colossal. Imbued with immense strength, its skill, chaotic gravitational pressure, could instantly amplify the gravity in the vicinity several-fold, while its chaotic annihilation strike unleashed energies capable of obliterating anything. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the overwhelming power of the chaotic behemoth rendered their progress nearly impossible. Is it truly beyond our means to conquer it? Despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught, he pondered his strategies. Just as despair began to take hold, a mysterious connection emerged among the soul rings he had previously absorbed, and a formidable energy surged within him. Perhaps this was our glimmer of hope to vanquish the foe. A renewed fervor ignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the interconnected power of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the chaotic behemoth. The mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic behemoth. Throughout their adventurous journey, their bonds grew ever stronger as they supported one another, facing challenge after challenge together. Nevertheless, the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. As a monumental conspiracy awaited their discovery, their connection deepened, and their mutual understanding intensified. Yet, the path before them was still laden with the unknown. As a vast scheme gradually came to light, awaiting their unraveling, the wind and clouds of Douluo rise against adversity. After successfully vanquishing the chaotic behemoth, Shanchuan and his companions continued to traverse the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious sea where the waves surged and the tides roared. At this moment, the sword of flames from the mountains radiated a resplendent golden hue. Its skill, the golden flame dragon break, could summon a formidable fire dragon that surged forth with a terrifying might. The ice spirit's frost staff shimmered with a pale blue glow, capable of instantly encasing vast areas in ice, thereby hindering the enemy's movements. Tyrone's mighty god hammer erupted with a deep brown brilliance. The skill, Earthquake Smash, could unleash a violent tremor, fracturing the ground beneath. "This sea appears perilous," expressed Ling Shui with a hint of concern. "Fear not, for I am here," reassured Shanchuan. "Humph. What is there to fear? Bring it on," Tyrone declared, brandishing his hammer with fervor. Suddenly, a 9-million-year-old deep-sea demon serpent burst forth from the depths. The serpent's massive body crackled with black currents, and its skill, Thunder Hell Cage, could conjure powerful lightning prisons to ensnare foes, while the deep-sea devouring wave could create a colossal vortex, attempting to drag enemies beneath the waves. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. The group hastily unleashed their respective skills in response. Mountains and rivers echoed with an ominous foreboding. This abyssal serpent was formidable and not easily vanquished. Amidst the fray, the soul rings of Shanchuan began to awaken, releasing a searing energy that enveloped the surroundings. This awakening held the promise of altering the tide of battle, igniting a flicker of hope within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul rings of the deep-sea abyssal serpent possessed a unique lightning defense attribute, countering Shanchuan's awakened power. What could possibly be done? Talon furrowed his brow in concern. Just as despair loomed over the group, the Shadow Guardian of the Spirit Hall reemerged. The Guardian's martial spirit was the Shadow-Devouring Soul Sword, and his skill, Shadow-Devouring Slash, unleashed dark sword energy that eroded the very souls of his foes. With the shadow-flickering step, his form became elusive and difficult to apprehend. "Ha! You cannot escape my grasp," the Shadow Guardian proclaimed with triumphant delight. "The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Villains of the Soul Palace, do not dare to act arrogantly." The inner monologue of Shanchuan, regardless of the cost. "I shall protect my comrades and triumph over our foes." As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in a dire predicament. Ling Shui clutches the hem of Shanchuan's garment tightly. "Shanchuan, what shall we do?" Amidst the tumultuous struggle, Shanchuan gritted his teeth, resolutely proclaiming, "Hold on. There must be a way." In this critical moment, he discerned that the reverse scale of the abyssal serpent was its Achilles heel. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its reverse scale," Shanchuan urged. With unwavering determination, they unleashed their final assault. After an intense and thrilling battle for survival, they ultimately struck the abyssal serpent's vulnerable scale, emerging victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the formidable sense of oppression caused him to tremble all over. "Come on, Shanchuan," Ling Shui cheered him on from the side. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their journey. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, with peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist and faintly echoing the roars of beasts. "This mountain is filled with the unknown. We cannot foresee what awaits us," said Tai Long. "Regardless, we must bravely venture forth," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a flame-divine phoenix, aged 12 million years. The phoenix was engulfed in raging flames, and its skill, heaven-consuming inferno, could envelop the entire sky in fire. Its flame feather arrows could unleash countless fiery projectiles, demonstrating immense power. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally arduous. The formidable assaults of the flame-divine phoenix left them scrambling for survival. "Are we truly destined to fall here?" A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Shui's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded attacks, he pondered strategies. Just as they were on the verge of surrender, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings he had previously absorbed. "This could very well be the key to our victory." A spark of hope reignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the flame god Phoenix. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a fierce counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the fiery Phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them deepened profoundly, and their mutual understanding reached new heights. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy gradually comes to light, awaiting their discovery. After vanquishing the flame-divine phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on their journey once more. They ventured into a mysterious forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their intertwining branches forming a verdant canopy above. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan shimmered with resplendent hues, as his new skill, the Rainbow Dragon Dance, summoned 5 dragons, each possessing a distinct elemental affinity: burning, freezing, shocking, petrifying, and bewildering. The ice soul staff of Ling Shui culminated in a dazzling gem, capable of unleashing a vast ice explosion with its ice burst, a formidable force. Talon's mighty hammer was encircled by an enigmatic array of runes. The rune hammer rage could amplify its striking power manifold in an instant. The forest appeared shrouded in mystery, prompting caution among the group. "I sense numerous eyes upon us," Lingxue said, gripping her staff with trepidation. "Fear not, for I am here," Talon proclaimed confidently. Suddenly, a 10-million-year-old nether two-headed wolf sprang forth from the shadows. This colossal beast, with its dual heads capable of exhaling black flames and frigid air, unleashed its ice and fire dual bite, launching simultaneous assaults that were nearly impossible to defend against. Its nether phantom step rendered it elusive and hard to capture. "Be wary, prepare yourselves," Shanchuan shouted. The group swiftly activated their skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the nether two-headed wolf. Mountains and rivers silently lamented within. "This soul beast is overwhelmingly powerful, and we must unite if we are to stand a chance." During the battle, the soul ring of the mountains and rivers suddenly awakened, unleashing a formidable surge of energy that rendered the surrounding air scorching. "This force may very well enable us to conquer it." A glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of the mountains and rivers. However, the soul ring of the netherworld two-headed wolf possessed a unique ability to absorb energy, countering the awakened power of the mountains and rivers to a certain extent. "What shall we do?" Tyrone exclaimed anxiously, just as everyone found themselves in dire straits. The shadow envoy of the spirit hall made an appearance. The shadow envoy wielded the sole weapon of the shadow magic bow. With the skill Shadow Devouring Arrow capable of launching black arrows imbued with soul-devouring power, and the shadow prison technique could conjure a dark cage to restrict the movements of adversaries. "Ha ha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring is mine." The shadow envoy chuckled greedily. The mountains and rivers glared at him. "As a lackey of the soul palace, you shall not seize the soul rings from our grasp." Shanchuan's inner monologue. "No matter what, I shall not allow them to prevail. I must safeguard my comrades and uphold our beliefs." The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in dire straits. Lingxue's eyes brim with concern. "Shanchuan, are we destined to fail?" Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "No, we still have a chance. We must not concede defeat." At that critical moment, he discerned that the abdomen of the abyssal two-headed wolf was its Achilles heel. "Everyone, focus your assault on its belly," Shanchuan urged. With every ounce of strength they could muster, the group launched their final onslaught. After a harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the abdomen of the abyssal two-headed wolf, triumphing over their formidable foe. The mountains began to absorb the spirit rings, and the overwhelming pressure of the rings forced him to kneel in agony. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Lingxue exclaimed anxiously from the side. After absorbing the spirit rings, they continued their journey. Ahead loomed a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and perilous, shrouded in swirling mist. "This mountain appears fraught with danger," Talon remarked. "Yet we have no retreat. We must advance courageously," Shanchuan declared, his gaze resolute. Within the mountains, they encountered a thunderous sacred lion, aged 15 million years. The lion shimmered with electric brilliance, its skill, thunderous wrath, capable of summoning countless powerful bolts of lightning, while its roaring wave unleashed devastating sound wave attacks. "Everyone, stay vigilant and defend yourselves," Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the formidable might of the thunderous sacred lion forced them to retreat step by step. "Is it truly impossible for us to conquer it?" Despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes. As Shanchuan deftly evaded the onslaught, he pondered over potential strategies. Just when despair began to loom, an enigmatic fusion of the soul rings he had absorbed manifested a formidable power. Perhaps this was our final glimmer of hope. A renewed determination ignited within Shanchuan's eyes. It became evident that the fusion power of the soul rings held a potent counter against the thunder sacred lion. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the thunder lion. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them deepened as they supported one another and grew together. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, for a shocking conspiracy awaits their unraveling. The blood-soaked sky of Douluo. After triumphing over the thunder sacred lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their arduous journey across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the scorching sun relentlessly beat down upon the land, and the sand beneath their feet felt searingly hot. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan is enveloped in a swirling aura of violet-black flames. His skill, The purple flame netherfire slash unleashes a fire imbued with the power of the nether, incinerating all in its path. Lingshue's ice soul staff radiates a brilliant icy blue light, and her ice soul frost array can instantaneously deploy a frigid formation that hampers the movements of adversaries. Talon's mighty god hammer is adorned with intricate golden patterns, and the divine hammer of radiant gold can erupt with a dazzling brilliance, possessing formidable impact. This desert is treacherous, Talon remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Everyone, be cautious and do not let your guard down, Shanchuan advised. Understood, Brother Shanchuan, Lingxue replied obediently. Suddenly, a sandstorm dragon, aged 12 million years, ascended from the depths of the desert. The colossal dragon stirred a massive sandstorm with the flapping of its wings. Its ability, Sandstorm Devouring Domain, generates a potent force of absorption, drawing enemies into its grasp, while its dragon flame breath can unleash searing flames. This is bad. Prepare to defend, Shanchuan exclaimed urgently. The group swiftly activated their respective skills to withstand the assault of the sandstorm dragon. In a state of anxious urgency, Shanchuan recognized the formidable strength of the soul beast, compelling us to exert our utmost efforts. As the battle raged on, Shanchuan's soul rings began to awaken, radiating a mysterious brilliance. This awakened power might just aid us in our struggle against it. A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul rings of the sandstorm dragon exhibited formidable resistance, countering Shanchuan's awakened strength with ease. What should we do? This soul ring's counteraction is too powerful, Talon exclaimed in distress. Just as despair enveloped the group, the blood shadow protector of the spirit hall made his entrance. The protector's martial spirit, the blood shadow demon blade, wielded the terrifying skill known as blood shadow extermination slash, capable of unleashing a horrific wave of blood shadow blade energy, while the blood shadow binding spell could incapacitate foes. Haha, today this soul ring is mine, the blood shadow protector cackled. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The wicked thieves of the Soul Palace shall not succeed in their plunder. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall protect everyone and safeguard our achievements. The battle grows increasingly fierce, and Shanchuan and his companions find themselves gradually cornered. Lingshue's eyes radiate unwavering determination. Shanchuan, let us strive together. In this moment of dire urgency, Shanchuan discovers that the eyes of the sandstorm dragon are its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its eyes, Shanchuan commands. With all their might, they launch a final assault. After a harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeed in striking the eyes of the sandstorm dragon, emerging victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring, its formidable pressure rendering him breathless. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue urged anxiously from the side. After assimilating the soul ring, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in an eerie aura. This mountain exudes danger, Talon remarked. Yet we cannot retreat, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaos demon rock of 18 million years. The rock unfurled its colossal wings, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun. Its skill, Chaos Tempest, could unleash a storm of chaos capable of obliterating everything in its path, while its phantom flicker allowed it to vanish and reappear elsewhere, eluding capture. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally arduous, as the overwhelming might of the Chaos Demon Rock made it difficult for them to withstand its onslaught. Are we destined to fail? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingshue's eyes. While evading attacks, Shanchuan pondered strategies. Just when they were on the brink of surrender, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings that Shanchuan had previously absorbed. This could perhaps be the turning point in our battle against it. A spark of hope reignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings had a restraining effect on the chaotic demon rock. Mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they finally triumphed over the chaotic demon rock. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew increasingly profound, and their mutual understanding deepened. However, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy awaited their unraveling. After vanquishing the chaotic demon rock, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a foreboding marsh, where a pungent odor permeated the air and the ground was treacherously slippery. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan was coursing with crimson magma, and its newly acquired skill, magma eruption, could unleash towering columns of searing lava, demonstrating immense power. The ice spirit's frost staff emanated a ghostly blue chill, with the frost mist barrier capable of releasing a dense fog, obscuring the enemy's vision and hindering their movements. Talon's mighty hammer radiated a dusty yellow light, and its skill, or shatter, could cause the ground to collapse instantaneously, throwing adversaries off balance. This place felt distinctly uncomfortable, remarked Ling Xue with a furrowed brow. Everyone, be cautious. There may be hidden dangers within the swamp, Shanchuan warned, alertly surveying the surroundings. What danger could possibly frighten me? Talon declared boisterously. No sooner had he spoken than a 15-million-year-old venomous swamp crocodile suddenly lunged from the mire. The colossal creature, adorned with poisonous spines, possessed the ability to generate a formidable devouring vortex with its skill, Toxic Swamp Devour, while its toxic spray could unleash a stream of lethal venom. Be careful, Shanchuan shouted, charging forward first. The others promptly activated their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the venomous swamp crocodile. In the depths of his thoughts, Shanchuan pondered, this soul beast is formidable. I must uncover its vulnerabilities. During the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring suddenly awakened, radiating brilliance. The awakening of this soul ring surely bodes well for our victory. Hope surged within Shanchuan. However, the soul ring of the toxic swamp crocodile possessed a unique defensive mechanism that countered Shanchuan's awakened power. What shall we do now? Talon exclaimed in distress. Just as everyone found themselves in a predicament, the Dark Wind Messenger from the Spirit Hall made an appearance. The Dark Wind Messenger wielded the Dark Wind Scythe as his martial soul, capable of unleashing razor-sharp wind blades with the skill Dark Wind Slash, while the Dark Wind Illusion Array could ensnare enemies in confusion. Haha, this soul ring belongs to the Spirit Hall, the Dark Wind Messenger declared with a triumphant grin. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly. Think again. We shall never allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue, regardless of the hardships we face. I shall safeguard my companions and the hard-won fruits of our victory. The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves exhausted. Ling Xue casts a worried glance at Shanchuan. Shanchuan, can we endure any longer? The mountains and rivers resolutely proclaimed, certainly. At this critical moment, they discerned that the underbelly of the venomous swamp crocodile was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your assault on its abdomen. The mountains and rivers urged emphatically, with unparalleled determination. They launched their final offensive. After a harrowing battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the crocodile's vulnerable underbelly, triumphing over the beast. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating him. Come on, Shanchuan, Ling Xue urged anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul ring, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and shrouded in mist, echoing with low, ominous roars. This mountain exuded an aura of unknown peril, Tyrone remarked. Yet we must not falter. We shall forge ahead, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Deep within the mountains, they encountered a thunder-carrying beast, aged 20 million years. The beast crackled with electricity, its skill Thunderbolt Annihilation capable of summoning countless thick bolts of lightning, while its Kirin Fury charge surged towards its foes with astonishing speed and power. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceedingly arduous, as the formidable attacks from the Thunder Kirin beast left them struggling to keep up. Are we truly destined to be defeated here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught, he pondered strategies to counter the assault. Just as despair began to take hold, a mysterious fusion of the soul rings he had previously absorbed emerged, illuminating a potential key to their victory. A renewed fervor ignited within his gaze. It became evident that the fusion power of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the Thunder Kirin beast. The mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the Thunder Kirin beast. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew ever deeper, and their trust and understanding reached new heights. However, the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a shocking conspiracy gradually came to light. The path to the pinnacle of Douluo. After vanquishing the Thunder Kirin beast, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before continuing their journey. They ventured into an enigmatic and fantastical forest, where the trees exhibited an array of shapes. Some coiled like majestic dragons, while others appeared to dance gracefully like ethereal fairies. The flame sword of Shanchuan blazed with fierce fire, its fiery blade radiating intense heat. His skill, Inferno Dragon Break, summoned a colossal fire dragon that lunged at the enemy with ferocity. Ling Xue's ice spirit staff emanated a chilling aura. Her ability, Ice Storm Dance, could unleash a formidable blizzard, freezing foes in their tracks. Talon wielded the mighty god hammer, which was incredibly heavy. His skill, Shatter the Void, could fracture the surrounding space, delivering devastating blows to adversaries. This forest is truly beautiful, yet it conceals countless dangers, Ling Xue murmured. Regardless, we must remain vigilant, Shanchuan replied. I fear no danger. Talon boisterously laughed. Just then, a 2-million-year-old phantom unicorn materialized before them. The unicorn's form was ethereal. Its skill, Mirage Flicker, allowed it to vanish and reappear elsewhere in an instant, making it elusive. The ability, Spirit Radiance Burst, could unleash powerful spiritual light attacks. Be cautious, this creature is formidable, Shanchuan exclaimed. The group hurriedly activated their respective skills to confront the threat. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered, he must uncover its flaw. Amidst the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, imbuing him with a surge of confidence fueled by newfound strength. This awakening, he believed, would surely enable him to triumph. Shanchuan silently steeled himself. However, the illusory unicorn's soul ring possessed a unique immunity, effectively countering Shanchuan's awakened power. What should we do? Tai Long inquired anxiously, just as despair enveloped the group. The Elder of the Soul Hall, known as the Black Flame Elder, made his entrance. The Black Flame Elder wielded the Black Flame Demon sword as his martial spirit. With the ability of the Black Flame Soul-Devouring Slash to consume the souls of his enemies, and the Black Flame Binding technique capable of immobilizing foes. This soul ring is mine, the Black Flame Elder declared with a triumphant laugh. The mountains and rivers gazed fiercely at him. Do not even think about it. We shall not allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter what, I must safeguard everyone and protect our hope. The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves in dire straits. Ling Xue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, are we destined to lose? Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth. No, we still have a chance. In this moment of dire peril, the mountains discovered that the hooves of the phantom unicorn were its vulnerability. Everyone, focus your attacks on its hooves, he exclaimed loudly. With every ounce of strength, the group launched their final assault. After a harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the hooves of the phantom unicorn, triumphing over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure from the rings nearly caused him to collapse. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Before them loomed a mysterious mountain range, its peak soaring into the clouds, where enigmatic sounds occasionally echoed through the mist. This mountain appears to be shrouded in mystery, Talon remarked. Yet we must venture forth, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaos tortoise of 25 million years. Its shell was impenetrably hard, and its skill, Chaos Tortoise Shell Shield, could withstand any attack, while its Chaos Water Tornado could conjure powerful whirlpools. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, as the formidable defenses of the Chaos Tortoise rendered their attacks largely ineffective. Is it truly impossible for us to defeat it? A glimmer of despair flashed in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just when they were on the brink of despair, a remarkable resonance emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps this is our opportunity to triumph over it. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the chaotic, mysterious tortoise. In a valiant endeavor, Shanchuan led the group in a resolute counterattack, and after an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic, dark tortoise. Throughout their adventurous journey, the bonds among them grew increasingly profound as they supported one another and confronted challenge after challenge together. Yet, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, for a colossal conspiracy awaits their discovery. After successfully defeating the chaotic black tortoise, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the uncharted territories of Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious forest shrouded in thick mist. At this moment, the flamed sword of the mountain river glimmered with a resplendent golden light. Its skill, the Golden Sun Dragon Slash, could summon a colossal dragon composed of golden flames, roaring fiercely as it charged towards the enemy. The Ice Soul Staff of Ling Xue emanated a gentle moonlight, with the Moonlight Ice Spear. It could conjure countless sharp ice spikes that fell like a torrential rain. Talon's mighty hammer was enveloped by a tempestuous wind, The windstorm hammer could unleash a formidable force of nature, obliterating all in its path. The fog is too dense. Everyone, exercise caution, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, Ling Shui replied. What are you afraid of? Charge ahead with me. Talon exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a 30-million-year-old night phantom tiger leapt from the thick fog. The spectral tiger moved with an eerie grace. Its skill, Shadow Strike, allowed it to meld into the shadows instantaneously, launching a surprise attack. While the night's soul-devouring roar could consume the very souls of its adversaries. Not good, defend yourselves. Mountain River shouted urgently. The group immediately activated their skills to respond. Mountains and rivers silently lamented within. This soul beast is exceedingly formidable, a challenging adversary indeed. During the confrontation, the soul rings of the mountains began to awaken. Their potent energy waves stirring the surrounding mist into turmoil. This awakening must surely lead to its defeat, the mountains mused. However, the soul rings of the night phantom tiger possessed a unique reflective damage attribute, countering the awakened strength of the mountains. What to do now? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in dire straits, the Blood Fiend Sovereign of the Soul Hall made his appearance. The Blood Fiend Sovereign wielded the martial soul of Blood Scythe. With the skill blood-devouring soul / capable of unleashing a formidable crimson light that consumed the life force of enemies. And the blood-sealing curse that could immobilize foes in place. Ha! Today you shall all meet your demise here. The Blood Fiend Sovereign cackled. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. We shall not cower before the wicked thieves of the Soul Palace. Shanchuan's inner monologue, no matter what. I cannot allow my teammates to be harmed. I must triumph over them. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves overwhelmed. Ling Shui gazes anxiously at Shanchuan and asks, Shanchuan, can we truly prevail? The mountains and rivers resolutely proclaimed, we shall prevail. In that moment of dire urgency, they discerned that the eyes of the night phantom tiger were its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your assaults on its eyes, shouted the leader. With unwavering determination, the group launched their final onslaught. After a breathtakingly fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the night phantom tiger, achieving victory over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure from the rings rendered him breathless. Stay strong, Shanchuan. Ling Shui encouraged from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its steep peaks resembling a multitude of swords piercing the heavens. This mountain is perilously steep, Talon remarked. Yet we must traverse it, Shanchuan resolved firmly. Within the mountains, they encountered a thunderous giant python, aged 35 million years. The creature crackled with electricity, its skill. Thunderous strike, capable of summoning countless bolts of lightning to assail its foes, while its constricting grip could ensnare adversaries tightly. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the formidable power of the thunderous giant python rendered them nearly defenseless. Are we to falter here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Shui's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded attacks, they simultaneously pondered their strategies. Just as they were on the verge of despair, an extraordinary fusion of the soul rings that the mountains and rivers had previously absorbed began to manifest. This might be the glimmer of hope we need to conquer it. A renewed fervor ignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the fusion power of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the thunderous giant python. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a fierce counterattack. And after an arduous and extraordinary battle, they finally triumphed over the thunderous python. Throughout the adventure, their bonds deepened, and the trust and understanding among them grew ever stronger. However, the road ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril as a grand conspiracy gradually comes to light. The resurgence of Douluo's turmoil. After successfully defeating the Thunder Serpent, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a place known as the Star Academy. The Star Academy was magnificent and grand, with a unique architectural style that exuded an air of mystery. The students of the Academy were all energetic and diligently devoted to their training. The flame sword of the mountain rivers is now enveloped in swirling fire, and its skill. The Flame Star Slash harnesses the power of the stars, transforming it into a formidable fiery sword aura. The Ice Spirit Staff of Ling Shui radiates a chilling luminescence. Its Ice Spirit Star Shield can create a robust ice barrier while channeling stellar energy to enhance defense. Talon's Titan Hammer is heavy and formidable. The Star God Hammer Strike can leverage the power of the stars to unleash tremendous might. This academy appears quite impressive, Talon exclaimed. Indeed. I wonder what we shall learn here, Ling Shui responded. Mountains and rivers gazed expectantly upon the academy. Within its hallowed halls, they forged bonds with numerous virtuous companions, growing together in unity. After departing from the academy, they journeyed to a thriving city known as Radiant City, where prosperity reigned and the populace enjoyed a life of peace and contentment. However, as they pressed onward, they encountered the sinister stronghold of the villains, Dark Fortress. This foreboding edifice exuded a chilling aura, steeped in malevolence. During their adventurous quest, they ventured into a mysterious mountain range. At a pivotal moment, the spirit ring of the mountains and rivers awakened, bestowing upon him an overwhelming strength that bolstered his confidence immensely. This time, he vowed to conquer the obstacles ahead. He thought to himself. However, they soon encountered a formidable soul beast, a 5,000-year-old Gale wolf, renowned for its incredible speed. Its skill, Gale Phantom Claw, unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks that were nearly impossible to evade. Everyone, be cautious, Mountain River exclaimed. During the skirmish, they found themselves in dire straits. What shall we do? If this continues, we shall be defeated, Ling Shui uttered in desperation. At that crucial moment, Mountain River discerned the Gale wolf's vulnerability. Strike its abdomen, he shouted with fervor. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the Gale wolf, and Mountain River commenced the process of absorbing the spirit ring. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the spirit ring caused him great anguish. Hold on, Mountain River, Talong urged him. Upon completing the absorption of the spirit ring, they pressed onward, knowing that more trials and tribulations awaited them ahead. Here is a title generated for you: The Fiery Journey of Douluo, the Mountains and Rivers. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions in the Douluo Continent persist. They have arrived at the renowned Tianlan Academy, an esteemed institution within the Douluo realm. The architecture of Tianlan Academy is magnificent and awe-inspiring. In the Academy's plaza, students are diligently practicing, their fighting spirit palpable in the air. Shanchuan's martial soul is the fiery dragon of fury, and his skill, the wrath of the dragon's flame, can summon a colossal fire dragon that devours all adversaries in its path. This skill is characterized by an overwhelming fiery attack power, blazing with intensity. Ling Shui's martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, and her ability, the Frost Dance of the Ice Phoenix, can instantly envelop the surroundings in a blanket of ice and snow, hindering the movement of enemies. Tailong possesses the martial soul of the mighty Diamond Bear, and his skill, the rampaging roar of the Bear King, unleashes astonishing strength that reverberates through the heavens and the earth. This academy is truly magnificent, Tailong exclaimed in awe. We must diligently enhance our abilities here, Shanchuan remarked. During their time at the academy, they forged bonds with numerous righteous allies, such as the justice-driven senior Ling Feng and the gentle and kind senior Yun Yao. Subsequently, they arrived at a city known as Qingfeng City. The city bustled with life, its inhabitants content and thriving. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges, as they encountered the villainous Shadow Fortress. The Shadow Fortress loomed ominously, shrouded in an aura of malevolence. In their adventures, Shanchuan and his companions have arrived at a pivotal moment of personal trial. In the midst of a trial, Shanchuan's soul ring suddenly awakened, radiating a brilliant light and surging with immense power. This newfound strength promised to propel him beyond his limits, filling his heart with anticipation. However, he soon realized that the soul beast he faced possessed a counteractive influence on his awakened soul ring. The creature was an 8,000-year-old Thunder Lion King, capable of summoning formidable lightning with its skill, Thunderous Fury, while its Lion King's roar unleashed a devastating force. Everyone, proceed with caution, Shanchuan commanded. The battle was intensely fierce, plunging Shanchuan and his companions into a dire struggle. This cannot continue, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. Just as despair loomed over them, Shanchuan suddenly discerned the Thunder Lion King's vulnerability. Aim for its nape, he shouted. After a heart-stopping contest of life and death, they ultimately triumphed over the Thunder Lion King. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure of the soul rings nearly causing him to faint. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Ling Shui and Tailong cried in unison. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on, entering a realm of enigmatic mountains. The mist enveloping the mountains was thick with peril. Everyone, exercise caution. Hidden dangers may lurk within, cautioned Shanchuan. Suddenly, an ethereal giant python, aged a millennium, materialized before them. Its ghostly form coiled and constricted with a suffocating grip, making escape nearly impossible, while its venomous mist proved fatal. The battle was arduous and relentless, with Shanchuan and his companions sustaining numerous wounds. Are we to be halted in our tracks here? Tyrone roared in defiance. Shanchuan's inner monologue echoed. No, we shall certainly prevail. At this pivotal moment, Shanchuan and his companions worked in unison, ultimately discovering the means to conquer the illusory giant python. In the adventures that follow, they will encounter even greater challenges and obstacles. The journey of Shanchuan and his companions in the continent of Douluo grows increasingly captivating. They arrive at a prestigious institution known as the Star Academy. The architecture of the Star Academy glimmers like the stars. While the students diligently exert themselves in the spacious training grounds, the instructors, each possessing profound strength, uphold a rigorous standard of teaching. Shanchuan possesses the martial soul of the blazing Kirin, whose skill, the Kirin's fury flame wave, unleashes a formidable wave of fire, characterized by intense heat and tremendous impact. Lingxue wields the frost spirit deer as her martial soul, with the ability to conjure sharp ice spikes that swiftly dart towards her foes. Tailong's martial soul is the thunder battle tiger, and his skill, the thunderbolt strike, allows him to teleport instantaneously while delivering a devastating lightning attack. Wow! This academy is truly awe-inspiring, Tailong exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, we must strive diligently, Shanchuan replied. Within the academy, they forge bonds with numerous righteous companions, including the warm-hearted senior Ming Xian and the gentle, caring senior Zihan. Subsequently, they arrived at a city known as Holy Light City, a place brimming with the essence of brightness and justice, where the inhabitants lived in harmony. However, ahead of them lay the sinister fortress of Dark Castle, shrouded in ominous mist and exuding an eerie terror. In the midst of a personal trial, Shanchuan experienced a sudden awakening of his soul ring. The soul ring burst forth with resplendent brilliance, and a formidable power surged within him. This awakening will undoubtedly render me even stronger, Shanchuan mused to himself. However, he soon realized that the attributes of the soul beast's ring were counteractive to his awakened soul ring. The beast before him was a shadow magic wolf. Aged 15,000 years, its skill, Shadow Tear Claw, could instantly shatter an enemy's defenses, while its phantom step rendered it elusive and unpredictable. Everyone, exercise caution. This soul beast is no easy adversary, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and he and his companions found themselves in dire straits. What shall we do? It seems we cannot withstand this onslaught, Lingxue exclaimed anxiously. In that critical moment, Shanchuan discerned the shadow magic wolf's weakness lay in its abdomen. Focus your attacks on its belly, Shanchuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the shadow magic wolf. Mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure of the rings left him gasping for breath. Hang in there, Shanchuan. Lingxue and Tailong watched anxiously from the side. After assimilating the soul rings, they pressed on, venturing into a mystical mountain range. Amidst the mountains, veiled in swirling mists and adorned with rugged stones, caution is urged. For unknown dangers may lurk in the shadows. The mountains themselves seem to warn. Suddenly, a two-headed dragon, a creature from 2 millennia past, materializes before them. Its formidable ability. The dragon's breath of ice and fire allows it to unleash both frost and flame simultaneously, while its dual-headed constriction proves to be immensely powerful. Throughout the tumultuous battle, Shanchuan and his companions encounter insurmountable challenges. Is it truly beyond our capacity to defeat it? Talon exclaimed in a moment of despair. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. No. We cannot relinquish hope. There must be a way. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, Shanchuan and his companions synergized their efforts, unleashing the full potential of their unique abilities, ultimately discovering the key to vanquishing the two-headed Hydra. In the adventures that followed, they would encounter even more formidable challenges and trials. In the realm of Douluo, where am I? Shanchuan abruptly rose from a patch of grass, his head throbbing as if countless needles were piercing through, causing him to grimace in pain. He could only recall reading the novel Douluo Continent when, out of nowhere, a blinding light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Shanchuan rose to his feet, surveying the surroundings. The dense forest, the peculiar flora, and the distant cacophony of strange calls all exuded an indescribable eeriness. Could it be that I have truly traversed to the Douluo Continent? Shanchuan murmured to himself, feeling a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from behind him, inquiring, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" As the mountains and rivers turned back, they beheld a youth clad in simple attire, yet possessing a resolute gaze. It was none other than Tang San. "Are you Tang San?" exclaimed Shanchuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Sen furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Shanchuan with caution. Do you know me? Shanchuan hastily waved his hand and explained, My name is Shanchuan, and I hail from a distant land. I have inadvertently lost my way. I have heard of your esteemed name. You are indeed a renowned soul master. Tang San's expression softened a bit as he replied, Since you are lost, come with me back to the village. With a heart brimming with joy, Shanchuan hastily followed in the footsteps of Tang San. Along the way, he discreetly observed Tang San, pondering to himself, This is indeed Tang San, the future sea god. To embark on an adventure alongside him may very well allow me to carve out my own reputation in this world. Upon returning to the village, Shanchuan settled in with Tang San's assistance. Soon, the day for the awakening of martial souls arrived. With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, Shanchuan arrived at the awakening venue, gazing at the crystal ball and the 6 black stones before him. Placing his hand upon the crystal ball, the soul master in charge of the awakening spoke. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, placing a hand upon it. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from the crystal orb, and a peculiar martial spirit materialized behind mountains and rivers. It was a long sword emanating a cerulean glow, adorned with enigmatic runes that surrounded its blade, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. This is a mutated martial spirit, exclaimed the soul master responsible for the awakening. In a surge of elation, Shanchuan was taken aback by the unexpected awakening of such a formidable martial spirit. Beside him, Tang Sen cast a look of astonishment and remarked, Shanchuan, your martial spirit is truly unique. You will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master in the future. Mountains and rivers clenched their fists, silently vowing, Tang San, I shall forge our destiny together in this world. After awakening their martial souls, Mountain and Tang San resolved to hunt for soul rings together. They ventured into the Douluo forest, a realm fraught with peril yet brimming with countless opportunities. Shortly after entering the forest, they encountered a century-old soul beast, a colossal tiger-shaped creature radiating an overwhelming aura. Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable, Tang San whispered. Shanchuan nodded thoughtfully, gripping the long sword firmly in his hand. He understood that this was the first step towards becoming a true soul master, and he was determined to give his utmost effort. As the battle loomed, Shanchuan and Tang San coordinated seamlessly, leveraging their respective martial souls and skills to engage in a fierce confrontation with the soul beast. Amidst the clash, Shanchuan discovered that his martial soul possessed formidable offensive power and agility. Each swing of his sword inflicted significant damage upon the soul beast. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring from the beast, further augmenting his strength. You performed admirably, Shanchuan, Tang San remarked with a smile. As Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his brow, he remarked, Thanks to your assistance, my journey has been remarkably smooth. The two exchanged smiles and ventured deeper into the forest. After acquiring their soul rings, both Shanchuan and Tang San experienced significant enhancements in their abilities. They resolved to head to Shrek Academy to further hone their skills. Upon arriving at the academy, they encountered a group of like-minded companions, forming the legendary Shrek 7. Together, they engaged in learning, training, and competitions, cherishing a memorable period. During a Soul Master competition, the Shrek 7 faced formidable adversaries. From the onset, they found themselves on the defensive. However, Shanchuan and Tang Sen refused to yield, leading their teammates with unwavering determination and exceptional teamwork, gradually turning the tide. Everyone together, Shanchuan shouted, his sword gleaming with radiant light. Under the leadership of Shanchuan and Tang San, the Shrek 7 ultimately triumphed over their opponents, securing victory in the competition. At that moment, they became heroes of the academy, earning the admiration of countless individuals. As time passed, Shanchuan and Tang San's prowess grew ever stronger. They endured numerous battles and challenges, gradually evolving into the elite of the Douluo Continent. Yet, their path to divinity was fraught with peril. In a confrontation against malevolent forces, Tang San sustained grave injuries and lay on the brink of death. Gazing at the unconscious Tang San, Shanchuan's heart brimmed with sorrow and rage. Tang San, you must hold on. I will not allow anything to happen to you. Clenching his fists, he was imbued with resolute determination. To save Tang San, Shanchuan embarked on a quest for divine medicine. After enduring countless hardships, he finally procured the sacred remedy and successfully revived Tang San. The trials of life and death further solidified their bond of friendship. They resolved to embark together on the path to divinity, aspiring to become deities of the Douluo Continent. Through relentless effort and perseverance, Shanchuan and Tang Sen ultimately completed the trials of divinity, ascending as gods in the Douluo realm. They dedicated their strength to safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the continent, becoming revered heroes in the hearts of the people. Tang San, we did it, Shanchuan exclaimed, gazing at the sky with tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Tang Sen smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed, we accomplished it. I owe much of this journey to you. The two shared a knowing smile, aware that their story was only just beginning. Summary: a journey through the Douluo Continent, filled with adventure and fervor, follows Shanchuan as he unexpectedly traverses into this enchanting world. Alongside his companion Su Yuan, they strive to carve out their own destiny in the Douluo realm. Join Shanchuan as he embarks on this captivating odyssey,